Li Yanli is a flirtatious woman who only seeks to indulge with the male protagonists. Unexpectedly, each of them has taken her seriously. When the apocalypse descends, they all think of her. Li Yanli muses, "In this apocalypse, why should I care about your moral standards? If anyone should be keeping watch, it should be the men." Thus, when they are pushed to the brink, she comes to their rescue and brings them into her large family. Someone suggests, "Let's form a team." She responds, "Haha, sure." Consequently, she is unanimously voted as the leader. The reason is simple. She possesses a vast space filled with endless resources to sustain them. As the younger male student aptly puts it, "Senior sister, in such times, whose thigh should I cling to if not yours?" The domineering CEO declares, "In an apocalypse, money is worthless. I have nothing left. I don't care. You are my fiancé, and you must take responsibility." The mercenary states, "As long as you provide me with braised pork rice daily, I am willing to sell myself." The refined doctor adjusts his glasses. The equipment from my hospital is still in your space. I need to follow you to keep an eye on it. Don't let it get damaged." The shadowy assassin silently conjures a dark mist in his hands. "If you don't want me, I'll take my own life." The beast man laments, "I am being hunted everywhere. Without you, I cannot survive." The zombie king exclaims, "Ah, I was bitten just for you." And there is even a mysterious figure. Chapter 1. The apocalypse arrives. One-night stands are fine, bodies of all shapes and sizes, but once they part ways, they remain strangers. It's straightforward and clean, devoid of entanglement. Yet it is costly. Oh dear, I must hurry back to work and engage in stock trading, lest I cannot afford to spend. As she drives up to the community entrance, she notices an elderly couple who have just returned from grocery shopping, their faces pale with terror as they anxiously discuss something. She vaguely hears phrases like "the apocalypse is coming." Soon after, the television in the security booth begins broadcasting, "Emergency notice, emergency notice." A suspected case of humans infected with the zombie virus has appeared in S-City. They have lost their minds, appearing pale, and will bite anyone they see. Everyone, take heed. If you discover any suspicious symptoms, keep your distance and swiftly retreat to a safe area. Close your windows and doors, and inform your local community or call the police. This scene reminds Li Yanli of the pneumonia outbreak that had once swept through, highly contagious and deadly, leading to work stoppages, production halts, and school closures, eventually preventing people from going out and causing significant supply issues. Thus, her first thought is to avoid entering the community and to stock up on supplies at a nearby mall. Upon arriving at the largest supermarket, she notices that large screens throughout the street are broadcasting similar messages. In less than half an hour, the situation escalates. "Citizens, the number of similar cases is increasing. Please return home quickly and avoid gathering in crowded places." The same voice continues to announce repeatedly at the entrance. The security guard, having received a notice from the mall management, begins to clear people out. Auxiliary police are also starting to increase in number, urging everyone near the mall and in busy commercial districts to return home. Having lived as an empress in her previous life, Li Yanli remains calm amidst the chaos. She believes that while others can flee, she must remain. She needs to gather resources quickly, just in case the apocalypse truly arrives. Perhaps she can assist others along the way. As for her own needs, she has no cause for concern. For she harbors a secret, a vast space bound to her, boundless in nature. Inside, there are mountains of gold, mines, inns, palaces, rivers, fertile fields, orchards, and pastures. There are even a few modern supplies, such as firearms, ammunition, tents, generators, oil vehicles, and electric cars. If she were to use them alone, they would last her a lifetime. Bang! Just as she parks and shuts the car door, the security guard approaches, urging, "Miss, the mall is closing. Please leave promptly." No one else is allowed to enter. As Li Yanli contemplates whether to persist, both she and the security guard receive a text message simultaneously. "Dear citizens, it is with great sorrow that we inform you the National Security Bureau has predicted that in half an hour, we will enter the age of the apocalypse. At that time, numerous zombies will emerge, accompanied by heavy rain, hurricanes, thunderstorms, floods, and other natural disasters. Please find a safe area to hide and await rescue. National Security Bureau." Li Yanli and the security guard exchange a glance, both seeing panic reflected in each other's eyes. The guard, thinking of his wife and children at home, disregards everything and runs off, exclaiming, "It's over, it's all over." "Be careful." Before he has run 3 meters, Li Yanli's keen eyes spot a zombie lunging from the side, based on its characteristics. Instinctively, she performs a swift kick, sending the zombie flying. The guard, shaken, nods in gratitude before hastily fleeing. The zombie, with its pale complexion and dilated pupils, moves slowly, far from the agility described. It emits a haunting ha-ha-ha wail. Li Yanli recalls that one must destroy the brain to extract the crystal core for the creature to perish completely. She swiftly retrieves a dagger from her space, dashes forward, channels her inner strength, and slices off the zombie's head. To her surprise, there is indeed a crystal core, a small, red orb. She promptly stores it away. Then, she leaps to the second floor of the mall to survey the outside. Her heart sinks. This is not good. Outside, there is not just one zombie, but many similar creatures are ravaging those at the mall entrance. She witnesses firsthand how those bitten lose their light of life in an instant. Moments later, they begin to move slowly, limping, their mouths gaping open and closed. In the blink of an eye, they transform into new zombies. Although many police cars arrive, the manpower is limited, and the panicked crowd often obstructs the officers from eliminating the zombies swiftly. In the 5 years since her arrival, though she has regained her inner strength and martial prowess from her past life, she lacks confidence in facing so many zombies alone. It would be wiser to stockpile supplies instead. These resources will soon become precious commodities. She makes her way to the supermarket within the mall. The supermarket spans 2 floors, and she intends to start her gathering on the second floor, where food is stored. At this moment, there are no staff members inside. She need not bother with payment. She hastens to the grains and oils section, exerting her inner strength, causing all goods in her path to vanish into her space. Next, she heads to the fruits and vegetables area, collecting everything from melons and peaches to leafy greens and root vegetables. Then, she moves to the seafood, meat, and egg section. To avoid complications, she tosses the entire fish tank and refrigerated display into her space. Afterwards, she ventures to the cooked food section. Freshly roasted chickens and squabs collected. Pork head meat, cold dishes collected. Tea eggs, duck products, bread, cakes collected. Next, she proceeds to the snack aisle, where she sweeps everything into her space, shelves and all. Once done, she heads to the dairy, beverages, and condiment sections, collecting rows upon rows of goods. Having gathered nearly all food items, she descends to the first floor, where clothing, daily necessities, and electronics are located. Quality matters not. She collects thermal underwear, sweaters, shirts, coats, hats, slippers, shoes, anything on the shelves, she gathers directly. For those hanging, she uses her inner strength to pull them into her space. At this moment, the television in the mall shifts to news of zombies and casualty reports. The chaos is palpable, with voices of panic, looting, and disbelief blending together. The screen briefly flickers as the cameraman is bitten by a suddenly appearing zombie. The tense atmosphere heightens Li Yanli's anxiety, especially as her phone keeps buzzing incessantly. Initially, it is text notifications, but soon it transforms into video calls. She wonders who would contact her at such a critical moment. The protagonist, an orphan, has always led a solitary existence, devoid of concern or attachment. As for her colleagues at the company, she has no desire to forge friendships. Their interactions are limited to the confines of work hours, with little to no after-hours contact. Yet, the incessant sounds outside her door, reminiscent of a death knell, gnaw at her peace of mind, compelling her to pause and investigate. Suddenly, she hears a cacophony of scratching and wailing from beyond the roll-up door. Could it be that the zombies have arrived so soon? It is said that anything contaminated by them is rendered useless. It would be wise for her to stockpile supplies quickly. Chapter 2. The Dominant CEO, Si Hanjue. Li Yanli's movements quicken as time presses upon her. She hastily gathers bedding, utensils, and toiletries, followed by cooking appliances like induction cookers and rice cookers. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the roll-up door is breached by the zombies, creating a gaping hole. Startled, Li Yanli stifles her earlier disdain. She had not anticipated such a horde, at least 20 or 30 zombies, of all ages and genders. They are undeniably in a more advanced state of decay than before. Some are missing an eye, others half a face, their mouths oozing a viscous green liquid. Utterly repulsive. With no desire to confront them directly, she abandons her quest for supplies and leaps onto the rooftop. Grasping the fire escape, she swiftly climbs over the monstrous horde, easily reaching the opposite side. Upon landing, she chooses not to exit through the door they came from but rather through a window at the stairwell, vaulting out. Though she reminds herself not to interfere, she cannot ignore the sight before her. Healthy humans fleeing in terror from zombies in front of the vast shopping mall, some so frightened they can scarcely run. Yuan, a mother, having lost her child, turns just in time to see a zombie lunging for her 2-year-old's arm. The child, oblivious to the danger, cries out for her mother, searching in vain. The mother, in a state of utter despair, rushes against the tide of panicked humanity, desperate to save her child. But time is against her. She feels that in the next moment, her child will fall victim to the monster. The heart-wrenching cry of Yuan echoes with the agony of impending loss. Such cries abound: children lost, shoes discarded, and desperate individuals fighting to save their companions from the jaws of the undead. Li Yanli furrows her brow, witnessing humanity's primal instincts and the cruelty that emerges in desperate times. With a few agile movements, she rushes forward, rescuing the child and handing them to the frantic mother. A swift glance reveals the area with the highest concentration of zombies. Drawing her sword, she begins to slash at them with fervor. The grateful gazes of the fleeing crowd meet her briefly, but no one lingers. They continue to flee. Initially, Li Yanli feels capable. She easily dispatches over 20 zombies, collecting their cores along the way. However, when a particularly large zombie appears, she realizes the urgency of her situation after a few drawn-out seconds of combat. The effort to slay this creature drains her stamina rapidly. As she cautiously retreats, her phone continues to ring incessantly, but she lacks the energy to answer. She merely wishes to escort the fleeing individuals to safety before making her own escape. Suddenly, a gust of wind and a foul stench accompany a sound akin to a cat's meow from behind her. Alarm bells ring in her mind. As she prepares to evade, she feels a powerful grip on her wrist, yanking her away as a voice admonishes, "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Instinctively, Li Yanli follows, turning to see the man who has seized her. His chiseled features are accentuated by a high nose and tightly pressed lips, his expression a mix of urgency and severity. His damp hair suggests he has just emerged from a fierce battle. Clad in a crisp white shirt and gray trousers, his polished black shoes now bear the stains of zombie blood. Time is of the essence, and she refrains from asking questions. She matches his pace, though she struggles to keep up with his long strides. Fortunately, they soon spot a Maybach with flashing lights beside a greenbelt. He opens the passenger door, urging her to enter. "Quick, get in." Once she is inside, he decisively takes the driver's seat and accelerates with a roar. "Watch out," Li Yanli warns, as she spots an unknown creature lunging toward them. But it is too late. The car barrels forward, colliding with the beast. After the impact, she peers through the window, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Is that a mutated chihuahua?" she gasps. The once diminutive creature, now swollen to over 30 centimeters, glowers with a ferocity that belies its former docility. The man responds coolly, "Yes. Everything has mutated. The changes are rapid." He pauses before adding, "The one that attacked you from behind was a stray cat, now 3 times its original size." While she could have dodged it, she feels compelled to express her gratitude for his timely intervention. "Thank you." "No need for thanks. I told you are my fiancé." His authoritative tone remains unchanged. As the calamity unfolds, it is destined to be a tumultuous night. The atmosphere thickens, and Li Yanli remains silent, choosing not to dispute his claim of their engagement. It seems futile. After tonight, who knows how long they will survive? Contracts and promises hold little significance now. "Why didn't you answer my calls?" he inquires. "Huh?" Li Yanli suddenly recalls the incessant ringing of her phone. She quickly unlocks it, her heart sinking. There are over 8 messages on WeChat, all marked with numerical identifiers, an indication of her practice with fleeting partners. After a one-night encounter, if she senses interest for a second rendezvous, she permits them to add her on WeChat, but imposes restrictions on their visibility within her social circle. Names are assigned numerically, based on the order of their encounters. Curiously, she taps on the message from one which reads, "Important news. The apocalypse is imminent. Stock up on supplies." It is concise and devoid of superfluous comfort, a reflection of the man's domineering style. The others, while less succinct, convey similar warnings about the impending apocalypse. One message, labeled 4, poignantly bids farewell. "Senior, the end times have come. We may never meet again. In this moment, I want you to know, I am your junior, Gu Chenyang. Perhaps we shall meet again in another life." This sentiment, both heartwarming and somewhat juvenile, brings a wistful smile to her face. At the wheel, Si Hanjue, the scion of the wealthiest family in Z country and the current president of the C Group in S City, exudes a commanding presence. He is known for his decisive actions and formidable strategies, a quintessential CEO. Li Yanli's familiarity with her fleeting partner stems from their peculiar initial encounter. Evidently, Si Hanjue is not one for idle chatter. Recognizing her distraction, he extends an invitation. Given the chaos, it would be safer for you to stay with me at the C family estate. Their security measures are robust, and you can be with my grandparents, parents, and siblings. He mentions that the government has anticipated this crisis and has already mobilized rescue teams, establishing safe havens for civilians in neighboring cities. I intend to send my family there in the first wave. Li Yanli discerns the subtext in his words. Normally, she would refrain from prying. Maintaining an air of mystery and nonchalance is her principle when it comes to casual liaisons. However, in this dire situation, she finds herself more inclined to connect with him, turning to ask, "And what about you?" Chapter 3. Dr. Mu Fan's 7 days had passed, and City S had entirely succumbed to devastation. A relentless deluge had poured down for a week, accompanied by thunderous roars and fierce winds. Shops were submerged, and streets were flooded to a depth of half a meter, rendering vehicular passage exceedingly arduous. Occasionally, the bodies of zombies and mutated creatures drifted by, alongside an assortment of refuse emanating a foul stench. The power and water supply systems were severely affected. Many residential blocks faced outages, compounded by the sporadic emergence of zombies preying upon the living. This pervasive dread of being bitten disrupted the residents' ability to eat or sleep. Many had lost loved ones, now transformed into members of this monstrous horde. Grief and despair escalated, enveloping the entire city. Amidst the scant means of communication, government announcements continued to emerge. Dear citizens, the water source in Jinwu district has been contaminated by zombie toxins and is no longer safe for consumption. Please resort to purchasing bottled water. Additionally, our rescue teams are navigating through the neighborhoods in kayaks. If you hear someone knocking, do not open the door without first hearing the name of their squad. To prevent further casualties caused by zombies, gunfire is inevitable. Citizens, please remain calm and stay indoors. Such reminders echoed continuously. Yet, some remained undeterred by the warnings, compelled to venture out into the perilous world. Old Lou, what are you thinking? The news has declared the outside to be dangerous. A middle-aged woman cautioned. Look downstairs, there are no zombies. We should seize the opportunity to gather supplies from the supermarket. In a few days, if our rations run out, how will our family of 3 survive? The middle-aged man retorted. With that, he grabbed a kitchen knife and cautiously opened the door, ensuring the corridor was clear before stepping out in his boots. Whether driven by a sense of opportunism, distrust in government aid, or sheer desperation, he was not alone in this mindset. From time to time, small groups braved the torrential rain to scavenge supplies from nearby stores. An hour later, the man returned, exclaiming, "See, I told you it would be fine. I should have gone earlier. We've run out of rice. All I managed to grab were these instant noodles and pickled vegetables. Other neighbors beat me to the good stuff." Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his foot. "Ouch. My boot has a hole in it. I was so busy grabbing things that I didn't notice." The woman, alarmed, responded, "Quick. Let me disinfect it with iodine." The news said zombie toxins can cause secondary infections. With the water so deep outside, what if a zombie was floating in it? Hearing this, the man grew fearful. Right? Hurry and disinfect it. After applying the antiseptic, the family, clinging to a glimmer of hope, attempted to catch up on sleep. Unbeknownst to them, later that night, the man began to develop a high fever, cough, and a loss of taste, his gaze turning vacant. Just then, a knock echoed through the door. Knock, knock. The middle-aged woman panicked. She was terrified. The news had warned that anyone exhibiting symptoms such as a crooked mouth, drooling, fever, or cough needed to report to the neighborhood committee. However, she had witnessed a neighbor being taken away by workers in white coats after reporting their condition, with no knowledge of their fate or when they would return. Fear gripped her as she trembled, unable to open the door. Knock, knock. The sound resounded again, and still, she hesitated. Her 9-year-old son attempted to open the door, but she stopped him. Outside, a cool female voice called, "Hello, I am Li Yanli, a member of the temporary special operations team, Dragon Rising. May I ask how many people are in your household, and if everyone is well? If all is normal, please hurry downstairs to board our rescue bus heading to the city base. It will be safer there." 7 days prior, Si Hanjue had used connections to evacuate his family first. He remained, possessing impressive combat skills and having awakened a lightning ability that rendered him quite formidable, choosing to assist and form a temporary rescue team. Li Yanli found this endeavor meaningful as well and declined the invitation to join his family in seeking refuge, opting to stay behind. Their dynamic was intriguing, as neither would concede leadership, thus forming a peculiar duo, collaborative yet competitive. Had it been just days earlier, the woman inside would have been overjoyed to hear her neighborhood was finally receiving aid. But now, Mom, Dad is so sick. Why aren't you opening the door? The innocent words of the child pierced through the tension. Li Yanli, sensing the urgency, kicked the door open, weapon drawn, and swiftly assessed the man lying on the bed, barely able to move, teetering on the edge of sanity. With gloved hands, Li Yanli decisively approached, binding him with practiced efficiency. No, Captain, he just has a cold. He is fine. Why are you tying him up? The woman, frantic, rushed to intervene. I understand your feelings, Li Yanli reassured her, but in these extraordinary times, we must be prudent. This is for your safety. The middle-aged woman stubbornly clung to Li Yanli's leg, refusing to relent. Let go. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the neighboring unit with a deafening bang, sending the woman into a panic. She realized this was the fate of those confirmed to be infected. Li Yanli remained impassive. After 7 days of searching, such partings were all too familiar. Glancing at the boy, she urged, quickly, take your child and get downstairs to the vehicle. If you delay, I'll be powerless to help you. With that, she turned and escorted the suspected infected individual away. Unable to make a judgment, she would leave the matter to the professional doctors for blood tests. Once aboard the bus, she recognized the young male doctor. Fully equipped and meticulously covered, though she feigned ignorance. Doctor, this individual exhibits possible symptoms. The middle-aged man was now utterly weakened. Even Li Yanli's assistance in seating him elicited no response, only a thick mucus expelled from his mouth, indicating a grave condition. Yet, adhering to the principle of not abandoning anyone, Dr. Mu Fan diligently prepared to draw blood, his demeanor tense and alert. Suddenly, the man lunged, mouth agape, aiming for Mu Fan's neck. Li Yanli reacted swiftly, shooting him dead, without hesitation. Mu Fan, drenched in cold sweat, managed to stammer, "Thank you. This truly is a high-risk profession. I'm fortunate to have a captain with such sharpshooting skills to protect me." "I am not the captain," Li Yanli corrected him. Mu Fan's mouth gaped in surprise, watching her retreating figure with confusion. This woman is so cold in reality, so different from the fiery, alluring presence of the one on the bed. Furthermore, what is Si Hanjue thinking, not allowing this beauty to lead? Wait. Li Yanli turned back. Doctor, did you call for me? Is there something else? Mu Fan found her wary demeanor amusing, leaning against the bus door. How many members are in your team? Do you need more personnel? How about I join you? Another familiar face, Li Yanli frowned. What a coincidence, all converging here. Yet, she had no interest in accepting any dead weight. Some had already awakened their abilities. What of him? A mere ordinary healer held little value for her. She preferred allies with combat prowess. In the apocalypse, survival alone would be arduous. Forming a cohesive team was ideal. However, she was discerning. Not just anyone would do. As for Si Hanjue's approval, she paid it no mind. Their bond had been forged through entanglements. She had never declared him her sole ally. If he continued to be uncooperative, she would choose to go solo and form her own team. Chapter 4. Awakening of mental abilities in the apocalypse. Strength prevailed, and Mu Fan understood this. Thus, he candidly confessed, I have awakened a wood-based ability. However, I still struggle to control it. I can manipulate plants and trees for attack, but it drains my energy quickly and seems of little use. Before long, he felt fatigued, sensing a lack of significant power. Li Yanli, having just awakened her own abilities, discovered she possessed mental powers. In a state of uncertainty, yet sensing the potential of the wood element, I extended my hand and welcomed you to join my team. Mu Fan smiled, his gentle peach blossom eyes sparkling even behind golden-rimmed glasses. He approached me, clearly with this intention in mind. With a sigh of relief, he noted the audacity of that girl who had seemingly forgotten her neighbor. Li Yanli pondered for a moment, retrieving 2 crystal cores and placing them in Mu Fan's hands. I found that these cores can enhance mental strength, which is beneficial for my abilities. I wonder if they might be useful for yours. you could try absorbing them. Presently, the National Rescue Headquarters had only released limited information regarding abilities, withholding details about the utility of crystal cores for those with powers. Her initial curiosity stemmed from a blogger's speculative post. In ancient times, she had often consumed rare materials to cultivate inner strength, developing an instinctive addiction to such energy-rich substances, which led her to take a risk. Upon experimentation, she discovered that her mental abilities indeed improved. The radius of her perception expanded remarkably, increasing from 100 meters to within a kilometer, allowing her to discern safe from dangerous areas. After evading several hordes of zombies, the efficacy of her powers was well validated. Really? Mu Fan exclaimed in delight, accepting the 2 red crystal cores without hesitation. To his surprise, the person before him was now showing signs of amusement, having shifted from an initially guarded and icy demeanor to one of warmth upon joining the team. It was difficult to articulate his feelings. The 2 red crystal cores, about the size of fingernails, lay in his palm as he scrutinized them, unable to decipher their mysteries. How do I absorb this? Li Yanli, determined to assist, grasped his hand, guiding him to hold tightly. Close your eyes and enter a meditative state, then follow my mantra. This was essentially a mantra for cultivating inner strength. After integrating some modern meditation elements, she had transformed it into a basic absorption technique for crystal cores. Initially, Mu Fan felt nothing, apart from the cold, smooth sensation on the back of his hand. Suddenly, he heard Li Yanli's serious reminder to focus, eliminate distractions, and immerse himself wholeheartedly. He ceased his wandering thoughts, genuinely concentrating, and to his astonishment, he could vividly sense the flow of energy within the red crystal core. Gradually, the energy traversed his palm, spreading throughout his meridians and settling in his dantian, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort, albeit at a slow pace, akin to a phone charging slowly. After an extended time, he paused his absorption as new rescue team members arrived with potential cases. He tucked the crystal cores away, intending to resume later when the coast was clear. You haven't finished? Li Yanli observed, noting that while the color of the red core had faded, it had not yet turned gray. Curiously, she wondered why it took so long. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of joy knowing that a second person had succeeded using her method. Upon leaving, she took advantage of a lull in the rescue operations to post on the Apocalypse Survival Forum, titled A Brief Discussion on How to Absorb Crystal Cores and Enhance Your Abilities. She concluded with a meticulous disclaimer: this method has only been validated by 2 individuals. Use with caution. After hastily putting away her phone, she resumed her search on other floors. Her urgency to share stemmed from a premonition that the electricity and network systems would soon collapse, making future communication difficult. Now on the 3rd floor, she encountered numerous lifeless zombies, most of whom fell with a single shot. Occasionally, she spotted survivors emerging in distress, guiding them down the stairs to safety. Thank you, Captain. They finally grasped the gravity of their situation, respectfully addressing the team members in combat attire as Captain. Si Hanjue emerged from the innermost room, his expression neutral, yet laced with concern. Where have you been? Why the prolonged absence? It became evident why his marksmanship was so precise. He had been searching this floor for survivors. Unfortunately, he had already dispatched an infected individual. Acknowledging the necessity of openness among teammates, Li Yanli drew closer, mentioning, "Oh, by the way, we've added a new member to our team, a doctor named Mu Fan. He has awakened wood-based powers. Not entirely useless, I hope you don't mind?" She contemplated that should he object, she would disband their duo and reform the team. She was accustomed to being in control, and this would be no exception in the modern world, despite her skills being taught by him. However, upon separation, she could repay in other ways with supplies. Her cold, aloof demeanor and unyielding confidence puzzled Si Hanjue. He could not fathom how someone from an orphaned background could cultivate such a disposition. Even if she was intelligent and diligent, ranking first in her major for 4 consecutive years at the finest university in the country, pride seemed unwarranted. Yet, recalling her uncanny martial prowess, he conceded defeat. Ultimately, Mu Fan was his friend. He could not simply ignore him. If encountered, he would certainly ensure they left together. We agreed, right? As long as we recognize each other, we will support one another. If we come across more promising individuals, feel free to recruit them. Thus, the Longting team evolved into a trio. The following morning, the search and rescue operations in the neighborhood concluded, and the floodwaters receded significantly. The three members of Longting drove their off-road vehicle ahead, safeguarding the bus carrying survivors. According to Special Operations Headquarters regulations, one team was responsible for the safety of 5 buses, filled with evacuees. The journey from City S was not particularly lengthy. Under normal circumstances, it would take approximately 3 hours on the expressway. However, with chaos reigning, the potential dangers along the route were unknown. Especially alarming was the news received that morning regarding a nearby network collapse, rendering mobile phones and electronic devices inoperative. It was as though they were plunged into darkness. Along the way, Li Yanli shared the absorption technique with Si Hanjue, who attempted it but found his progress frustratingly slow. Watching the woman in the driver's seat effortlessly absorb multiple crystal cores, he nearly suspected she was hiding something. Yet, having spent 7 or 8 days together, he had come to understand that she was not the type to act deceitfully within a team. She was either forthcoming or would not share at all. Mu Fan, too, was baffled, smiling with a hint of exasperation. "Captain, why do you absorb them so quickly while it takes me a quarter of an hour for just 2? Li Yanli was indeed formidable. In mere moments, she could absorb dozens of cores. Si Hanjue raised his chin, responding, "Once you witness her marksmanship and agility, you'll find nothing surprising about it." It was a rare compliment from him. He had to admit, his initial motivation for finding her had been a sense of duty. Yet, now Chapter 5, Encounter with a Mutated Wild Boar Beware.
Danger.
Both Li Yanli and Si Hanjue exclaimed simultaneously. Li Yanli relied on her foresight from her mental abilities, while Si Hanjue, sensitive to weather changes due to his lightning powers, confirmed, "Are you sensing a thunderstorm?" After a moment of careful observation, Si Hanjue concluded, "Indeed. It's a thunderstorm." As soon as he spoke, the sky darkened abruptly, transforming the afternoon into an evening-like gloom, obstructing their vision. Black clouds rolled in swiftly, resembling a cavalry charge. Suddenly, blinding lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating it momentarily, followed by a deafening thunderclap that seemed to rattle the very foundations of the world. The winds howled around them, bending trees and sending leaves swirling, obscuring the driver's view as they struck the windshield. At last, raindrops the size of eggs cascaded down, splattering upon the ground and creating a flurry of water droplets. In no time, the world transformed into a vast ocean. Li Yanli suggested, given the difficulty of driving, "Let us rest here for a while." She picked up the walkie-talkie to signal the liaison personnel in the 5 vehicles behind them, informing them of the torrential downpour that obstructed visibility and advising them to remain stationary. "Tell everyone to stay calm. No one is to leave the vehicle without our command." After issuing her orders, she donned her raincoat, intent on stepping outside. Turning to the 2 men, she confessed, "I sense that danger is not singular. My heart feels uneasy. I must take a look. Si Hanjue, I will accompany you." This woman, with her indomitable spirit, seemed to regard the men as mere obstacles. It was one thing to insist on driving, it was another to rush headlong into perilous situations. Noting her determination, Li Yanli refrained from dissuading her. Instead, she glanced back and remarked, "You possess wood-based abilities and currently lack self-defense capabilities, so it is best that you remain in the vehicle." "Very well." Mu Fan acquiesced, recognizing that as a team member, obedience to leadership was paramount, and he would not contribute to disorder. He began to prepare various medical supplies, medications, and surgical tools, just in case someone sustained injuries. Li Yanli and her companion wielded powerful flashlights, splitting up to explore either side of the bus. Despite the rain, the weak beam of their flashlights projected onto the bus windows, providing reassurance to the survivors within. They were protected. Even the liaisons managed to smile, comforting the frightened passengers. The liaison from the last vehicle, Wang Xiaofei, the community director, exuded warmth and confidence. "Do not fear. Although we are short-staffed and have only 3 special operations personnel for protection, I have witnessed their prowess. They can dispatch zombies with ease." However, before he could finish speaking, something broke through the window and attacked him. His body was thrust out through the shattered glass, shards embedding into the vehicle, causing a nearby ant to scream in terror. The other passengers instantly panicked. Those with families quickly huddled together for protection. The older ones shielded their younger kin. Couples clutched one another, all holding their breath in anxious anticipation of the unknown threat. When they finally heard the sounds of struggle and what resembled a pig squeal, a realization dawned upon them. Wild boars. A few bold souls rushed to the broken window to peer outside. Good heavens! It's enormous. Indeed, that wild boar appears mutated. It must be 5 meters long, muscular and weighing at least 600 or 700 pounds. Its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, confirming its mutation. The driver urged, "Stop gawking. Quickly find something to block the rain." The group agreed, scrambling to prevent the deluge from seeping inside. In the rear, several robust middle-aged men grabbed mops and brooms, moving toward the entrance to assess the external situation. "We cannot stand idly by while our teammates face certain doom at the hands of that wild boar." One sensible voice piped up, recognizing that Li Yanli and her companions still held the upper hand. Outside, Li Yanli and Si Hanjue were cautious as the wild boar clutched a victim, making them hesitant to act. "Li Yanli, if this continues, Wang Xiaofei will either be dragged to his death or bleed out." "Indeed. Let's split our efforts. I will use lightning to intimidate it from the front, while you maneuver around to strike from behind." Without further ado, Li Yanli stealthily retreated, hiding within the foliage. She then circled around, soaring gracefully to approach the wild boar from behind. The beast, wary of the blue lightning assaulting it from the front, began to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Li Yanli descended upon the wild boar, her dagger sinking steadily into its neck before it could react. Si Hanjue dashed forward, catching the man that the wild boar had released due to its agony. "Wang Xiaofei, are you alright?" Blood gushed from Wang Xiaofei's neck, and his condition appeared dire. He struggled to speak, but the pain overcame him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Seizing the moment while Li Yanli delivered a finishing blow to the wild boar, Si Hanjue sprinted back to the off-road vehicle, laying Wang Xiaofei in the rear seats. "Quickly, check if he can be saved." Fortunately, Mufan had prepared in advance and began examining him immediately. Li Yanli split open the wild boar skull, revealing the coveted crystal core within. A satisfied smile graced her face. This must be a second-level crystal core. According to the headquarters classification, the cores varied in color and level. Red, the lowest tier, was designated as level 1 and so forth. She snapped a few pictures with her phone, intending to share them on the forum when connectivity was restored, as this second-level mutated beast could serve as a reference for everyone. Once she returned to the vehicle, she comforted the driver and other passengers, reassured them, and after reassigning the liaison, she settled back into her seat. "How is he?" Mufan exclaimed with joy. "The wound is stitched, and we have administered a hemostatic agent. For now, all vital signs appear stable." Li Yanli turned in astonishment. "You managed this without surgery?" Mufan, feeling a sense of usefulness for the first time, replied, "In my moment of urgency, a green light emanated from my palm. I discovered that it aids in wound healing. Perhaps this is the fabled healing ability." Elated, Li Yanli smiled warmly. "Really? Well done. Your intuition was spot on. The wood-based abilities are indeed beneficial, capable of healing and saving lives. Quite fitting for a medical professional." Using the walkie-talkie, she relayed the news of the successful rescue back to the last vehicle, boosting the morale of the passengers who now felt more confident about reaching the base alive. As the rain continued to pour, the convoy could not advance and had to spend the night where they were. After consuming the issued compressed biscuits, the weary travelers succumbed to sleep. Each vehicle had only 2 individuals on watch, struggling to stay awake. Even Li Yanli and Si Hanjue, the combatants, needed to take turns resting.
Si Hanjue volunteered.
"You rest first. I will keep watch." Li Yanli, not inclined to argue, nestled into her seat and shut her eyes. Not long after, she felt someone draping a blanket over her in the passenger seat. Too fatigued to respond, she surrendered to slumber. Her spatial abilities, once boundless in ancient times, seemed now limited, possibly due to diminished mental strength in this realm, preventing her from pulling others into her space. However, accessing supplies remained unaffected. Trust among her teammates was still developing, so the secret of her spatial abilities remained undisclosed. As she drifted into a light sleep, she was abruptly jolted awake by the sound of a pig's squeal. Her eyes flew open, clarity returning. Chapter 6, Service Area 1, instinctively glancing towards the rear. She met Mufan's bleary gaze. He looked around, gasping, "Wang Xiaofei." Their immediate reaction was that Wang Xiaofei had been taken by the wild boar. With the rain easing, they leapt from the vehicle to search, only to encounter Si Hanjue head-on. "Do not pursue. It moves with incredible speed. Beyond the guardrail lies dense foliage, and there may be other dangers." Once the 3 were back in the vehicle, Si Hanjue solemnly revealed the truth. "It is a beast man." The pair gasped in shock. That cry was not from the wild boar, it was Wang Xiaofei. while I was patrolling outside. I saw him burst forth from the wild boar's head, but he still had human legs. However, he moved with the speed of a mutant. I chased him for several hundred meters, but lost him. A beast man? Mufan felt guilt wash over him. This is my fault. I should have been more cautious and not relied solely on the detection equipment. The vital signs appeared identical to those of a human. In this post-apocalyptic world, we should expect the unexpected, Li Yanli reassured him. The situation is ever-changing, and information is opaque. Rather than dwell on regret, let us consider how we can upgrade our equipment. Mufan felt comforted by her words, a flicker of warmth in his heart, though he managed a rueful smile. But we have limited resources. The devices I have were salvaged in desperation from the hospital before it fell. However, if there is someone knowledgeable in electronic product development among us, I could collaborate with them to tinker further. I am not particularly skilled at programming, but I can certainly provide sample data. With that said, I retrieved a compact USB drive from the concealed compartment of my pocket, having previously copied all the information from the sample database and experimental data before anticipating danger. The Mu family has a long-standing legacy in medicine. Prior to the apocalypse, I established a high-end private hospital in City S. In addition to attending to patients, we also engaged in cutting-edge scientific research. Li Yanli expressed her thoughts. I can write programs, but given the imminent dangers we face, it seems we hardly have time for research. See Hanju. Let's discuss this further at the base. I have friends there, and they may have already initiated their efforts. Indeed, that seems to be the only option. However, Li Yanli pondered that in these tumultuous times, relying on others is not a sustainable approach. It is crucial to seize the opportunity to recruit talent. The unpredictable mutations are proliferating. If we remain passive, we are ultimately doomed. Observing the sky, she turned to see Hanjua. All right, you should come up and rest. It's my turn for duty. The latter half of the night passed uneventfully, save for the more pronounced disturbances caused by mutated mosquitoes. Li Yanli mused whimsically, if I cannot be bitten by mosquitoes, perhaps I might transform into one myself. She wondered how the base classified such individuals and whether they would still be considered part of the same group. The next day dawned with the rain having ceased. After consuming some compressed biscuits, the vehicle gradually made its way toward the city. The online navigation system in the off-road vehicle was no longer operational, but the offline navigation still proved useful, indicating that we would reach the service area in approximately 1 hour. Li Yanli suggested, let us pause at the service area. We might still procure some supplies. It was now Si Hanjue's turn to drive, especially since the fuel was running low. The gas station was located within the service area. Others, including rescue teams and private vehicles fleeing from various directions, shared similar thoughts. Initially, one might expect chaos and competition for fuel upon arrival, but surprisingly, the area was eerily quiet. Aside from a slightly deformed off-road vehicle parked beside the fuel pump, all other cars remained in the parking lot. The bloodstains outside and within the parking area had been washed away by the heavy rain, yet it was evident that a fierce struggle had occurred here, having been ravaged by a horde of zombies. Perhaps, with no living beings remaining, the zombies had fled. At that moment, someone opened the window of a bus and shouted, Captain, we've been in the vehicle for so long. Can we stretch our legs? Yes, yes. Moreover, one must heed nature's call. I've been holding it in all night. Si Hanjue expressed sympathy for them, adding, earlier in the night, a few women truly needed to relieve themselves, and I permitted them to step out. Others were not allowed to exit, as this has reached a point of necessity. Li Yanli reflected that this was indeed the case. She instructed the liaison for the 5 buses behind them to ensure that no one exited the vehicle until safety was confirmed. Afterward, the 3 parked beside the fuel pump, with Si Hanjue responsible for refueling while Li Yanli and Mu Fan conducted a thorough inspection of the row of private vehicles. They even scrutinized the off-road vehicle to ensure that no zombies lingered inside before allowing others to disembark. Naturally, they did not encounter any living survivors. A quarter of an hour later, after completing the inspection, Li Yanli communicated via radio to the liaison, instructing them to divide into small teams per vehicle. You will temporarily assume the role of team leader. Please count the number of passengers before disembarking to ensure no one is left behind. The designated area for movement is limited to the parking lot, and should anything unusual arise, raise a shout. Upon receiving the message, the individuals began to disembark in an orderly fashion, with drivers moving their vehicles to refuel. The atmosphere was relatively organized. The men found convenient spots to relieve themselves, while some of the younger women, feeling shy, timidly raised their hands, asking, "May I use the restroom at the gas station?" The service area restrooms had too many stalls and a vast area, making it easy for zombies to hide. They understood the risks and complied. However, the gas station's restroom was fewer in number, more visible, and presumably safer. Such unusual requests were generally not entertained. Li Yanli did not acquiesce immediately. She planned to check the nearby supermarket for supplies and assess the situation. "Hold on, let me investigate before anyone moves." After instructing Mu Fan to keep watch in the parking area, she readied her handgun and carefully advanced, using her mental acuity to probe for danger. Upon completing her assessment, a look of astonishment crossed her face. "What is happening? I sense no imminent threat, yet an unsettling feeling lingers." Nevertheless, she bravely turned right and entered the women's restroom. The conditions within, having gone unchecked for days, were as one might imagine. Through the reflection in the sink's mirror, she vaguely discerned 2 restroom doors ajar, revealing nothing substantial within. She cautiously approached, her gloved hand gently pushing the door further open.
Ugh.
The sight before her was utterly revolting, sending chills throughout her body. She hastily retreated, colliding with Si Hanjue, who had come to find her after finishing refueling. Noticing the woman trembling in his embrace, her face marked by an unusual anxiety, he became vigilant, inquiring, "What is it? What did you see?" Gently patting Li Yanli's back in a gesture of comfort, he cautiously approached the restroom door.
Ugh.
He too felt the urge to retch, but forced himself to remain composed, quickly backing away and enveloping Li Yanli in his arms, urging her to look away. "Let us not linger here," he thought to himself, who would have imagined that the fearless woman would be repulsed by maggots. He blinked, suppressing his nausea. "Come. Let us inspect the supermarket." Inside the restroom, it appeared that a cleaning staff member had met their demise at the hands of a zombie, resulting in a body infested with maggots, which now crawled languidly across the toilet and walls. The adjacent restroom was likely in a similarly dire state. Furthermore, the maggots had mutated into large, plump, white creatures. Upon informing several young women of the grim reality, the clamoring for restroom access ceased altogether. In such extraordinary times, even the most trivial grievances could be alleviated. The men, being predominantly civilized, showed understanding toward the women, refraining from prying into their need for privacy. With their lives hanging by a thread, their desires had all but diminished. Who still had the luxury to concern themselves with such matters? Chapter 7. Service Area 2. The supermarket stock had diminished somewhat, yet ample supplies remained. The two of them swiftly filled their shopping baskets with instant noodles, bread, milk, yogurt, ham, chocolate, energy bars, biscuits, marinated eggs, duck necks, jelly, beef jerky, nuts, and even candies to soothe the crying children. They selectively gathered items on the higher shelves, which had not been submerged by water, and distributed them evenly among the liaisons, instructing them to enlist temporary volunteers to distribute the goods to those on their vehicles. They refrained from collecting rice and flour from the lower shelves, which were clearly tainted by water. One could not guarantee the absence of zombie viruses, and no one had the leisure to waste time cooking. Li Yanli did consider collecting bottled oil and condiments, but not at this moment. She resolved to gather them later alongside the gasoline. Additionally, they amassed several cases of bottled water and various paper products. Observing that the vicinity of the supermarket posed little danger, temporary volunteers were permitted to assist, significantly enhancing efficiency. The service area housed a larger supermarket, which Li Yanli and her companion inspected thoroughly for safety before also procuring supplies there, distributing them in the same manner as before. By this time, everyone had been instructed to board their vehicles and remain seated, ensuring that no one was overlooked in the distribution process. Naturally, there were murmurs of discontent regarding the provisions. Li Yanli silenced them with a single command: "If you are dissatisfied, feel free to exit the vehicle." The three of them were merely assisting voluntarily. Had they been ordinary individuals, they would have hoarded supplies for themselves. Si Hanjue's selflessness perhaps stemmed from his 2 years of military service. Coupled with his disposition as a charitable entrepreneur, Mu Fan's actions were likely motivated by his compassionate nature as a healer. As for Li Yanli, she might have been inspired by a sense of patriotism and love for her people, but most importantly, she herself lacked for nothing. However, if anyone dared to complain and cause trouble, she would not indulge them. Ultimately, those with clarity of mind soon spoke up in support. A woman in her 40s exclaimed, "Goodness, brother, what time is it? Are you still being picky?" Indeed, in these apocalyptic times, it's first come, first served. There were no guarantees for everyone. It was already a generous act from our leader to allocate resources to you, yet you show no gratitude. The man could not contain himself and muttered a few more words, questioning why volunteers should receive more than them. Wasn't it agreed that they were merely volunteers? The woman was taken aback. How can you say that? Volunteers are helping everyone. Shouldn't they receive a little more? What effort have you, with your brawn, contributed? All you do is sleep. A few others joined in, pointing at the man, who, upon meeting Li Yanli's indifferent gaze, fell silent. As Li Yanli exited the vehicle, she intended to suggest to Si Hanjue that they should check out a certain new chicken shop and a bubble tea place, as such treats would be hard to come by in the future. Just as she was about to speak, a rugged vehicle sped towards them.
Li Yanli instinctively braced herself.
Where there are people, there are disputes. She hoped the newcomers would not provoke them. Si Hanjue, with his tall stature, was quite conspicuous. Even before the vehicle came to a stop, a woman inside excitedly waved. Hanjue, is that really you? Her voice was incredibly gentle. Once the vehicle halted, the woman jumped out and rushed towards Si Hanjue to embrace him, but he sidestepped her. Hanjue, it's me, Lu Susu. Don't you recognize me? I just returned from studying abroad. She glanced at Li Yanli beside him, her instincts kicking in. We grew up together. You wouldn't forget me, would you? Being neighbors with Si Hanjue indicated she was either wealthy or influential. Li Yanli immediately recalled that a renowned jewelry mogul in the country bore the surname Liu. But it was of no concern to her. She greeted, "Oh, a familiar face. Please catch up. I'll be back shortly." She was eager to act alone, allowing her to discreetly stockpile supplies. However, she did not expect Si Hanjue to grasp her wrist. Li Yanli cast a glance at the tearful, delicate Lu Susu and asked Si Hanjue what's wrong. Si Hanjue, embodying the essence of a stoic man, suddenly draped an arm around Li Yanli's shoulder and introduced her. This is my fiancé. That single statement silenced the soft-spoken girl. All her tender feelings were wasted. Pretending to be surprised, she exclaimed, "What?" Before the incident, my father mentioned that your family was considering a marriage alliance. Si Hanjue, unyielding, replied, "I have clearly rejected your father. Please do not be ambiguous." Li Yanli shook off his grip and shot him a warning glance as she turned to leave. She was in a hurry to gather supplies and had no time for romantic entanglements. Si Hanjue dared not stop her again but insisted on following, only to be halted by Li Yanli's sharp command, "Do not follow me." Since they were teammates, the secret of her spatial abilities would eventually be revealed. However, she needed time to assess the characters of the two men in the vehicle, hoping to delay their interactions for now. This angry demeanor led Si Hanjue to misinterpret her feelings, even sparking a sense of delight within him. Before the presence of any other gender, she had never displayed such emotional intensity in front of him. Was she perhaps jealous? Was her usual cold demeanor merely a facade, hiding her true feelings for him? Li Yanli remained oblivious to his thoughts and dove into the chicken shop and bubble tea place, ensuring there was no danger before immersing herself in their back kitchens and storage rooms. She collected all intact semi-finished products, chicken cutlets, chicken popcorn, starch sausages, etc., fresh fruits, unopened oils, dairy products, and jams, stashing them away in her space. She wasn't typically a hoarder, but in these dire times, once she started, she couldn't stop. To avoid drawing too much attention, she forced herself to cease her gathering and hurried back to the group. To her surprise, the two were still engaged in conversation. Specifically, Lu Susu had been doing all the talking. At this moment, Li Yanli noticed that the vehicle also contained two men and a woman, all in uniforms. They were likely from another special operations team. As for Lu Susu's identity, she did not need to inquire further. The ostentatious woman had already revealed it. "Hanjue, you should join us. In this apocalypse, without space abilities, it's inconvenient. Since I've awakened this power and you possess exceptional combat skills, wouldn't our collaboration be immensely beneficial?" Li Yanli initially intended to pass by, but upon overhearing someone trying to poach her teammate, she could no longer remain passive. To be frank, Si Hanjue was an excellent ally. Before the apocalypse, he was undoubtedly skilled, and now with his newly awakened formidable lightning abilities, he was a promising asset in these trying times, especially with his affluent background, extensive connections, and ability to negotiate with the base. He was undeniably a valuable ally. Si Hanjue looked at the expressionless Li Yanli and suddenly asked, "What do you think?" He had been lingering because he was aware that she had awakened spatial abilities. Such powers were rare, with only a few individuals possessing them nationwide. If their teams merged, he believed they could thrive together. Chapter 8. Hoarding gasoline. As for Li Yanli, she already possessed spatial abilities. What was the need to mix with other teams, especially with someone as affected as Lu Susu? She sensed they would not get along well. She decisively declined. I do not wish to join. Just then, Mu Fan, noticing their prolonged absence, also stepped out to search for them. Upon spotting Lu Susu, he remarked, Lu Susu? The newcomer was as gentle and refined as the breeze and moonlight, and Lu Susu recognized him at once, smiling sweetly. Dr. Mu. Naturally. Mu Fan's background was commendable, but it paled in comparison to the two before him. Their acquaintance stemmed from Lu Susu's grandfather having recuperated in Mu Fan's hospital for some time. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Susu asked, What is Dr. Mu doing now? Would you be interested in joining us? She provocatively glanced at Li Yanli. Fearing Mu Fan might also decline, she purposefully flaunted her spatial inventory. My space contains pizza, salmon, steak, and red wine. Hard currencies. Are you really not interested? How large is your space?
Li Yanli interjecta.
Not fully understanding the awakened spatial abilities, she inquired out of curiosity. Lu Susu initially did not wish to engage with her, but found her vanity unexpectedly satisfied as she replied, It's not that big, just 9 cubic meters. That's roughly 3m times 3m times 1m, a compact size akin to a small vehicle. Li Yanli genuinely praised, That should hold quite a bit. Si Hanjua assumed she was intrigued and asked, So, have you changed your mind? Li Yanli shook her head and tested the waters. If you both wish to join, I will not stop you. Before Si Hanjue could respond, Mu Fan was the first to raise his hand. Captain, don't joke. I've only just joined your team a few days ago. How could I leave you? After all, he had come for her. Whether or not they had space abilities was irrelevant to him. For now, it wouldn't hinder their ability to eat. He did not place much importance on physical desires, having secretly begun to develop a nutrient solution. Perhaps, in the future, humanity could transcend the need for food altogether. As for clothing, a few pieces sufficed. He was not picky. To ensure that this woman recognized his worth and did not treat him like discarded trash, he felt it necessary to establish their connection. Although discussing feelings in such a disastrous year seemed inappropriate, if he did not express himself now, he might regret it if something happened to him. No. He would speak up once they reached the base. He could not wait any longer. As for the doctor, it would be best if he came along, but if not, he would be unbothered. Lu Susu focused her attention on Si Hanjua. So, what do you think, Hanjua? You should join us. After all, aren't you also heading to the city base? I can accompany you to see my grandparents and your uncles and aunts. Si Hanju cast a glance at Li Yanli's indifferent expression, realizing her genuine disdain. He refrained from further persuasion and declined Lu Susu's invitation, stating, I am one with her. Wherever she goes, I shall follow. As he spoke, he attempted to reach for Li Yanli's hand, only to have her carefully evade him. Li Yanli felt it necessary to have a word with him soon. His uninvited attempts to label her and incite animosity were utterly intolerable. Did he not notice the predatory glint in Lu Susu's eyes? Reflecting on Lu Susu's brazen attempt to undermine her, Li Yanli, with a mischievous spirit, shouted, Are there any little ones craving a treat? This dear sister Lu claims she has an abundance of pizza, salmon, and steak in her space. Come down quickly for a feast. After days of bland ration bars, even a simple home-cooked meal would make mouths water, let alone such delectable Western cuisine favored by children. Lu Susu certainly did not anticipate her to be this kind of person. This outburst, however, did not immediately draw a crowd. In this apocalyptic world, even murder went unchecked. Who would dare to seize another's possessions without the backing of someone formidable? Especially when it came to someone with a space, which sounded so grand and impressive. Yet, it did not deter a few curious children from peeking over and voicing their desires. Mommy, I want to eat. Grandpa, I want fish, and I want fries. I want steak. Faced with the inquisitive heads peeking from the vehicle, Lu Susu found herself in a predicament. Counting the children, she noted they were not too many. She glanced at Si Hanju, who wore an indulgent expression, showing no intent to intervene. Fearing for her image, she begrudgingly pulled out some food and handed it to the children in the car. They were all headed to the base, and among the 300 or so people, someone would undoubtedly recognize her. If rumors spread about her unsavory character, it would be detrimental to her reputation. At that moment, the leader of Lu Susu's group urged them to set off, leaving her with no choice but to reluctantly board the vehicle and depart. Due to this incident, Li Yanli decided to alter her plans. She tilted her chin toward the battered off-road vehicle and instructed Si Hanju. You drive our car ahead and lead everyone towards the city. Mu Fan and I will stay behind to handle some matters and will soon follow in this dilapidated off-roader. That way, our two vehicles will travel in tandem, ensuring greater safety. This was not a deliberate diversion. The main group had delayed for too long, and someone needed to guide them onward. They aimed to reach the base before nightfall. Si Hanju's obsidian-like gaze swept over Li Yanli and Mu Fan, saying little but nodding in agreement, all right. Although he had yet to formally acknowledge her as leader, his repeated concessions were already indicative of his stance. Soon, 5 buses vanished from their sight. Clad in anti-static clothing and protective gloves, Mu Fan trailed behind the similarly attired Li Yanli and asked, "What are we to do next?" Noting Li Yanli's direction towards the gas station, he was puzzled. "Are you still stockpiling supplies? Haven't we already divided most of it?" Without turning back, Li Yanli succinctly replied, "There's still fuel. This is a precious commodity." Mu Fan chuckled, "You little fox. Were you plotting for this old vehicle from the very beginning? Are you planning to use it for transport?" Li Yanli responded with a smile. "Stop speculating. Hurry to the warehouse and grab the oil barrels to fill up. We can't afford to be slow. Others might come. In the scramble for resources, hesitation could lead to loss." With a clear goal in mind, Mu Fan ceased his chatter. Barrels made of conductive metal began to roll out, and he took out the fuel nozzle, starting to dispense oil. Thud, thud, thud. Before long, one barrel was full. He watched as Li Yanli continued to push out barrels, exclaiming, "Hey, why are you taking so many? Even if we fold the back seats in our car, we won't fit that many barrels." Li Yanli said little, approaching to check the filled barrel. After sealing the lid, she placed her hand on it. Whoosh! Just as Mu Fan was about to place the fuel nozzle into another barrel, he turned around to find the filled barrel had vanished. He was taken aback. Huh? Where did the barrel go? As he continuously witnessed the filled barrels disappear before his eyes, realization dawned, and he exclaimed, "So you have awakened spatial abilities. Only such powers can allow for the seamless entrance and exit of items." "Yes, I've had this awakening for some time, but it's wise to be cautious in chaotic times," Li Yanli explained briefly. Mu Fan nodded in understanding. Indeed, it's a perilous world where possessing something valuable can invite trouble. However, you played it remarkably cool earlier in front of Lu Su Su. Quite the low-profile act. As more and more barrels disappeared, Mu Fan's astonishment grew. "No way. How large is your space? Can it really hold more?" Assuming they had extracted enough oil, Li Yanli shifted her focus to the supermarket, thinking it could accommodate additional supplies. Then, to Mu Fan's utter amazement, she began to collect cooking oil and various condiments into her space. Chapter 9. The past with Mu Fan. As she finished gathering her items and prepared to leave, Mu Fan suddenly decided to come clean. Yen Yen. What a nostalgic name. Li Yanli froze at the sound, turning back. "Are you calling me?" Since being sent to the orphanage after losing her parents, no one had called her by that name again. He actually knew it. Realizing it was unwise to linger, Mu Fan hurriedly introduced himself. "I'm your neighbor, Fan Fan. Don't you remember me at all?" Fan Fan. Li Yanli pondered for a long time, confirming that she could not recall. She only remembered a boy she played with well in kindergarten. They lived nearby, and their parents likely knew each other as well. However, they parted ways when they entered elementary school. She recalled her teacher and the aunt saying that they were like glue whenever they had to separate after school. She would cry. Revisiting the old photographs left behind by her parents, she spotted one where she was sleeping on a boy's shoulder. Could it be him? Li Yanli stared intently at Mu Fan, attempting to connect him with the chubby boy in the picture, but finally asked tentatively, "Did you have small eyes when you were a child?" Her ever-watchful demeanor made Mu Fan want to laugh. Digging into his wallet, he pulled out a photo booth picture and handed it to her, saying, "If you can't remember, take a look at this picture of me when I was 6. Li Yanli took it and compared it with her memories, then looked at Mu Fan's now handsome, chiseled face, realizing, "It's really you. But how did you end up with double eyelids? Haven't you heard? Boys change dramatically as they grow."
I just didn't show it back then.
"I actually inherited my mother's features. She had double eyelids." As memories began to align, Li Yanli grew more cautious. That was over 16 years ago.
"How did you recognize me?"
When the moment came where he had to be honest, Mu Fan lowered his gaze, feeling a bit sheepish. "That night at the Love Bar, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of the flame birthmark on your back. In truth, it wasn't an accident. It had been premeditated. That evening, he had been celebrating his 23rd birthday with friends. As they drank, They were all captivated by her, who sat aloof on a high platform. Under the dim lights, her long, wavy hair and striking figure were exceptionally alluring. Dressed in a snug, backless red dress with a modest neckline, she revealed her enchanting collarbone. The dress was impeccably tailored, accentuating her perfect curves. Her cascading hair brushed against her fair neck as she tilted her head to sip her drink, radiating irresistible charm. The slender high heels she wore added an air of elegance and confidence. Her makeup was meticulous, with upturned eyeliner and vibrant lips. Every graceful movement as she swirled her drink spoke of seductive allure, capturing the attention of everyone around her and making her the most striking figure in the bar. Naturally, many attempted to strike up conversations with such a captivating beauty, but she dismissed them all, appearing quite discerning. At that moment, fueled by alcohol and curiosity about her backstory, he stood up unsteadily and approached her. After all, he was not a child. It was his 23rd birthday. Had he not been seeking a companion for the night, perhaps she would have made a splendid choice. Fortunately, his presence caught her eye, and thus, everything fell into place. The only regret was that she was not a novice in such matters. The following day, as she first awakened and sat up to dress, he was taken aback by the pattern upon her back. As a physician, he immediately recognized it as a birthmark rather than a tattoo. It was so natural and clear, devoid of any traces of alteration. He found it hard to believe that two individuals in this world could possess identical birthmarks. In an effort to uncover the truth, he proactively requested her contact information. Subsequently, he meticulously investigated her past and swiftly confirmed her identity. She was indeed his childhood companion, his dearest friend from kindergarten. Having disclosed everything, Mu Fan boldly inquired, "Do you recall our childhood wedding ceremony?" Li Yanli was momentarily taken aback, abruptly pulled from the memories of their one-night encounter. She mused inwardly. Life is treating me well, gently and tenderly. The slow simmer of water might eventually lead to boiling. A wedding? Li Yanli's radiant smile was rare. As an empress, she often had to manage her emotions and seldom found such joy. She turned her body slightly and asked, "Are you joking?" She truly had no recollection of that moment, being a year younger than him.
How old were they then? 5? Huh.
What did children understand? Perhaps it was merely make-believe, influenced by too many television dramas. It was quite amusing to think about. Mu Fan, inspired by her laughter, remarked, "Why is there such a stark contrast between your life now and that night?" He received a roll of her eyes in response. That place was for relaxation, not for recognizing one another. Time to leave. I've lingered long enough. Having opened up, Mu Fan felt an immense sense of relief. He hurriedly confessed, upon hearing you had joined the rescue team in S-City, I came looking for you. The fact that his first romantic encounter was with his childhood sweetheart was enough to linger in his thoughts and inspire him to pursue further connection. Li Yanli paused. "So, you came to find me? What else could it be? I was initially assisting at a hospital in the city center, far from your area."
Who told you that?
Mu Fan stepped in front of her, eager to clarify. "After that night, I searched for you for quite some time and discovered you lived in District J. When the apocalypse hit, I messaged you, but you didn't reply. I tried video calling, but you didn't answer, nor did you respond to my calls. Fearing something had happened to you, I reluctantly sought help from my friend Si Hanjua, knowing he had extensive connections. At such a time, who would dare to trouble the police to look for someone? I had to resort to unconventional means. Si Hanjua has underground influence. He was well aware of it." Li Yanli raised an eyebrow. "So, he revealed my location to you?
What kind of person is he?"
On one hand, he claims to be my fiancé and insists on taking responsibility, yet on the other, he sells out my whereabouts to his friends? Truly, a rich heir is not to be trifled with. He plays his role exceptionally well." Before she could finish her thoughts, Mu Fan's next words nearly made her burst into laughter. He appeared both furious and aggrieved. "How could that be? This scoundrel kept insisting there was no record of you. I was unwilling to accept it and sought assistance from a friend in the police force to uncover your whereabouts. Ultimately, I found you." In fact, Li Yanli's information was relatively easy to obtain, as all members of the Special Operations Team had transparent records at the police station for better coordination and communication. Similarly, the information of medical volunteers was also shared within the National Rescue Corps system. "What do you want with me?" Li Yanli was skeptical of love at first sight. Yet, she had little to offer, especially in life and death situations. She rarely concerned herself with the families of her teammates, but she suddenly asked, "Oh right, How is your family? This question plunged Mu Fan into sorrow. They were no longer alive. I apologize.
That was thoughtless of me.
Childhood memories belong to the original person. And given Li Yanli's youth, her recollections were not vivid, sometimes leading to a lack of empathy. She remembered the orphanage director telling the children who entered with them that their parents had perished in the earthquake. Those fortunate enough to survive were distributed among different orphanages. It was likely that Mu Fan's background was similar. Once they got into the car, they engaged in lively conversation, gaining a deeper understanding of one another. It turned out that Mu Fan had been adopted by his childless uncle and aunt, who were in the herbal medicine business. He had grown up in relative comfort, certainly better off than her, belonging to the middle class. Coupled with his intelligence and diligence, he advanced through schooling, participated in youth programs, and entered university at the age of 14. After studying abroad for 7 years, he returned to co-establish a hospital with his mentor. Later, when his mentor withdrew their investment, the private hospital became entirely his. His extensive experience, gained through internships and academic research, including support in war zones, had equipped him to qualify as a chief physician. Chapter 10. Arrival at the base. As they hit the road, it was still Li Yanli behind the wheel. The car sped along, catching up with the larger convoy in just 15 minutes. Once within the effective range of the radio, she promptly contacted the lead vehicle driven by Si Hanjua. Knowing the journey had been relatively smooth, she felt reassured. Li Yanli's C1 driver's license was obtained during her high school years. One of those licenses that people acquire but seldom use. However, she was rather adventurous. After graduating and earning money, she immediately purchased a second-hand compact car. She drove it with such vigor that it nearly flew off the ground. Yet, thanks to her martial arts training, her keen eyesight and sensitivity kept her accident-free. Her driving skills continued to improve. As for off-road vehicles with high clearance and wide visibility, she had never driven one before. When the apocalypse suddenly struck, she quickly adapted to the road under Si Hanjua's guidance, skillfully navigating through zombies without losing stability. By around 4 in the afternoon, they safely arrived at the city base. The passengers felt as though they had been reborn, tearfully rejoicing at the sight of the towering 12-meter walls, finally finding their organization. Indeed, seeing that official logo brings such peace of mind. Wow, that wall is extraordinarily high. Hey, look at all those scratches on the outside. Could they be from zombies? Li Yanli certainly noticed these details as well. They likely weren't from zombies. Zombies, aside from biting and consuming humans, are of similar height to ordinary people. The ability to scale such heights was more indicative of mutated beasts. The density of the claw marks suggested that the area had been quite tumultuous in recent days. The soldiers at the base must have endured significant hardship. Examining the wall-esque construction, it resembled ancient city walls, comprised of stone and steel. Atop it, barbed wire crackled with electricity, indicating it was electrified. Additionally, every 5 meters or so, higher railings equipped with cameras protruded. Their rounded forms resembled countless watchful eyes, continuously surveying the surroundings. The vehicle gradually approached the main entrance. With hundreds of rescue team members arriving simultaneously, a crowd gathered, all waiting to check in. The main gate, like the walls, was imposing, towering at 10 meters with heavy iron doors. Yet, the 2 large doors remained shut, showing no signs of opening. Those entering were using the adjacent side door, marked as a pedestrian passage. At the entrance, a security system was in place, with personnel clad in deep blue uniforms, fully covered. However, they did not need to perform manual scans, as the machines possessed built-in scanning capabilities. While Li Yanli and her companions were curiously observing the large characters indicating the survivor base, an announcement rang out. The right door is for individual entry. Rescue teams, please use the left special passage. Realizing there was indeed another door, albeit somewhat concealed and not yet opened, they complied and followed the other team members into the entrance. Upon arrival, they found the inspection process differed from that of ordinary citizens. First, staff requested entry by group, inquiring whether they had vehicles and so forth. There are instances when one must open the trunk to inspect supplies for hazardous or prohibited items. When it was the turn of Li Yanli and her group, the staff, noticing their uneven attire, inquired, "Are you a newly formed team?" Li Yanli replied, "Yes." "Is this your first time?" "Yes." "Who is the team leader?" "Please fill out this member information form." Just as Li Yanli was about to respond that she was the leader, she felt a gentle nudge from behind. It was Si Hanjua, who declared, "She is the team leader." Li Yanli was taken aback by his transformation. Accepting the form, she swiftly filled it out. The staff glanced at it and murmured to herself, "Oh, you're also from S City. You come from the same place as the previous group." Suddenly, her eyes emitted a crimson glow as she scrutinized Li Yanli and her companions from head to toe. Noticing their confusion, she smiled and explained, "Fear not. I have awakened the ability of X-ray vision. I can swiftly detect whether you are carrying hazardous or prohibited items and can also discern to some extent if you carry the zombie virus. Rest assured, I cannot see through your clothing. This is a standard procedure for entering our base, not specifically targeting you. Do you see over there? There are many civilians without awakened abilities. The testing is simple there, hence the use of machines. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete all the check-ins in a day. You heroes, endowed with abilities, require more meticulous checks to ensure your safety and controllability." Since the procedure was the same for everyone, Li Yanli felt no discomfort. She believed in adhering to the rules of the place unless one sought to establish their own. Fortunately, the delay was brief, and they soon completed the process. The heavy iron gate swung open, and a designated person drove their vehicle inside. Upon entering, they found themselves in a dark isolation zone, entirely separate from the preceding group and the other survivors. This was presumably to maintain confidentiality. Otherwise, it would feel unsettling and unsafe for everyone to see what supplies were in the vehicles. The staff inside moved swiftly, quickly checking both the trunk and visible areas of the car. Once confirmed safe, they proclaimed, "Confirmed.
Safe."
With the sound of the trunk closing resonating twice. Afterward, the trio climbed into the car and followed the leading vehicle to a two-story building marked as the Special Operations Team's office. The guiding staff member exited the vehicle and cheerfully stated, "First, proceed to the front desk on the first floor to obtain your identification cards, and then head to the second floor for an ability test. After settling into your assigned rooms, you may explore the park. I hope you enjoy your time at the base." With a salute, the staff departed. This meticulous yet warm demeanor put Li Yanli and her companions at ease. They reciprocated the gesture, watching the staff member leave. Li Yanli's gaze caught sight of the turnstile beside the building and the vigilant soldiers standing guard. Such caution indeed, with layers of security. They then awaited the receptionist to input their completed information into the computer, after which they were reminded to proceed to the second floor for the ability test. It was during this time that Li Yanli and her companions learned that the classification of abilities could earn them varying points. Points could be spent within the base, akin to currency, and were of great importance. They complied with the instruction. The testing room resembled an ultrasound room, dimly lit. The masked researchers in white coats first asked questions. "Miss, what ability have you awakened?" Considering the points granted, Li Yanli abandoned her intent to conceal any further and candidly replied, "I possess psychic and spatial abilities." She pondered how to respond if they inquired further about her spatial ability, such as its size. After all, the primary value of spatial abilities was the capacity to store items, and she thought it should be larger for greater utility. Yet, she did not wish to appear overly ostentatious. Perhaps she could say it was 9 cubic meters or even 10. But how would the researcher verify her claims? Would she need to produce items for inspection? That seemed rather primitive. As she was lost in thought, a young researcher exclaimed in astonishment, "Really? You possess dual abilities? And spatial abilities? Would you mind if I reported this information?" Noting the gleam in his eyes, Li Yanli mused, "Even if I say I mind, you likely won't keep it confidential." Ultimately, she resigned herself to the reality that once inside, everyone had little to hide from the management. The researcher, not awaiting her response, continued to express admiration before eagerly taking a probe to prod her abdomen, specifically her lower abdomen. Chapter 11. Life at the base. The icy touch elicited an instinctive desire to resist from Li Yanli. Fortunately, her past experiences with modern medical examinations enabled her to endure. Shortly, the researcher cheerfully remarked, "Not bad. Although you're only at level 1, possessing dual abilities and spatial ability is indeed rare." Seizing the opportunity, Li Yanli inquired further and discovered that the base determines the level of ability not by combat prowess or the size of the space, but by energy values. Research indicates that individuals who awaken abilities experience energy fluctuations in their dantian. Hundreds of sample data have proven that the greater the energy fluctuations, the higher the energy value, which corresponds to a stronger manifestation of abilities. Of course, this is merely a preliminary conjecture from our base and another. We believe that as we learn more about the unknown, we will achieve more precise classifications. Once the trio returned to the first floor lobby, The receptionist reviewed the evidence of contributions made during their rescue efforts and, referencing the ability test report, allocated reasonable points to their identification cards based on the base's point system. She then provided them with a base entry manual, which included an introduction to the base, schedules, entry and exit regulations, activity restrictions, resource utilization, and maps of various buildings. They were also given special operation team wristwatches as substitutes for mobile phones, albeit with smaller screens and simpler functions. However, not everyone possessed these, as they were exclusive to the special operations team and staff within the park due to network limitations. Now check the points inside. If there are no discrepancies, please confirm with your fingerprints here. Additionally, the manual contains housing information. Once you make your selections, let me know, and I will activate your access. As they needed to confer, they moved to a nearby lounge to study the materials leisurely. The domineering CEO, as expected, immediately sought to reside in a villa. Li Yanli shot him a glare. She quickly reviewed the manual and examined the prices and rental information for various accommodations, resolutely opting for a single apartment. Si Hanjua leaned in. I can earn points. Why be so frugal? Li Yanli retorted, am I the leader, or are you?
Si Andre.
Aware of her temperament, wisely refrained from further comment. Curiosity piqued, she asked, what means do you have to earn points? Besides accepting missions or finding work within the base to earn points, there were also official exchange institutions and informal trading markets where resources could be exchanged for points. Even bartering was possible in the informal market. She had no desire to lead a life of poverty, but being new, one should maintain a low profile. Si Hanjue's eyes flickered. He had no particularly good methods, just that before the disaster, his parents had brought out a considerable amount of gold, which still held some value. Li Yanli understood. The Si family was wealthy, yet after the calamity, all their fortunes had been washed away, leaving only gold with some worth. Although the reference prices in the exchange table were low, the sheer volume they possessed compensated for it. She reflected, thus, the rich remain affluent, even in times of disaster. They still belong to the upper echelons of society. There was no rush, she would observe for a while. Seeing her unconvinced, Si Hanjua pressed. Then let us at least find accommodations nearby. This modest request was not difficult. The single apartments were occupied by special operations team members, and, generally, room selection was on a first-come, first-served basis. The three of them quickly settled on rooms 806, 807, and 808 on the 8th floor. Without waiting for Li Yanli to make her choice, the two men were already exchanging glances and subtly competing, each unwilling to allow the other to get too close to her. Ultimately, they reached an impasse, and despite Li Yanli's frown of disapproval, they tacitly agreed to select rooms 806 and 808, leaving 807 for her, an arrangement that ensured they were adjacent to her. Childish, indeed. Are you ready? The receptionist inquired with a cheerful smile, clearly unfazed by their selections. I must say, this is the most cost-effective accommodation available. For team members like you who frequently undertake missions, choosing a villa is simply not economical. One room costs 2,000 points per month, while the other has a base rent of 50,000 points, quite a significant difference. For their escort mission, each of the three had earned 2,000 points, just enough to cover 1 month's rent. Fortunately, as newcomers, they received bonus points based on their ability levels. The two men each received 1,000 points, while Li Yanli, due to her rarity, garnered 3,000 points. Additionally, her victory over a second-level mutated wild boar awarded her a remarkable 5,000 points. Consequently, among the trio, Li Yanli emerged as the wealthiest. Next, the three made their way to their rooms. The layout resembled that of a service department. Entry was via a card swipe or QR code after binding to their watches, leading first into a bathroom with a shower, followed by a single bed and a window. There was no kitchen, though cooking was permitted with personal appliances like induction cookers and rice cookers, albeit at a cost for electricity. The room included a television which, as it stood, could only receive signals from the base station. A far cry from having no entertainment at all. With her phone rendered useless, Li Yanli found herself yearning for any source of information. She unpacked various daily necessities from her space, took a refreshing shower, changed into her pajamas, and immediately turned on the television to familiarize herself with the area and the outside world. Just as she began to immerse herself, there was a knock at the door. Knock.
Knock.
Peering through the peephole, she recognized a familiar face and opened the door without hesitation. Is something the matter? She asked, eyeing the food he carried.
Suddenly,
it dawned on her. Oh, Is it dinner time already? The base had set meal times, and missing them meant going hungry. She welcomed him inside. As Si Hanjua's dark, captivating eyes caught sight of her delicate, fair collarbone, he could not help but feel a flicker of surprise. He stepped inside, the scent of her post-bath freshness awakening a primal instinct within him. This was unexpected. He had come with entirely honorable intentions. Placing the food on the coffee table, he pulled over the two available chairs and began to unpack the food containers. The options were limited, but they would have to make do. By the way, he continued, opening another plastic bag, these cherries are quite delightful. I've tasted them. They're incredibly sweet, just the kind of thing you girls would enjoy. Coughing slightly, Li Yanli found herself momentarily taken aback by his generous gesture. In this post-apocalyptic world, indulging in cherries seemed rather extravagant. When she finally glimpsed the peculiar fruit in the bag, her surprise was palpable. She picked up a cherry the size of an egg, marveling at its bright red hue. Yes, Si Hanjue affirmed, these are mutated cherries, but the Research Institute has verified that they are non-toxic and safe to eat. Glancing at the price tag, Li Yanli was astonished to discover the exorbitant cost, 500 points for just 300 grams. Examining the meals he had purchased, 3 boxes of food and an assortment of vegetables, she noted that they had cost him another 500 points. Goodness, at this rate. They'll be starving in a few days. Concerned that she might disapprove of his spending, Si Hanjue quickly defended himself. I arrived late. And all that was left were some compressed biscuits. Did you expect me to eat that? His tone carried a hint of indignation, determined to treat them to something better. Li Yanli stood up. I'll go fetch Mu Fan.
I'll go.
Chapter 12. The Spark of Desire. When the two entered together, they were instantly captivated by the aroma of roasted chicken. Mu Fan's eyes sparkled. You actually managed to acquire this? After washing his hands, he sat down, eager to dig in. Noticing someone glaring at him, he turned his head. What's the matter? Aren't you tempted? Why are you just standing there? Mu Fan assumed Si Hanjue was stunned into silence, glancing over at Li Yanli. Haven't you told him yet? His heart swelled with delight, hoping that Si Hanjue was unaware, as it would make him feel special. Little did he know that Si Hanjue's thoughts were elsewhere. Without hesitation, Si Hanjue seized Mu Fan. Get up. That's my seat. Move back. Mu Fan was taken aback. Who do you think you are? Before the apocalypse, Si Hanjue had been his benefactor, financing his hospital investments. But now, with everyone impoverished, who would indulge him? Though he thought this, he did not dare to confront him directly. Old habits die hard. Setting the chicken down, Mu Fan retreated to his own space. When he returned, he arranged the chair properly, declaring, from now on, we'll eat in your room. He sniffed the air. It smells wonderful. Did you just bathe? Upon glancing up, he noticed that Li Yanli's hair was still damp. He set down the chicken to wash his hands, then brought over a hairdryer to help her dry her hair. This blatant disregard for boundaries set off alarm bells for Si Hanjue. He had long suspected that Mu Fan harbored feelings for the woman before him. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, he had not had the luxury to investigate further. As he leisurely tore into the chicken, savoring its aroma, he resolved to indulge first before addressing the matter. He was genuinely hungry. Thus, the trio, having endured a long period of bland sustenance, began to relish their meal with a newfound camaraderie. The combination of roasted chicken and vegetables was nothing short of perfect. Before long, 1 box of rice was devoured. Is that enough? If not, I still have buns and steamed buns. The empty rice box left no doubt that the two men had not eaten sufficiently. With a flourish, she produced 5 buns and 5 meat-filled buns. Here, enjoy. Finally, after a satisfying meal, Si Hanjue, now cognizant of her abilities, inquired, how extensive is your space? You managed to store fuel from a gas station, yet you can still keep food? Won't it spoil? Does your space have preservation properties? He had never heard of such a thing. In the world of the unfamiliar, the three of them felt buoyant, and Li Yanli playfully reassured him, don't worry. I can easily support the two of you. A female emperor with a harem of men. She found no fault in this notion. However, in modern times, she had learned to temper her words and actions. Upon hearing this, Mu Fan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Although he had resolved to seek part-time work at the base the following day to earn points, hearing someone say they would take care of him was profoundly moving. Si Hanjue, however, was not as pleased. He sensed an unusual connection between Mu Fan and Li Yanli, and hearing her speak of supporting them both only fueled his discontent. Seeking an excuse, he decided to dismiss Mu Fan. What are your true intentions? You aren't thinking of having your cake and eating it too, are you? What do you take him for? Li Yanli wished to clarify something with him, stating, I have yet to inquire. On what grounds do you presume to introduce me as your fiancé? She was adamant about taking responsibility for him. Si Hanjue always believed this was the reason he clung to her. A man had taken advantage of a woman, and it was her first time. Should he not be accountable? Li Yanli bluntly pointed out, what if I had been an ugly creature that night? All instances of love at first sight stem from physical attraction. All aphrodisiac effects can hardly be restrained, or so it seems. Indeed, upon uttering these words, Si Hanjue fell silent. Li Yanli would not dare to claim she was a celestial being, but she certainly possessed an appealing countenance, evidenced by her selection as the campus belle. 2 months prior, she had visited a temple to pray, a habit she retained from ancient times, where she would pay homage during festive occasions. Unexpectedly, she became embroiled in a family feud and encountered Si Hanjue, who had been under the influence of an aphrodisiac. In the temple's rear courtyard, a temporary lodging for esteemed guests, he had declared his intention to take responsibility afterward. She had replied, that won't be necessary. For you, it may be a challenge to restrain yourself, but for me, it was mere lust. We owe each other nothing. She was drawn to his appearance and physique. Otherwise, even with a gun to her head, she could have devised a means to escape, enduring some pain along the way. Yet she did not. The truth was, the very next day marked her 22nd birthday, and having regained her peak martial prowess, she had resolved to indulge herself. If not him, it would certainly be someone else. Her gaze was piercing, her eyes sharp with insight, rendering Si Hanjue's concealed thoughts utterly transparent. Rumors of his disinterest in women stemmed solely from not having encountered one beautiful and formidable enough to match him. Had their paths crossed earlier, he would have long since shed his bachelor status. With a lowered head, fingers entwined in his hair, he lamented, what is it about me that fails to captivate you? She was certainly not one of those shallow women drawn to his wealth. He had tested that theory. Gifts of flowers, cars, clothing, and cards had all been promptly returned. Later, while he was abroad attending to business affairs, he received alarming news of an impending apocalypse. At that moment, she was the only one on his mind. The subsequent comments from her were infuriating. Suddenly, Li Yanli grasped his wrist, compelling him to meet her gaze. Her lips, painted with a fiery smile, mirrored the composure she had displayed that night. I never allow myself to be near men I disdain. So, why can you not acquiesce to my request? A domineering figure without experience was pursuing a woman for the first time. Li Yanli leaned closer, her lips nearing his, unable to articulate her logic of desiring each and every one. She simply knew that after 8 or 9 days of solitude, she had contemplated her desires. Her nightgown was white, modestly styled with long sleeves. Yet, with her C-cup bust confined within, the exquisite curve was unmistakable. In the face of an uncertain future and the precariousness of life, human desires can become magnified. Ultimately, one may forsake principles, surrendering to decadence and entanglement, focusing solely on the present, disregarding the future. The night was long, and the room's soundproofing was insufficient. Mu Fan remained awake until dawn. Realizing the ambiguous tension between them was one thing, confirming it was another. He pondered whether to seek a long-term position at the base. Chapter 13. The mutant wolves surround the city in the early morning. Soft sunlight filtered through the gray curtains, illuminating the pair entwined in slumber. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman was captivatingly beautiful, presenting an illusion of tranquility. However, this was merely a facade. The apocalypse was no dream. Everything was real, and calamity continued unabated. The jarring sound of the base's loudspeaker suddenly pierced the air, blaring, Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Beast horde in ambush. All Special Forces personnel, proceed to the northern wall for support immediately. The repeated alarms, accompanied by flashing lights outside, caused those still lost in dreams to awaken with a jolt. The northern wall was the closest to Li Yanli and her companion's apartment. Upon hearing the alarm, the two abruptly opened their eyes. Before Si Hanjue could react, the woman beside him had already flipped over and sat up, perhaps forgetting she had allowed a man to spend the night. The blanket was forcefully tossed aside, landing directly on Si Hanjue's face. The strength of her action momentarily left him dazed. However, having undergone military training, he quickly regained his composure, leaping out of bed to search for scattered clothes and hastily dressing himself, all within less than a minute. Yet when he turned to look, He found Li Yanli already donned in her combat attire and shoes, swiftly tying her hair back as she headed for the door. He hurriedly slipped on his shoes to catch up, embarrassed that he had been slow in dressing. As they exited, they noticed several team members racing toward the northern wall. They overheard snippets of conversation. "I heard it's a pack of wolves, incredibly swift. Several have already leaped over the wall. Is that so? We must hurry. If they manage to breach our defenses, finding them will become a daunting task, and injuries are inevitable." Anxiety gripped Li Yanli and Si Hanjue as they quickly readied their weapons and followed the others. As Li Yanli ran, she pressed the button on her watch to dial. But before she could connect, a text message from Mu Fan appeared on her screen. "I can't sleep. I'm heading to the medical team to see if I can find something to do." Checking the time, she realized it was already 4 in the morning when the message was sent. Over 2 hours had passed. Growing increasingly anxious, she infused her legs with energy, enhancing her speed. Consequently, she soon left Si Hanjue behind, who, observing her retreating figure, felt an unsettling realization that their ambiguous agreement from the previous night jeopardized his position as the head of the household. Perhaps he was overthinking things. He quickened his pace to catch up. Upon reaching the base of the wall, they found numerous soldiers in military uniforms stationed above, fiercely firing machine guns downward. Many external special forces personnel were also present, donning various uniforms to assist. The scene below left Li Yanli breathless. Mutant wolves, dozens of them. They were easily twice the size of ordinary wolves, each measuring 4 to 5 meters in length and standing over a meter tall. Their eyes glowed crimson, and they bared their fangs, drool uncontrollably dripping from their mouths. Most terrifyingly, their jumping ability had surpassed that of common wolves. The wall stood at least 12 meters high, yet these enormous wolves could leap nearly to the top in a single bound. Were it not for the electrified barbed wire crackling with blue sparks, Li Yanli had no doubt they would have already scaled the wall. The situation was dire, and repelling the wolves was an urgent matter. Some soldiers were firing machine guns, while others hurled short-range stun grenades, producing sound and light without explosive damage, likely out of concern for the wall's integrity. Initially, these devices had a deterring effect on the wolf pack, but the creatures had evidently lost the instinctive intelligence typical of animals, fixated solely on the bloody flesh above. After determining the damage was minimal, they charged recklessly forward. More and more team members joined in the fray, but the wolves dispersed, their agile movements and tough hides making it difficult to ensure a clean kill without a headshot. This provided the alpha wolf with a golden opportunity. In a sudden leap, it soared high, barely clearing the barbed wire. Stung by the electric shock, it howled in pain and began to frantically dart about. Coupled with the soldiers' incessant gunfire, it fled in panic, attempting to jump down in a bid for escape. Such an unpredictable turn of events drew the attention of many, including Li Yanli, especially when she noticed Mu Fan nearby, administering vaccines to an injured team member. Concerned for his safety, she couldn't help but step forward, instructing Si Hanjue, "You stay here and keep watch. I'm going to check it out." Several soldiers and team members were engaged in combat with the wolf, firing several shots that merely grazed it. Although they had sustained injuries, it was not yet fatal. Li Yanli cautiously approached with her weapon drawn, attempting to strike from behind. Just then, an unforeseen event transpired. The wolf suddenly gathered its strength and leaped, entangling itself in the power lines on the ground, which were supplying electricity to the nearby medical rescue team's equipment. As it soared into the air, it inadvertently carried Mu Fan, who was focused on administering an injection. Along with it, "Be careful.
Li Yanli urgently Barnat.
Watch out," others echoed. But it was too late. As the wolf descended, Mu Fan's body was pulled over the barbed wire and began to plummet. Falling from a height of over 10 meters, he was sure to sustain severe injury, if not death. Li Yanli dashed forward, hastily wrapping a rope around the railing, swinging herself in an attempt to catch Mu Fan. However, their hands barely missed each other. Fortunately, in the face of crisis, Mu Fan recalled his wood-based supernatural ability. He summoned the vines from nearby walls to cushion his fall. Yet, the frail vines could hardly withstand his weight, and he plummeted again, leading the onlookers to believe it was the end for the young doctor. Suddenly, a figure resembling a graceful swallow swooped in from the side. "Grab my hand," she shouted. In a state of panic, Mu Fan, his ears ringing and mind blank, instinctively reached for the fleeting shadow beside him. To the astonishment of the crowd, their hands clasped together, and the swing of their bodies narrowly evaded the wolves' attack. The situation remained perilous. The soldiers above, along with their comrades, fired bullets to repel the nearby wolves, trying to secure a chance for the two below. However, their hesitation to hit the wolves due to concern for Mu Fan and Li Yanli made their shots less effective. Upon noticing this, Si Hanjue, accompanied by several skilled soldiers, secured safety ropes to their waists, preparing to jump down for a rescue. Suddenly, a clear female voice called out, "Don't come down. More people means more danger." Without hesitation, Li Yanli severed the ropes binding her and, with a surge of energy, lifted Mu Fan as they soared through the air, landing safely over 10 meters away. Behind the pack of wolves, with the soldiers unencumbered by worry, their aim improved and they swiftly took down several wolves. Simultaneously, 2 new ropes descended from above, and Si Hanjue shouted, "Quick, grab on." As other soldiers dealt with the remaining wolves to provide cover, Li Yanli seized the opportunity to pull the dazed Mu Fan up, urging him to hurry. Just as they prepared to run, a gust of wind brushed past them. A wolf, still alive, leapt to ambush. "Watch out!" Someone on the wall shouted. Li Yanli, having exerted herself, was slightly fatigued and her movements slowed. Just as she anticipated an injury, a loud grunt interrupted her, followed by the wolf's howl. Turning around, they discovered a wild boar charging in, knocking the attacking wolf aside. The boar glanced at the pair, grunted twice, and then turned to flee at remarkable speed, disappearing in no time. The bizarre occurrence left Li Yanli little time to ponder as she rushed Mu Fan to the base of the wall. With agility akin to a monkey, she swiftly scaled several meters up the rope but noticed Mu Fan had not moved, whimpering below, "Yanli, my legs are weak, I'm feeling faint. I'm afraid of heights." In truth, he feared the lightness of the skill of walking in midair, something he had never attempted before, leaving him utterly weak. "Seriously? Why didn't you mention this sooner?"
Li Yanli exclaimed in exasperation.
She had no choice but to descend and, with great effort, hoist him up. Fortunately, the individuals above acted quickly and coordinated effectively. The rope was gradually pulled up, and the two were safely returned to the top of the wall. Si Hanjue rushed over, his face pale with concern, and pulled them aside, at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to say, "You both rest. Don't cause more trouble."
Li Yanli,
uninterested in further disputes, rejoined the team, seeking out positions to fill, and resumed her efforts to shoot down wolves. Chapter 14. The transformation of Mu Fan resources were scarce, including ammunition. Subsequently, the deputy commander suggested that everyone switch to crossbows to strike the heads of these mutant wolves. Archery, often perceived in modern times as a mere pastime, suddenly felt akin to a journey back to ancient times when it was proposed as a means to fend off the beast horde. Of course, this was a common perception. In reality, special forces were required to master various skills: sniping, demolition, hand-to-hand combat, navigation, parachuting, and driving, which naturally included shooting. However, the modern approach to archery primarily involved crossbows equipped with scopes, allowing for precise shots without the necessity of extensive strength or prolonged training. The deputy commander, surnamed Zhou, was particularly skilled. Once he received the crossbow, he swiftly fired, each arrow striking true, aimed at the heads of the wolves below, which began to howl in distress. Other soldiers, following orders, also took up crossbows to shoot. However, this resource was limited and later Special Forces members could not guarantee each person would have one. Moreover, as they were makeshift recruits, their proficiency was uncertain, rendering the weapons potentially wasted. Li Yanli pondered for a moment and discreetly retrieved an ancient bow and arrows used by regular soldiers, seamlessly knocking an arrow and releasing it with fluid grace. The onlookers were astonished. Her slender frame belied a great reservoir of strength, as if there was nothing she could not accomplish. A male team member gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Wow, you're impressive." This newfound revelation contrasted sharply with the girls in the base who often only complained and cried. Li Yanli briefly explained that she had learned from friends at the shooting range, and the bow was a gift from them. The mutant wolves were completely repelled 2 hours later. Yet, no one dared to relax. Everyone understood that victory was merely temporary. Deputy Commander Zhou, as he disbanded the group, reminded all soldiers and special forces to maintain heightened vigilance and remain in a state of readiness. They were well aware that the previous encounters had involved monkeys, and no one anticipated that within mere days, the much more formidable mutant wolves would appear with increasing frequency. Upon hearing this, his expression turned serious as he cast a deep glance at Li Yanli. On the way back, Li Yanli received a call from Deputy Commander Zhou himself, who first inquired whether she had awakened flying abilities, perhaps mistaking her agile movements for supernatural prowess. She could not clarify and could only offer a vague response. The awakened abilities varied widely, and Deputy Commander Zhou did not dwell on this matter, but instead broached a serious topic. He suspected that the surge of mutant beasts was linked to the mountainous forest reserve in H City, several hundred kilometers away. He asked if her team would be interested in undertaking a mission to investigate the deeper regions. He believed that a more significant threat was emerging from that area, prompting these beasts to mutate and, due to the food chain dynamics, venture far from their habitats in search of sustenance. Should this be the case, this unknown formidable entity would pose a grave threat to the surviving humans. Deputy Commander Zhou explained that such a perilous task was assigned to their new team due to the impressive display of strength exhibited by Li Yanli and Si Hanjue that morning, as well as their spirit of unity and camaraderie. In addition to verbal commendations, tangible rewards awaited. He promised that any team willing to investigate and provide valuable data would receive a one-time bonus of 50,000 points, alongside priority access to new products developed by the base. This reward was undoubtedly generous. Typically, a single rescue operation would yield only a few thousand points, making such a substantial reward equivalent to several successful missions. However, danger accompanied opportunity, and Li Yanli needed to discuss this with her team before committing. Thus, she did not provide an immediate answer, stating she would respond as soon as possible. After returning, cleaning up, and changing clothes, the three gathered for lunch. With the secret now out, and to save costs, Li Yanli suggested they refrain from dining at the cafeteria, offering to provide all 3 meals moving forward. Having skipped breakfast and engaged in battle all morning, both men were hungry. Now freshly cleaned, they obediently took their designated seats, awaiting their benefactor's meal. One is cold and resolute, while the other is warm and gentle. Both are fair-skinned and refreshing to behold. In good spirits, Li Yanli suggested enjoying hot pot for lunch as a delightful improvement. Like a robotic cat, she first retrieved the induction cooker, followed by the dual-flavor pot, then the clear broth and spicy seasoning, and finally an assortment of beef and lamb rolls, black-bone chicken rolls, luncheon meat, fish balls, crab sticks, and fish slices. She also made sure to include various mushrooms and vegetables, enoki mushrooms, baby bok choy, spinach, and cilantro. Satisfied with the bounty laid out on the table, she decided to start eating, promising to retrieve more if needed. The two men's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to eager puppies, as they exclaimed their approval and promptly set to washing the vegetables. Before long, they returned, and the hot pot officially commenced. Eating hot pot while hungry, especially the spicy kind, was a thrilling delight for the taste buds, prompting eager anticipation. Just as one craved milk with bread, one of the men, emboldened by their night of camaraderie, inquired about cola. This was a beverage he had seldom indulged in during his time as a CEO in order to maintain his physique. Yet now he found himself yearning for it, believing that ice-cold cola paired with hot pot would amplify his happiness. Li Yanli, unaffected by his mild airs, retrieved 3 cans from her space, handing one to each of them, but cautioned moderation for the sake of their health. The cola fizzed with frothy bubbles, clearly chilled,
evoking pure bliss.
Mu Fan, astonished, asked if she had a refrigerator as well. Li Yanli replied lightly, affirming that she had brought an entire refrigeration unit. His curiosity piqued. Mu Fan pressed for sparkling water. Li Yanli raised an eyebrow, affirming its presence, but teasing that he would not have any, as they were soon to embark on a mission. When he expressed his intention to remain at the base, she shrugged, lamenting the missed opportunity. This revelation agitated Mu Fan. He had no plans to stay behind. Confused by how she knew this, he asked if she had overheard his conversation with Professor Zhou. Mu Fan was well known in the domestic medical community, and securing a fitting job at the base should not prove too challenging, especially with a lucrative salary. That morning, he had approached the medical department for a self-recommendation, only to discover that the medical officer was none other than Professor Zhou, with whom he had shared a brief mentor-student relationship. It seemed that arranging his employment would be straightforward. Professor Zhou, who also served as the head of the research department, was eager for Mu Fan to remain and collaborate on cutting-edge topics such as the mutation of beast men and the evolution of zombies. They had initially agreed on this, but upon descending the wall, Mu Fan had clearly declined. This perplexed the old professor, who relentlessly inquired about his reasoning, ultimately contacting team leader Li Yanli for assistance in persuading him. Li Yanli was exasperated. Upon returning, she offered no explanations, waiting for Mu Fan to clarify. With a third party present, he found it difficult to articulate that he was merely being petulant. Instead, he vowed his loyalty, swearing that he would stick by her side and never betray her, insisting that he owed her a life debt. Li Yanli remained non-committal, deciding to observe further. She urged them to eat, emphasizing that there should be no waste. As they dined, thoughts drifted to the wild boar that had rescued them, and she turned to see Hanjue, wondering if it could have been Wang Xiaofei, the only one who had seen Wang Xiaofei in his mutated form. Si Hanjue shook his head uncertain. That night, Wang Xiaofei had appeared akin to a piglet, retaining human legs. However, the creature seen beneath the city wall that morning had seemed considerably larger and fully boar-like. Discussing their field of expertise, Mu Fan perked up and immediately called Professor Zhou to report the situation, seeking any information regarding beastmen. Although he could not work full-time, part-time involvement would allow him to provide real-time data to the research department from the front lines. Chapter 15. The research on beastmen before long. Mu Fan inquired about reference materials, to which Professor Zhou responded that they had formed a small team dedicated to studying the mutation of beastmen. Observations of 10 samples revealed that they were initially infected after being bitten by mutated beasts, with an incubation period often within a few hours. The manifestations during each stage varied. A typical early sign was the gradual loss of human traits, revealing juvenile characteristics of beasts. Is it similar to the growth process of beasts?
Xianzhu interjected.
Mu Fan nodded, confirming that it was indeed the case. But the speed of mutation was significantly faster than that of ordinary beasts. Professor Zhou and his team suspected that these beastmen could consume their kind to absorb their cores, accelerating their evolution. One sample had even killed a fellow beastman to extract and consume its core, advancing to the second stage, developing claws like steel and triggering powerful golden abilities. What about intelligence? Does it increase as well? Li Yanli inquired, concerned about this aspect. Since the apocalypse, many mutations had been linked to cores, so it was not surprising that evolution depended on them. She was particularly interested in how the base would categorize beastmen in the future. Would they be friends or foes? Or would they be exterminated indiscriminately as non-humans? In this new world, all ethics, morals, and worldviews had to be re-evaluated and rebuilt. She urgently needed to ascertain whether the base's stance aligned with her own values. Mu Fan felt a pang of guilt for Wang Xiaofei. He often thought that if he had been more alert and responsible that night, perhaps he could have prepared better, administering antibiotics, for instance, and that diligent individual would not have ended up in such a state. Particularly this morning, when the wild boar had appeared beneath the wall, it displayed an understanding of their plight, clearly exhibiting some degree of intelligence. The desperate look it cast at the guns on the city wall before leaving left a lasting impression on him. Thus, he had unconsciously begun to believe that at least some beastmen were benevolent. Nodding, he affirmed that intelligence would indeed increase. With a smile, he recounted hearing about a young man who had been bitten by his own pet cat and now resembled a small, white feline, meowing and conversing with Professor Zhou. The professor was audacious, observing him nightly from a cage by his bedside. Professor Zhou clarified the base's stance on beastmen, stating that those tested and found to be non-aggressive would be taken in for further observation. He hoped that these companions' evolution was merely a means of adapting to the apocalypse, potentially aiding humanity in the future. How do you test them? Li Yanli pondered, wishing to save Wang Xiaofei, yet aligned with the base's perspective. The prerequisite was that they must not oppose humans. They must be allies, not adversaries. She contemplated that if she knew how to conduct such tests, perhaps she could evaluate the wild boar the next time they encountered it. Professor Zhou explained that currently, the primary method involved professional beast tamers assessing behavior patterns, vocalizations, and habits. Additionally, they were exploring the potential of using psychic ability users to communicate with beastmen to determine if they posed any danger. A spark of enthusiasm ignited in her eyes. Indeed, you are a psychic ability user, are you not? Would you like me to introduce you to the professor and take a look at their laboratory? Moreover, the healing abilities of wood-type ability users were also under investigation to see if they could be applied in rescuing beastmen and zombies.
Li Yanli nodded.
Agreeing that it would be beneficial to observe, Commander Zhou had mentioned a significant mission involving a formidable beastman, and if she could acquire methods to communicate with beasts using psychic abilities before departing, it would be advantageous to avoid navigating in the dark. The research department, as expected, was the core of the base, situated at its innermost part. Surrounded by a massive wire mesh for protection, it was isolated from other areas. Entry required facial recognition and genetic testing, along with donning professional protective gear from head to toe. Having spoken with Professor Zhou over the phone, Li Yanli felt no discomfort upon meeting him in person. Instead, she found his balding head and glasses endearing. The old man was decisive and spoke rapidly.
Seek.
Wait. You're a psychic ability user? I had only heard rumors about you possessing flying abilities. That is splendid news. Although he commanded her to sit, he did not grant her the chance, leading her into the observation room instead. Inside were glass-partitioned cubicles reminiscent of hospital wards. Certainly, all the rebar has been reinforced. Outside the door, a sign displays a number, recording the orc's identity, age, whether they have awakened any powers, the date of their arrival, and other pertinent details, resembling a medical record. Before Li Yanli could utter a word, a shadow flitted past the glass window of the room. It was a bear, baring its fangs. Though still a juvenile, it exuded an unappealing aura, directed at her with palpable malice, even drooling. The glass was made of special material, so there was no concern about an attack. Yet those crimson eyes, animalistic and penetrating, revealed a hint of lust. Professor Zhou, standing behind, offered an apologetic explanation. I am sorry. He is currently in heat and may not be able to resist the allure of a beautiful lady. Li Yanli chose not to dwell on it, closing her eyes to focus. Ultimately, she concluded with brutal honesty that it was dangerous, filled with hostility. At least for now. When she noticed that the bear's paw had transformed into a steel-like claw, she understood. This must be the orc mentioned by Mu Fan, one that had consumed its kin's crystal core, evolving into a being with steel claws and igniting fire-based abilities. Do other orcs also consume their kind? Professor Zhou adjusted his glasses and replied, no. Among the 10 samples, most, even those undergoing painful evolutionary stages, merely groan in repression. Avoiding the zombies and deceased orcs we have introduced. There are good people among humans, and good beasts among orcs. What background does he have? Li Yanli perused the documents, discovering he was the owner of a restaurant, a suspect in a murder for insurance case. She whispered her conclusions to Professor Zhou. He makes me uncomfortable. I sense a potential threat in the future. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Professor Zhou was pleased. Your conclusion aligns closely with those of the other 2 psychics. It seems this method is worthy of further exploration. After delivering this, the old man hurried off, still muttering that for safety's sake, a polygraph should be added. Before he had even left, Mu Fan, fearing Li Yanli's discontent, quickly explained he is obsessed with medicine, always eager to tackle unresolved problems, and has a rather direct personality. Do not take offense. He patted Li Yanli's arm, saying, wait here, I will go procure some rewards. He hurried after the old man to squeeze out some benefits. Before long, they heard Professor Zhou's voice calling after him, you little rascal, that is my lifelong endeavor. Mu Fan waved the USB drive in his hand, triumphantly declaring, got it, let's go. On their way back, Li Yanli inquired, what is so mysterious? The beast language research files. You know, it contains common animal species. The old man also referenced foreign studies, but he has added his own language, making it easier for us to read. Upon returning home, Li Yanli plugged in the USB drive to her computer. After decrypting the folders, she found a series of files named after various animals: cats, dogs, tigers, leopards, lions, eagles. Clicking on one revealed not only descriptive documents, but also accompanying audio references. The USB drive was a super drive, spacious enough to hold everything without worry. Li Yanli's eyes brightened at the thought of mastering the skill to communicate with beasts in the future. It would indeed be fascinating. Seeing her enthusiasm, Mu Fan happily clicked on a specific document, saying, this one details how humans can establish communication with beasts using psychic abilities. You may want to try it out to see if it proves useful. Chapter 16. Thunderhawk. The following morning, the trio set off in haste. The reason was an urgent rescue mission. They needed to reach Qing University in City B to save the trapped faculty and students. Qing University was Li Yanli's alma mater, and she had no reason to decline the call. Furthermore, City B and City H were aligned in the same direction, allowing them to rescue the students before heading to the mountainous forest reserve in City H to investigate the true identity of the mastermind behind it all. Thus, after consulting her teammates, Li Yanli decisively informed Deputy Commander Zhou that they would undertake this formidable task. Due to this urgency, Deputy Commander Zhou paid special attention to their team's equipment, exceptionally allocating them an upgraded military off-road vehicle, along with issuing each of them a new submachine gun. Previously, only Li Yanli and Si Hanjue possessed firearms, and they were merely handguns with a maximum capacity of 15 rounds, which was hardly efficient. This time, Si Hanjue was at the wheel. Li Yanli assessed, since the school has yet to break for holidays, there must be a significant number of students still on campus. According to the helicopter rescue team's report, they only spotted SOS signals from a few rooftop teaching buildings, indicating that the survivors hiding there are not numerous. Consequently, the number of zombies trapped within the buildings must be considerable. This was a heavy and unavoidable topic. The city was closest to City S. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the rescue teams had prioritized assisting City S, leading to a delay in aid for farther cities like City B, which had subsequently become a heavily afflicted area. Suddenly, the name Gu Chenyang sprang to her mind, the man designated as number 4, the boy who had sent her a farewell message on the very day the apocalypse began. He turned out to be her junior, which implied he could be among those trapped. She couldn't help but wonder if he was still alive. Regaining her composure, she resumed the discussion. What I mean is, even though we carry a substantial number of bullets, it may still not be sufficient. Si Hanjue interjected, are you suggesting we should obtain some more? In country Z, personal acquisition of firearms and ammunition was prohibited. Thus, the notion of acquiring some was not through legitimate means. Do you have any contacts? Li Yanli inquired, her interest piqued. The Si family had a clandestine involvement in arms dealing, which was hardly a secret. I will give it a try. Si Hanjue did not shy away from revealing this, halting the vehicle to reach out to his associates online. With the mobile signal towers incapacitated, making phone calls was unrealistic. They were currently reliant on the base-issued watch phones to share hotspots, using available computers and other resources to connect with relatives and friends online. After briefing her contacts, Li Yanli did not remain idle. She hesitated before initiating a video call, sliding her finger to the number 3. Unbeknownst to them, one was sending a message while the other initiated a video call, both attempting to reach the same individual. Unfortunately, this person did not respond. They might be out of reach. Si Hanjue expressed his apologies. At such a time, it's entirely reasonable for the other party to be without signal, especially with the network down. Do you know of a safe house? We might as well go directly there. During such extraordinary times, principles could not be upheld. They had to seize whatever they could. Otherwise, with their limited weaponry, they would struggle against the zombies. After contemplating, Si Hanjue agreed. We can take a chance. With that, he pressed the accelerator. They understood that if they could think of this, others could too. Thunderhawk was not without its collaborators. Thunderhawk, a half-breed with a Z country mother, was a notorious arms dealer and mercenary, and also one of Li Yanli's brief romantic encounters. Ordinarily, both parties were expected to remain unaware of each other's identities, yet Thunderhawk was different. He had been pursued, and she had saved him. This revelation occurred after their fleeting encounter. The journey was relatively uneventful, and after 5 hours, the trio arrived at a dilapidated factory in City B. Upon disembarking, Si Hanjue quietly introduced, he has several hideouts. This was the last one, though I cannot guarantee there will be stock here. Holding their submachine guns, they cautiously approached the factory's massive iron gates. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by a yard full of corpses. Instinctively, they became more vigilant. Upon closer inspection, Li Yanli breathed a sigh of relief. The bodies were human, not zombies. Examining the evidence of a fierce struggle and scattered bullet casings, it was clear that a firefight had recently taken place, with blood still fresh. Be careful. The more people try to seize it, the more it indicates there is something valuable inside. She was not about to give up easily. The trio held their breath, treading with utmost caution. As they ventured a few more meters inside, they faintly heard the sound of slapping. Hey, you little brat. Tough guy, huh? Let's see how long you can hold out. Brothers, take him down. Let's see if he dares to call himself the boss again. This group of local thugs had long suffered under the oppression of these outsiders. Now that they had awakened their powers, they were eager to retaliate. Beat him to a pulp. Dongzi, if it comes to that. Give him an electric shock and let him experience the taste of your lightning abilities. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The 3 individuals outside quickly concealed themselves. Clearly, they were outnumbered, and the opposing side had a lightning ability user. Robbing them wouldn't be so easy. Suddenly, muffled groans echoed from within the factory, suggesting that the opponent had indeed been electrocuted. Quite unfortunate. Does the voice sound familiar to you? Li Yanli inquired, assessing whether it was worth saving the person. Si Hanjua hesitated, having interacted with the individual twice. He was ruthless, but not well acquainted. Typically, someone struck by lightning abilities would be screaming in agony. Yet this person remained silent, indicating a certain toughness. You all wait here, I'll go take a look. With that, he vanished from sight. The two were astounded. One peeked out cautiously, scanning for any signs of life, but found none. They exchanged glances, resigned to the chaos of the apocalypse. Utilizing the concealment of space, Li Yanli stealthily approached, slipping through the factory door and past the guards. Inside, aside from piles of bricks, a few large concrete pits, and several thick columns, the scene was quite clear. Li Yanli was immensely relieved she hadn't acted rashly, for there were more than 20 opponents. Among them, 2 individuals emitted a blue glow from their hands, a clear sign of lightning abilities, while another toyed with flames, indicating fire abilities. She strained to discern the identity of the person bound to one of the columns, but alas, they had their head bowed, long, disheveled curls obscuring their face. She could only surmise their considerable height. Even with their head down, they must have been around 1.9 meters tall, and if they straightened up, possibly even 1.95 meters. One of the henchmen with fire abilities, seeing that his comrades' lightning attacks weren't intimidating the captive, suggested to the short-statured leader, "How about I just burn him to death? If night falls, who knows what kind of monsters might emerge? We could be in danger." This leader, a bald man clad in a black suit, exuded an air of authority. After taking a puff from a cigar, he replied, "What do you understand? He must have a stash. If we manage to seize it, we might even establish our own base. A group of shady individuals, of course, would not dare approach an officially operated base. Raiding and establishing their own stronghold was the way to go. In such tumultuous times, how could one survive without weapons? Then let me burn off his hair, as a lesson." With those words, the man with his head bowed could no longer contain himself. He suddenly lifted his head and spat, "Go ahead, try burning me. If you do, you'll never find those goods again." He would rather die than suffer disfigurement.
Li Yanli,
Hidden in the shadows, was taken aback. It was him. My goodness, he had grown considerably taller since their last encounter. Chapter 17. Hoarding weapons in an instant. Everything clicked for her. It turned out she and Si Hanjue were after the same person, codenamed Thunderhawk. She refrained from rushing to his rescue immediately, patiently waiting until Thunderhawk revealed the location of the weapon stash before she slipped out of the factory, calling for the two to leave quickly. "Hurry to the car. If we delay, there will be nothing left for us." Once in the driver's seat, she pressed the accelerator and sped away. Destination, Building 3, East District. Qingshan Stream Villa Area, Haichong District. Li Yanli was quite familiar with City B, so she didn't even bother with offline navigation. The streets were littered with collapsed buildings. Road signs were damaged, and traffic lights were malfunctioning, resulting in utter chaos. Without a reliable reference, navigation was futile. It was better not to use it at all. The scene along the way vividly illustrated what it meant to be besieged by zombies. They either saw deserted streets or densely populated areas like hospitals, malls, and restaurants, all surrounded by hordes of the undead. These zombies had decayed further, with hardly any intact bodies left, missing limbs, eye sockets gaping, half faces remaining, their lips curled back, oozing disgusting green fluids. The most horrifying sight was witnessing zombies consuming their own kind. Mu Fan furrowed his brow in concern. Indeed, this isn't a good sign. Professor Zhou mentioned that this could likely be a process of zombie evolution. The awakened zombies, by devouring their kin's flesh and blood, grow stronger and more intelligent. The consequences could be dire.
Bang! Bang!
The bumper of their SUV sent zombies flying. It had been a long time since they had encountered fresh meat, and the aroma wafting from their vehicle was enticing. The zombies groaned and lunged at them, but fortunately, their speed had not significantly increased, allowing them to easily shake them off. Just as everyone sighed in relief, a massive puddle appeared ahead, bubbling with a dark green hue. There was no time to change course. They had to charge forward.
Ribbit!
Ribbit! Within a mere 10-meter span, the SUV sped ahead, sending numerous frogs flying. No, more accurately, mutated frogs, each about 3 times the size of a bullfrog. The tires squished them, releasing a stream of green goo that splattered onto the windshield, accompanied by a foul stench.
Ugh!
Li Yanli rarely showed weakness and immediately regretted driving. How disgusting! Her sudden display of vulnerability lightened the tense atmosphere for the two men. Si Hanjue, seated in the passenger seat, affectionately tossed her a mint, saying, "When we find a safe place, I'll take over driving." Though he spoke kindly, there was little time for them to dawdle. Mu Fan, glancing through the rear window, exclaimed, "Oh no, they're gaining on us." 5 or 6 vehicles, all high-performance SUVs, were in pursuit. "We need to speed up." "All right, hold on tight." With a surge of internal energy, the car was about to take off under normal circumstances, but thankfully, the tires maintained their grip, preventing them from soaring into the air. After screeching to a halt at their destination, they had successfully lost the pursuers. The three hurriedly exited the vehicle, with Si Hanjue leading the way, gun drawn. "I'll take the lead." Li Yanli also brandished her firearm, subtly indicating to Mu Fan, the weaker one, to stay in the middle. Little did she know he was crouched in the grass, retching. She regretted bringing this teammate along. What to do? Just then, the previously aimless 5 zombies, having caught the scent of flesh, began to converge.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
With swift reflexes, Li Yanli dispatched them with a single shot each and approached Mu Fan, asking, "Are you alright? It's dangerous here. Get up and follow us quickly." She extended her hand, and Mu Fan, unable to voice his anger, grasped it.
All right.
Cautiously, he followed, constantly looking back. "Next time, Si Xiao, you should drive," he suggested, exasperated.
Bang! Bang!
Si Hanjue had no time to respond. After taking down 2 indoor zombies, they finally made it inside. "Heavens, is this all?"
Li Yanli exclaimed, thrilled.
The villa was in a rough state, approximately 160 square meters, filled with various wooden crates inscribed with rare foreign characters. Si Hanjue casually kicked open a box, equally excited. A 47. No man could resist the allure of weapons. Mu Fan, now unbothered by his earlier nausea, knelt to count, discovering 10 rifles across 2 layers. After opening several more boxes, all containing a 47 assault rifles, they estimated at least 50 boxes, totaling a minimum of 500 rifles. Incredible. In the apocalypse, encountering such a treasure was far more satisfying than finding gold. Without hesitation, Li Yanli swept through, rapidly collecting everything into her space as if locusts had descended. This was the first time Si Hanjue witnessed her hoarding and found it both fascinating and exhilarating. He couldn't help but reflect on how wise it was to stay by her side. "There are bullets too." Mu Fan pointed towards boxes near the staircase. Li Yanli dashed over, claiming everything. Si Hanjue cautiously approached 3 bedrooms, exclaiming, "There's more here. This trip has truly been worthwhile." Upon searching, they discovered submachine guns and ammunition, perfectly compatible with their current stock. "Collect it all," Li Yanli declared boldly, leaving not a single feather behind. Mu Fan, keeping watch at the door, faintly heard the sound of approaching vehicles. "Not good. They're closing in." Li Yanli waved her hand. "Retreat." But as they reached the doorway, they were surrounded. Where to run? 2 men in black suits landed steadily before them, their tone ominous. In their hands, they wielded a 47S. Observing their swift movements, akin to the speed of a whirlwind, Li Yanli realized they were speed manipulators. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arrived so quickly after hearing the sound of the vehicle stopping. This group was exceptionally formidable, and she couldn't help but wonder what abilities their leader possessed to have gathered such powerful individuals. Initially contemplating a bold rescue of Lei Ying, feeling somewhat guilty for abandoning him, she hesitated, realizing that if her own safety was at stake, she might not be able to act. 5 vehicles came to a stop, and she quickly scanned the crowd, locking eyes with Lei Ying, who was being pushed around. His expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. First surprise, followed by a glance at the villa, uncertainty clouding his thoughts about whether Li Yanli and the others had just arrived or were armed and intending to leave. Considering the numerous boxes, even someone awakened to spatial abilities couldn't carry them all away. Observing the others, they appeared quite lightweight, lacking any visible means of carrying weapons. He met Li Yanli's gaze once more, subtly indicating the area near his right forearm. Li Yanli looked but did not quite understand. The forearm was robust and tanned, indicative of someone accustomed to the elements. Lei Ying grew anxious as he was pushed closer, and at last, Li Yanli comprehended his intent. He had something concealed in his arm, and judging by the determination in his eyes, was he contemplating a mutual demise. Seeing her remain steadfast, he could wait no longer. Silently urging her to escape, Now understanding, Li Yanli realized he possessed a switch in his arm, likely connected to a remote detonation device within the villa. No wonder he had been forthright with the bald leader about the location of the weapons. He was resigned to a fatal outcome. Li Yanli, who valued loyalty, could not abandon those who had shown her allegiance. She subtly turned her head towards the back, and the two men caught her glance. Understanding her intention to rescue Liang, if they could outsmart them, that would be ideal. With a resigned smile, she addressed the group, stating they were merely passing through and requested passage, acknowledging the difficulty of survival in the apocalypse. The bald leader, oblivious to the interaction between her and Liang, harbored no suspicions regarding their lack of weaponry, as they had arrived almost simultaneously, and it was evident they carried nothing of significance. His smile was anything but sincere as he remarked, "Letting you go is not out of the question. Let us see how it plays out." One of the speed manipulators warned, "Boss, the individuals outside the warehouse are indeed them. I have seen it clearly." Implicitly suggesting caution, he added, "This woman must be up to something." Indeed, the bald leader mused, perhaps she possesses spatial abilities. Though rare, such powers were not non-existent. Upon hearing this, the bald leader gestured to a fire manipulator, instructing him to check inside. Moments later, the fire manipulator emerged, seething with rage. "Boss, that wretched woman has beaten us to it. There's nothing inside." Liang was taken aback by this revelation, casting a deep glance at Li Yanli before rushing into the villa, muttering in disbelief, "How could this be? There were dozens of crates." His astonishment was genuine, and as his underlings attempted to restrain him, the bald leader waved them off, urging them to follow. One of the speed manipulators, however, remained cautious, keeping his weapon raised. The bald leader turned back, captivated by Li Yanli's striking visage. Suddenly, he felt a chilling gaze from the side and turned to Si Xiao, his tone shifting to unwarranted reverence. This was likely a remnant of habits formed before the apocalypse. Yet, considering Si Hanjue's newfound powers, the bald leader's confidence surged as he feigned composure. "Ah, it's you, Si Xiao. What a coincidence." With a disdainful glance at Li Yanli, he inquired mockingly, "So, is this your woman?" Initially, his focus had been on the weapons. Even though Li Yanli's beauty had momentarily captivated him, he had not considered taking action.
Now,
knowing she was once linked to the renowned Si Xiao, he felt a thrill. With a smirk, he pretended to be respectful. "Si Xiao, what a fateful encounter. How about joining our ranks?" Though framed as an invitation, the contempt and provocation in his eyes were unmistakable. Surprisingly, instead of erupting in fury, Si Hanju smiled smoothly. "It's indeed a coincidental meeting, but you seem to be here for the weapons, and we've checked. There's nothing left. Perhaps others have already taken them." Internally cursing the changing times, he noted how those without names now dared to be audacious. His demeanor was subservient, which greatly pleased the bald leader, who no longer wished to toy with him and suspiciously proceeded inside, leaving a few men to keep watch. Thus, Li Yanli and her companions found themselves surrounded by 5 armed individuals. 2 were speed manipulators, one a lightning manipulator she recognized, while the other 2 seemed ordinary, likely mere henchmen. The bald leader, accompanied by a dozen brothers, entered the villa, only to find it empty. His dissatisfaction palpable as he signaled his men to search thoroughly upstairs and downstairs. Soon, the sounds of kicking and shouting echoed. "You scoundrel, are you deceiving us?" The bald leader, furious, unleashed his wrath on Liang. Bound and unable to retaliate, Liang suffered 2 blows to the stomach, bending over as a fierce determination flickered in his eyes. Even in the face of impending doom, he sought to buy time for those outside, declaring, "I know there's a traitor among my brothers who informed the wolves." This statement captured the attention of the bald leader and the dozen or so brothers who had followed him inside, all fixated on Liang as they took in his nonsensical ramblings. Outside, after the bald leader entered, Li Yanli seized the opportunity to feign a need for the restroom, exchanging a knowing glance with the most formidable lightning manipulator. The beauty's flirtatious glance stirred excitement in the man, who, gun in hand, declared, "All right, I'll accompany you." His eyes lingered on her with lewd intentions. Li Yanli, glancing back at Si Hanjue and Mu Fan, proceeded ahead. Shortly thereafter, the lightning manipulator called out, "Don't wander too far. Let us stay here." They found themselves in a gap between 2 villas, a neglected area overgrown with weeds, ideal for an ambush. The lightning manipulator rubbed his hands together. "Beautiful, let us have some fun. I promise you one die." As he lunged forward, he was met with an unexpected absence of his target. Before he could react, a chilling sensation gripped his neck, and blood gushed forth silently, his life extinguished without struggle. Li Yanli gently laid his body in the grass and stealthily made her way back. Engaging in a direct confrontation with a lightning manipulator was not in her favor. It was his underestimation of her that had led to his demise. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, she was pleased to see 4 corpses, 3 of them charred black, while one bore vines around its neck, a clear sign of asphyxiation. With a satisfied smile, Si Hanjue retrieved a grenade from his pack, gesturing towards the interior. Li Yanli nodded and discreetly entered the villa through her spatial abilities.
Ah.
Laying was struck again. A resolute determination surged within him. He had endured enough humiliation, and it was time to embrace death. As for whether the others could escape in time, he could only hope he had done his part. He abruptly slammed into the central load-bearing wall, attempting to activate the switch in his arm. Just then, a clear voice echoed in his ear, "Better to live than die."
Run.
Confused, he instinctively withdrew, avoiding the switch's location. Suddenly, his arms felt lighter. Someone had untied him. He looked around, surprised, as he and the other underlings sought the source of the voice. Abruptly, he felt a sharp pain in his backside, nearly toppling over. This time, he complied, instinctively fleeing. Li Yanli hastily retreated, not realizing that the Black Boss was particularly perceptive, fixing his gaze on her location. He signaled to his underlings, "Surround that area." However, such an interception was futile against Li Yanli, who effortlessly navigated through the crowd and quickly reached the doorway. Suddenly, she felt lightheaded, her legs weak, and her body nearly collapsing. What was happening? The bald boss, having easily located her, laughed. "So, you think you can play hide and seek with me?" With a fierce glare, his face flushed red, resembling an irate frog. His subordinates, aware of their leader's intentions, swiftly closed in around her. Li Yanli, concealed within the space, stifled a groan, nearly revealing her presence. She withdrew all her stored crystal cores into her palm and absorbed them in an instant, regaining her clarity of mind. Closing her eyes, she concentrated, silently chanting, "Break free." At this moment, she finally understood the source of the bald boss's arrogance. He was a psychic as well. At least at the 2nd level, significantly stronger than her. A 2nd-level psychic could inflict mental shocks on opponents, causing them to feel dizzy or injured. Li Yanli's ability to traverse space relied on her mental strength, and she was almost forced out by his overwhelming power. Thankfully, the crystal cores provided her with the necessary support. To her surprise, the bald boss's mental restraint was countered, causing him to stagger back in disbelief.
"Boss."
His subordinates exclaimed. Determined not to be outdone, the bald boss gathered his strength once more, unwilling to accept that someone could escape his mental grasp. He crouched low, channeling his energy. "Where's the boss?" he wondered, only to find him missing. Chapter 19. Annihilating the Black Boss. The cries of alarm finally prompted Si Hanjue and the others to rush in. Upon entering, they found no one in sight, and his expression turned icy.
"Get out,"
he shouted, hearing a familiar female voice. Relieved, he stepped back, intending to trap them. But just then, Li Yanli, exhausted from her mental exertion, was forced to emerge from the space.
"What?"
"You're the one causing trouble." A fellow lightning ability user, fiercely loyal to the bald boss, showed no mercy. He raised his hand and unleashed a lightning blade aimed directly at Li Yanli's back. In a moment of desperation, she evaded Si Hanjue's grasp and leaped onto the rooftop. Below, an enraged Si Hanjue had summoned a lightning sword of equal power to counter the incoming blade. Crack! Crack! The two beams collided, sending sparks flying and creating a blinding blue light. The two equally matched fighters appeared to be locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield. With their opponents outnumbering them, prolonging the confrontation was unwise, especially with a dozen people rushing in to assist. Suddenly, chaos erupted. What the hell is this?
Achoo!
Achoo! What is in my eyes? A swarm of unknown willow fluff blinded several people, causing them to sneeze incessantly and momentarily slow their movements. Victory was at hand. Li Yanli swiftly landed, yanked Si Hanju away, and pulled Mu Fan, who was controlling the willow fluff outside, urging, "Run as far as you can." Meanwhile, Lei Ying, who had been observing the situation, wasted no time. Seeing them escape, he promptly shut the aluminum alloy door. The people inside realized the danger and began to batter against the door, but Lei Ying's robust physique held it shut firmly. For the moment, they could not break through and were forced to seek another way out through the windows. Li Yanli, oblivious to Lei Ying's unusual actions, was in a dire state. Her mental energy depleted, she could only flee desperately, hoping that the grenade would eliminate everyone inside. The trio finally reached a safe distance, and Si Hanjue shouted at Lei Ying, "Get back." Reacting swiftly, Lei Ying evaded, seizing the opportunity to throw the grenade forcefully through the half-open window, landing it perfectly within the opulent villa.
Boom.
In an instant, the grenade detonated within the hall, producing a thunderous roar. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by billowing smoke ascending into the sky. A powerful shockwave spread rapidly outward, shattering glass and scattering debris, while anguished cries filled the air. The grenade's effective radius was 6 meters. Si Hanjue and the others had already taken cover, crouched down with their ears covered. Yet, the explosion's force felt as if it could tear everything apart. Even at a distance, they still felt the air warp around them, with debris cutting into their backs and legs. After a minute, a few of them, slightly ringing in their ears, exchanged glances. They expected Li Yanli's first remark to be, "Well done, team." However, her face was pale, and her voice was barely a whisper. "Mu Fan, have you finished absorbing your crystal core? If not, give it to me." Mu Fan, the weakest in combat, had received a crystal core from her after defeating a second-level mutated wild boar to enhance his wit abilities. Sensing her weakness, he quickly scrambled to his feet, ignoring the dirt on his face, and handed her the core, asking, "Are you okay? You look exhausted." Si Hanjue, too, jumped up, brushing off the dust from Li Yanli and expressing concern. "What's wrong? Is it your mental energy?" Nearby, the injured Lei Ying, struggling to rise while wincing from pain in his back, approached and asked, "Are you all right, beautiful?" His light brown curls were matted with dirt, giving him a disheveled appearance. His white t-shirt was stained and torn, revealing multiple small lacerations on his back. With his exotic looks, he resembled a drifter from a western country. Li Yanli's head throbbed painfully.
I'm fine.
Si Hanjue, take Lei Ying to the villa and check for any survivors. Understood. With only Mu Fan remaining, she set aside her reservations and revealed the orange crystal core she had barely used, watching as it turned gray in her palm. "Wow, your absorption speed is enviable." While examining her injuries, he joked, "Such a valuable item wasted on you. You know, I absorbed for 3 days and barely made a dent in it." After a quick assessment, he reassured her, "You're mostly fine, just a bit weak. Let's sit for a moment." He attempted to support Li Yanli toward a flower bed, but she pushed him away, declaring, "I'm fine. The priority is to deal with this space." The space she had bound to herself in ancient times had evolved into an upgradable spatial ability after experiencing the apocalypse. Just last night, after absorbing numerous crystal cores, her space had indeed leveled up. She believed it should now be at the second level. Not only could she utilize the space for short-distance teleportation, but she could also create a small area to temporarily trap enemies. However, having recently upgraded, she was still unfamiliar with her abilities, leading to significant mental strain. Originally struggling against the second-level psychic attack, she now had to manage the divided space, pushing her limits further.
Bang! Bang!
The sound of gunfire echoed, likely Si Hanjue and his team clearing the remnants. Moments later, the two returned from their sweep. Before Si Hanjue could speak, Lei Ying's loud voice interjected. "If I weren't worried about hurting you, I would have activated a secondary effect on them. Just speak normally, no need for theatrics," one of them quipped, as Lei Ying pretended to press a switch embedded in his arm, startling the others. The current trend of remote-controlled explosives had an effective range of 10 meters. If he truly intended to self-destruct, it would spell disaster for them. Lei Ying chuckled heartily. "I was just joking. Look how scared you all are." Noticing Li Yanli's unusually pale complexion, he assumed she was frightened. As he laughed, he quickly realized the atmosphere was off. Sorry. It was all to save me." Si Hanjue handed him a knife with an unyielding tone. "Get it out." The reputation for being ruthless wasn't unfounded. Who in their right mind would implant such a device in their arm? He must have anticipated he wouldn't survive. Si Hanjue glared at him, implying that not complying was not an option. With no choice, Lei Ying complied. Crimson blood flowed down the arm as a chip, no larger than half a fingernail, was extracted, still clinging to fragments of flesh. Li Yanli's eyes flickered with surprise. "You wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics continuously, would you?" This is clearly not something recently implanted. The bomb was set, the hiding was done, and the plan was to wipe out the entire nest. Clever indeed. Using oneself as bait. He truly is ruthless. Wrap him up.
Lian li commanda Maurici fan.
You're surprisingly kind-hearted, not at all resembling the cold demeanor you project. Liang remarked, and as soon as Mu Fan finished treating the wound, he began to jest. Li Yanli shot him a glance, unresponsive. Get ready. I am about to release him. Aim for a single-shot kill.
Top, click.
Her two male teammates obediently prepared, magazines loaded, guns at the ready. 1, 2, 3. Upon releasing the target, Li Yanli quickly stepped back. The bald leader suddenly found himself trapped in a blindingly bright space of less than a square meter. With no means of escape, teetering on the brink of collapse. The thrill of seeing the real world again was overwhelming. But before he could fully relish the joy in his eyes, he felt two sharp pains in his chest. His trembling hand pointed accusingly as his body uncontrollably toppled backward. There was no doubt he was doomed. Yet, someone still refused to let him off easily. Damn it, don't die so easily. Liang kicked him away. 10 meters distant, the bald leader collided heavily with the wall, spitting blood that mixed with the crimson from his chest. His closed eyes revealed that he was inhaling more than he was exhaling. Liang swiftly followed, grabbing him for another punch.
How dare you hit me?
Get back here. Li Yanli, with keen eyes, noticed the distortion on the bald man's face from the punch. The force was indeed substantial. She subtly signaled to the others, let us go. We got the goods, we saved the person, and this place is no longer safe. Engrossed in the thrill of revenge, Liang momentarily failed to notice the trio had left. It wasn't until he heard the roar of the off-road vehicle that he snapped back to reality. He hurriedly chased after them. Hey, where do you think you're going? Frustrated, he stomped his feet. How can you just leave like this? Feeling dejected, he eyed the few vehicles left behind by the group. Just then a rumble echoed, signaling the arrival of cars. It was Li Yanli and her companions, reversing back. They dared to drive at such high speed while in reverse. Mu Fan, seated in the back, felt a wave of nausea and opened the window for fresh air. Turning to see Hanjua beside him, he made an exaggerated expression. Weren't you supposed to be driving? Si Hanjua smirked, his tone infuriatingly casual. She said she wanted to practice driving. A hint of affection laced his voice, much to Mu Fan's chagrin. Are you trying to show off? Do you think I'm afraid to dig into your past? Li Yanli had no time to dwell on their banter. I want to take these vehicles, she stated succinctly, glancing at the rear-view mirror. You two handle that guy and put a sack over his head. The guy referred to was the forlorn and pitiful Liang. Squatting not far away. The two men instantly understood her intent. Liang had questionable morals, but it was best to avoid attracting attention during the vehicle acquisition. Covering his sight would at least help Liang distinguish which of the three was the spatial ability user. However, Si Hanjua lamented, but where can we find a sack? Even a clever woman finds it hard to manage under such circumstances. Mu Fan shared the same confusion, looking expectantly at Captain Li Yanli. A sack? In this apocalyptic world, who would carry such a thing unless they were harvesting crops? Yet, by some twist of fate, this sister had won. Li Yanli reached into her spatial pocket, not bothering to look back, and tossed out a sack. In ancient times, such items were essential, and her spatial capacity was ample. Si Hanjua deftly caught it, and the three of them exited the vehicle. The two men approached Liang, whose face was filled with hope. Slowly, he stood, greeting them with a smile. Are you here to collect me? Hey, what are you doing? I can't see, he exclaimed. Be gentle. In less than a minute, a cold female voice commanded, withdraw. The world re-illuminated for Liang, who watched the trio abandon him yet again. This time, he reacted quickly, dashing over to their vehicle, eager to volunteer his services. Oblivious to the 5 vehicles that had vanished. As the car began to move, he refused to give up, chasing after it, knocking on the window eagerly. Hey, miss, Captain, will you take me along? Despite his speed, he could not outrun the vehicle, and soon, he was left behind, a pitiful sight. His tall, desolate figure resembled a forsaken giant stranded on a deserted island. Li Yanli, in a good mood after collecting the weapons, felt a mischievous urge to tease. Seeing Lei Ying's forlorn expression, coupled with the hesitant looks of the two men in the rearview mirror, she stopped the car and honked. Lei Ying's expression brightened, and he quickly caught up, slipping into the passenger seat with a flattering smile. Hello, Captain. He was quite perceptive, having just survived a perilous encounter. He had quickly grasped the hierarchy within their trio, realizing that the two men followed this woman as lead.
I am Lianli. Welcome aboard.
She introduced simply as the vehicle resumed its journey. Laying, you know me, he replied with a grin, turning back to greet the two men. Hello, brothers. The two men, with indifferent expressions, introduced themselves. Even without self-introduction, Laying recognized Si Hanjue, the aloof CEO known widely in Z country before the incident. They had even conducted business together twice. Laying thought to himself, the weapons were undoubtedly taken without question, and it was clear that this guy had brought them here. Yet, he did not dwell on it. In this survival of the fittest scenario, no weapon, no matter how valuable, could compare to finding shelter. Turning his attention back to the cool beauty beside him, he began to make small talk.
I've known your name for a while.
Li Yanli offered no response. But that did not deter him from continuing. Brushing aside his bothersome hair, he grinned mischievously. You're my benefactor. How could I not investigate after such a night? The truth was, after that night, he had used his connections to inquire about her. The reason was simple. The experience had been too delightful, and he wished for second encounter. His casual remarks caused the two men to exchange glances, their expressions shifting. They felt a sense of foreboding. Si Hanjue suddenly grew irritable, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. But, alas, the fallen CEO could hardly afford such luxuries now. If it weren't for the sudden realization that their new teammate was also the woman's one-night stand, he might have thought he had kicked the habit. His gaze fixated on the wreckage outside, but it did little to quell his melancholy. That night at the base, he believed it was an opportunity she had given him. Now reality revealed that this open-minded, independent woman regarded the encounter as merely a fleeting moment. Mu Fan, perceiving Si Hanjue's despondency, felt a sudden clarity. A sense of joy washed over him. Perhaps this was what they called schadenfreude? He chuckled inwardly, feeling elated. He thought the two were on the verge of establishing a romantic relationship. Now it seemed he had been worrying needlessly. Fixating on the elegant silhouette of the woman, he mused privately. Who knows who will secure a permanent spot in her heart? Suddenly, Mu Fan exclaimed, You have an injury on your back. Hastily retrieving the first aid kit, he insisted, Stop the car, let me treat you. Li Yanli brushed it off. It's nothing. Just a minor injury. We need to get to the scene. As she finished speaking, a warmth spread across her back, prompting her to slam on the brakes. The three of them nearly flew out of their seats. Li Yanli turned her cold gaze to Mu Fan, who quickly retracted his glowing hand from her back. What's wrong? Realizing he may have been misunderstood, he hurriedly clarified, I was just trying to treat your superficial wound. This sentence instantly stirred memories within Li Yanli. I want to help you heal your wounds. Such phrases echoed in her mind like a haunting nightmare. Mu Fan, accustomed to facing patients, recognized the various ailments he had encountered. It was evident to him that this woman had likely experienced some unpleasant ordeal, as her body would react defensively whenever someone approached from behind. Speaking in a gentle tone, he attempted to reassure her, Captain, I have promised never to betray you. Li Yanli lowered her gaze slightly, responding softly, and, turning her head back, she added, Next time, do inform me in advance. The last person who did not has already met their end at my hands. In that fleeting moment when she averted her gaze, the two men in the back seat distinctly noticed a glimmer of moisture in her eyes, eliciting both sympathy and envy. This trauma was undoubtedly the result of a man's actions. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Lang to attempt a change of subject. Captain, where are we headed next? Qingda, are we executing a rescue mission? Observing the uniforms of several individuals, it was clear they were members of a rescue team. Lang, with a hint of self-mockery, laughed. I never imagined that someone like me, who lurks in the shadows, would one day turn into a good Samaritan. His attempt to lighten the mood, however, fell flat. As the three remained unyieldingly cold, particularly Li Yanli, who did not even blink, it was Lei Ying's stomach growling at an inopportune moment that prompted Li Yanli to speak. Mu Fan, hand him a pack of compressed biscuits. Thank you. Lei Ying joyfully accepted, tearing open the package. I've been dodging around for several days without much food. The dry biscuit crunched delightfully, akin to savoring a gourmet meal. Chapter 21. Room 504 shows anomaly. Initially, the three were resistant to the compressed biscuits, but Lei Ying's enthusiastic consumption tempted Li Yanli to free a hand to partake as well.
Ugh.
She frowned, still tasting the same dry flavor. It seemed this fellow was indeed quite starved to relish it so. Though she thought this, She instructed the two men behind her. Eat up. This will stave off hunger. We might have to pull an all-nighter tonight. It was not that she was unwilling to offer better fare, but the upcoming confrontation would be a relentless battle against zombies, necessitating sustenance that could fill them up. These were military rations, relatively nutritious. For a brief moment, the vehicle was filled with the sound of crunching biscuits. Ahem.
I'm festy.
Is there any water? Lang choked on his rapid consumption. Here, take this. Conserve it. We don't have much left. Mu Fan retrieved a functional beverage from the back seat. This was not from Li Yanli's supply, but was stockpiled by Si Hanjue prior to the apocalypse. He was a pragmatist, well aware of what supplies were most suitable for survival in the wilderness under limited circumstances. Lang popped open a bottle and took a hearty swig, mumbling through his mouthful. Joining you is the best decision ever. Rest assured, I won't let you down. He boasted, I have awakened a power ability. Glancing at Li Yanli's slender arms and legs, he declared grandly, leave the charge to me. Regardless of the group, those who demonstrated insight and capability were always well received. Mu Fan, more modest, interjected, I am curious, besides your strength, does your power also enable you to recover faster than the average person? Pointing at the bruises on Lang's face, he noted, your previous contusions have healed considerably. This was taken as an indirect compliment, and Lang responded with pride, of course. My power ability allows me to both fight and withstand blows. You won't regret bringing me along. As he spoke, he lifted his white t-shirt, turning to show the back. Look here, here, and here. I've taken countless punches from those bastards. And I've even been struck by lightning. It was a complete mess. But look at me now, I'm mostly healed. As he rambled on, Li Yanli couldn't help but steal a glance. In that moment, the image of his well-defined chest and abs from that night surged into her mind. Lang continued his chatter, but was abruptly silenced by Si Hanjue's commanding voice. Shut up. Instead of yapping, you should rest for a while. Si Hanjue swallowed the last bite of his biscuit and closed his eyes, feigning sleep. He appeared serious. Yet only he knew he was feeling the pressure. That woman was aggressive. He wondered if she might be attracted to this overabundance of hormones. Frustrated, half an hour later, the four were fully armed, their vehicle arriving at the gates of Qingda. Li Yanli fixated on the remnants of the university's sign, feeling a wave of nostalgia. The campus had suffered considerable damage, with debris scattered everywhere and fires igniting for unknown reasons. Thick smoke billowed, cloaking the twilight campus in an ominous atmosphere. The internal roads were severely damaged, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. Their plan was clear: begin the search at the dormitories and classrooms that had signaled for help. The first stop was the North Yard dormitory. The group disembarked and cautiously approached the entrance. A foul stench assaulted their senses. They immediately spotted the dormitory reception area, overrun by 3 staggering zombies resembling headless flies. These creatures possessed acute hearing and smell. As soon as the 4 entered, they seemed to awaken, rushing toward them with a primal hunger.
Bang! Bang!
Lang was the first to fire, eliminating them swiftly. Pair up and search for survivors. Li Yanli praised his marksmanship, instinctively aligning herself with Mu Fan as they headed down the right corridor, while Si Hanjue and Lang veered left. The sound of gunfire echoed, indicating that many zombies were dispersed throughout. The dormitory was not tall, comprising only 6 floors. The gunfire from the first floor was distinctly audible on the upper levels, prompting screams from survivors in a 6th-floor dormitory. Gunshots. Did you hear that? Yes. Someone is here to rescue us. A female student cried tears of joy. They were all young girls, suddenly facing the loss of their parents and the invasion of monsters, their lives hanging in the balance. How could they not be afraid? Several others sobbed quietly alongside her. The 3 boys present also heard the gunfire but remained steadfastly barricaded against the dormitory door, terrified to relax.
Outside.
The sounds of growling and scratching, along with furious knocking, indicated a multitude of zombies lurking. These zombies were once civilians who had invaded the school, biting students, teachers, and staff, thereby multiplying their ranks as they sought food. They began their rampage from the lower floors, killing and injuring, drawing more of their kind to join them as they moved upward. Given the circumstances, the only possible survivors were likely on the 6th floor. This assumption was quickly validated. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Li Yanli and her companions discovered that the number of zombies had doubled compared to the 1st floor. They prowled about, baring their teeth, rushing toward any sound. Some were missing half their faces, maggots writhing in their eye sockets. Others displayed gaping chests with intestines spilling out. Some lacked jaws. Yet their teeth still gnawed grotesquely. They appeared far more repulsive than any zombies previously encountered. The sound of gunfire resonated continuously, prompting a switch from rifles to high-rate submachine guns. As night fell, visibility diminished. The four activated their helmets' identification lights and night vision goggles, ensuring they could still discern the zombies. With time against them, they hurriedly cleared each floor without pausing to collect crystal cores, moving swiftly to the next level. Thanks to their ample ammunition, they progressed relatively smoothly, reaching the staircase to the 5th floor. Li Yanli halted the group, cautioning, "Be careful, I sense danger on this level." Danger implied that the zombies here were likely of a much higher caliber than the first 4 floors. Mu Fan chimed in, "Indeed. We noticed that some zombies have awakened the ability to devour their companions. With so many here, there must be a formidable boss lurking. Stay close behind me." In Li Yanli's heart, Mu Fan resembled a frail young master untouched by the world's harshness. She perceived him as a weakling, instinctively feeling the urge to protect him. The two groups continued their separate searches, alerting one another at the slightest hint of danger. In the stillness of the night, the footsteps of the four echoed clearly. Surprisingly, not a single zombie emerged from the vast floor, which was eerily quiet. In stark contrast to other floors where doors were wide open, every door here was firmly shut, as if the zombies had developed an instinct to conceal themselves. 2 of them moved closely, separated by only half a meter. Suddenly, a soft meow startled Mu Fan as something white darted past him, prompting him to instinctively embrace the waist of Li Yanli for protection, his hands trembling slightly. Time seemed to freeze for 3 seconds before Li Yanli's cold voice broke the silence, commanding him to let go with an emotionless tone. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I was just worried about you."
She cut him off, stating firmly that the room had issues. The door number read 504, and faint rustling sounds emerged from within. Chapter 22, Level 2 Zombies. Her voice drew the attention of the other 2 men, who quickly assembled with them. Before Li Yanli could speak, Lang kicked the door with a loud crash. The reinforced wooden and metal door flew open with a single blow, revealing a grotesque sight accompanied by a muffled groan. A ghastly figure burst forth, clutching a mangled corpse. It could be classified as a low-level zombie. The dismembered, naked body clearly belonged to a female. Given that this building served as a female dormitory, it was likely that most of the zombies on the lower floors were also female. The sight of the mangled corpse left no room for doubt. It was that of a female student. Shifting her gaze to the male zombie with bared fangs and smeared with a mix of red and green fluids, Li Yanli recognized it as the doorman from the entrance. "Be careful," Sahan Ju warned urgently as the male zombie lunged forward with hostility. A shot rang out, but the creature proved more agile than the lower-level zombies, evading the bullet and climbing up the bed ladder. The group then noticed another male zombie crouched above, momentarily halting its gnawing on the female zombie below, its eyes rolling towards them. The team member Mu Fan was responsible for gathering intelligence from the base and often scoured forums for survival tips. He noted, given the level of decay and agility, these must be level 2 zombies. Research suggests that as zombies evolve, their decay becomes less pronounced, eventually resembling normal human skin. Their movements also become more fluid. He recalled that the base had speculated on the evolution process of zombies. Some awaken an ability to consume others, which allows them to upgrade. The standard for advancing from level 1 to level 2 requires the consumption of 100 level 1 cores. Thus, these 2 creatures before them had each devoured at least 100 of their kind. Mu Fan added, "The head is their weak point." Just as he finished speaking, gunfire erupted from behind them. Sahan Ju and Lei Ying were firing in unison. After a rapid volley of shots, the 2 level 2 zombies, unable to evade in the confined space, fell to the ground, their eyes and teeth scattering. The unknown always piques curiosity. Li Yanli sidestepped the dismembered female corpse on the ground and approached the 2 male zombies, crouching down. "Let me handle this." Sahan Ju instinctively stepped forward, aware of her obsessive cleanliness. However, Li Yanli was already swift with her blade, precisely extracting the core from one of the zombies. Her eyes sparkled. Indeed, it was a level 2 core, orange, and the size of a fingernail. She extracted another core and tossed it to Sahan Ju and Lei Ying, proclaiming, "These are valuable.
Keep them."
Standing tall, she instructed Mu Fan, "Take photos for the base as reference." Understood. Mu Fan, now equipped with a camera and notepad, had assumed the role of the recorder. The team's leader's lack of greed earned respect from Lei Ying, an old hand accustomed to the unscrupulous. When Li Yanli offered the core to Sahanju, he declined, stating, "I haven't contributed much since joining, so this should be yours." His obsequious demeanor caused Sahanju to hesitate, his piercing gaze narrowing in disapproval of the newcomer. However, this was not the time for petty disputes. Saving lives was paramount. Li Yanli, undeterred, insisted, "What you offer will not be retracted." Lei Ying, "Obey the orders. It's more important." She then turned to Sahanju, commanding, "Continue searching this floor for any remaining level 2 zombies while we ascend." Understanding the strength of the level 2 zombies, she deemed it unnecessary to keep so many people behind. With that, she swiftly climbed the stairs. Upon reaching the next floor, they were met with a horde of zombies blocking several dormitory doors. There was no need to ask. The presence of zombies indicated survivors. Yet the stark reality struck. The dormitory, once housing hundreds, now contained only a handful of people, evoking a sense of desolation. Li Yanli raised her submachine gun, exuding an air of lethal authority, and swiftly dispatched the level 1 zombies that obstructed their path. Instead of immediately calling for the survivors to emerge, she methodically kicked open dormitory doors that were free of zombies, ensuring none were left behind. As expected, every room was eerily empty, marked only by signs of struggle and blood on the walls and beds, indicating a recent invasion by a horde of zombies. Ultimately, only 3 dormitory rooms remained, all clustered together with zombies inside. Li Yanli approached one door and announced, "Listen carefully. We are the rescue team from the city's survivor base. The zombies outside have been eliminated. You are safe." After a tense silence, a cautious voice responded from within, followed by the creaking of the door. A slender young man appeared, his face pale, but his eyes bright. Upon seeing the heavily armed duo outside, he exclaimed in excitement, "Really? The rescue team has come to save us." Almost immediately, the doors of the adjacent dormitory rooms opened, revealing timid female students. They didn't shout, but their faces radiated joy from having survived. "Everyone form a line and follow me. Mu Fan, take up the rear." At this moment, no one dared to disobey. Without further ado, they hurried down the stairs, a group of approximately 30 individuals. Through conversation, they learned that the 3 boys in the girls' dormitory were the boyfriends of the respective female students. On the day of the apocalypse, they had witnessed many soulless individuals storming the campus, attacking anyone in sight. Sensing danger, they chose not to return to the boys' dormitory, but instead rushed to find their girlfriends. Tragically, the zombie horde soon invaded the first floor, claiming the life of the dormitory supervisor and trapping them inside. Fortunately, thanks to their height, bravery, and agility, they managed to climb through the windows to the adjacent dormitory, sharing their limited food supplies with the frightened girls, allowing them to survive. As the 5th floor fell silent, indicating that Sahanju and Lei Ying had succeeded, the 4 regrouped at the stairwell and escorted the survivors down. Li Yanli glanced at her watch. Reading a response message, the rescue bus had encountered a horde of zombies on the road and would not arrive until the following morning. She surveyed the nearby basketball court and decided, "Sahanju, you and Mu Fan take everyone to the basketball court to hold out for the night while Lei Ying and I continue searching the adjacent dormitory." After issuing her orders, Li Yanli and Lei Ying swiftly transitioned to the other building that had sent a distress signal. The process was similar, brutal, and efficient. The level 1 zombies posed little threat, merely consuming bullets and energy. "Aren't you going to collect the cores?" Lei Ying inquired after another group of survivors had been escorted away. "Let us prioritize saving lives. The delay of even a moment could cost lives." Next stop, the Electronic Information Teaching Building. Chapter 23. Gu Chenyang. The Electronic Information Teaching Building, a place so familiar to Li Yanli, who had traversed its halls repeatedly over the past 4 years. Here, her dedication and perseverance were etched into the very walls. It was the site of her remarkable transformation from failing midterms to achieving full marks in her finals. Within these confines, she had experienced the vitality and youthfulness of contemporary scholars, marveling at the brilliance and vibrancy of modern civilization. With a heart full of complex emotions, Li Yanli cautiously ascended the steps and entered the lobby. Behind her, Lei Ying expressed his astonishment. How curious. Not a single zombie in sight. Li Yanli too sensed the anomaly. The dormitory building ahead typically harbored at least a few straggling zombies, even on the first floor. It was almost as if they were stationed as sentinels for those lurking on the upper levels. Yet, she recalled distinctly that the helicopter rescue team had designated this building as a target for their rescue efforts. Could it be that an entire day had elapsed, leaving not a single soul alive within these walls, thus causing the horde to withdraw? Activating her psychic abilities for a thorough investigation, she sensed a perilous atmosphere. There should be zombies here. Laying, aware of her psychic prowess, suggested, "Shall we head to the second floor?" Before Li Yanli could respond, the two heard a cacophony of footsteps from above, reminiscent of a fatigued group during military training. The sound was heavy and labored, as if a great weight were descending. They exchanged wary glances, and for caution's sake, Li Yanli ordered, "Let us hide." They concealed themselves in a corner beneath the staircase. After a brief wait, indistinct voices reached their ears, specifically, a stream of curses. They strained to listen, recognizing the voice of a young man. "Come on, you disgusting bastards. Come chase your grandpa. Even if I die, I'll make sure to tire you out first." His bravado was undermined by the weighty footsteps and his gaunt, swaying frame, signaling to Li Yanli that he could not endure for much longer. Following him was a horde of zombies, dozens of them, pushing and shoving as they descended the stairs, their mouths opening and closing in relentless pursuit. To her astonishment, the young man, rather than escaping through the main entrance, had circled back. That face, how familiar it was. Could it be Gu Chenyang, the radiant boy who had sent her a farewell message on the night of the incident? Yet, where was his youthful, cherubic visage? Before her stood a figure with a pallid complexion, nearly 6 feet tall, his emaciated frame swaying precariously as if on the verge of collapse. Several times, he narrowly evaded the grasp of the zombies behind him. Sensing that some of them were peering in their direction, Li Yanli boldly emerged, calling out, "Gu Chenyang." The boy, initially with his head bowed, almost believed he was hallucinating. He lifted his gaze, searching for the source of the voice. The emergency lights in the lobby were functional, casting a clear view of the surroundings. Upon spotting Li Yanli, Gu Chenyang's first reaction was disbelief. "What? There are still living people on the first floor?" His second reaction was equally incredulous. "Am I seeing a celestial being before I die?" He erupted into laughter. "So, Grandpa's dying, huh?" Before I can finish my jest, the stench from the zombies behind me jolts me back to reality. Instinctively, he surged forward, racing towards Li Yanli. He blinked, and then blinked again. He even reached out to touch her arm, murmuring, "Senior sister, is it really you?" Beside them, Laying shifted his amber eyes, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, love-struck fool." As he spoke, his muscular arm lifted a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage at the encroaching zombies, momentarily slowing their advance. "You two catch up, I'll handle this." Laying understood the boys' intentions. They were acquainted. If the team leader wished to reminisce, he had to buy them some time. Coming to a realization, he recognized that Qin University was Li Yanli's alma mater, the place from which she had graduated. As Laying continued to fire at the zombies, his mind raced with thoughts. The investigation had revealed that she had graduated just a year ago. She had no formal martial arts training, so why was she so adept? Her prowess was extraordinary, her strategic mind astute. The aura she projected was far beyond that of a mere graduate. She seemed more akin to a seasoned general or a clandestine assassin. Lost in thought, he failed to notice his ammunition running low, and before he could reload, a zombie lunged at him from behind. With a powerful kick, he sent the creature flying, its body crashing into the wall, leaving a massive dent. However, the severed head still twitched, its mouth opening and closing.
Bang!
Li Yanli dispatched it with a single shot, followed by a flurry of gunfire as she took over the attack, allowing Laying to reload. As for the nostalgic conversations Laying had envisioned, they were non-existent. Li Yanli merely cast a penetrating glance at Gu Chenyang, confirming that this gaunt, disheveled boy truly was Gu Chenyang, before rejoining the fray. Unbeknownst to her, this boy, who had been struggling for survival over the past several days, was overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of seeing his goddess once more. Tears streamed silently down his face, his shoulders trembling. It truly was her, his familiar, cherished her. Throughout their time together, she had always maintained an air of aloofness, with no friends or close ties, remaining distant from everyone. Yet, it was precisely this icy demeanor that had drawn him in. From the moment he had been welcomed as a freshman, his standards for companionship had been irrevocably set. She was the one. She remained oblivious to his existence, but he had secretly observed her countless times over their 2 years of interaction. He had watched her receive accolades for her academic excellence, witnessed the efforts of her mentors to persuade her to continue her studies, and seen the line of suitors vying for her affection, only to watch her politely decline their advances, including his own. He had always understood that to her, he was merely a transient figure, a passerby who had delivered a single letter. In his eyes, she was a divine being, sacred and untouchable. Yet fate is a curious thing. Just a year after her graduation, he had unexpectedly encountered her at a classmate's birthday party, where she sat alone at the bar, clad in a pure white dress. Even the side profile she presented was ethereal, almost otherworldly. To his astonishment, after a prolonged gaze, she had descended from her high chair and invited him to dance, an intimate, closed dance. A celestial being, a goddess, and he had the opportunity to be near her. That night, perhaps due to the intoxication of the moment, he had lost his virginity to her, thinking she might have wanted comfort after a heartbreak.
Bang!
A gunshot shattered his reverie, jolting the dazed young man back to reality. He locked eyes with Li Yanli's steely gaze. "What are you dawdling for? Are you seeking death?" His mind swirling, Gu Chenyang found himself at a loss for words.
Clang!
It was only when the sound of a zombie collapsing behind him registered that he realized how close he had come to being bitten after evading danger for so long. Had he been caught, he would have transformed into a grotesque creature, incapable of standing before his goddess again. No, it wasn't just a reunion. It was the beginning of something new. In this apocalyptic encounter, he mused, surely this was a gift from the heavens. Gu Chenyang approached Li Yanli with enthusiasm. "Senior sister, did you come to save me knowing I was in danger?" The zombies in the lobby had been mostly dispatched, and for the moment, the crisis had been averted. As the Thunderhawk approached, the mindless remarks left them astounded. With a shrug, they thought, those who cannot distinguish between heart and kidneys will surely suffer for falling for her. Chapter 24. Accepting Gu Chenyang on that fateful day, he had narrowly escaped death by hiding beneath her skirt while being pursued in a bar. Subsequently, he intended to invite her to dinner as a token of gratitude, only to find she had already linked arms with a young lad and departed. Thus, he had long discerned that this woman likely operated on a purely physical level, devoid of emotional attachment. What's the situation upstairs? Li Yanli showed no inclination to respond to Gu Chenyang's inquiries. Her sole concern was the number of survivors remaining. When it came to this matter, Gu Chenyang was more informed than anyone. His expression turned grave, filled with sorrow. Before descending, only 19 individuals had remained on the rooftop. With reddened eyes, he recalled the events of that evening. After dinner, in preparation for a provincial design competition, the mentors had assembled several students to continue experiments in the building. There were dozens of us on just one floor, not counting those who returned for self-study. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, alerting us to intruders below. They were frothing at the mouth, their eyes vacant, entirely devoid of reason, attacking anyone in sight. Li Yanli and her companions ascended. As Gu Chenyang animatedly recounted the harrowing ordeal, the mentors had taken up tools in a valiant attempt to resist, but ultimately fell silent. Though more than 10 days had passed, the grim tableau remained vividly etched in their minds. Eventually, the senior students joined the fray, staunchly barricading every door to secure a chance for our survival. With a heavy tone, he explained how they had been relentlessly driven upward by these monsters, forced to retreat to the 6th floor while the onslaught continued unabated, scratching at the doors day and night. The teaching building offered scant provisions. We survived on meager fruits and the dwindling water from the drinking fountain. Eventually, even these supplies vanished, leaving us to subsist on instant coffee and tea leaves. The number of zombies on the 2nd and 3rd floors was noticeably diminished compared to the earlier dormitory levels. This was partly due to the fewer faculty and students remaining here, and likely also because a group of zombies had recently been neutralized.
Suddenly, Li Yanli interrupted.
Were you helping to divert the zombie horde from those above? She couldn't fathom any other reason for his actions at the entrance. Recalling his swift movements in a moment of urgency, she pondered, "Are you a speed-based ability user?" Gu Chenyang nodded vigorously, yes. It was around the 10th day after the apocalypse. My senior colleagues also met tragic fates, leaving us to protect the younger students. However, by then, the zombie numbers had swelled, and we had nearly exhausted all food supplies. We had no choice but to send 2 individuals out to distract the zombies. If all went well, they might return with some food. His gaze lowered. The classmates accompanying me did not make it back. I nearly succumbed to these monsters myself, but thankfully awakened my speed ability in a moment of desperation, allowing me to escape. I managed to scrounge some food from a nearby cafeteria. But that came with its drawbacks, as the scent of living flesh attracted a horde of zombies. I had no choice but to serve as bait, leading them up and down the building to divert their attention and prevent the last door on the rooftop from being breached. Oh, by the way, did you come because you saw the distress signal from the rooftop? Yes, Li Yanli replied softly. Though Gu Chenyang had succinctly summarized their recent experiences, the hardships endured were evident. The resources for survival in the laboratory paled in comparison to those in the dormitory, and the lack of sanitary supplies was a pressing challenge, as evidenced by some girls wrapping clothing around their waists. A few minutes later, the throng of zombies gathered at the escape door was eliminated, ensuring the safety of the 19 survivors. Li Yanli succinctly stated, "Those who can stand should follow. We will escort you to the basketball court. A bus will arrive tomorrow morning to take you to the survivor base." The students appeared pallid, with deep-set eyes and wrinkled clothing, indicative of their dire condition.
Li Yugoslavia.
Suddenly, a male voice boomed. Li Yanli turned her gaze to discover a girl, weak and on the verge of collapse. Without hesitation, she approached, offering a Snickers bar, then swept the girl into her arms, instructing, "Those who can walk, follow us to the basketball court. Food will be distributed there." The efficacy of her words invigorated those who were initially too weak to move. The curiosity surrounding Li Yanli began to dissipate as they descended in an orderly fashion. Many offered shy nods of gratitude. "I'll take over." Thunderhawk darted from the side, reaching for the frail girl in Li Yanli's embrace, only to be met with her firm rejection. "I don't want to." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, yet her resolve was unwavering. The girl's grip around Li Yanli's neck tightened in response to the overwhelming scent of blood, evoking sympathy from Li Yanli. "You lead them to join the others. We will be there shortly." Obeying the command, Thunderhawk, having learned the importance of compliance in the brief hours spent with Li Yanli, refrained from further chatter and guided the group down the stairs. Li Yanli quickly located a restroom, gently setting the girl down before ensuring the area was safe. She handed her the items. "Can you manage? If so, go inside and change." Li Yu, having just begun her menstrual cycle and weakened by prolonged hunger, nodded obediently. She promptly tore open the Snickers bar, devouring it in a few eager bites before rushing into the restroom. Moments later, she emerged, looking significantly revitalized and insistent on walking unaided. Facing Li Yanli's serious expression, she was undeterred and initiated conversation. "Senior sister, I recognize you." "Really?"
Li Yanli raplia, sumawat surprisa.
"Are you also in the mechanical and electronic program?" Shaking her head, Li Yu responded, "No, I'm from the law school." Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "It's Gu Chenyang. He has been secretly in love with you. I happened to see him collecting your photos. Out of curiosity, I looked at past competition pictures and graduation photos, which is how I came to know you." With a smile that revealed dimples, her clear-eyed gaze and cheerful demeanor indicated her buoyant personality. Li Yanli understood. It was likely that Li Yu was simply a fan of Gu Chenyang. Just as this thought crossed her mind, someone appeared at the stairwell. "Senior sister, are you ready?" Gu Chenyang's smile was both weak and radiant, a conflicting display. The trio quickly made their way downstairs, with Li Yu astutely joining the group. She energetically waved goodbye to Li Yanli. "Thank you, senior sister. Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Her petite frame and grateful demeanor elicited an infrequent smile from Li Yanli. Sensing a warm presence behind her, she turned. "Why haven to you left?" Gu Chenyang stared at his toes. "Senior sister, can I accompany you to rescue the others? What are the conditions for joining your group?" Li Yanli produced 2 Snickers bars, a bag of compressed biscuits, and a bottle of calcium milk, placing them in his hands. "First, regain some strength." Her unexpected kindness stemmed from being touched by his earnest, youthful affection. In her previous life, her ascension to power was anything but straightforward, fraught with conspiracies, intrigue, and bloodshed. Hence, she held a certain fondness for individuals like Li Yu and Gu Chenyang. Chapter 25. The crystal core received. Softly look at how famished the child appears. "Thank you, senior sister." Gu Chenyang's eyes sparkled as he eagerly accepted the offering. Without hesitation, he tore it open and stuffed his mouth, exclaiming, delicious. This sweet treat is something I never indulged in before." With tears glistening in his eyes, he added, "Thank you, senior sister." His satisfied expression evoked a sense of compassion in Li Yanli, solidifying her resolve to nurture him. She yearned to see that cherubic face flourish. "Let us move to the next building." Upon arrival, They found that other rescue teams in proper uniforms were already present. The team leader, Han Chung, approached them. "Greetings, comrades. We are members of the T-City Survivor Base as Special Forces. We just concluded a rescue operation at a nearby hospital and rushed here. How may we assist you?" T-City? Li Yanli perked up, becoming decidedly more loquacious than before. Soon, they engaged in conversation, sharing the burdens they had endured. As they exchanged words, it became apparent that no one was invincible. Fatigue weighed heavily on all. She harbored a heartfelt desire for more bases and individuals to participate in the rescue efforts. Beyond merely grasping the situation at the survivor base in City T, Li Yanli proactively retrieved a considerable amount of compressed biscuits and bottled water from the vehicle upon learning of their food shortages. Han Chung initially intended to decline, but eventually accepted under Li Yanli's insistence. He smiled amiably, stating, "Comrades, you must be exhausted after searching all night. Allow us to take over for the latter half of the night. With our numbers, we can take turns resting. By the way, where are the survivors housed?" Upon learning they were situated in the basketball court, Han Chung promptly dispatched 2 team members to take charge. Li Yanli's group finally had a moment to breathe. After regrouping, she waved, "Let us go. It's time to collect crystal cores." The 4 men swiftly followed suit. Nothing was more exhilarating than this. They began with the building occupied by Gu Chenyang. Li Yanli was resolute. Gathering crystal cores was of utmost importance, and whoever found them would keep them. Any objections would be addressed later. The 4 men expressed no dissent and diligently commenced their excavation. With each red crystal core retrieved, their fatigue dissipated. This endeavor was indeed addictive. Mufan may have been slow in combating zombies, but his speed in extracting crystal cores with a scalpel was commendable. "Gu Chenyang, I don't need 3 brothers. I'll help you dig." The new addition, anxious yet eager to please. Particularly when he recognized the swiftest among them as the affluent Si Hanjue from the wealth rankings. The awe ordinary people felt towards the elite was palpable. As they continued digging, Gu Chenyang found it increasingly difficult to proceed. Even though some zombies were mutilated, he could still faintly recognize them as former classmates. He handed the crystal core to Li Yanli, saying, "Senior sister, I need to step outside for some fresh air." This group worked at an astonishing pace. There was no telling when other organizations might arrive, and it would be a grave injustice to be beaten to it. In this apocalyptic world, human nature was treacherous, greedy, and cunning. Upright individuals like those Special Forces members were becoming rare. A few minutes later, Li Yanli nudged Gu Chenyang. "Let us go. It's time for the dormitory." This time, Gu Chenyang's demeanor was much steadier. After witnessing numerous life and death situations over the past 10 days, he forced himself to forget the past in a dormitory where he knew no one. They were all zombies now, no longer the cheerful, lively classmates they once were. He even found himself stealing glances at the agile Li Yanli, who resembled a stealthy night panther. With a specialized hat, he too could see in the dark, allowing him to observe her clearly. His face was filled with astonishment as he remarked, "Senior sister, is there some kind of electric current in your palm, like wireless charging?" Laying, focused on collecting crystal cores, had not noticed this before. Upon being reminded, he turned to look, exclaiming, "Captain, what kind of sorcery is this?" Crystal cores were valuable, they could enhance abilities and serve as currency. But what was this woman doing? It felt as if she were directly absorbing the energy of the crystal cores. They were all part of the same group, and sooner or later, the truth would come to light. It was hardly a secret. Mu Fan, kindly offering an explanation, even sounded somewhat proud. "You're correct. The captain is absorbing the energy from the crystal cores. She probably finds it tedious to extract them all. Yet, such rapid absorption was astonishing. Previously, she had been using a contact method. This made him feel like a useless individual incapable of absorbing crystal cores. Lei Ying's mouth dropped open in surprise, ultimately evolving into a simple exclamation, "Incredible!" Gu Chenyang instinctively glanced towards Si Hanjue, noticing he was not absorbing cores on site, but was diligently excavating. He understood that this ability must be exceedingly rare, filling him with admiration. No wonder she is my goddess. Even in the apocalypse, she learns new things faster than others. He viewed this skill as a form of learning, completely disregarding any notions of ancient martial arts or inner strength. Soon, the crystal cores from this building were completely collected. The final destination was the North Garden Dormitory, the very place they had initially set out to rescue. Coincidentally, as they arrived, they heard the approach of an off-road vehicle. The five quickly concealed themselves behind a nearby pine tree. The vehicle came to a halt, and several fully armed individuals disembarked. Their mismatched attire and menacing demeanor indicated that they were not here for rescue. Indeed, the man driving, who had a rather unsavory appearance, questioned his companions. "Big brother, it's dangerous to come here in the dark. Why not wait until morning?" The two men in black who followed him, though silent, shared the same sentiment. Zombies were more active at night. Why take the risk? The scarred man who followed, cigarette in mouth, retorted, "What do you know? I heard that rescue teams have been arriving in City B. We might miss out on something if we wait." He commanded his companions, "Hurry up. There are many people at the school, and surely plenty of crystal cores. If we're lucky, we might even encounter a level 2 zombie." Suddenly, a melodious female voice chimed in, "Brother Dao, if you're so eager to collect crystal cores, why didn't you come earlier in the day?" Dressed in heavy body armor, her slender figure was still evident. She was beautiful. "Haha," the scarred man said, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Mila, if we come too early, we'll have fewer cores to collect. Don't you understand that?" Mila seemed familiar with the situation. Li Yanli instinctively glanced at Si Hanjue behind her. Gu Chenyang quietly added, "She's an 18-line actress, known for that kind of show. Have you seen her?"
Li Yanli,
Thoroughly enjoying the absorption of crystal cores, felt her mental abilities were on the verge of advancing, thus found herself in the mood to tease the newcomer. Gu Chenyang sensed something was amiss and quickly changed the subject. "Senior sister, what did you say?" His face was tense, as if he had been caught in a lie. Hee. Li Yanli chuckled lightly, then directly led the team into view. The sound of 5 pairs of black combat boots on the school's concrete floor was distinctly audible in the stillness of the night. The 5 individuals by the black off-road vehicle immediately became cautious, crouching and raising their weapons. The scarred man's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Who goes there?" A flashlight flicked on, illuminating the area. With the streetlights out, it was indeed challenging to discern friend from foe. Once Li Yanli and her group approached, the tension eased significantly. The scarred man relaxed his stance, guns still raised. "Oh, it's just a rescue team. Which base are you from?" His tone was condescending. Si Hanjue finally recalled who they were, whispering, "Dao Lin, the son of the former richest man in City B and his mistress. Neglected in his upbringing. He has a penchant for weapons and has killed before, having served time." Li Yanli understood immediately, offering no unnecessary words as she pointed to the dormitory building. "Ladies and gentlemen, this building has already been cleared by us. If you seek crystal cores, I kindly ask you to proceed elsewhere." The unsavory man, recalling his brother's principles,
interjected, "Tsich.
"Who do you think you are, telling us where to go?" He gestured dismissively. "Big brother, let us go inside and take a look." In a hushed tone, he added, "The more you resist entry, the better the treasures inside." Dao Lin's gaze shifted to see Hanjue's face, emboldened by the apocalypse. He declared, "Let us go in and take a look." Mila, being a self-serving individual, rushed in first. Once inside, she exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Dao, they're all dead zombies. And the crystal cores are still here. So many." As she spoke, she crouched down to start digging. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, striking the back of her right hand. She cried out in pain and immediately withdrew her hand. Green light emanated from her left palm as she cautiously tended to her injury. Turning back, she glared at Li Yanli and the others with venomous eyes. Upon noticing the gun still in Li Yanli's hand, she lamented, "In this apocalypse, it's first come, first served. What are you capable of that gives you the right to challenge me? We women should understand each other." To survive, she had ingratiated herself with several factions, finally finding a reliable one. Yet, she knew she must rapidly enhance her strength, otherwise, these ruthless men would eventually abandon her for someone better. Chapter 26. Sleeping in the dormitory. Upon hearing this, Li Yanli's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion whatsoever. She addressed their leader, Dao Lin. "You are the one in charge. Do you understand the rules? What is your attitude?" Before Dao Lin could respond, the lecherous underling interjected, "Shut up, you filthy woman. Let your leader speak. What qualifications do you have to step forward?" Before he could finish, his head was severed from his body. Indeed, it was a clean decapitation. The grotesquely ugly head rolled on the ground until it finally came to rest against the wall. Shortly thereafter, the body collapsed with a loud thud, sending a spray of blood in all directions. You, Dao Lin, were momentarily paralyzed with fear at Li Yanli's display of power. "What kind of ability do you possess? You stammered. Enough with the chatter, get lost. Delay further, and you'll meet the same fate. Li Yanli stood with her arms crossed, not a muscle twitching. Yet none could doubt that this subordinate had been slain by her hand. Dowlin, having roamed far and wide, was knowledgeable about various abilities. Yet he found himself utterly perplexed by how this woman had managed to kill. A wise man knows when to yield. He dared not challenge her any longer and hurriedly grabbed his subordinate's head and body, leading his men away like frightened dogs. After running for a while, he tossed the corpse to two other subordinates and returned, kicking Mira, who was still in a daze. What are you doing? Are you stupid? Hurry up and move. Mira was indeed stunned. Since entering the entertainment circle, she had learned the art of aligning herself with powerful allies. Faced with someone even stronger, she was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Her eyes quickly scanned Si Hanjue, especially noting that even such an exceptional man was subservient to this woman. Admiration blossomed within her, prompting her desire to switch allegiances. Suppressing the pain in her right hand, she approached Li Yanli with sincerity. Wow, you are truly formidable. You really elevate the image of women. I possess wood-based abilities and can heal. Could I possibly join your team? Li Yanli's rejection was swift and decisive. I'm afraid I have no interest in fence-sitters. After her declaration, Dowlin wasted no time, seizing Mira by her long hair, eliciting her screams. He pushed her away and quickly disappeared through the main entrance. Let us continue mining for crystal cores. Time is of the essence.
Li Yanli commanda.
The four men, suppressing their astonishment, threw themselves into the task of extracting crystal cores. Finally, just past 2 a.m, all the spoils had been collected. The group reconvened in the hall. Interestingly, the men, without any prompting, decided to hand all the crystal cores over to Captain Li Yanli. She smiled, acknowledging the collective effort. Everyone contributed to this joint operation. I will allocate a small number of crystal cores to the new member. The rest, you may keep for yourselves. With her voice brooking no argument, the others ceased their disputes and accepted her decision. Si Hanjue posed a question that lingered in everyone's minds. Have you leveled up? Not only did her aura seem transformed, but her speed in action had also increased. Indeed, there's nothing to conceal among a team. Just now, my mental abilities have advanced to level 2. Moreover, I discovered that my spatial abilities synergize quite effectively with my mental powers. The unfortunate subordinate who had just been noisy had unwittingly become her test subject. What others perceived as enhancements in her speed and strength were mere illusions. In truth, she had first incapacitated the subordinate's ability to evade with her mental prowess, then employed her spatial energy blade to sever his head with perfection. The team was naturally elated by their captain's newfound strength, especially with the bounty of crystal cores they had acquired. Li Yanli suggested, since some dormitories appear to be unoccupied, why don't we rest here for the night and resume our journey in the morning? The group readily agreed, exhausted and eager for rest. After locking the dormitory door from the inside, they began searching for suitable rooms. They decided to stay on the first floor. Li Yanli was the first to discover a seemingly untouched room with fresh bedding. Let's use this one, she declared. It's too small. I'll find another room.
Si Hanjue countered.
There were 4 beds but 5 people. In truth, he simply did not wish to share a room with the other men.
Li Yanli nutta.
Let us not be too far apart. We ought to keep an eye on one another. Fortunately, the adjacent room was also new and well-furnished, likely awaiting new students yet to arrive. Si Hanjue suggested, let us 4 of us take the next room. You can call for help if you find yourself in danger. That's fine. She agreed, appreciating the privacy. It would allow her to utilize her spatial abilities to bathe and change clothes. Feeling sticky and dirty, she longed to shed her soiled garments. Shortly after the others departed, just as she was about to enter her spatial realm, there was a knock at the door. It's me. Recognizing the voice, Li Yanli opened the door. Sister, do you need water? I just fetched some. Dr. Mu confirmed it's safe to use.
Oh.
And the basin has been cleaned. The young man, holding a pink plastic basin, looked quite adorable under the dim emergency light, though his complexion remained poor.
Li Yanli stepped aside. Come in.
Gu Chenyang, pleased by her acceptance, carefully brought the water inside. After setting it down, he noticed the room showed no signs of being tidied and offered, Sister, which bed would you like? I can help you make it. The one next door is covered in dust, and it's probably best to clean this one before settling in. His kindness made it difficult for Li Yanli to refuse, and she abandoned her plan to enter her spatial realm, settling into a chair beneath the bed. That one above your head will do. Gu Chenyang responded eagerly. All right. He adeptly climbed the bunk bed, swiftly spreading out the bedding and gently dusting off the surface. Initially, all was well. However, as time passed, the feminine presence in the room became increasingly palpable, causing Gu Chenyang's heart to race. His movements slowed as he found himself at a loss for words, yearning to converse, but unsure how to begin. Li Yanli stifled a yawn, her gaze meeting Gu Chenyang's dreamy stare. Enough already. If you keep that up, you'll ruin the bedding. I'm sorry, sister. I'll be done shortly. Gu Chenyang, noticing her weariness, abandoned his plan for a lengthy conversation. You must be tired. Wash up and get some rest. With that, he turned to leave, only to be called back by Li Yanli. Wait a moment. Gu Chenyang turned, his eyes filled with anticipation, hoping she would keep him a while longer to reminisce. Despite his exhaustion, encountering her invigorated him, and he feared he wouldn't be able to sleep upon returning. Unfortunately, Li Yanli had no intention of keeping him. Without hesitation, she handed him a set of clothes, a black long-sleeve t-shirt paired with light brown casual pants, supplies from the supermarket. Go wash up and change into these. After wearing the same clothes for over 10 days, the bloodstains were one thing, but the torn fabric exposing his skin was another matter altogether. If she had time to spare, who knows what she might do. Gu Chenyang was momentarily stunned by the outfit, then a broad smile spread across his face. Thank you, sister. He took the clothes with utmost care, astonished to learn that she possessed spatial abilities as well. Truly remarkable, 2 powers in one. He had previously surmised that the food she had given him was simply tucked away in her pockets, but this outfit was far too substantial for combat uniform's pockets. Chapter 27. Mu Fan gets beat up. Li Yanli realized that after leveling up her mental abilities to level 2, her perceptive skills had significantly sharpened. For instance, she could now discern a person's loyalty. Her intuition indicated that both Gu Chenyang and Lei Ying were individuals worthy of her trust. Thus, she no longer felt the need to conceal the secret of her spatial abilities. Noticing Gu Chenyang standing still after receiving the clothes, she crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow. Aren't you going to leave? I'm going now. Good night, sister. He hurriedly exited, eliciting a soft laugh from her. After days of tension, she too needed a means to unwind. Had they not been so filthy, she might have kept him around longer. After securing the door, she glanced at the basin of water and shook her head. Forget it. I might as well use my spatial realm for a shower. This little basin won't suffice. An hour later, having washed up and feeling refreshed, Li Yanli emerged from her spatial realm and climbed into bed, ready to sleep. When her watch beeped with an incoming message, she smirked at the timing. Who is this? It seems they have impeccable timing. Perhaps even eavesdropping on me in the spatial realm. Before opening the door, she had anticipated a sharp presence akin to that of the wolf-like Si Hanjua. To her surprise, it was Mu Fan. Are you asleep? I'm concerned about the wound on your back. If you're still awake, let me take a look, he wrote. She chuckled softly, her fingers deftly tapping a few keys. Come in. The message was succinct and devoid of unnecessary embellishments, reminiscent of their initial encounter at the bar. With a mutual attraction, they had swiftly left together, moving seamlessly to the bedroom. The familiar sensation returned, easing Mu Fan's initial awkwardness. During these past few days together, he sensed a deviation from his original intent of pursuing her. Initially, he had aimed to deepen their relationship, but under the leadership's influence, he had forgotten his purpose. Dressed in soft, moon-white cotton pajamas, she exuded a gentle warmth, maintaining a composed demeanor. Mu Fan swore to the heavens that he had genuinely intended to tend to her injuries. While he was indeed pursuing her, he was not one to act frivolously. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself contributing in ways he had not anticipated. His mind was clouded, driven by unfulfilled desires. Having recently experienced intimacy, he felt it insufficient. However, she seemed to have no intention of continuing, leaving him reluctant to press further. His captivating peach blossom eyes were fixed on her, sitting elegantly in her chair. And he found himself clarifying, I truly wanted to check your injury. Yes, I know, she replied calmly, her cheeks flushed like a beautiful sunset. With a slight exertion of her inner strength, the straps of her nightgown snapped, sliding down to reveal her exquisite back. See, Mu Fan, I'm not just here to show you my wound, she mused, though she was aware that her back had already healed, as she had checked in the mirror. She marveled at the wonders of her wood-based abilities, realizing that she wouldn't even need scar cream. The sudden allure made Mu Fan hesitate, his long fingers lingering in the air. He suppressed his irregular breathing as Li Yanli's fiery presence ignited thoughts of playful teasing. Did she intend to continue this? Thankfully, Mu Fan, embodying the qualities of a gentleman, restrained himself this time. He could not yield any further, otherwise she would surely think poorly of him. Stepping back slightly, he reassured her, "No, the wound is healing well. There's nothing serious." Grabbing the medical kit, he announced, "I'll be leaving now. Good night."
Wait.
Li Yanli stood up, retrieving a small object from her pocket and handing it to him. "Mu Fan Ge, please have some candy." His pupils dilated. It was a lollipop, reminiscent of their childhood treats, and even the words echoed those carefree days. He felt a surge of excitement, greater than from their earlier intimacy. While he didn't mind being used as a tool for her amusement, he longed for a deeper emotional connection. Recently, new male team members had been joining, each with ties to her, causing his heart to race with anxiety. He felt ill-equipped to compete with others for a special place in her heart. Their relationship felt as distant as that of strangers. At times, he even thought that the emotionally oblivious Si Hanjue engaged with her more than he did. A simple address of Mu Fan Ge brought him immense satisfaction, as it signified her acknowledgement of him and their unique shared past. A smile broke across his face. "You finally remember me." Li Yanli popped another lollipop into her mouth, lightly licking it, her words muffled, "Only at night." This provoked Mu Fan. Was he still merely a tool? Yet, when he caught a glimpse of her mischievous expression, he chose to overlook it. There would be ample time to warm her heart. Seizing the moment, he playfully snatched the candy from her, stating, "Eating candy at night isn't good. You should brush your teeth and sleep early." His mind drifted back to a plump little girl with a gap-toothed smile before kindergarten graduation. He gently wiped the sugar syrup from the corner of her mouth just before she could react. When Mu Fan returned to his dormitory, he was greeted by the rhythmic sounds of his 3 male roommates breathing. It seemed they were all exhausted. He quietly climbed back into bed, unaware of the piercing gaze that bore into him, as if someone wished to carve a hole in his back. The next morning, just before 7, the sounds of a scuffle erupted outside. Li Yanli, alert and agile, leapt from her bed. She swiftly donned her uniform and, gun in hand, burst through the door. Upon spotting a familiar figure at the end of the hallway, she relaxed. "What's going on? Why aren't you sleeping in?" Si Hanjue immediately released Mu Fan's collar upon her arrival. "I'm sorry, did we disturb you? We're just sparring." To assuage her doubts, he recounted, "We met during peacekeeping missions on the battlefield. We often trained together." Li Yanli shot a glance at Mu Fan, noting the blood on his white pajamas. "Is this how you train?" she questioned, observing Si Hanjue's almost pristine appearance. It was evident that Mu Fan had suffered a one-sided beating. Initially, Mu Fan had managed to hold his ground, but upon seeing Li Yanli, he ceased to resist. Wiping the blood from his nose, he muttered, "Captain, I don't know what's wrong with him. He woke me up just to beat me up." The sight of Li Yanli's demeanor had evidently irked Si Hanjue, who seized Mu Fan's collar once more. "Say that again." His fists clenched, ready to strike. "Enough." Li Yanli, still unfamiliar with their camaraderie, observed them over the past few days and concluded they likely belonged to the love-hate category. Mu Fan was slightly shorter and less muscular than Si Hanjue, who was more robust. Given their lonely circumstances, it was not impossible to imagine some romantic entanglement between them. "Let us all go rest. We have a heavy task ahead today." The two men then exchanged glances, pushing and shoving each other back to their rooms. Chapter 28. The additional function of space at noon, a square table suddenly appeared in the cramped dormitory. Gu Chenyang understood the situation, patiently awaiting his senior to serve the meal. Laying, returning from washing up, was less composed. Spotting the unexpected table, he inquired, "Where did this table come from?" His gaze shifted to see Hanjue and Mu Fan, who were quietly waiting. He soon realized that one of them must possess space-related abilities, which explained why he had been bundled up. "Li Yanli, good, everyone's here. Today's mission is demanding, and we likely won't have time for dinner.
So, eat well while you can."
Noticing the anticipation in the eyes of the men, Laying exclaimed, "You're the space ability user? Dual abilities. I've never seen that before." He hastily took a seat as his stomach let out an audible growl. Being tall and lanky, sitting on the small stool felt somewhat awkward, but he ignored it, eagerly glancing at Li Yanli with a flattering smile. "Captain, let us see what good food you have." After all, he was tired of eating compressed biscuits. In truth, before meeting her yesterday, compressed biscuits had also been a luxury for him. Yet, human nature is such that one is always hopeful and perpetually unsatisfied, forever yearning for something better. Li Yanli didn't immediately produce the food, as she was using her mental energy to heat the buns. The space had a kitchen, making everything quite convenient.
Ding.
Finally, a notification rang in her mind, indicating the steaming was complete. She brought out a steamer of buns, appearing as if they had been conjured from thin air for the four men. The delicate, fragrant buns, filled generously, were something they had taken for granted before the apocalypse. However, for these ravenous men, they were a feast. As soon as she placed them down, Mu Fan reached for one, handing it to her before hastily grabbing another for himself. He enjoyed the buns, and Li Yanli noted this detail. Watching him relish the food, she also took small, delicate bites, maintaining an air of grace and composure, seemingly unfazed by the dire circumstances surrounding them. Next was Si Hanjue, whose movements were elegant, yet swift. "Are these meat-filled?" Liang S' eyes brightened as he took a big bite, exclaiming, "Delicious. I haven't had meat in ages." "Thumbs up," he added. "Captain, you're amazing. From now on, I want to follow you and enjoy good food." Having a space ability meant he could stockpile supplies, allowing for a far superior diet than others. Lastly, Gu Chenyang, his eyes glistening, waited patiently until the others had taken their share before reaching out. However, Li Yanli stopped him. "Wait a moment." Casually pulling out a box of freshly heated century egg and lean meat porridge, I urged, "Here, eat up. You've gone too long without food, and your stomach will weaken. It's best to have some porridge first." Thank you, senior sister." The young man beamed, feeling warmth in his heart. He turned aside, tore open the packaging, and devoured it ravenously, as though fearing others might snatch it away. This unusual attention aroused the vigilance of Si Hanjue and Mu Fan. They only knew him as a junior disciple. Could there be more to their history? The two exchanged knowing glances, especially Mu Fan, who seemed to convey, "You only have eyes for me, and now here's a newcomer." Oh, but he was not just younger. He stood a whole 2 centimeters taller at nearly 1.90 meters. Gu Chenyang was youthful and vibrant, with fair, tender skin, prompting Si Hanjue and Mu Fan to feel a twinge of caution. The competition was silent, yet did not hinder their speed in devouring the buns. Knowing that Li Yanli had a small appetite, they freely stuffed their mouths. Additionally, Liang, being famished and greedy, was not slow either. And soon the bamboo steamer was nearly emptied. With only 2 buns left, Liang hesitated before nudging Gu Chenyang. "Brother, haven't you finished your porridge? If you don't hurry, the buns will be gone."
"Oh, right. Coming."
Gu Chenyang gratefully glanced at him and snatched a bun. Before eating, he sought Li Yanli's permission. "Senior sister, may I eat now?" She was about to say yes, suggesting there was more delicious food, but lo and behold, he had already devoured half of a bun in one bite. Looking again, Gu Chenyang had already finished one, his cheeks puffed as he eagerly reached for another.
Sigh.
In just half a month, who would have thought that buns would become a delicacy? Feeling a collective gaze upon her, she met the eyes of the 3 across from her. Taking advantage of the new favorite, Mu Fan asked, "Is there any more?" "No, today's batch is indeed finished." The 3 men could not hide their disappointment. 1 bun each was hardly sufficient. Si Hanjue shyly explained, "It's strange. Since awakening my powers, I seem to eat a lot." Looking at the 2, he inquired, "Aren't you the same?" Li Yanli chuckled knowingly and brought out 4 bowls of wontons. "Don't rush. This takes time to cook. Eat up. There's plenty." No sooner had she spoken than darkness fell before her eyes. The bowl in her hand had vanished.
"Oh."
Si Hanjue realized he was short a bowl and quickly returned it. "Here, it's yours. There are only 4 servings. I'm full." "Yes, me too." Mu Fan pushed his bowl away as well, kicking Si Hanjue under the table. "It's your fault. If I hadn't feared you would steal more, I wouldn't have noticed 1 bowl was missing." Si Hanjue glared at him, feeling affronted. Li Yanli declined, "You'll have your share later. Just eat. We're pressed for time. I'll prepare my own." Pushing back her bowl, she produced a delicate jade bowl filled with translucent bird's nest and milk. "I'll have this." The men no longer felt compelled to be polite. Mu Fan remarked, "Well, that's good. Girls should eat more of these." Si Hanjue added, "Do you enjoy these? Next time we return to the base, I'll bring some for my parents. I can gather more supplements as well." Slurping, the men quickly finished their wontons.
Liang.
The fastest, emptied his bowl. Wiping his mouth, he curiously asked, Captain, are you avoiding carbs to maintain your figure? We'll be fighting so many zombies in a day. Won't you be lacking in strength? Li Yanli shook her head. No, it's just a habit. I snack occasionally. Eating smaller meals more frequently and choosing nutritious foods is a habit I developed during my time as an empress. Even after 5 years here, I still adhere to it. She had no worries about gaining weight. This was because her space came with several functions. First, it could alleviate her menstrual cycle, sparing her from monthly woes. Second, it could aid in contraception, allowing her to control when she wished to conceive. Third, it helped her discern a man's chastity. Upon first meeting, she could tell if he was a virgin. After accepting someone, she could also immediately ascertain if he had betrayed her. She never touched those who were not virgins or were unchaste. Lastly, it granted her an ageless appearance, forever maintaining a visage akin to that of a 20-year-old. Her figure would not become plump simply from eating more. It was merely a matter of her own desire not to overindulge. After sampling a variety of exquisite delicacies, food for her had become merely a means to sustain life. Chapter 29. Accompanying powers after the meal. Li Yanli distributed 3 energy bars to each of the men as snacks, saying, eat a bit if you get hungry. They gratefully accepted. Subsequently, everyone sat down in place to absorb the crystal nuclei obtained the previous night. It was then that Laying realized, Captain, the beginner absorption technique for nuclei on the Apocalypse Survival Forum was actually written by you? Impressive. This implied he had read the post and tried to follow the instructions. At this moment, everyone was well stocked with crystal nuclei. He took out a handful and spread them in his palm, closing his eyes to meditate and enter a state of focus. Li Yanli noticed that his absorption speed was as sluggish as the others. Of course, this sluggishness was relative to her. When she browsed the replies beneath her post, she discovered hundreds of comments. Some inquired why their absorption was so slow, asking for her guidance. Others had made slight improvements to her method, achieving minimal results, and there were those who reported side effects after absorbing crystal nuclei, experiencing allergic reactions, rashes, and vomiting. The range of experiences was vast. Laying added, I don't have any special reactions, just slow absorption. Even with the improved method, it's not fast. These 2 little ones might take all day to absorb. Listening quietly, Si Hanjue and Mu Fan grew uneasy. Their intermittent absorption would take several days. However, it was best not to mention it, as it would be embarrassing. Mu Fan, growing anxious, contacted the base to exchange information. Soon, he joyfully announced, Professor Zhou said that so far, almost all methods of absorbing nucleus energy through meridians are quite slow. One research team proposed a possibility, to purify the energy from the nuclei and then dilute it, injecting it into the bodies of the awakened. It's said that experiments are already underway, and if successful, the efficiency will greatly improve. Li Yanli became intrigued. Oh, to what extent will it improve? Theoretically, extracting the energy from a level 1 nucleus takes 5 minutes. Considering the preparation for injection, the entire process would take about 10 minutes. Laying chimed in with a smile. That still can't compare to our Captain's monstrous physique. Naturally, he took pride in being associated with such a remarkable leader. Si Hanjue added, besides nuclei, combat can also enhance levels. I believe after a few more intense battles, I will be ready to advance. Hey, listen to this. Mu Fan excitedly shared the information from Professor Zhou. They had exchanged information with the survivor base in T-City and drew a conclusion. The elemental powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, thunder, and wind had the highest awakening rates, with one appearing in every 100 individuals. Laying nodded. So, what is the excitement about? Any new discoveries? We already knew that. The elemental powers were common. Speed and strength were secondary. Currently, space, mental, and flight abilities were considered relatively rare. As for any other types, that remained unknown. He cast a glance at Li Yanli, marveling at her extraordinary talent. Mu Fan shot him a glare. Can't you let me finish? Professor Zhou and the others concluded that some powers may have accompanying abilities. Accompanying abilities? What does that mean? Li Yanli expressed keen interest. In their constant battles, they had little time to absorb and comprehend the information around them. Successfully capturing everyone's attention, Mu Fan continued without holding back. For instance, they discovered that some wood-based powers can manifest healing abilities. Not only can they heal internal and external injuries, but they can also restore depleted powers. When a person's abilities are exhausted or damaged, Wood-based powers can help them recover quickly. Isn't it quite impressive? Who wouldn't want to feel significant within their team? Initially, I thought that wood-based abilities were rather trivial, ineffective in combat and lacking in speed, appearing exceedingly fragile. Who would have imagined there could be such potential? Mufan grew increasingly intrigued by the collection of crystal nuclei. Only by elevating the level of wood-based abilities could one possibly unlock the capacity for healing powers. He continued to elaborate. For instance, water abilities could give rise to ice abilities. Turning to Lei Ying, he remarked, your power could potentially evolve into gold-based abilities. Perhaps, in time, you might possess an invulnerable physique akin to diamond, along with claws and hands as robust as those of any beast.
And what of me?
Is there a chance my speed abilities could evolve? Gu Qinyang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Since joining, he felt he had been a hindrance to the team. His speed abilities seemed to serve only for escape, lacking any substantial utility. They appeared less advantageous than wood abilities, which could manipulate plants for attack and even heal injuries. Mufan shook his head, indicating that speed abilities had yet to find a reference point, but speculated they might develop into flight abilities. Could they perhaps evolve into wind abilities? Lei Ying, understanding the newcomer's anxiety, playfully teased to uplift Gu Qinyang's spirits, wrapping an arm around the young man's shoulders. Reassuring him, fear not, you can hide behind me from now on. I've got your back. Speed. Wind? Li Yanli recalled several speed users she had encountered, who, in moments of urgency, seemed to glide as if propelled by the wind. Perhaps Gu Qinyang could indeed awaken a wind ability. She commanded Gu Qinyang. How about this? You shall serve as our team scout, tasked with gathering intelligence. Gu Qinyang displayed a wry smile, believing Li Yanli was offering him an opportunity to bolster his confidence. Thank you, senior sister, he expressed gratefully. Little did he know that Li Yanli was serious. Now, let me outline today's mission. First, we will scour the area around the school gate to see if we can gather more supplies. Time is of the essence, so we cannot linger too long. To enhance efficiency, you, Gu Qinyang, will lead the charge. Utilize your strengths to scout the small mall at the school gate and assess the situation in the various shops. If there are supplies worth collecting, we will mobilize as a group. Gu Qinyang's spirits lifted at this. Yes, senior sister. Upon closer inspection, a dimple appeared on one side of his face. The term senior sister seemed to stick, and Li Yanli found no need to correct him. After all, he was still young and deserved some leniency. Addressing the others, she continued, our second task is to visit the central hospital of B City. It was searched by the special forces from T City last night, and I believe it is now relatively safe, with few zombies remaining. Her gaze turned to Mufan. Did you not express concerns about the inadequacy of medical equipment? Let us see if there is anything salvageable. Mufan's excitement was palpable. He had not anticipated that Li Yanli would consider his preferences. Really? You mean just for me? Before he could bask in his delight, a certain male stepped on his foot, threateningly admonishing, speak properly. Feeling favored, Mufan chose not to dwell on Si Hanju's rude behavior. He pulled out a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapping it leisurely and savoring the treat. Beside him, Lei Ying leaned in, brother, where did you get that? Share one with me. At 24, Lei Ying was merely a year older than Mufan, making the term brother quite fitting. The team quickly bonded, easing Li Yanli's concerns, and she turned her attention back to Gu Qinyang. Go on now, stay safe. We'll be waiting for you. The rest of you, follow me to the first floor. If you find new bedding in the dormitory, pack it up for me to collect. During the execution of their tasks, no one dared to joke around. They immediately became focused and diligent in their respective duties. A quarter of an hour later, Li Yanli had gathered several new sets of bedding along with bowls and utensils. She refrained from risking the collection of contaminated items, having heard they might carry the zombie virus, and one slip could lead to infection. Gu Qinyang moved with remarkable speed, having already completed a wide circle outside the school. Beaming with excitement, he reported, Senior sister, there aren't many zombies outside. Just a few scattered ones that pose no threat. I took a glance, and the small mall and shops have very little food left, either looted or damaged. However, there are plenty of bedding, clothes, and daily necessities, along with beverages. Should we collect them? Li Yanli's eyes sparkled with delight. Of course we should. Let us go. Chapter 30. Scavenging at the small mall. The night spent in the dormitory felt like a return to a peaceful era. However, upon reaching the school gate a mile away, the chaos of war was palpable. The road was littered with abandoned vehicles. Some were parked neatly along the roadside, while others lay haphazardly across the street. And still more had been overturned by zombies, helplessly toppled onto the greenery. They could not drive through and were forced to proceed on foot. Most of these vehicles likely belonged to nearby shop owners, though some were probably left by students and teachers who had parked temporarily. The condition of the vehicles was dreadful. Some were reduced to mere skeletons, others were smeared with blood and sticky fluids, and still others had been flooded during the heavy rain, leaving them damp and grimy. Most disturbing were the cars, with trapped occupants. Days had passed, and the bodies had decayed beyond recognition, infested with maggots, their flesh resembling a honeycomb, perilously close to revealing stark, white bones. Li Yanli's face twitched in disgust, the nauseating scene overwhelming her senses. Si Hanju noticed, and quickly grabbed her hand, using his other hand to shield her eyes. If you don't want to see it, then don't look. This way. Occasionally, zombies staggered into view, easily dispatched by laying with a powerful punch, saving on ammunition. Gu Qinyang guided them, senior sister. Let's not bother with the food court on the first floor and basement of this small mall. However, the clothing and shoes on the second floor seemed to be in decent condition. Li Yanli nodded, recalling that the entrance had been home to a fried chicken shop, a milk tea store, a local snack vendor, and a noodle restaurant, all of which had suffered severe damage. Clearly, chaos had ensued, with looting and destruction rampant. The burnt vehicles were likely a result of this mob mentality. Stepping into the first floor, they encountered a pharmacy. As expected, the counters had been ransacked. The only item left was a laxative. The sight of the yellow and green filth on the floor made her stomach turn. Venturing further, they discovered a bicycle and electric scooter shop. Her eyes lit up. The ones stored high should still be usable. They quickly donned specialized gloves and climbed up, soon managing to retrieve several items. Laying even playfully tested one of the scooters, zipping around the hall, realizing that even if the fuel ran out, riding this would still be swifter than walking. However, she recalled that the power systems had also been failing. No worries, I have a solution, she announced, keeping her generator a secret. Mu Fan, lost in his thoughts, suddenly queried, Hey, Si, can't your lightning ability generate electricity? Inspired, Si Hanju summoned a blue light in his palm, off to find an opportunity to test it. They were all novices with their abilities, and the possibilities seemed endless. After gathering their haul, Li Yanli surveyed the surroundings. She remembered that the area was lined with various eateries, now reduced to a state akin to the outside world, either utterly ransacked or smashed beyond recognition. The aftermath of the torrential rains left behind a plethora of filthy debris, creating a scene of utter disgust. Even if food remained, it was likely contaminated and no one dared to consume it. The basement level was even worse off, and they had no intention of lingering there. The group ascended the stairs to the second floor, unexpectedly encountering a band of survivors. Their group was quite sizable, numbering over 10, comprising both adults and children, likely families or friends banding together. Upon noticing the newcomers, the survivors eyed them warily, lacking the joy of encountering fellow humans. Only when they realized Li Yanli and her companions were clad in uniforms did their demeanor soften, and they cautiously sheathed their weapons. The leader of the group urged, All right, put those down. We have enough to worry about without attracting zombies. Beside him was presumably his wife, tirelessly stuffing bags with clothes and shoes, while other women in the group were doing the same, desperately hoarding supplies. One man, perhaps feeling bold, approached and inquired, Excuse me, team leader, do you have any food? We haven't eaten in 2 days. The adults may endure, but the children cannot. Upon seeing the filth on their bodies and the children's desperate, hungry expressions, Li Yanli shook her head. We have been providing support for several days and are completely out of supplies. We came here in search of food. However, there is a box of fallen items along the path before entering. I am uncertain if they are edible, but if you dare, you may give them a try. The man's initial disappointment gave way to a flicker of hope in his eyes. Grinning with gratitude, he responded, All right, let us go take a look. A dozen people abandoned their previous hoarding and hurried down the stairs, their urgency palpable, yet devoid of pushing or shoving. The bonds of kinship and friendship remained intact. Furthermore, I am aware that a rescue team is searching for survivors within Qing University. You may wish to try your luck and see if you can join them at the base. Li Yanli's words ignited a glimmer of hope within them. The leader among them expressed his thanks repeatedly, exclaiming, Thank you, Captain. We are truly grateful. After they descended, Gu Chenyang, perplexed, asked, "Senior sister, where is the food? Shouldn't we pick some up if we encounter them?" Before he could finish, the figures had vanished. In an instant, Li Yanli returned, exclaiming, "Now we have it." Utilizing her spatial teleportation skill. "All right, everyone, let us commence our actions. Hand me the clothes and shoes from the racks. You gather the scattered items for me to collect later." The crowd responded enthusiastically. Subsequently, everyone busied themselves packing items, oblivious to how she was gathering them. When they finally looked up again, it appeared as though bandits had raided the village. Dozens of sports brand chain stores had been utterly ransacked. Even the racks had vanished. The men were astonished, but refrained from asking further questions, diligently bringing the packed items to Li Yanli, who effortlessly stored them away with a mere gesture. Admiration flickered in Gu Chenyang's eyes as he suggested, "Senior sister, the third floor houses a high-end clothing store, the fourth floor has a large restaurant, and the fifth floor contains a cinema. Should we not explore those as well?" He had previously refrained from mentioning this, believing they lacked the capacity to carry everything away. Observing her ease in this endeavor, he felt exhilarated at the prospect of hoarding supplies. "Let us go." Li Yanli, equally eager, made her decision. Si Hanjue took it upon himself to lead the way, charging ahead. Liang followed suit, keeping pace beside him. Fortunately, they encountered no zombies, and the third floor appeared significantly cleaner. These clothes were not a source of sustenance, and both humans and zombies seemed temporarily uninterested. Li Yanli, without discrimination, entered various brand stores, collecting items with each sweep of her hand. Finally, the men comprehended how their captain was gathering supplies, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Mu Fan, feeling contemplative, leaned closer and whispered, "Yen Yen, with your abilities, why do you still need us? You could hoard food and supplies without any issue. And with your own strength, you are formidable. Just considering your terrifying speed in absorbing crystal cores, one can foresee your future power will be astounding. Such a potential asset would surely be welcomed anywhere." Flattery brings joy to anyone, and Li Yanli was no exception. With a gentle smile, she whispered, "For your sake, do you believe it?" Suddenly feeling flustered by her teasing, Mu Fan's face flushed. He averted his gaze and replied, "Stop joking." A light laugh escaped from Li Yanli. But before she could continue, a cool male voice interrupted from behind. "There are frozen goods upstairs, along with beverages and tissues. Would you like to check?" Just as they finished gathering on this floor, the group ascended together. The fourth floor was lined with larger restaurants that typically experienced heavy foot traffic. Due to the elevated location, the looting was not as severe, but some vegetables had already wilted and rotted beyond consumption. Li Yanli immediately directed her attention to the frozen section. Fortunately, the power was still on, and the items within remained consumable. She collected without hesitation, even taking the freezers, refrigerators, and cold storage into her space. The meat reserves were abundant, including seafood, beef, lamb, pork, and chicken. The store also stocked beverages, including bottled water, soft drinks, and even entire cases found in the warehouse. Storing them proved to be incredibly convenient. Liang, leaning against the cash register, cautiously inquired, "Captain, can we also store some of these?" No one knew the true size of Li Yanli's space, and none dared to be greedy. They could only negotiate for what they desired. Following his gaze, Li Yanli understood. "Do you have a preference for cigarettes and alcohol?"
Si Hanjue,
Wanting to speak but holding back, remained silent. Li Yanli, perceptive to their past smoking habits, replied, "All right, as long as you need them, we shall collect." With a mere gesture, she stored the display cabinet behind the cash register, which held an assortment of common cigarettes and alcohol. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to Gu Chenyang and asked, "Do you recall that besides the cinema upstairs, there were also several home textile stores? Are they still open?" Gu Chenyang affirmed, "Yes. Yes." The others gasped in astonishment. "We can store that too?" As they prepared to ascend, Si Hanjue reminded, "There are several restaurants with storage rooms piled with boxes of tissues and wet wipes. Should we gather those?" "Absolutely. Tissues are in high demand," Li Yanli replied, following his suggestion into the storage room. Thus, she collected all kinds of paper products without leaving anything behind. Upon reaching the fifth floor, Gu Chenyang excitedly rummaged through the cinema and exclaimed, "Senior sister, there are drinks here and unpopped popcorn. Can we take it all?" Li Yanli teased, "How old are you? Still indulging in snacks?" Gu Chenyang scratched his head, seizing the opportunity to confess, "I just envied couples sitting together in the cinema, sharing popcorn. I hope that one day I can." He secretly glanced at Li Yanli's expression, his intentions transparent. Li Yanli, not pretending to be oblivious, replied frankly, "The cinema will likely not be operational for the foreseeable future." They then moved to the home textile store. Although the stock was reduced, there were still plenty of items available, including quilts, blankets, sheets, pillows, pillowcases, cushions, hand towels, and bath towels. Collect everything. As they continued, Li Yanli, unable to resist, decided to take the beds as well. After all, if they found themselves in a desolate wilderness, having a bed to sleep on would surely be better than lying on the ground. Laying, more straightforward in nature, finally could not suppress his excitement and asked, "Captain, just how large is your space?" Li Yanli paused her actions, tilting her head in thought. "That's a difficult question. I fear you may not believe the truth." Her space was boundless. She had yet to discover its limits. "It is vast. Sustaining you all for a lifetime would pose no issue." This was the second time she had mentioned supporting them, and Si Hanjue's deep gaze shifted. He felt that her trajectory of growth should not align with such a disposition. He could not believe that someone could suddenly awaken spatial abilities and become so audacious. Her confidence did not seem like an act of someone who had suddenly become wealthy. Rather, it emanated from an inherent strength that suggested she was destined to occupy a high position, eliciting admiration and dependence from others. What crucial information was he unaware of? Yet, regardless of how he pondered, her innate dominance and assertiveness made it clear to him that she would not quietly assume the role of anyone's girlfriend or wife. Her character and thoughts were far too independent. Observing his friend Mu Fan, who appeared unassuming yet harbored many subtle thoughts, Si Hanjue resolved to adapt to reality. Otherwise, while others feasted, he would be left with nothing. In this apocalyptic world, one could not predict how long they might survive. Why maintain pride when survival was at stake? The phrase supporting you all carried an ambiguous undertone. Even Liang, who is typically oblivious, sensed the unusual implication. Yet he showed no inclination to correct or dispute it. Casual remarks aside, he felt robust and resilient, unafraid of wear and tear. A wave of enchanting memories from that night surged into his mind, and he mused that being with her was not a loss. Alas, upon joining the team, it became clear that she harbored no such intentions. He could only suppress his fanciful thoughts. After gathering their supplies, dusk began to settle in. Li Yanli restrained her desire to linger and moved on without delay. The five of them drove toward the central hospital of City B. By the time they arrived, evening was approaching. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the sun seemed to hide away, rarely making an appearance. Thus, even at dusk, the sky had already darkened. Moreover, with the streetlights damaged, distant objects became shadowy and indistinct. They had expected to encounter numerous zombie corpses, yet to their surprise, not a single one appeared. Li Yanli cautioned, "Strange occurrences often herald danger. Everyone, stay close." As the primary objective was to collect equipment, Li Yanli, familiar with the hospital's layout, led them directly to the second floor.
Come.
The lab area is on the second floor. How peculiar. Mu Fan was excited at the prospect of gathering equipment and walked ahead with Li Yanli. He had heard that zombies decayed much slower than humans, usually taking a month. Having been obliterated just last night, it was unlikely they had vanished so quickly. Li Yanli shook her head. "No, they are not decaying. It seems more like they have been relocated." Si Hanjue, holding a flashlight, shone it around and concurred. "I believe so. There are dragging marks in the corridor over there, along with green blood stains. Are you implying someone needed the bodies of the zombies? What purpose do zombies serve?" Liang followed closely, feeling a shiver run through him. "Captain, I can't shake the feeling that the hospital is eerie." Gu Chenyang, having heard this, quickened his pace to join Li Yanli's side. "It's safest next to my sister." His bright, puppy-like eyes scanned the surroundings, instinctively pulling his clothes tighter. "Sister, I feel a chill too. Do we absolutely need this equipment? Should we retreat?" With this suggestion, Li Yanli also sensed a sudden chill at her neck, as though someone were surreptitiously caressing her, causing her to shudder. She paused, closed her eyes, and took a moment to feel the atmosphere. Chapter 32. The hospital's eerie nature. Upon reopening her eyes, she sensed no immediate danger. The plan remained unchanged. The apocalypse had brought forth many inexplicable phenomena. Could they afford to hesitate when never confronted with unsolved mysteries? Though she thought this, she steeled herself, gripping her firearm a little tighter. She glanced around, gauging the distance. calculating whether she could protect the two weaker members, Mu Fan and Gu Chenyang, should anything suddenly attack. Especially Gu Chenyang, who had yet to learn how to wield a handgun. His knowledge was limited to what he had picked up at the shooting range, making it difficult for him to hit zombies or other beasts at present. Fortunately, their journey proceeded smoothly, with no anomalies encountered. They first arrived at the laboratory, collecting automated biochemical analyzers for blood tests, urine tests, bodily fluid tests, flow cytometers, PCR machines, counting devices, and immune analyzers. Naturally, they did not overlook commonly used physical diagnostic tools such as thermometers, blood pressure monitors, and microscopes. Anything that could be dismantled quickly and was uncontaminated was taken. Next, they visited the ultrasound room, gathering several color Doppler imaging devices. Subsequently, they moved to the electrocardiogram and electroencephalogram rooms, collecting the respective machines. Finally, they reached the radiology department, where they gathered X-ray machines, CT scanners, and MRI machines. Upon entering familiar territory, Mu Fan was ecstatic, darting around Li Yanli like a puppy. Yen, can we take all of these? Li Yanli accepted everything, her hand brushing against the items as they were stored in her space. And these consumables are rare commodities. We shall take them. As long as you need it, we shall gather it. Her grand declaration elicited a sense of indulgence from Si Hanjue, intensifying his feelings of unease. Intentionally disrupting the two's closeness, he remarked, Yen, don't you find it strange that there isn't a single zombie here? The hospital operates 24 hours. Surely, there must be lab personnel present. Simultaneously, he mentally competed with Mu Fan, thinking, why does he get to call her Yen while we must call her Captain? I want to call her by her nickname too. Si Hanjue carefully observed Li Yanli's reaction, but she was too engrossed in her gathering to notice the shift in how he addressed her. In her mind, resources such as food, clothing, medical equipment, and medications were of utmost importance, and she aimed to acquire as much as possible. After discerning the significance of his words, Li Yanli's expression faltered momentarily. It was indeed eerie. Remnants of zombie bodily fluids were clearly visible on some equipment, indicating that zombies had surely been present. Mu Fan, be extra cautious. Do not bring any contaminants into my space. If the virus infiltrates my space, it would spell disaster. Ideally, the base would soon develop an effective disinfectant spray against the zombie virus. Mu Fan nodded, raising the handheld zombie virus detector they had brought from the base. There haven't been any alerts yet, which means the virus density is within a safe range. But you're right. Caution is paramount. Ordinary viruses can mutate and evolve. And so can the zombie virus. Once we finish here, I will contact the base to check for any new formulations effective against the zombie virus. If none exist, we might try traditional Chinese medicine for detoxification. You can concoct it yourself? Li Yanli inquired, focusing on the essential point. It's worth a try. I learned from an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for a while. Si Hanjue no longer felt envious. If this kid truly possessed such skills, he would kneel in admiration. They continued to gather ordinary surgical instruments, and after collecting optical surgical tools, Mu Fan suggested going upstairs. I remember the operating rooms are on the 3rd floor. Yen. It would be best to gather enough equipment for one operating room. This implied a desire to rebuild in the future. Li Yanli had no reason to oppose this and replied, let us go. But how do you know this place so well? She was familiar with it because this was the nearest tertiary hospital to Qin University, where she had visited for medical treatment. She had often been invited to exchange medical knowledge. Once the topic shifted to her field, Mu Fan became quite talkative, revealing a hint of pride that Si Hanjue could not help but feel irritated by. He thought to himself, I want to kick him. However, he ultimately refrained, unable to resist making a sardonic comment. In the past, I could donate to various hospitals for the country, contributing to the healthcare industry and ensuring more patients could afford treatment. Unfortunately, the opportunity to do charity work is now lost. This remark piqued Li Yanli's interest. Did your family also contribute here? Yes, the hospital was established 72 years ago. My great-grandfather donated money back then. Li Yanli expressed her surprise, realizing the Si family had been affluent for generations. A century-old family had suddenly become common folk. The inadvertent display of his noble pride did not irk her. Rather, she felt a sense of sympathy. After the disaster, every man's mindset underwent a transformation, each adapting in their own way. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Li Yanli transformed once more into a gatherer. This hospital boasted 40 operating rooms, and half of them had remained unused prior to the incident, their doors tightly shut, showing no signs of intrusion. It was simply splendid. Without Mu Fan needing to speak, Li Yanli swiftly packed up equipment from 20 of the rooms, including surgical lights, operating tables, anesthesia machines, monitors, surgical instruments, imaging devices, sterilization equipment, infusion devices, ventilators, and defibrillators. Had she not feared a collapse trapping them inside, she would have gladly taken even the rooms themselves. We can check back at the base to see if they need any of this. We can donate some if necessary. After finishing their rounds, they also gathered many medical supplies, such as medications and formulations. As long as they were unopened, they took everything. As they walked and gathered, their spirits lifted with the absence of zombies, and by the time they realized it, the 5 of them had completely lost track of time, even as midnight approached. It was only when Li Yanli felt a chill that she pulled out a down jacket to wear, remarking, "Have you all noticed the temperature suddenly drop significantly?" The 4 men ceased their search and took a moment to feel the atmosphere. "Gu Qinyang, senior sister, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. But it is indeed colder than when we first arrived," said Lei Ying, crossing his arms and hunching his neck. "I can hardly endure it myself. Could the captain spare me a jacket?" Li Yanli generously distributed down jackets to each of the men, cautioning them to be careful not to soil them. The base predicts that extremely cold weather is likely to follow. Glancing outside, Li Yanli suggested, "It's getting late. Let us head to the first floor and find a clean lounge to spend the night. We set off for the H-City Mountain Forest Protection Zone in the morning." With that, she moved swiftly, almost as if she were gliding. The men, now clad in warm clothing, felt significantly more comfortable and hastily kept pace with Li Yanli. They paid no heed as an ominous black mist began to rise in the wake of their passage, swirling and coalescing into tendrils that drifted towards Li Yanli's side. Thankfully, she remained oblivious to it. Otherwise, even with a second chance at life, the sight would have surely terrified her. For throughout, a shadow lingered closely beside her, becoming more agile as it absorbed the dark mist, slithering around her like a black mamba, its presence almost palpable. Familiarity washed over the shadow. It recognized the scent that belonged to him. Had another individual been leading this group, they would have long since been drained of life. Just then, Li Yanli abruptly halted. What's wrong? Since entering the hospital, Si Hanjua's heart had been in a state of suspense. Li Yanli raised her hand to touch her face, then her neck. "It's nothing. It just feels even colder." Her spirit became tense. There was something she refrained from saying, fearing it would only heighten their anxiety. Although her mental abilities felt no direct danger, they sensed a predatory gaze, akin to being stalked by something cold-blooded. "What is that?" Lei Ying's booming voice, already loud, rang out in astonishment, tightening the group's nerves to their utmost. Li Yanli felt a chill run down her spine. Following his gaze to the window, she declared, "Let us go down and take a look." They found themselves on the second floor of the inpatient department, which was designed in a square layout. Ordinarily, peering out this window would reveal a landscaped area adorned with greenery and a small gazebo for patients to stroll and rest. Yet now, it had been replaced by an inexplicable mound of earth. In an apocalyptic world, who would still engage in construction at a hospital? Finding the absence of corpses or zombies unsettling, Li Yanli felt compelled to uncover the truth. Armed with bright flashlights, they descended the stairs and cautiously pushed open the glass door, advancing down the corridor. Lei Ying, leading the way, was the first to comprehend the scene before them. "What the hell? Is someone insane enough to erect a grave in a hospital?" His exclamation startled the dark mist that had been entwining around Li Yanli, causing it to stiffen and fixate on Lei Ying with a piercing gaze. Unable to voice its thoughts, it resorted to glaring at the bothersome giant. However, recognizing that the group was under Li Yanli's command, it instinctively refrained from attacking, instead coiling back into a more comfortable position. Feeling discomfort, it burrowed deeper into the collar of Li Yanli's jacket. Ah, the scent! It relished the aroma and snuggled in further, prompting Li Yanli to furrow her brow slightly as she gazed at the gravestone. Si Hanjua inquired, "What's wrong?" He assumed Li Yanli noticed something peculiar about the earthen mound. She shook her head, replying, "It's nothing.
Just a chill in my chest."
Is the predicted cold weather finally upon us? Exercising caution, she retrieved several electric heating pads stored in the supplies and began charging them in the space. Approaching the gravestone, she remarked, "Lei Ying, it's an unmarked grave. Nothing is inscribed." Yet considering its size, I suspect it conceals the remains of zombies.
Who could it be?
Seems like they had the decency to gather the zombies for burial.
Lianli já está.
This is merely our conjecture. We must dig to confirm. With that, she produced a shovel.
Here, let me take that.
Lang eagerly accepted it, boasting of his strength, and began to dig. For safety, they donned gas masks. Lang worked swiftly, excavating to the base in just a few strokes. Upon revealing the zombies within, he turned to Li Yanli in shock. No way. Someone actually erected a gravestone for them. It was hard to find the right words to describe such a person. Zombies, or rather, the remnants of humanity. In our country, there's a deep respect for life and death, and for reincarnation. But once they became zombies, they morphed into monsters, enemies of humankind. It's uncertain what species they belong to now. Logically, living beings would only show compassion to their loved ones. So it was baffling to think anyone would care for these creatures. The others shared similar sentiments. Could it be that a rescue team found the zombie corpses and buried them to prevent the virus from spreading?
Guchen yang speculatet.
But why erect a gravestone? Lang questioned, leaning on his shovel in confusion. Mu Fan cautiously inspected the area. No, it appears the corpses haven't been properly sanitized. The intent here is not to halt the spread of the virus. It seems like a sincere desire to lay them to rest. Si Hanju added, indeed. If they wished to stop the virus, they could have simply burned them and buried the ashes, much more efficient. Lang shouted again. Who on earth did this? So many relatives? There must be hundreds of zombies here. He was skeptical that anyone would show kindness to them. Observing Li Yanli, who was pacing around, he asked, Captain, what do you think? Li Yanli turned back. Aren't you curious where this earth came from? Lang's eyes lit up. It can't be from a bulldozer. There's no way it could get in here. If it were human labor, it would require a considerable workforce, and besides, they couldn't have acted so quickly after last night's deaths. This must be the work of a geomancer. There's an earth ability user involved. In these apocalyptic times, people had grown increasingly cold-hearted. If someone awakened a new ability, they would need to be more vigilant. Unable to discern any further insight, Li Yanli decided to abandon the investigation. Let us head to the first floor and find a place to rest. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight. As she walked, a chilling breeze swept over her, intensifying the cold in her chest. No, it was not merely cold. It was a profound chill, as if the wind were intentionally targeting her. While wrapping herself in a thick down jacket, she discreetly retrieved a small electric heating pad and tucked it into her chest. A hissing sound erupted as the shadow within her felt the surge of warmth. Unable to bear it, it sprang forth from her chest, landing on the ground. Li Yanli paused again. Did you hear that hissing sound? Hissing sound? Lang moved in front of her, straining to listen. I don't hear anything. Li Yanli glanced at the other men, noticing their similar expressions. Shaking her head, she wondered if she was imagining things. Slowly, she passed through the glass door toward the outpatient hall. Behind the tall trees, the shadow transformed into human form, with long hair cascading down, cloaked in a dark robe. The cool moonlight illuminated his exquisite features. His face was as pale as parchment, yet his eyes and lips were a striking crimson, exuding an unsettling aura, reminiscent of a vampire from Western mythology. He had concealed himself carefully, only daring to hiss after Li Yanli and her companions departed. As dark mist wafted towards him, he extended a crimson tongue to swallow it greedily, licking his lips with satisfaction. Woman, how dare you burn me? Truly unappealing. How should I punish you? Recalling the faint scent of roses, he felt himself dissolve like melting ice cream, extending down to his feet. He then hurried to catch up with the group ahead. Heat enveloped him, as though 10 suns blazed in the sky. Li Yanli felt parched, as if she were a fish on the verge of death. Her face flushed. Breathing heavily, despite her suffering, a deep-seated pleasure coursed through her being. She was unable to distinguish whether this was reality or a dream, and she remained in a state of slumber. Upon returning from his patrol, Gu Chenyang instinctively cast a glance at her, only to be confronted by an urgent rush. Senior sister, what's wrong? His shout brought Lang rushing in from outside, followed closely by the 2 men who had been dozing against the wall. Si Hanjua opened his eyes and crawled over, inquiring, what happened? Following him was Mu Fan, who forcefully pushed the heads of the 3 men aside, exclaiming, let me see. At this moment, Si Hanjua had already deduced much of the situation, yet he did not wish for Li Yanli to be embarrassed in front of others. Thus he attempted to prevent Mu Fan from advancing. When Mu Fan reprimanded him sharply, "Step aside. Am I the doctor, or are you?" He exuded the same seriousness, meticulousness, and confidence he displayed during work, unafraid of any supernatural occurrences. Reluctantly, Si Hanjue stepped aside, concocting an excuse to usher the two men out of the resting room. Once they had departed, Li Yanli awakened abruptly, her eyes snapping open with piercing intensity. Someone had invaded her. Instinctively, she reached out and grasped the neck of the person before her, demanding, "Is it you?" Cough, cough. Mu Fan, who was preparing to wipe the sweat from her forehead with a tissue, was completely unprepared for her sudden movement.
Cough, it's me, Yan Yan.
As Li Yanli finally extricated herself from the realm of dreams, her grip softened.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
With a blush gracing her cheeks, her eyes hazy and her breathing rapid, Mu Fan quickly understood. After conducting a thorough examination of her, he lowered his head, feigning to organize the medical instruments. His tone was awkward as he remarked, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's quite normal. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out." Before he could finish, a warm, damp sensation brushed against his lips. She was kissing him. It was their first kiss, and she had stolen his initial moment of intimacy. Although they had shared physical closeness on 2 previous occasions, this was their inaugural kiss. Mu Fan's heart raced wildly, and just as he was about to pull Li Yanli closer, a knock resounded at the door. "Are you done?" Upon realizing what the two were engaged in, Si Hanjue, accustomed to being the dominant one, was truly furious, his eyes burning with fury. He turned to unleash a roar, only to meet Li Yanli's teasing gaze. Their eyes clashed in the air, a silent battle. Eventually, he relented, turning away with a haughty demeanor and declaring, "Mu Fan, it's our turn for the second half. Hurry up and come out." His forlorn figure resembled a defeated lion that had lost its territory. Chapter 34. He Si Hanjue. His mind. Mu Fan was still dazed from the kiss, unable to comprehend why such romantic encounters had suddenly multiplied in recent days. Upon exiting, he found Si Hanjue waiting at the entrance, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Aren't you going to wear your combat uniform? Are you patrolling or seeking death?" The atmosphere was thick with tension. How could this pretty boy possibly be progressing faster than him? It seemed that in this day and age, one must compete not only with looks but also with tenacity. Lei Ying and Gu Chenyang had finished their shift and entered to rest.
Li Yanli,
unable to sleep due to thoughts of her dream, followed suit. Si Hanjue, quick-witted, stepped forward gently saying, "Did I not tell you that as the team leader, you need not rotate with us? Why not sleep a bit longer?" His expression conveyed genuine concern, and his demeanor remained relatively composed, lifting Li Yanli's spirits. She pulled out a mint and placed it in his palm, saying, "Have a candy to refresh yourself." Despite her words, she discreetly traced circles in Si Hanjue's palm with her nimble fingers. The gesture was flirtatious, yet her face maintained an air of seriousness. "Be careful." Si Hanjue grasped the situation. He had encountered the fabled seductress. This one before him was indeed a master at playing both sides, ready to indulge in whichever option suited her fancy. Before they could contemplate further, voices were heard outside, and the trio hastily stowed away their intentions, turning their attention outward with caution, weapons at the ready. A familiar female voice followed. Li Yanli recognized it as well and glanced at Si Hanjue, her expression seemingly saying, "You still have the energy to bicker with me? Look, your childhood friend has arrived." The sound of forceful knocking on the glass door echoed. What a coincidence! Lu Susu and her entourage had also set their sights on this place, intending to stay the night. Upon discovering the door was locked, they speculated that perhaps someone was inside. A young man knocked insistently. "Is anyone there? If so, please respond. We are from the Special Forces. Kindly let us in for the night." Si Hanjue looked to Li Yanli, seeking her approval. She remained composed, arms crossed. The young man persisted. "Is anyone there? We have been sent by the city base to collect equipment. If you could make things convenient for us, we would be grateful." Susu, impatient, threatened, "If you don't open the door, we will break it down." The spoiled young lady thought to herself that if it weren't for the uniform she wore, she would have shattered the glass door with a single shot. Who would dare question her? This place had ties to the Liu family after all. One of her comrades suggested, "Brother Hu, just break it down. Completing the mission is more important." Hu Zhuang, a man in his 30s with a deep voice, consented. "All right. Step back. Be careful not to get hurt." Inside, Li Yanli comprehended that this man possessed great strength. deciding it was futile to resist. She tilted her head toward Mu Fan, signaling him to open the door. Receiving the cue, Mu Fan took the key and unlatched the door. Lu Susu, elated, exclaimed, "Dr. Mu, it's you. Is my brother Hanjua here too?" Before Mu Fan could respond, she squeezed past him to see for herself. Upon spotting Si Hanjua, her eyes lit up as if a cat had spotted a fish. "Hanjua, it's wonderful to see you safe. Before I left, Annie asked me to inquire about your well-being. Why haven't you informed the family that you are all right?" Si Hanjua's mother was quite the doting parent, demanding updates every few hours. However, Si Hanjua was often preoccupied with dangerous missions and had little time to respond. He offered no explanations, instead retreating a few steps to hide behind Li Yanli. His stance was unmistakably clear. If they needed to discuss anything, they should address their team leader. He refused to entertain any romantic entanglements. But Lu Susu was relentless, stepping closer and waving her wrist adorned with a jade bracelet. Si Hanjua's expression shifted slightly upon recognizing it, yet he remained silent. He could not afford to acknowledge it, as that would imply he felt guilty. "Hanjua, Annie gifted me this ancestral jade bracelet. Don't you see the family's intentions? She even expressed hopes for us to marry soon." In truth, what she meant was that she hoped Susu would find a suitable husband soon. However, in the apocalypse, such words were merely polite niceties. Unfortunately, Lu Susu, lost in her infatuation, completely missed the underlying message. Once their reminiscing concluded, Hu Zhuang stepped forward, addressing Li Yanli with a broad smile. "Team Leader Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Hu Zhuang, the captain of the Black Bear team. We are here under orders from the base to assess if we can relocate some medical resources."
Li Yanli responde amicably.
"We are here on a rescue mission at Qing University. We were too fatigued to find a safe place and hope to spend the night here. We heard from the rescue team at the T-City base that this location had been cleared last night, so we came to rest." Understanding the mutual wariness in this post-apocalyptic world, Hu Zhuang nodded, indicating he comprehended the situation and did not press further.
"All right.
Let's take a look around and see if there are any resources we can use." As the captain issued the order, the team members complied. Lu Susu, though a bit spoiled, understood this principle well enough. With a lingering gaze, she reluctantly shifted her attention away from Si Hanjua and continued to persuade him. "Brother Hanjua, my spatial abilities have advanced, allowing me to store larger items now. The reason I was specially dispatched by the base is precisely because of this. Would you consider joining us? We are in need of a lightning-type ability user as a vanguard." Li Yanli had already assessed them thoroughly. There were 6 individuals in total, 4 men and 2 women. Among them, a couple appeared to be romantically involved as she observed the woman pouring water for the man. With her palm cradling the cup, water flowed forth, indicating she was a water-type ability user. The other 2 men walked with agility and exuded a calm demeanor, suggesting they had also awakened their abilities, though their specific powers remained unclear for the moment. To be fair, this team was well-formed and possessed considerable strength. Hu Zhuang interjected, "Susu, how can you poach teammates? Such behavior is unacceptable." The captain's values were in place, and Li Yanli silently agreed. Lu Susu retorted, "Brother, Hu Hanjua and I have been childhood friends. Our families are well acquainted and have long intended to unite. How can you say I am poaching?" Her incessant prattling pushed Si Hanjua to his limits. "Susu, I have made my rejection abundantly clear. I have turned you down, as well as your father. Therefore, any notion of a union is purely fictitious. Should you continue to speak ambiguously in public, beware that I will not be courteous." He flipped his palm, electric currents crackling ominously. His dark expression left no room for jest. Susu's eyes brimmed with tears. They had once been close friends. Hu Zhuang, being sensible, quickly stepped in and tugged at her sleeve. "All right, Mr. C's stance is clear. Let us hurry to collect the equipment." With so many eyes upon them, Susu felt cornered, on the verge of tears. "Brother Hanjua, is it because of her?" She pointed towards Li Yanli, making her appear as a third wheel. In her previous life, she was held in high regard, with few females ever being in a position to interact with her. She truly despised and was unaccustomed to female rivalry. However, if one were to repeatedly cross boundaries, they could not blame her for being unkind. A dagger, as sharp as iron, suddenly appeared, aimed at Susu's finger. Hu Zhuang was quick to intervene, preventing a tragedy. His expression darkened. "Captain Li, it was merely a misunderstanding. It shouldn't escalate to this point. Observing Hu Zhuang protectively holding the petite Susu, Li Yanli understood the dynamics. It was a tale of unrequited love. Her expression hardened. I do not care whether you speak to me as the captain or as her protector. If you wish to shield her, please ensure she behaves appropriately. Do not covet what is not yours. Si Hanjue belongs to me. Should anyone dare to take him from me, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Chapter 35. Becoming a warm-blooded creature, Li Yanli's sudden declaration of ownership left not only Susu and her group in shock, but even Si Hanjue felt a buzzing in his head. His emotions were quite complex, but overall, he felt a surge of joy. The revelation of their relationship infuriated Susu, who shot a piercing glance at Si Hanjue, embodying the look of a betrayed partner. Ignoring Hu Zhuang's attempts to calm her, she defiantly asserted, "You are mistaken. We knew each other first. Does precedence mean nothing to you?" Yet, when faced with Li Yanli's icy demeanor and the glinting dagger in her hand, her retort remained unspoken. Upon returning to the base, she had confided in her family. Times had changed. They were no longer the Jewel Kings. They would need to learn to adapt. Humph. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. She decided to leave and explore elsewhere. Hu Zhuang felt for her, but understood that matters of the heart could not be forced. Taking a deep breath, Susu ascended the stairs, trusting that her rare spatial abilities and exceptional potential would one day allow her to overshadow that arrogant woman and prove her worth to Hanjue. With everyone gone, Mu Fan had also left for a while.
Si Hanjue, feeling somewhat awkward, approached Li Yanli.
Thank you for helping me out. After pondering, he realized that her bizarre declaration of ownership was likely an attempt to alleviate his predicament and reduce trouble for the team. It couldn't genuinely be a romantic interest, could it? If she truly had feelings, why would she flirt with others? Li Yanli saw through his cautious probing, smiling playfully. Mr. C, we are both intelligent individuals. What reason do you think I have to team up with you? Her question carried no trace of sarcasm. Si Hanjue was momentarily taken aback. Interactions with her often felt as though the roles were reversed. He stiffened, feeling a bit embarrassed. Indeed, he had once held a position of absolute power, capable of manipulating the business world at will. But now, his every meal depended on others' generosity. While his abilities could allow him to team up with others for survival, he was unwilling to do so. He felt a sense of defeat. Her brilliance captivated him. The domineering CEO feels inadequate, which softens a certain lady's heart. She leaned closer, playfully tugging at his face. To put it frankly, I am drawn to your charm. Do you not understand? This was akin to an indirect compliment, leaving Si Hanjue unsure whether to be pleased or flattered. He never imagined he would one day rely on his looks for sustenance. Turning his face slightly, he spoke awkwardly. Do you think I am akin to a male servant from ancient times, living off a woman's grace? Is that so? Li Yanli suddenly drew near, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with affection. Their gazes locked, and the atmosphere became enchanting. However, an unexpected interruption occurred. Si Hanjue touched her forehead. What is wrong? Why is your temperature so low? Upon hearing this, the dark energy entwined around Li Yanli released its hold, slithering down her body and escaping. Is that so? Li Yanli released him, touching her own forehead. I just feel a bit cold. I've grown accustomed to it. Si Hanjue, concerned, took the opportunity to embrace her.
Mu Fan,
come quickly. What happened? Mu Fan, who had been engrossed in a hypothesis while sampling equipment, was startled. Dressed in blue, he wore a serious expression. Initially annoyed at being interrupted, he panicked upon seeing the usually assertive Li Yanli being carried. What happened? We only parted for a moment. Quickly, take her to the lab next door. They occupied 2 rooms in total, one for rest and the other for experiments, equipped with beds and instruments. Li Yanli, feeling anxious, complied and lay down for a thorough examination. Mu Fan murmured, everything seems fine. All readings are normal. Li Yanli felt relieved and slowly sat up. Perhaps I overreacted. Mu Fan refused to overlook any potential risks, asking, have you noticed any changes compared to before? In terms of behavior, habits, preferences, etc.? Li Yanli thought carefully before responding honestly. I suddenly feel an urge to absorb energy cores. What a peculiar interest. The 2 men did not inquire further, knowing she typically absorbed as she moved and likely had no reserves. They promptly offered their own cores. Under normal circumstances, Li Yanli would hesitate to take advantage of her teammates. However, at that moment, reminded of the exhilarating rush of energy surging into her body. She could not refuse. Her palm opened, revealing dozens of first-level energy cores that appeared one after another. Closing her eyes, she focused her thoughts. In an instant, the pile of energy cores transformed into gray-white waste. Mu Fan approached, curious to measure her temperature, but his expression changed dramatically. Yanli, why has your temperature fluctuated? Humans are warm-blooded creatures. A sudden temperature change reminded him of a snake. At last, Mu Fan believed something was amiss with Li Yanli's body and anxiously paced. I need to ask the base if they have encountered similar phenomena since the apocalypse. Li Yanli restrained him. Are you out of your mind? It's the middle of the night. Do you think Professor Zhou and the others don't sleep? Even the best of friendships cannot withstand constant demands without contributions. Let's donate some useful equipment to Professor Zhou later. She got off the bed, her expression calm, seemingly unaffected by the unusual circumstances. As Si Hanjue was about to suggest checking the energy levels in the Dantian, he overheard murmurs from the stairway. The Black Bear team had returned after a brief excursion. What a pity, all the advanced equipment has been cleared out, lamented a male teammate. Do you think it was the Dragon Rising team that took it? After all, the base personnel mentioned that their captain, Li Yanli, has also awakened spatial abilities. Though their voices were not loud, the spaciousness of the hospital amplified their conversation, making it clear to Li Yanli and her companions.
Inadvertently, Lu Suzu défendait Li Yanli, stating, impossible.
The examiner confirmed that she possesses first-level spatial abilities. My second-level ability barely doubles the capacity to 18 cubic meters. How could she possibly store so much equipment? As Hu Zhuang and his team emerged from the stairs, their eyes met those of Li Yanli and her group. He inquired, Captain Li, was there any equipment left here before your arrival? Li Yanli, without hesitation, replied, I'm not sure. We had no interest in that, and didn't he venture upstairs? Unfamiliar with spatial abilities. Hu Zhuang observed Li Yanli's composed demeanor and Lu Susu's confident stance, leading him to dismiss any suspicion towards the Dragon Rising team.
He sighed.
Then we can only speak honestly with the base. He turned to Li Yanli, suggesting, Captain Li, it's about to get light. And we can manage to stay here for a while, right? Appreciating Hu Zhuang's respectful nature, Li Yanli nodded, responding openly, the hospital is a shared resource. Please make yourselves comfortable. Thoughts crossed her mind. This young man is courteous, though the woman he loves brings concern. I wonder if their romantic path will progress smoothly. The next day dawned bright and clear, albeit relative to the post-apocalyptic world where sunlight was often obscured by clouds. Both teams coincidentally rose to freshen up and prepare breakfast. Recognizing the necessity of sustenance for energy, Hu Zhuang chose to keep their provisions discreet, refraining from inviting others to dine together. Yet, some individuals lacking ulterior motives sought to showcase their generosity. As Li Yanli began distributing food, she heard Lu Susu exclaiming to her teammates as she returned from the restroom, Come on. Let us celebrate the beautiful weather with steak for breakfast. Her teammates' eyes lit up. Steak? Really? Is it pan-seared? Lu Susu, who had prepared semi-finished steak at home but hesitated to share, suddenly felt generous. After all, opportunities to enjoy meat were rare. With a smug expression, Lu Susu added, Some could eat luxuriously with me but choose to linger with outsiders. Hu Zhuang frowned, about to interject, when a perfectly cooked 100g steak appeared in his hands. Lu Susu blinked. This is the most you can have. It's for you, as captain. Hu Zhuang's feelings were quite complex. He placed the steak in the microwave to heat it up. Regardless of whose generosity he benefited from, he had received special treatment nonetheless. Li Yanli understood Lu Susu's playful remarks, but remained unfazed by her childish antics. She brought out 4 large plates of pork and celery dumplings, declaring, Eat up. Everyone gets 30. A portion of pork chops will follow. The group, accustomed to her bountiful provisions, showed no concern for food and wasted no time in devouring the meal. After breakfast, they set off towards the mountainous forest reserve in H City. The reserve was not far from the central hospital, and under normal circumstances, they could reach it in an hour via the highway. However, an unusual event occurred. Shortly after entering the highway from City B, they encountered an obstruction. The once smooth road had developed a fault, with guardrails collapsed and the path in disarray for approximately 300 meters, rendering passage impossible.
Gu Zhenyang.
Now the road condition informant quickly updated online information, revealing that a survivor had posted about an earthquake occurring in the early morning. They described a sudden thud in the darkness, followed by the ground giving way. Unable to proceed, they turned back. Laying, who had been resting with his head down, suddenly sat up, exclaiming, "What? That's impossible. We're so close to City B. How did we not feel the earthquake?" Seated in the passenger seat, he turned to Mu Fan, asking, "You two are on night watch. Did you feel anything?" Li Yanli, concerned for her health, had refrained from driving that day. As she rested in the back row of their 7-seater SUV, she listened intently. Mu Fan confirmed, "No, we felt nothing. It shouldn't have been an earthquake." Peering ahead, Li Yanli suggested, "Let us get out and walk." Lang cautioned, "Captain, this situation seems suspicious. Should we proceed?" Li Yanli jumped out of the vehicle, asserting, "Yes. If we don't take risks, humanity truly has no future." The group disembarked one by one. As Li Yanli prepared to store the car in her spatial pocket and suggested they climb over the guardrail, Gu Qinyang exclaimed, "Sister, look." With a rumble, the previously uneven ground began to shift, gradually leveling out. Although still uneven, traversing with an SUV would no longer be an issue.
Laying cheered, incredibile.
This feat could only be accomplished by an Earth-type ability user. The group scanned their surroundings, noting only the damaged guardrails and dense protective forest, with no vehicles or people in sight. Leaning closer to Li Yanli, Laying speculated, "Captain, could this mysterious person from the hospital have followed us? On our way here, we discussed how the Earth disturbances were likely caused by an Earth-type ability user, coupled with a chilling feeling that lingered. They suspected an Ice-type ability user might also be nearby. If they had been present all along, it suggested that this individual or group was close by." As he finished speaking, the dark energy recoiled towards Li Yanli. Having expended considerable energy, it felt weak and preferred to remain undetected. A chill surged towards Li Yanli's chest. Recalling the vivid dream from the previous night, she tentatively proposed, "Friend, if you mean us no harm, why not reveal yourself and travel with us? With your abilities, you would be most welcome." The dark energy hissed in excitement. Someone had reached out to it. It was no longer alone. Yet, it could not voice its thoughts. "Did you hear that hissing sound?" Li Yanli inquired, confirming it was not a figment of her imagination. She asked a few of the men, who wore expressions mirroring those from the previous day. Even Mu Fan approached, touching her head and muttering, "How strange. Your temperature has been normal since this morning, except for that brief period at dawn." Li Yanli, hoping to inspire Mu Fan, confessed, "I can hear hissing. I suspect something is on me, something that makes my body fluctuate between cold and hot." "Hissing?" Lang chimed in, "Captain, you don't mean a snake, do you? I've seen various kinds in the wild." Si Hanjue, hearing this, began to circle the car, insisting, "Regardless, we should investigate. Better safe than sorry." Lang joined him, specifically checking the spot where Li Yanli had been sitting, searching carefully in case it was a venomous snake that could be deadly. The dark energy observed the two tall figures with trepidation, instinctively wary. It raised its neck and squinted its eyes. Li Yanli, employing a ruse, said, "I can see you."
Come out. Huh.
"You see me?" The dark energy instinctively leapt to the ground, realizing that being caught by those two men would not bode well.
It was best to retreat.
The test proved effective. Li Yanli noticed the chilling sensation on her body had lessened. She understood that this entity was indeed attached to her. Continuing to entice, she asked, "Will you truly not join us? Our team members possess formidable abilities that can ensure your protection. A single thread cannot form a wood. No matter how capable you are alone, you cannot withstand the onslaught of hordes of zombies or other monstrous creatures, can you? Since you harbor no disdain for us, why not join our ranks?" The dark entity's intelligence is akin to that of a small child, driven primarily by instinct. Upon hearing this, it became agitated. "Yet I am unable to reveal myself. How can I join?" Hiss hiss hiss, a sound of urgency. Let Li Yanli, who can release spiritual energy, pinpoint the location accurately. Suddenly, the dark entity felt its surroundings shift, enveloped in a blinding whiteness, a space that felt exceedingly constricted. Li Yanli was determined and decisive, declaring, "All right, I've got it. No need to search further, let's proceed." Where have we caught it? What is it?" Laying inquired with curiosity, leaning closer for a better look. Li Yanli could not clarify, so she boarded the vehicle first. The others followed suit, and she prompted Mu Fan to inquire at the base whether any awakened abilities included invisibility or similar powers. Inside the confined space, the dark entity was in a state of panic, hissing, "Let me out. You are truly unlikable." Hiss hiss hiss, "I was only trying to help you. How can you repay kindness with enmity?" Li Yanli glanced at the others, her expression unchanged. It appeared they still could not hear the hissing. How peculiar. Why was she the only one able to perceive it? Chapter 37. Together in death the hissing ceased, leaving Li Yanli with no choice but to maintain the confinement in the small space, ensuring it would not create further chaos. The journey ahead was relatively smooth, aside from the puzzling cracks in the ground. Nonetheless, it did not impede the vehicle's progress. As they drew near the mountainous forest reserve of City H, several bloodied figures suddenly emerged from the dense foliage, one man and two women. Upon spotting the vehicle, they ran towards it with wild excitement. Si Hanju slowed the vehicle, and everyone cautiously observed the trio. Mu Fan reported that the equipment detected no traces of the zombie virus. They were normal humans. It was no wonder they were cautious. Given their bloodied appearance, one must be prudent in such times. The three individuals seemed to understand this well. The leading man urgently knocked on the window, eagerly introducing themselves. Captain. Sir, we are also members of a special operations team. Could we hitch a ride with you, considering we are fellow travelers? Such a decision was not for anyone but the captain. Si Hanjua halted the vehicle, awaiting Li Yanli's command. The man, realizing the situation, promptly moved to the back seat. He pleaded through the gap of the roll-down window, Captain, I implore you to assist us. Though his words were earnest, the bloodied eye socket was restless, shifting back and forth. Observing the two women behind him, both tall and adorned in expensive clothing, Li Yanli squinted, her voice devoid of inflection, stating, I might consider saving you, but you must clarify why you are here and what has transpired within the reserve. The man, sensing hope, eagerly divulged. We are a temporary special operations team, affiliated with the survivor base in City T. A few days ago, we were tasked with investigating anomalies inside, only to discover a horrifying reality. The area is filled with mutated plants, the kind that devours humans. We lost two teammates shortly after entering. One of the women, still possessing a modicum of conscience, tugged at the man's white shirt, suggesting, Yago, Sister Hua might still be saved. Should we not inform the captain of our location? The man, irritated, brushed her off, retorting, Don't speak nonsense. I saw her die with my own eyes.
There is no hope left.
Immediately, he shifted to a facade of joviality, addressing Li Yanli, Captain, that is the situation. We are all fellow travelers. Could you lend us a hand? Li Yanli ignored him and turned her attention to the woman in red. The woman, feeling guilty, immediately bowed her head. Upon glancing at the woman in black, she noticed her surreptitiously pinching the red-clad woman. Upon closer inspection, Li Yanli felt the black-clad woman looked vaguely familiar. What is your name? She inquired suddenly. The black-clad woman, caught off guard, stepped back, stammering, Captain, why do you ask for my name? Li Yanli smirked slightly. I only save those I recognize. The black-clad woman's eyes lit up. Oh really? I am Ami, she exclaimed, transforming into a friendly demeanor. I am from the Jin Yi Men nightclub. Upon hearing this, Li Yanli recalled the Hua mentioned. Is her full name Zhou Minghua? The black-clad woman, believing she had finally established a connection, eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. You remember now? I am Sister Hua's close friend. Before she could finish, Li Yanli decisively commanded, Drive. Si Hanjue, ever ready, immediately pressed the accelerator. The off-road vehicle sped away, leaving the three behind, choking on exhaust fumes. In the distance, Li Yanli noticed the man in the white shirt stamping his foot in frustration, his mouth moving incessantly in what was undoubtedly a tirade against them. Then, he turned to the red-clad woman and began to assault her, grabbing her hair and slapping her. She changed her mind. Go back. Si Hanjue, perplexed, complied with her directive, swiftly reversing the vehicle. The three embroiled in a struggle halted upon hearing the vehicle's sound. The man in the white shirt rushed over. Captain, are you here to rescue us? Li Yanli exited the vehicle, seizing the red-clad woman's arm and forcing her inside. The man, alarmed, questioned, What do you mean by this? Li Yanli smiled slyly. We need a guide. Here is the plan. You wait here while we go and return shortly to collect you. Without waiting for his reaction, she climbed back into the vehicle. Si Hanjue pressed the gas, and the vehicle roared away. The furious couple remained in place, their agitation palpable. The red-clad woman bore numerous new injuries, sitting obediently on the left, trembling and unable to meet Li Yanli's gaze. Li Yanli scrutinized her. Do you know who I am? The red-clad woman, known by her stage name Lu Yao, slowly nodded. Li Yanli's gaze grew cold. What has happened to Sister Hua? Speak quickly. Lu Yao, fearful of withholding information, quickly disclosed the truth. Once finished, she grasped Li Yanli's arm, weeping, Lianli, it is all my fault. I am ungrateful and heartless. You should push me from the vehicle to feed the wolves. I wish to die. Li Yanli, feeling irritable, reached into her pocket for a cigarette. Casting a glance at the men in front, she thought better of it, realizing it might provoke unwanted interference.
Sianjue.
Speed towards the location, she mentioned. Yes. After contemplating the risks of this venture, Li Yanli sought the group's input. Rescuing Sister Hua is personal for me. If you fear danger and wish to abstain, I can go alone. Upon hearing this, the vehicle fell into an unusual silence. Even the sound of breathing was absent. Then, the steering wheel was abruptly yanked left and right, causing their bodies to sway. The man in the driver's seat was evidently displeased. However, the other three men bore no resentment, as their sentiments mirrored Si Hanju's. They turned to Li Yanli, with Gu Chenyang's eyes brimming with tears. Sister? Do you not want me anymore? Excuse me? Li Yanli was momentarily bewildered. Then it was Mu Fan with a half-smile, coolly stating, Yan Yan, have you forgotten why I sought you out? Finally, it was Lei Ying's booming voice, Captain, I owe you 2 lives. Your affairs are my affairs. Your friends are my friends. Please refrain from articulating such stark distinctions in the future. His expression was serious, a stark contrast to his usual jovial demeanor. If he were not loyal, how could he lead a band of followers in their ventures? Li Yanli blinked, glancing at Si Hanju's somber expression. She finally comprehended that these men were unafraid of risk and were prepared to face death together. A flicker of warmth stirred within her heart. Chapter 38. The Blood Willow and the Spider Spirit shrouded in lush greenery, the entrance to the mountainous forest reserve of H City appeared almost ethereal. The unadorned natural beauty remained breathtaking, if one could overlook the intricately carved, sturdy wooden gate that had been battered into ruin. Flanking the gate, what once were imposing stone walls were now entwined with verdant vines, thriving to the point where the very nature of the walls was obscured. The stone walls bore the scars of the encroaching vines, resembling a green sieve, an eerie sight indeed. Lu Yao cradled her head, as if ensnared in a nightmare. That's south the place. That's where Sister Hua was taken by the man-eating willow. She lamented, her heart heavy with guilt. Oh, Sister Hua, please be safe. She struck her head in frustration, feeling remorseful. If only I hadn't run away. Enough. What purpose does your lament serve now?
Li Yanli interjected, her impatience palpable.
A few men, upon seeing her disembark with a firearm, hastily followed suit. No sooner had they taken a few steps than a frantic scream pierced the air from within the vehicle. No, don't come any closer.
Ah.
The frantic voice of a woman echoed hauntingly against the backdrop of the shattered gate. Li Yanli turned, her instincts alerting her to danger. Without hesitation, she unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the encroaching greenery, the bullets tearing through the foliage, causing it to recoil as if struck. In mere moments, the verdant mass vanished, leaving no trace. At this juncture, Mu Fan's wood-based abilities found their purpose, but as he prepared to pursue, Li Yanli interjected, Hold on. Didn't Lu Yao say these creatures outside are merely troublesome, lacking true power? Focus on that willow tree. With trepidation, Lu Yao disembarked the vehicle, shedding her self-pity as she trailed behind Li Yanli, her long hair veiling her face as her eyes darted around. Upon recognizing the peculiar willow within the grove, she whispered urgently, That one, coldly. It has a tumor at its roots. It changes color, turns blood red when approached. Could it be the legendary man-eating blood willow? Lei Ying speculated, his exposure to various cultures lending him insight. They say its branches are highly sensitive. Upon sensing a living creature, they ensnare it swiftly and inject it with venom to paralyze it. Eventually, they consume these creatures as sustenance. Moreover, their branches are remarkably resilient, difficult to sever with ordinary weapons. Even if cut or burned, they regenerate rapidly. Gu Qinyang chimed in, but from a distance, that willow looks no different from the surrounding greenery. Why is it called a blood willow? Lei Ying smacked his forehead. Brother, are you daft? I just told you. It only changes when you get close. Though I heard from locals in F continent that it lacks strength, only able to ensnare small insects, not even birds. It's mutated. Mu Fan relayed the latest intelligence from the base. The Meteorological Bureau suspects that the mutation of plants here is due to proximity to our country. You know, For the past decade, they've been recklessly polluting the atmosphere and discharging nuclear waste, causing irreversible damage to the local climate. This area has experienced tornadoes since the apocalypse. Perhaps it blew acidic rain carrying viruses here, triggering the mutations. Hence, it's likely far more terrifying than we can conceive. Li Yanli nodded in agreement. Listen. There are no bird calls anymore. Once, this place thrived with life, the cheerful songs of birds echoing even as one passed by. Now, animals are absent, yet the plants are more vibrant than ever. This phenomenon is truly bizarre. As they conversed, they cautiously navigated through the gates, inching closer to the willow grove. Li Yanli's heart raced with anxiety, a reflection of her concern for those she cherished. She feared witnessing a horrific scene, terrified that she was too late. Stay back. I'll go first, she declared, unable to contain her urgency as she stepped into the radius that would awaken the man-eating blood willow. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged, and the once inconspicuous blood willow transformed, its entire form turning crimson. Its curled branches rapidly thickened and swayed ominously in the air. 2 branches, as thick as a child's arm, targeted Li Yanli with intent, lunging towards her. Employing her spatial teleportation skill, Li Yanli deftly evaded the assault. Simultaneously, she and the others finally discerned the unfortunate beings ensnared on the thick branches. Creatures trapped within a web of white silk, their forms indistinct, some human, others animal. All in a state of suspended slumber, their fates uncertain. Sister Hua, Li Yanli called softly, but to no avail. Following Lu Yao's insights, though this creature possessed intelligence, it was rudimentary, akin to that of ordinary animals, unable to comprehend human language or articulate speech. Its instincts were limited to simple attacks and consumption. Let me try. Outside the circle, Mu Fan concentrated, exerting all his strength in an attempt to tear apart the silken bindings. Yet, despite his efforts, no progress was made. How is this possible? Isn't this web made of wood material? Li Yanli, equally perplexed, suddenly noticed a massive shadow looming on the ground. She swiftly leaped out of the blood willow's strike zone, turning to warn the others. Everyone, be careful. Si Hanjue and Lei Ying, the 2 attackers, turned in unison. Upon recognizing the colossal creature before them, they were momentarily stunned but quickly unleashed their respective skills to counter its assault. Li Yanli cast a cold gaze towards Lu Yao. You lied. Lu Yao waved her hands in frantic explanation.
No.
Coldly, we didn't see this giant creature when we were here before.
Ah.
Many girls feared spiders. She was no exception, especially when confronted by one that was pitch black and several meters tall. How disgusting. Lu Yao shut her eyes in an attempt to block out the sight. In her desperation, flames erupted from her palms. Indeed, before them was a colossal spider spirit, its hairy body adorned with grotesque patterns that instilled dread in its adversaries even before it struck. Its 8 legs, as thick as iron pillars, scuttled across the ground, producing a maddening rustle. Its eyes gleamed with a sinister red light, brimming with greed for their flesh. Undeniably, it was an enemy, intent on feasting upon them. Li Yanli's mental acuity sensed the imminent danger. Regardless of its origins, it had no intention of sparing them. Thus, without hesitation, she prepared to confront it with all her might. As her words fell, the spider spirit began to expel resilient white silk from its mouth, rapidly weaving an enormous net around them.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Guided by Li Yanli's direction, the firearms in their hands discharged without restraint, targeting the web's periphery. Fortunately, the spider spirit was of a lower tier. Though its web was sturdy, it was no match for bullets. In no time, the web was riddled with holes, crumbling into dust. Enraged, the creature emitted a low growl from its throat and lunged at the nearest target, laying, with astonishing speed, a foul stench trailing behind it, sending chills down their spines. Without hesitation, Lang leaped and delivered a powerful punch to its head. The spider spirit, though agile, narrowly evaded the blow aimed at its eyes. However, the force of the impact was substantial, leaving its head ringing and its pincers hissing in fury. Its large, glistening green eyes darted about, swiftly honing in on the petite figures of Li Yanli and Lu Yao within the team. Chapter 39. Rescuing a chick. Li Yanli detected the threat and deftly dodged, soaring into the air as a sword materialized in her hand, thrusting it directly towards the spider spirit's eye. Hiss! The creature, heavy and cumbersome, was not so fortunate this time, as the blade struck true. agonized. It spun in place, its long claws thrashing chaotically, closing its eyes for what felt like an eternity before reopening them. Then, the muscles began to contract, and the abdomen swelled ominously. Mu Fan warned, "This is not good. It is about to release its venom. Quickly evade." Following that, everyone felt a tightening around their waists as the plants ensnared them, and they swiftly dodged. The spider demon indeed extended its long fangs, venom spraying with reckless abandon, exuding a pungent stench. In his attempt to control the plants to save everyone, Mu Fan was slightly delayed in evading. Just as the inky venom was about to splatter onto him, in a moment of urgency, Li Yanli used a quick teleportation to pull him away, narrowly avoiding the attack. The spider demon realized that this group was formidable, its gaze shifting toward the more distant Lu Yao. It opened its gaping maw, preparing to swallow her whole. The dark green eyes seemed intent on devouring her very soul. Terrified, Lu Yao nearly collapsed, her complexion as pale as paper, her eyes filled with despair and fear. Li Yanli shouted in anger, "Use fire to burn it. Do not be afraid." Then, releasing Mu Fan, she teleported closer, her sword striking precisely at the back of the spider demon's head. Indeed, the head was a critical vulnerability. Upon being pierced, its assault on Lu Yao slowed. Its head shook violently, and its body spun in response. "Hurry! Set it ablaze," Li Yanli urged once more. "If you do not kill it, we shall perish." She deliberately frightened this newly awakened fire ability user, Lu Yao. The words had their effect. Lu Yao, no longer hesitant, exerted herself to unleash a burst of flames. Though the fire was small, it was sufficient to scorch the spider demon's eyes, causing it to hiss in agony and lose its senses. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yanli gathered her strength, leaping to deliver a fatal blow to its head. Suddenly, a thick white mist enveloped her vision, obstructing her sight. The spider demon seized the chance to retreat. Caught off guard, Si Hanjue intercepted it, and in the crucial moment, his lightning ability reached its peak. The blue-glowing lightning blade shot forth repeatedly, striking the spider demon's head. Blinded, it endured several hits. At this moment, Li Yanli finally comprehended what the white mist was. It was not mere fog. It was the carnivorous blood willow, enduring pain to release its immature seeds in a desperate attempt to save the spider demon. This was no ordinary fluff. It hissed as it landed on Li Yanli's clothes and gloves, sizzling as if burning. Mu Fan shouted, "There's acidic liquid. Be careful." He then focused intently, attempting to control the frenzied blood willow. Initially, the plant was momentarily affected by his mental energy, its action of releasing fluff slowed. However, its level evidently surpassed Mu Fan's by a significant margin. Soon, it broke free from his mental grasp. Mu Fan was rebuffed, letting out a pained gasp, and he stumbled back, nearly falling. Fortunately, Gu Chenyang was swift, arriving just in time to steady him. Provoked, the blood willow became even more frantic, its trunk shaking violently. Not only did the fluff scatter, but the bright red leaves on its branches also dispersed, each laced with venom. Lu Yao, understanding the urgency, immediately summoned flames to incinerate the blood willow. However, the sentient creature seemed able to comprehend her intentions, swiftly rotating its branches to evade her attack, causing the silk cocoons above to sway dangerously. "Be careful, do not burn what's inside,"
Li Yanli cautioned.
taking advantage of Lu Yao diverting the blood willow's attention. She flew closer, relying on her instincts to locate the cocoons. There were over 20, but her intuition led her to the fifth one, where she suspected her target was located. Fearing that a regular sword might be ineffective, she deliberately retrieved a blade forged from ancient black iron, infused with inner strength. Finding a gap, she struck down with her sword. The material was indeed formidable. Despite her preparations, she only managed to slice a small opening, not cleaving it apart. Yet, that slender gap was sufficient for her to peer inside. To her astonishment, there lay a small chick, its feathers a blend of yellow and gray. Li Yanli's expression twitched. How could such a tiny chick be ensnared by such an enormous web? Surprised, she pondered how a chick came to be here but decided to rescue it. With another strike, the web finally tore open. Swiftly, she caught the chick in her palm, glancing back at Mu Fan, relieved to see he was unharmed. She tossed the chick to him for inspection. Mu Fan, equally astonished, remarked, "What a fuss over a defenseless chick. They wove such a large web for it." However, he mused, everything possesses a spirit. Keeping a safe distance, he retrieved tools to test the chick. primarily to ascertain whether it was a carrier of any special virus, and if it could be saved. But how could there be a chick here? He murmured. Just as Li Yanli was about to focus on the fifth cocoon, a startled cry rang out. She turned to see Lu Yao's expression of guilt. I'm sorry. My mental energy is depleted. I can no longer release flames. It turned out the Blood Willow's mental force was too strong, and Lu Yao, struck by its backlash, was thrown outside the effective radius, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Coupled with her pitiful, remorseful expression, Li Yanli found herself feeling less annoyed. In a flash, she teleported to help her up, then flew to a safer distance, handing Lu Yao over to Mu Fan. She's injured. Check if she's in any danger. The Blood Willow's spikes had a numbing effect, and before Li Yanli could finish speaking, Lu Yao had already fainted. Gu Chenyang shouted, Senior sister, all distracted. You continue. The spider demon, exhibiting remarkable vitality, regenerated despite having its leg severed. Si Hanjue realized he could not kill it quickly, so the lightning eagle joined the fray. At that moment, only Gu Chenyang, despite his limitations, could assist Li Yanli. Thus, he boldly charged into the Blood Willow's attack range. Surprisingly, he excelled in speed, darting around in circles, causing the Blood Willow's branches, initially methodical, to become disorganized and sluggish, likely dizzy from the motion. Chapter 40. Steel Research Institute. Li Yanli nodded, seizing the opportunity to thrust her sword toward the fifth position. With a swift motion, she was elated to discover Hua Jia. It truly was her. Her instincts had proven accurate. Without hesitation, she struck again. Hua Jia, being an adult, was considerably heavier than the chick. As the silk cocoon cracked open, it could no longer bear her weight and shattered completely, causing Hua Jia to fall from the branches. Li Yanli caught her in a roll, pulling her to safety. Testing for breath, she found Hua Jia still alive, albeit injured. Her blood dried, indicating she had endured a fierce battle before being captured. Bringing her to Mu Fan, she urged, quick, check on Hua Jia too. Mu Fan laid the chick in his palm, declaring, all done. After injecting an awakening agent, this little one is fine. You can keep it as a pet. It's fluffy and adorable, with no attack power. He believed the girl would appreciate it, thus presenting it proudly. With Mu Fan as assurance of its safety, Li Yanli curiously accepted the chick. The little creature, unafraid, crawled along her arm, nearly tumbling several times before she caught it. Then, seizing the moment, the chick burrowed into her chest, chirping excitedly. Li Yanli felt a wave of annoyance. What was it about her chest that attracted these creatures? Suddenly, she recalled the dark energy confined in a small space. Using her mental perception, she realized it escaped. Understanding dawned upon her. As she had concentrated her mental energy on the spider demon and Blood Willow, the weakening of spatial constraints had allowed the entity to flee. She quickly pulled out the chick, placing it on the ground. You're free now. Go escape. Then, she re-entered the Blood Willow's attack zone. Seeing her, Gu Chenyang was overly excited, exclaiming, Senior sister, help. I'm about to collapse. Step aside. I'll take care of it. Now that Hua Jia was rescued, Li Yanli felt less restrained. Drawing her pistol, she fired repeatedly at the roots of the Blood Willow. Logic dictated that the vital spot of any mutated creature lay in its head, yet no one knew where the tree's head was. Thus, she tentatively targeted its feet. And, to her surprise, it proved effective. The agitation of the branches of the Blood Willow, which feasts on human blood, reveals its pain. The consequence is an even greater spurt of its toxic pollen. A white haze envelopes the surroundings, rendering it inhospitable. Senior sister, Gu Chenyang called out, watching as a figure was engulfed. He attempted to follow, but was halted with a firm, do not approach, I am fine. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. This maneuver not only heightened the tension of the Blood Willow but also astonished the nearby hidden chicks who turned back to observe. Unbeknownst to them, a snake was stealthily drawing near. Li Yanli, concealed within a spatial realm, was mercilessly overpowering the Blood Willow. In no time, several of its branches had been severed, and its leaves drooped. However, the notion of victory was premature. The creature quickly regenerated its severed limbs, appearing even more formidable. Relying on her mental energy, Li Yanli knew she could not sustain her assault for long. To conserve her strength, she re-emerged from the fray. Senior sister, here, Gu Chenyang approached from behind, offering crystals. Do you need these cores? The newcomer had not yet achieved much glory. But these 20 or so crystal cores were a generous gift from Li Yan-li during their initial days. She rewarded him with an approving glance. As he grasped the cores, they transformed into a grayish-white hue in an instant. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen had finally been exhausted. Si Hanju and Lei Ying returned together. Upon seeing the scene, Lei Ying promptly produced his own crystals. "Captain, do you need cores? Here, take mine." Their absorption rate was slow, leaving a substantial amount. Li Yan-li's palm was soon filled with numerous crimson crystal cores, even an orange one, obtained earlier from defeating a second-tier zombie. Si Hanju also approached, offering, "If you need more, I have these two, one orange and one yellow." "Wait, where did the yellow one come from? The Spider Queeness?"
Li Yan-li exclaimed excitedly.
A third-tier core contained energy equivalent to 100 second-tier cores or 10,000 first-tier ones. Who wouldn't desire such a treasure? Upon glancing up, she noticed Si Hanju's pallid complexion, appearing as fragile as paper. "What happened to you?"
Lei Ying interjected.
"He was bitten by the Spider Queen while trying to save me." The gravity of the situation weighed heavily. No one could predict the future after being bitten by a mutated beast. Even the typically strong Si Hanju displayed vulnerability. Li Yan-li detected a hint of glistening in his eyes. She felt sympathy and patted his hand reassuringly. "Do not worry, no matter what happens to you. I will not abandon you." Turning to Mu Fan, she inquired, "How is the vaccine for mutated beasts coming along?" "He was bitten by the Spider Queen." Mu Fan's expression turned to astonishment before he nodded uncertainly. "I am doing my best." The danger was still present, and there was no time to waste. Li Yan-li re-entered the battle circle. All the crystal cores in her grasp instantly turned to dust, fueling her mental power significantly. Before the Blood Willow could reach her, she effectively seized control of its consciousness, rendering it dazed and no longer aggressive. "Lei Ying, finish it."
Li Yan-li ejacluse.
Aiming to distract the Blood Willow for a longer duration to buy Lei Ying time. Receiving the signal, Lei Ying rushed in. Just as Li Yan-li handed him a hefty hammer. "Use this. It's forged from 1,000-year-old mysterious iron." She had discovered that only a weapon made from this material could sever the Blood Willow's branches. "Understood." Lei Ying accepted the hammer, took a few running steps, and swung it with force at the roots of the Blood Willow. The pain was immense, causing the creature to thrash violently, as if trying to uproot itself. Li Yan-li closed her eyes, intensifying her focus on restraining the creature's mental power, preventing it from regaining its wits. Meanwhile, Lei Ying struck the roots relentlessly with a hammer, delivering over 20 blows. The roots became a gruesome mix of red and green, bloodied and mangled. Eventually, the Blood Willow succumbed, wilting and turning yellow. Yet, Lei Ying continued to hammer away at the roots. Finally, Li Yan-li felt assured enough to withdraw her mental power. Drawing her sword, she released the creatures trapped within the silk cocoons. Among them were ordinary animals, deer, monkeys, and leopards, alongside 2 humans. One was a young man, regrettably deceased. His flesh decayed beyond recognition. It was evident he had been drained by the Blood Willow before they arrived. The other was an elderly man, over 60, with foreign features, dressed in a specially crafted dark green outfit. Some of his body had been dissolved by the slime, but the faint letters of Stein Research Institute were discernible. Unfortunately, it was determined shortly after Mu Fan arrived that the elderly man was already deceased. At that moment, the chicks suddenly rushed over, circling the old man's corpse. Mu Fan, having expended considerable mental energy and feeling fatigued, hoarsely stroked the chick's head, puzzled. "Little one, why are you still here? I just saw you released. Why are you still crying?" he exclaimed, astonished. The sight of a chick weeping was truly fantastical. His exaggerated voice caught the attention of the 2 people dealing with the Blood Willow's remains. As expected, the crystal core was extracted.
Li Yan-li.
"Let's go take a look." As anticipated, the Blood Willow was a 3rd-tier mutated willow, and the core was yellow. Chapter 41. The team researching dinosaurs. Once everyone learned that the chick could cry, they were filled with affection. "Gu Qinyang, this chick is quite sentient. Senior sister, may I adopt it?" Li Yan-li squatted down, cradling the chick in her hands. "Do you think it rushed out upon seeing this elder's demise?" "Indeed," Mu Fan replied, then excitedly relayed news from the base. Their SA response. The Stein Research Institute is a secret biological research team from Country M, specializing in the resurrection of dinosaurs.
"What?
Dinosaurs resurrected?"
Lei Ying exclaimed in shock.
"Why has this team come to our Z country? Although mixed race, He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his biological father for abandoning them, insisting he was entirely Z-country-born.
Lian Limeintinet had come de manor.
It certainly isn't officially sanctioned. If it were, Professor Zhou and the others would have caught wind of it. Someone must have employed extraordinary means to bring them here, likely seeking this location due to its favorable natural environment. In this apocalyptic world, who would bother to investigate whether the government sanctioned it, or if it was a collusion of officials and merchants? Their primary concern was the research itself and its current status, whether any precious genes or samples might be compromised.
Lian li decisibeli declarat.
We will rest here and investigate tomorrow. Perhaps Sister Hua might have some insights. Soon, 4 camping tents were erected just outside the entrance. Sister Hua and Lu Yao had been injected with a serum but had yet to awaken, placed within a single tent. Li Yanli occupied a separate tent next to them, ensuring she could respond to any disturbances without worrying about Sister Hua's safety. Furthermore, she sensed that Lu Yao currently posed no threat to them. In the adjacent tent were Si Hanju and Mu Fan, both vaccinated. Regardless of the reason, Mu Fan insisted on observing closely. When he met Si Hanju's warning gaze, he cautiously remarked, "Why are you looking at me? You're my first subject. I need to monitor for side effects." Si Hanju averted his cold stare. He had become somewhat sensitive, fearful that his teammates might regard him as a monster. The final tent housed Liang and Gu Qinyang, currently the main force for night patrols. Cluck, cluck. "Hey, where are you going?" Senior sister enjoys peace and quiet. Gu Qinyang attempted to catch the chick, but it deftly evaded him, slipping smoothly through the tent's gap to seek out a female companion. He was not fond of sharing a space with the other men. Unexpectedly, the adorable chick was swiftly bitten by a lurking snake, leaving it no chance to evade. The little creature, trapped within the snake's jaws, could only flap its wings desperately, emitting no sound, pleading for help. Its frantic flapping intensified upon hearing footsteps approaching.
Li Yanli.
Feeling a familiar chill, was taken aback to discover it was a snake. Kneeling down, she grasped the back of the snake's head, lifting the black mamba with surprising ease. Astonished that this timid creature was indeed the one. With her other hand, she pinched the snake's gills, forcing its mouth open, and the chick was saved, falling gently into her hands. This peculiar encounter between the chick and the snake left her bewildered, as their intentions were lost on her. Mufan, drawn by the commotion, was utterly shocked. "Oh my, how could you catch it barehanded? That's a highly venomous creature. I don't have much anti-venom left."
"No worries.
"My space can neutralize poison," Li Yanli replied nonchalantly. Mufan was taken aback, having never heard of anyone else's space possessing such capabilities, let alone being able to counteract poison. "All right, you're impressive. But do be cautious, hand it over." He reached out, but neither the snake nor the chick seemed fond of him, retreating far away. Mufan noticed their reluctance and mused, "So, it seems they only want to cling to you." At that moment, a few men emerged. The 5 gathered around a makeshift round table, shifting their focus to more pressing matters. Li Yanli confined the black snake to her space once more, allowing the chick to rest quietly on the table, pecking at millet. She occasionally stroked the chick's head, suspecting it might possess some knowledge. Yet it could only chirp and cluck, unable to communicate effectively. Mufan's eyes lit up as he reminded her, "Have you checked the materials I obtained from Professor Zhou? Perhaps you could attempt to communicate with animals using your mental energy and those linguistic resources?" This suggestion was indeed reasonable. Li Yanli promptly opened her computer and accessed the previous files. Glancing at the 3 men across from her, she asked, "Oh right, are you all hungry? What would you like to eat?" After contemplating, she temporarily set aside the materials and produced a large batch of frozen ribs, along with a hefty iron pot and various ingredients and seasonings, placing them on the table. "Given our injuries, let us prepare some rib soup. Who among you can cook?" "I can." Gu Chenyang volunteered eagerly. In truth, he had been observing Li Yanli in secret during their time on campus, noticing her disinterest in cafeteria food. Merely eating enough to satisfy her hunger. Determined to enhance his culinary skills, he had worked hard to learn. Thus, while his cooking might not be exceptional, he certainly ranked among the best among the men. Feeling somewhat inadequate within the team, he was always eager to take on tasks.
"All right.
You'll be in charge of cooking from now on," Li Yanli declared, pleased with his enthusiasm. She had grown weary of preparing frozen meals for them. However, the other men couldn't merely stand by. They busied themselves with gathering firewood, fetching water, handling the frozen meat, and washing vegetables, working seamlessly together. Although Si Hanjua's back injury was nearly healed thanks to wood-based abilities, the lingering poison still posed a risk, and Li Yanli restricted his movements.
Si Anjue.
Uncertain about his future, yet feeling tender, obediently remained seated, his gaze fixed on Li Yanli as she endeavored to learn the language of animals. Li Yanli possessed remarkable intelligence and an exceptional ability to learn. In no time, she felt she had grasped the basics. The chick became her practice subject. She enveloped it with her mental energy, and as it relaxed, she attempted to mimic its calls. The sight of her serious demeanor juxtaposed with such comical behavior was utterly delightful. The once brooding atmosphere dissipated as Si Hanju quipped, "When I turn into an animal, will you communicate with me this patiently? Does being amorous have no timing?" He was met with a fierce glare from Li Yanli, as she established a mental bridge. She sensed a response from the chick and insisted, "Silence, I need quiet." Si Hanjue found her fierce expression endearing, sensing that she was beginning to acknowledge him, to care for him, and he was reluctant to merely fade into animal form. Thus, he followed Mufan's advice, drinking copiously and then resting to bolster his resistance, hoping the virus would not linger within him. Indeed, uninterrupted work led to swift progress. Li Yanli was overjoyed. Although the chick still couldn't comprehend her mimicked language, she had begun to partially understand its responses through intuition, provided the mental connection remained intact. However, this endeavor required mental energy, which could not be squandered indefinitely. After listening intently for a while, she withdrew to rest, utterly astonished. To her surprise, the chick was not merely a fowl but a human, and interned from the Style Institute, currently in a juvenile state after being bitten by some creature. Li Yanli pondered, wasn't he this just a chicken? Did they not possess better eyesight? The presence of a chicken here was already strange enough, and the notion that it could bite a human was even more peculiar. Nonetheless, it wasn't impossible for someone to keep a pet chicken. Soon after, Sister Hua and Lu Yao awakened in succession. Lu Yao was relatively unscathed, merely experiencing the effects of a sedative, which she could remedy with an antidote. Sister Hua, having gone days without sustenance and bearing numerous injuries,
Could only lie down for the time being.
Feeling guilt-ridden, Lu Yao took it upon herself to care for Sister Hua, assisting her with changing clothes, helping her wash up, and feeding her porridge before inviting Li Yanli inside. Sister Hua was a remarkably resilient woman, and upon their reunion, tears flowed freely as she lamented, "Sister Qiao, he is dead. Do you know? That short-statured waiter." Memories of a cheerful, shorter waiter from nearly a year ago began to surface in Li Yanli's mind. He was said to have come from a rural area far away, seeking to earn a living in B City. Initially clumsy and often scolded, it was only thanks to Sister Hua's support that he had remained at the nightclub. The Jin Yi Men nightclub, the largest in B City, boasted national chains. And its behind-the-scenes owner was the stunning woman before her, who, even nearing 40, still exuded charm. Li Yanli's acquaintance with Sister Hua stemmed from an advertisement she had posted seeking temporary bodyguards, specifically female ones. At that time, Li Yanli was in desperate need of quick cash for investments. She had gone under the alias Lung Li and earned her first substantial income of 200,000 through her exceptional martial skills, forging a bond with a strong and forthright Sister Hua, and even acquiring a killer. Sister Hua recounted her story with great emotion, finally accepting the betrayal from the one she loved, who had pushed her into danger, leading to the tragic demise of the waiter who secretly admired her as he attempted to save her. "I must go recover his body."
Li Yanli,
sensing Sister Hua's connection to him, had already arranged for the body to be taken care of, though she had not recognized him due to the state he was in. "Everything is settled, don't worry. You're too weak. Let us wait until tomorrow."
Li Yanli 수술했her.
Sister Hua, however, was resolute. "No, I want to pay my respects." Reluctantly, Li Yanli helped her to her feet. Sister Hua, with her voluptuous figure, was typically suited for fitted clothing like Chong Sam's, but now she resembled a mere clothes hanger, her white dress swaying as if she might be blown away by the wind. The four men in the adjacent tents, unsure of what to think, collectively retreated into their tents, closing the door to guests, behaving remarkably well. Even the chick had ceased its clucking, temporarily snuggling with Gu Chenyang. By the time Sister Hua had finished her emotional tribute, evening had fallen. Remarkably, Sister Hua no longer required assistance and was able to walk on her own. Gu Chenyang timidly asked Sister, "Should we prepare dinner?" Previously consumed by grief, It was only now that Sister Hua noticed the presence of others in the neighboring tent. Curiosity piqued. She wondered who they might be. There was no longer a reason to avoid meeting, and upon being called out, 4 young men awkwardly emerged, shy and hesitant. Regardless of their reasons for hiding, Sister Hua, an adept in matters of the heart with countless experiences, could see through their thoughts instantly. A knowing smile graced her lips, as if to say, "Are they all yours?" This expression conveyed her past experiences. Li Yanli, the Empress, played the game even more flamboyantly, with broader horizons, though she had adopted a more subdued demeanor since arriving in the modern era. Her genuine affection for Sister Hua, coupled with a strong sense of justice and a clear distinction between good and evil, led her to consistently portray herself as the obedient little sister in Sister Hua's presence. Her expression remained relatively unchanged as she urged the others, "Don't say anything foolish. Go in and rest." This formidable woman was indeed capable of letting go. Her sorrow from earlier seemingly dissipated, now drawn to the handsome young men instead. As they greeted her with nods, she reciprocated with a polite smile before turning to call, "Lu Yao, bring me a cigarette." Lu Yao responded promptly, "Okay, it's right here. Just hand it over." Li Yanli's eyes flickered as she leaned in to whisper, "You don't hate her?" Observing the familiarity in Lu Yao's demeanor, it was evident that she still wished to rely on her. Initially, Lu Yao had been a nightclub waitress, but her beauty soon led her to the stage. However, she had no desire to entertain clients directly, and a previous incident where a dissatisfied patron nearly cost her life had been salvaged by Sister Hua. As Sister Hua put it, "Sister, I know how tough it is to survive in this world. I'll lend a hand when I can." Grateful, Lu Yao became very close to Sister Hua, and the two shared a bond akin to that of sisters. After the apocalypse, nightclubs could no longer operate. Fortunately, Sister Hua awakened her powers and rescued many employees to form a temporary rescue team.
Meanwhile,
The man who had previously abandoned her for a beautiful woman had become Sister Hua's new young lover, referred to as Brother Yen by her subordinates. With his good looks and sweet talk, he had won Sister Hua's favor, receiving a monthly allowance of 5 million, which clearly indicated her affection for him. For 6 months, she had not sought another, demonstrating her genuine love for this younger man, 12 years her junior. Sister Hua lit a cigarette and began to indulge in the smoke, exclaiming, "Damn that scoundrel. Men are indeed unreliable." After a moment of reflection, she spat, "And that wretched Amy deserves to die. The next time I see her, I will kill her with my own hands." Amy, the woman in black, had relied on Sister Hua's support before the apocalypse, acting as a true friend. When the world ended, she had once again depended on Sister Hua's strength to survive. Little did Sister Hua know, Amy had already allied herself with Brother Yen. Before Li Yanli could offer comfort, Sister Hua let out a sigh. "It's all right. I can always start over." She patted her shoulder, displaying her strength like a woman of resolve. Li Yanli felt reassured and couldn't help but smile. Sister Hua glanced back at the anxious Lu Yao, shooting her a stern look that seemed to say, "Just wait and see how I deal with you." Recognizing this as a sign that Sister Hua would not pursue the matter further, Lu Yao felt a wave of relief. She embraced Sister Hua, weeping profusely. Finally, Sister Hua warned, "If you dare to betray me again, there won't be a next time. If you abandon me in the face of danger, I will have to teach you a lesson, especially considering how well I've taken care of you." Suddenly in high spirits, Sister Hua chain-smoked. And Li Yanli attempted to intervene. "You have an injury. You shouldn't smoke." Her pale face resembled that of a caring guardian, warming Sister Hua's heart while eliciting a mischievous smile. Casting a glance at the nearby young men, Sister Hua stealthily pushed the cigarette into Li Yanli's mouth. Of course, Li Yanli could easily evade it, yet she did not deliberately dodge. Resigned, she accepted the cigarette, saying, "Stop messing around." Laughter ensued as Sister Hua pinched her cheek. "What are you pretending for? You can't smoke?" The sudden increase in volume caught the attention of the 4 young men. "Didn't I teach you how to smoke? Why are you acting coy?" With a lighter in hand, she pressed it closer, forcing her to partake. In a twisted sense of satisfaction, she thought, "I'll make you shed that pure facade. You're not above indulgence in the vices of life." Li Yanli felt several intense gazes upon her, instinctively glancing over. However, she felt neither embarrassment nor discomfort. Her response was entirely natural. After igniting the cigarette, she took a graceful puff. The reactions of the young men varied. Si Hanjue thought, "Smoke if you want, as long as she is happy." Mu Fan frowned. No. Smoking is harmful to health. I'll find her a substitute later.
Laying exclaimed, damn.
The captain smokes too? Had I known, I wouldn't have held back. Gu Chungyang gazed with starry eyes, as expected of my senior. Even her smoking posture is more elegant than others. To celebrate Sister Hua's recovery, dinner was a grand affair, prepared by the young men. They had some pre-packaged dishes like braised pork, roasted duck, and chicken, while the fried fish, braised ribs, and several vegetable dishes were freshly made by Gu Chungyang. Given their close bond with Sister Hua, Li Yanli did not hide the existence of her spatial abilities. However, Sister Hua, while pleased for her, initially assumed that Li Yanli's space was only of second-tier size, approximately 18 cubic meters. She marveled, no wonder you can fit a tent, clothes, and so many pre-packaged dishes. Sister Hua playfully said, Sister, since we have food, how about some wine? After subsisting on nutritional liquids and compressed biscuits at the base, her palate had long since dulled. Li Yanli, concerned about her injury, initially intended to refuse her alcohol. Yet, unable to withstand Sister Hua's persistent tugging, she relented. All right, but you mustn't drink too much. This advice, however, fell on deaf ears amidst the collective desire for a drink. The foreign liquor flowed freely, and after a few rounds, Laying was still clamoring for more. Li Yanli shot him a glare. Are you still drinking? Who's on watch tonight? Okay, I won't drink anymore, he said, his hand sliding away from the last bottle of vodka, wearing a fawning expression. How about a cigarette instead? A post-meal smoke is heavenly. Li Yanli was not one to impose restrictions here. Pondering, she recalled how, during their last outing at a restaurant, she had stocked up on cigarettes at his request. Yet he had not asked her for any. The night deepened. After the apocalypse, stars had become a rare sight, with only one or two visible. The group was unconcerned about the airborne pollutants. Surviving each day was enough. In such an environment, it was beyond human control to reverse the damage. The fortunate adapted to the new reality, perhaps awakening powers that might help them endure, while the unfortunate, like the ordinary people, had long since been devoured by various creatures, leaving no trace behind. Having just recovered, Sister Hua, with limited energy and having consumed much alcohol, soon retired to her tent with Lu Yao. The remaining 5, including Li Yanli, began to consume crystals, an arrangement they had recently come to. After sharing numerous experiences, their trust in one another had grown. They no longer quibbled over whose crystals they were, suggesting instead that anyone with them should share, and they would all partake together. Li Yanli readily agreed, happy to avoid the hassle of refusal. However, even as she tried to moderate her intake, the absorption rate remained rapid. A single first-tier crystal could be consumed in mere minutes. But she was surrounded by young men who doted on her, insisting that they all share, and they would have no objections to how much she took. Among the group, Laying and Li Yanli's relationship was somewhat distant, primarily a superior-subordinate dynamic. He was perceptive and quickly voiced, Captain, just focus on your own strength. If you get stronger and rise in rank, our team's overall strength will increase too. You can protect us. After finishing, he shot her a flirtatious glance, his amber eyes sparkling under the emergency lights with a boldness that was hard to ignore.
Li Yanli,
no longer hesitant, smiled slightly. All right. Then, let us begin. Upon concluding her statement, she was the first to produce the third-level crystal core of the man-eating blood willow. Placing it upon the table, she extended her hand, signaling to others, come, place your hands upon mine. The efficacy of such overlapping absorption was an uncharted endeavor. Swift as lightning, Si Hanjue was the first to lay his large hand over her delicate one, followed in succession by the other men. The energy contained within a third-level crystal core was incomparably superior to that of a first-level core. Under Li Yanli's guidance, the energy would not be wholly consumed at a mere blink, allowing the other men to absorb it gradually. The advantages of this overlapping absorption soon became evident. The men were astounded to discover that the energy, first absorbed by her and then transferred to them, was assimilated at a speed exceeding threefold. It bore a hint of purification. Lei Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Thus, it was said, a blessing in disguise. Had they not been forthright, they would have never uncovered the secret. Everyone was exhilarated, with no one expressing a desire to retire for the night. They even seized the opportunity to converse. For instance, Mu Fan shared updates from the base regarding the orc specimens, revealing that the initial batch of tests was nearly complete. In summary, humans bitten by the aberrant beasts either perished outright or underwent aberration, transforming into orcs. The process involved them first becoming juvenile beasts, rapidly maturing to a medium size, and eventually reaching adulthood. Notably, the subsequent phase was crucial. The orcs would undergo another metamorphosis, revealing their human forms, thus enabling them to switch between human and beast appearances, a phenomenon most wondrous. Do they possess skills that blend both human and animal traits?
Lianling kirat.
Indeed. Mu Fan replied, his tone laden with regret. Your sixth sense is not mistaken. That bear-like aberrant was not benevolent. Upon reverting to human form, his fire-based abilities ascended to the second level. Shortly after being released, he instigated numerous injuries and clashed with soldiers. Consequently, Deputy Commander Zhou had no choice but to mobilize forces to capture and eliminate him. Conversely, the kitten-like aberrant awakened water-based powers. Due to its kind nature and emotional stability, it was retained in the laboratory as an apothecary. Thus, you should comprehend the current stance of the base regarding orcs. Mu Fan cast a fleeting glance at Si Hanjue, then lunged to inspect his eyelids, exclaiming in excitement, could it be that my vaccine is taking effect? Ordinarily, humans bitten by aberrant beasts would exhibit symptoms within hours. It has been quite some time. If it were to manifest, it would have done so by now. With these words, the group's spirits lifted. Everyone was filled with joy and laughter. Unbeknownst to them, a dark mist slithered from behind Li Yanli, taking on a serpentine form as it stealthily descended to commence its gluttonous feast. Eventually, Li Yanli sniffed the air and remarked, do you not feel that the surrounding atmosphere has become less tainted? I can even catch a whiff of fresh grass. Mu Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Just look. The haze has considerably diminished. Chirp, chirp. The little chick emitted such sounds, typically indicative of fear. It hopped anxiously, prompting Gu Chenyang to soothe it. What is the matter? Li Yanli immediately established her mental connection to receive the chick's message. Her expression turned indignant as she scanned her surroundings. Dehei, if you know what's good for you, reveal yourself. What could possibly escape her small space and vanish at will?
They,
she exclaimed, a rather mundane appellation. The black serpent paused its consumption of dark energy, raising its neck and glaring at Li Yanli with evident dissatisfaction. Woman, you will not comprehend my might until I punish you. Night had fallen. Li Yanli was once again jolted awake by an unbearable sensation, her body drenched and heavily fatigued. Yet, this feeling was oddly pleasurable, one with which she was intimately familiar. Gritting her teeth in the darkness, she called out, Dehei, is that you? Show yourself. This instant. Her voice was not loud, yet it captured the full attention of Liang, who entered the tent, asking, what is it, Captain? Under the piercing beam of the flashlight, everything appeared vividly clear. Skin as smooth as silk, a neck as elegant as a swan, and curves that hinted at blossoming beauty. Realizing he had gazed at something inappropriate, Liang hastily lowered the flashlight, though his peripheral vision still allowed him to appreciate the enchanting sight before him. Their shared past only intensified the allure, quickening his heartbeat. Captain, what troubles you? At that moment, another figure entered the tent, its voice laced with irreverence. My lord. Did you call for me? Chapter 44. The Assassin Blood Serpent. The newcomer was clad entirely in black, even his head concealed beneath a dark hood. Yet it did not obscure the magnetic, rebellious aura that surrounded him. Liang remained on high alert, his hammer at the ready, prepared to strike should the captain give the word to eliminate this intruder. Behind him, Li Yanli recognized the person at a glance. She swiftly donned a black leather jacket. In the wilderness, dangers lurk unpredictably. How could she possibly sleep entirely unclothed? She had not removed her pants, nor her bra, and only shed her outer black tank top for comfort, essentially sleeping in her clothes. The visual impact on Liang was likely a reflection of his own unseemly thoughts. Li Yanli, with a barely perceptible smile, touched Liang's lower back as she departed. Do not worry, it's someone familiar. I will return shortly. Keep watch here. Had she not departed with such swiftness, Liang might have misconstrued her gesture as an invitation. However, recalling the captain's height, he understood. At 170 centimeters, reaching for 1's back would inevitably lead to contact in a rather delicate area. He chided himself for harboring impure thoughts about the captain. Swiftly, the two dark figures moved with agility, weaving through the underbrush. In the blink of an eye, they had covered 200 meters away from the tent. This open space was devoid of nearby vegetation. Li Yanli cast a lantern, then turned, her sword aimed at the newcomer's throat. You are Dehei, are you not?
Uffed.
The newcomer could not contain his laughter, unperturbed by the thread against his neck. "My lord, with your keen intellect, why not bestow upon me a fitting name?" His demeanor was familiar, his tone casual. To an outsider, it might seem as if they shared a deep bond. In truth, they were simply adversaries turned bedfellows. The newcomer was an assassin known as Blood Serpent, cunning and agile, traversing the nations of Y continent to carry out assassination assignments for wealthy magnates. Blood Serpent's words confirmed Li Yanli's suspicions. He had likely been bitten by a mutated black mamba, resulting in his transformation and unveiling of his true form that very night. Li Yanli sensed numerous enigmas shrouding him, which piqued her curiosity. Thus, she set aside thoughts of vengeance, opting to engage him in conversation. Lowering her sword, she stood sideways. "Where have you been during this time?" Blood Serpent cast off his hood, revealing his full visage. He stepped closer, exuding an imposing presence. Raising his hand, he attempted to caress Li Yanli's face, only to be deftly evaded. Had there been onlookers, they would have marveled at the artistry of his hands, truly a sight to behold. Blood Serpent's hands were long and strong, with distinct knuckles, yet retaining a graceful curvature. Each finger resembled a meticulously crafted piece of art, translucent and gleaming with a cool, white luminescence. His skin mirrored this quality. Noticing her indifference, Blood Serpent, aware of his prior misstep, lowered his hand and confessed, "The headquarters deceived me. After viewing my withdrawal request, they attempted to retain me. I resolutely declined. They then feigned to let me go, only to orchestrate a group to hunt me down. Unable to withstand it, I fled into the tropical rainforest bordering Z country, narrowly escaping with my life." His tone grew somber as he began to recount his misfortune. "You can surmise what happened next. I was accidentally bitten by a black mamba, subsequently transforming into a small snake, wandering for days before finally arriving here." There was a backstory. Blood Serpent had originally been contracted by a crime lord to assassinate Sister Hua, which explained Sister Hua's heightened vigilance. This led to the subsequent hiring of Li Yanli as a bodyguard. As a result, the undefeated Blood Serpent encountered Li Yanli for the first time and faltered. Not only did the assassination fail, but he was also captured. Sister Hua, a formidable character, intended to drug him directly. However, Blood Serpent, defiant, contemplated ending his life. This resolute quality intrigued Li Yanli, prompting her to grant him a chance. Sister Hua, obedient to her wishes, approved immediately. Little did they know Blood Serpent, the rogue, feigned submission to Li Yanli as her subordinate, but seized the opportunity to escape. After a few days of recuperation, he returned to attempt to assassinate Sister Hua once more. Unfortunately, his meticulously crafted plan was once again thwarted by Li Yanli, resulting in his capture. Stubbornly, Blood Serpent pleaded for another chance. By this time, Sister Hua had developed a measure of admiration for his unyielding spirit and instructed Li Yanli to release him. Predictably, Blood Serpent failed yet again. Faced with Li Yanli, he was lacking both intellect and skill. However, on this last occasion, he possessed an energy projectile, a top-tier weapon provided by headquarters, capable of eliminating Li Yanli. Yet, at the critical moment, he refrained from acting. Instead, he wielded the energy projectile as a threat, trying to take advantage of the cold and composed Li Yanli through flirtation. He assumed she was an inexperienced girl devoid of emotional experience, expecting to see panic or shyness in her response. What transpired, however, was that he encountered a seasoned player in the realm of love, leading to his downfall. Li Yanli possessed ample potent medicine provided by her friend, a skilled poison master, which she was eager to test on a modern human body. The effects were indeed formidable. That night, Blood Serpent, who was exceptionally strong, nearly suffered a fracture in his waist. Thus, the two found themselves entangled in a fleeting romance. Li Yanli adhered to the principle of leaving without a second thought. Little did she know, she had provoked a descendant of a hidden family, bound by a curse to remain loyal to their partner for life, or face death. The definition of a partner was the first person with whom they engaged intimately. Although Li Yanli harbored doubts about this, Blood Serpent's insistence on being a man, a lover, a servant, or a subordinate led her to accept his terms. They agreed that Blood Serpent would retire from the assassin organization and then seek her out. However, a month passed with no sign of him. Li Yanli had nearly forgotten him, only to unexpectedly encounter him again under such circumstances. Her eyes narrowed coldly as she questioned, "You claim to be bitten by a snake at the border, yet why do you appear in a hospital in the city center?" Blood Serpent smiled softly, his expression affectionate. Indeed, The woman he had chosen was perceptive and immediately identified the crux of the matter. Yet, he had no intention of hiding the truth and confessed. I believe I have awakened a peculiar ability, which I shall refer to as dark-type powers. This ability allows me to absorb all dark entities in the world and extract energy from them. At the onset of the apocalypse, I discovered that the fastest way to enhance my strength was to seek out zombies, absorbing their souls for my own use. He then raised his hand to touch Li Yanli's face, adding, thus, a hospital is naturally my ideal place to appear. Wouldn't you agree? Ah, my beautiful sister. Are you a police officer? Your inquiries are rather thorough. I could say my guilt compels me to ensure their bodies remain intact. Would you believe that? Blood Serpent's demeanor was carefree, reminiscent of their previous encounters. Yet, Li Yanli responded firmly, I do believe you. Once, her commander had expressed to her, in a drunken haze, that the act of killing was often born of desperation. Humans are inherently good. If given a choice, no one would wish to engage in such morally reprehensible acts. She felt no sympathy for the likes of Blood Serpent, but at that moment, she recognized the truth in his words. Chapter 45. Blood Serpent is captured. Is it true that your dark-type ability grants you invisibility? One could say that, but it differs from your spatial abilities. Mine merely utilizes certain dark elements to create an illusion easily detectable by those with strong mental powers, such as yourself. He seized the moment to compliment her. Leaning in closer, towering over her with his height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, creating a tantalizing atmosphere. Especially with his crimson eyes, which seemed to possess magnetic allure. Even without any action, he could ensnare others in misunderstanding him as deeply affectionate. However, this did not prevent him from suddenly drawing a dagger to attack. Seeing Li Yanli's hand grip the sword, Blood Serpent felt helpless. I've explained this countless times. Our previous confrontations were due to our opposing positions. But since that night, I promised never to raise my weapon against you again. He took the opportunity to grasp her hand, seeking intimacy. He genuinely enjoyed being close to her. A sensation akin to a thirst that could not be quenched. This cheeky demeanor infuriated Li Yanli, prompting her to step back and confront him. You have not only exploited your invisibility to invade my space, have you? Blood Serpent hung his head, admitting yes. But I was still a snake then. Lacking any conscious intent. I merely found you enticing and wanted to be close. With a swift motion, she drew her sword and pressed it against his neck once more. Blood Serpent, like a seasoned lover, tilted his head back, grasping the sword's tip and pushing it forward. If you cannot forgive me, then kill me. I shall bear no resentment. His eyes grew even redder. He was struck in the chest by the sword, causing blood to spill from his lips, enhancing the crimson hue of his already blood-red lips. Coupled with his medium-length silver hair, he appeared utterly shattered. You truly have the heart to do this? His voice trembled as he began to play the victim. Li Yanli, amused by his antics, sheathed her sword, internally wrestling with the decision of whether to kill him. This intriguing aura was quite appealing. Having him around occasionally could prove beneficial. Yet, her authority could not be undermined. She needed a compelling reason to persuade herself to refrain from further violence. Blood Serpent, with his devil-may-care charm, believed his methods of wooing would succeed. Little did he know. He had already perished in the eyes of the Empress countless times. Li Yanli had a penchant for handsome men and had made compromises for fleeting moments of beauty. However, she could not guarantee that this would apply to every man and every situation. She had experienced regret after unintended killings before, just like him. A faint sadness enveloped her heart. Had she been a tad gentler, perhaps there could have been a different outcome for them. In a fleeting moment, she turned her face towards Blood Serpent, who was clutching his abdomen. Can you summarize how long it took from being bitten to your recovery? She was curious about the transformation from a chicken to a human. She was eager to know who could be bitten by a chicken. Blood Serpent pondered before responding. It probably took about 7 or 8 days. I first became a small snake, then grew larger until I transformed back into a human. 7 or 8 days. Li Yanli was slightly taken aback. Reports from the base indicated that the entire transformation process for beast men typically required at least half a month. He had accomplished it in merely a week. Blood Serpent, suppressing his pain, remarked, You're curious about why I was so quick, right? Perhaps it's because of my recent good fortune and the ample energy I absorbed. Energy? Li Yanli realized that energy could indeed facilitate their transformation. This detail had not been disclosed by the base. As she recalled the depletion of her own energy reserves, she glared at him. Did you steal my energy? Her mind immediately conjured images of dual cultivation from the realm of immortality. Whether it existed here remained unanswered. However, the fact was that after 2 instances of violation, she felt an acute depletion of her energy. She craved to absorb crystal cores once more, desperately yearning for that sensation. Blood Serpent wore a bewildered expression, even appearing somewhat wronged. Huh?
What?
I didn't know.
Ah.
In his excitement, he inadvertently tugged at his wound, causing him great pain. Fortunately, it was merely a surface injury, and he was not in mortal danger. This pretentious demeanor infuriated Li Yanli, and she drew her sword once more, aiming directly for Blood Serpent's chest. This time, she was serious, and Blood Serpent could tell, having faced defeat numerous times before. He quickly leapt aside to evade her strike, his mind racing to devise a strategy for survival. In his past as an assassin, death was a mere occurrence, devoid of attachments. Yet now, he found himself deeply enamored with the life he shared with her. He had no desire to perish. Oh no! In a moment of panic, he stumbled backward, exacerbating the flow of blood from his wound. However, he seemed too preoccupied to care, allowing the scent of blood to disperse into the air, momentarily disregarding it. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, ultimately leading him to raise a hand in surrender. Coldly, why not try to absorb my energy? I can return it to you if you wish. Seeing Li Yanli halt her attack, he continued to entice her, his tone laced with ambiguity. I can offer you as much as you desire. Draining me entirely is acceptable. When she remained unmoved, he assumed his persuasion had borne fruit. Clutching his wound, he stepped forward, adopting a pitiful tone. Cold Li, I'm in so much pain. My body is so cold. I feel I am dying. Please, take me back to the tent to bandage my wounds. Li Yanli replied softly, stay right there. Don't come any closer. This proved that love had clouded his judgment. Assuming her reluctance stemmed from lingering feelings, he anxiously took another step forward. Li Yanli, exasperated, pointed upwards, and only then did he notice the unknown liquid dripping between them. Together, they slowly raised their gazes. In a moment of desperation, he forcefully pushed Li Yanli away. Run, get away. A massive creature had taken a hold of him above. Indeed, it was a gripping, swift abduction, as the beast flapped its wings and soared away, leaving Li Yanli, who had just stumbled to her feet, in a state of disarray, akin to standing beside a departing airplane. Li Yanli blinked in confusion, and by the time she looked again, the creature had vanished.
Why?
Her sixth sense had inexplicably failed her. This indicated that the creature was of a far superior rank and adept at concealing its presence. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, "Senior sister." Gu Chenyang rushed over, panting heavily, cradling a small chick. "Senior sister, this is bad. Look at its feet." Chapter 46. Arrival at the dinosaur research base. Li Yanli's heart raced at the prospect of rescuing someone, quickly examining the chick. Its once slender 4-toed feet had transformed into robust, elongated 3 toes, complete with sharp claws. Memories of the information provided by Sister Hua flashed through her mind. She recalled that on their first day, before they could delve deeper into exploration, they were obstructed by a horde of beasts: tigers, leopards, wolves, deer, wild chickens, rabbits, wild boars, black bears, and so forth. In their frantic escape, they had inadvertently stumbled into the territory of the carnivorous blood willow and found themselves captured. There must be a more terrifying predator lurking in the depths of the jungle, forcing the animals to flee despite the dangers posed by the mutated flora outside. However, none of the animals they had encountered bore the characteristics of the stout 3-toed creature. What, then, had bitten the chick, the researcher? It was now evident that it could not have been a chicken. If it were indeed a chicken, how could it have morphed into such feet? Yet, if it wasn't a chicken, why did the chick retain the form of a chicken? Thoughts of the Jurassic series movie surfaced, particularly the mention of the Stedlawn Institute conducting research on resurrecting dinosaurs. An ominous premonition settled within her. Though it seemed far-fetched, she could not help but speculate that the earlier creature might indeed have been the legendary pterosaur. Although obscured by darkness, its massive size and powerful limbs were unmistakable. While not a true dinosaur, it could be considered a close relative, and thus its presence on the resurrection list would not be surprising. The chick, feeling threatened, emitted a survival signal. Was it possible the researcher had been bitten by a pterosaur? As the plan to save their comrade appeared hopeless, she resolved to utilize the chick to locate the enormous beast. Immediately, she unleashed her mental energy to establish a communicative bridge. The chick evolved once more, displaying a slight increase in its intelligence. After a series of inquiries, it provided answers. It recalled being bitten by a large creature, albeit not seeing it clearly, as it had fled. It also claimed to know the location of the research base and could guide them there. At this juncture, all the individuals from the tents had gathered, drawn by the commotion. Li Yanli assured Sister Hua to remain and tend to her injuries. But Sister Hua insisted on joining the search. Li Yanli, not one to be overly sentimental, graciously accepted her willingness to assist. They packed up the tent and set off. The off-road vehicle could accommodate 7 people, albeit a bit cramped. Nevertheless, for the sake of communication and energy efficiency, it was more pragmatic to travel in a single vehicle. Guided by the chick, they ventured into the night, traversing mountains and overcoming obstacles, ultimately reaching the research base by dawn. Located in a basin in the northwest corner of the reserve, due to severe water accumulation, the roads became increasingly treacherous. After traveling a bit further, they encountered several ravines that even the off-road vehicle could not navigate. The group disembarked, cautiously approaching with their weapons drawn. These deep pits reminded Li Yanli of the sinkholes encountered on the route from City B to the reserve. It was not an earthquake. What could have caused such formations? Her gaze remained fixed on the chick, as she suspected it was withholding information. However, for now, it was the only one familiar with the entrance to the base. So she had to remain vigilant. After a quarter of an hour, they navigated through a dense thicket and finally spotted the research base. From the outside, it was obscured by a large camouflage net, almost blending seamlessly with the surrounding forest, making it difficult to detect. As they approached along a winding path, a heavy metal door loomed before them, locked tight, flanked by advanced security systems and surveillance cameras. Utilizing the chick's iris, Li Yanli and the others gained entry. Due to the camouflage netting outside, the interior of the base appeared dim. The walls were made of cold metal, riddled with complex circuitry and piping. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Rows of sealed laboratories lined the hall, and through small windows, various advanced scientific instruments and equipment could be discerned. Refrigerators held bottles and jars filled with nutrient solutions, while some computers remained operational, displaying real-time data and images. The chick emitted a signal once more. It indicated that the surveillance cameras in the breeding area were completely dark, cautioning them to be wary. Li Yanli leaned closer to a map on the door, grasping the layout of the base. The breeding area was designated for hatching and cultivating new animals. Located just beyond the corridor. Where are the zombies? One of them wondered aloud. Indeed, where are they? Laying interrupted their thoughts. The wall clearly stated that there were a total of 45 research members, all under the supervision of Professor Su Kaishi. Perhaps for confidentiality, there were no photographs of the individuals in the organizational structure. Thus, they assumed that the elderly man they had rescued from the Blood Willow was Professor Su. Li Yanli's expression turned grave. The absence of people did not necessarily imply they had all become zombies. Her peripheral vision caught sight of an enormous water lily housed in the courtyard. Suddenly, she heard a warning, "Be careful." No sooner had the words left her lips than the water lily began to grow larger, its neck extending significantly. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern a grotesque, human-like smile. The expression was chilling and malevolent. It then opened its gaping maw, lunging toward the nearest Lu Yao. Having learned from past encounters, Lu Yao reacted swiftly, launching a fireball as soon as she sensed the foul wind. The mutated water lily recoiled in pain, retracting back into its harmless state as a decorative plant within the water tank. The chick chirped excitedly. After communicating with it, Li Yanli explained to the group that it was a colleague who had been bitten by the water lily, now presumably transformed into its thrall. Sister Hua connected the dots, nodding in agreement. You're right. Just like the Blood Willow at the entrance. When I first saw it, I could still vaguely recognize the face of a woman. Perhaps, after failing to resist the Blood Willow, she was ultimately subdued and became its fertilizer. That spider, I suspect, was her lover, lingering nearby, unwilling to leave. Then what are we waiting for? Laying exclaimed, shooting the monstrous water lily in the head, claiming a level 1 crystal core. While it possessed human characteristics, its immediate aggression towards them disqualified it from being considered a fellow being. The chick drooped, clearly mourning the loss of its fellow companions. The gunfire startled the creatures within the breeding facility, unleashing a cacophony of sharp, bird-like cries. Then, The high-resistant glass door connecting the corridor to the breeding area was struck violently, producing a series of loud bangs. The crowd rushed over. As they drew closer, the creatures were finally revealed to them. Pterosaurs, yes, genuine pterosaurs straight from cinematic portrayals. Many, perhaps dozens of them were present, though all were merely juveniles. Even so, they stood a meter tall. Their large, azure-glowing eyes spun around inquisitively, and their elongated beaks gaped wide, exuding an insatiable hunger, seemingly eager to devour them. Captain Laying.
Look.
They all have human faces.
Eklimetli yanli, indicating her discovery.
She cautiously approached, hoping to ascertain whether her desired person was among them. Behind her, Si Hanju-e pushed forward, declaring, "Let me handle this." His palm ignited with an intensified blue spark. As his hand pressed against the metallic door, the entire perimeter of the breeding facility crackled with electricity, emitting a hissing sound. The pterosaur hybrids, feeling the sting, scattered in pain and ceased their congregation at the door. Chapter 47. Slaying the pterosaurs, perhaps responding to the distress signals emitted by the juvenile pterosaurs, a massive female pterosaur returned, clutching a 100-pound fragment of flesh in her beak. She flapped her wings and entered through the torn rooftop of the breeding facility. As a doctor, Mu Fan held a profound fascination for these ancient beings. In his spare time, he often purchased materials to study them. Gazing upward, he momentarily forgot to evade danger, exclaiming, "Incredible! It truly is a pterosaur. Unbelievable." The apocalypse had inadvertently accelerated technological advancement. The female pterosaur regarded the humans with indifference. To her, they were mere insects, fodder to satiate her hunger. Having just eaten, she displayed no interest for the moment. With a disdainful glance, she bypassed them and landed steadily. As soon as she spotted the meat, dozens of juvenile pterosaurs dashed forward, indicating this feeding was not a novel occurrence. These pterosaur hybrids, still in their juvenile phase, had deceived the female pterosaur, which sheltered them beneath her wings as if they were her own offspring. A temporary equilibrium had been established. The others, having been forewarned by Li Yanli on their way, remained relatively composed upon witnessing the once extinct pterosaurs, their emotions steadied. In stark contrast to their astonishment and intrigue, Li Yanli's keen eyes discerned a familiar black fabric clinging to the bloody mass, rendering her legs weak and her hands cold. Her fingers creaked as they gripped tightly. They had only interacted a few times. They were not intimate lovers, nor even close friends. Yet witnessing the gruesome demise of Blood Toad stirred a tumult of emotions within her. The last person to evoke such conflicting feelings had plummeted from a cliff. This was far worse, presenting her with such a horrific sight. Raising her gaze, she caught sight of the intestines being extracted from the mangled remains. As several juvenile pterosaurs fought over the prize, pulling at it with fervor. "Sister." Gu Chenyang was the first to notice her distress, swiftly stepping forward to support her. Placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, Li Yanli forced a smile. "I am fine. A person who has lived 2 lives cannot be so fragile." She closed her eyes, unwilling to witness the bloody mass that was soon to be devoured. As she was about to issue deployment orders to eliminate these abhorrent creatures, she heard Hua Jie cackling behind her. "How wonderful! Truly, evil begets evil. Look, it's the corpses of those treacherous lovers. Let them eat. Consume them all." Betrayed by a lover, it was impossible for Hua Jie not to harbor resentment. Embracing Liu Yao, she oscillated between laughter and tears. "Look, their shoes are even matching couple shoes. How pathetic." Li Yanli finally took note. Indeed, the remains had 4 legs. But the fabric was unmistakably his. She felt a wave of relief. Listen carefully. The juvenile pterosaurs have been fed human flesh from a young age, and now harbor intense hostility towards us. There is no need to spare them. Observing their movements, they do not appear particularly agile. I recommend a ranged extermination. As for that large one, having fed on humans, it too should not be spared. With the captain's directive clear, the group began to strategize. "See, Hanjue, after that battle with the spider demon, my lightning abilities have advanced to level 2, enhancing both my attack range and intensity. Allow me to take the lead." The group was initially taken aback, followed by envy. In their midst, aside from Li Yanli, who defied norms, no one else had yet progressed in abilities. They all shared meals and engaged in post-dinner discussions. Yet she alone was gifted with the talent to advance first. One should not underestimate the significance of ability levels. The resultant increase in power and support skills was substantial. The lightning element excelled in aerial combat, and thus, the group unanimously agreed with Si Hanjue's proposal. Considering that the female pterosaur could fly, the strength-focused Liang and Hua Jie temporarily lost their advantage. They volunteered to handle the gunfire directed at the smaller creatures. I will join.
Liu.
Emboldened by her awakening fire abilities, exuded confidence. Such a spirited girl was universally admired. Li Yanli nodded in approval. Very well, but you have just begun mastering your powers. Prioritize your safety over bravado. She then turned to Mu Fan. Your offensive capability may not be strong, but your element of surprise is your strength. Should we falter, consider using the greenery on the rooftop to launch an attack. Understood. Mu Fan immediately prepared himself. Lastly, there was Gu Chenyang, his voice meek. Sister?
Do not forget about me.
He was a once sunny boy, now plagued by insecurity within the group. Li Yanli winked at him. Do not worry. Your moment will come. Just follow my lead. Gu Chenyang brightened, standing at attention. Yes. Their audacity to devise such an overt plan to eradicate these beasts stemmed from their knowledge that the pterosaurs possessed average intelligence. They had witnessed how the smaller ones prioritized their meal over everything else. Li Yanli sensed the remaining crystal cores in her space and decided to monitor the situation, ready to absorb more if necessary. Since everyone had voluntarily entrusted her with the cores for safekeeping, she felt compelled to utilize them wisely to avoid waste. Thus, she refrained from using them until absolutely necessary. With her decision made, the group promptly commenced their assault. First, Liang and Hua Jie exchanged their weapons for sniper rifles. Utilizing the cover of iron mesh and tree shade, they each found optimal vantage points and aimed at the juvenile pterosaurs feasting on flesh, pulling their triggers. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
The rate of fire was not rapid, yet they accurately shattered the heads of the juvenile pterosaurs, preventing waste of resources. In an instant, they felled a dozen. The pterosaur flock was thrown into chaos. The female pterosaur took flight, scanning the surroundings, but before she could identify the source of the disturbance, she was struck by a blinding bolt of blue energy. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and Si Hanjue's attack failed to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, it fueled her fury, and she dove towards them. With the smaller pterosaurs unprotected, they panicked and scurried chaotically within the breeding facility, occasionally emitting shrill cries. Yet, their fate of being shot down was inexorable. With each one that fell, the small chick perched on Gu Chenyang's shoulder could not help but close its eyes. Tears brimming at the corners. It lamented, blaming itself for the creation of these monsters under duress. It could not escape the guilt even in death. Confusion clouded its eyes, unsure of how to navigate the future. It too was a monster. Gu Chenyang, a kind and innocent boy, recognized the chick's origins and tended to its emotions, occasionally feeding it shrimp and grains to aid its growth. Chapter 48. The female pterosaur possesses fire abilities as the juvenile pterosaurs perished one by one before her. The female pterosaur was devastated, abandoning her pursuit of Si Hanjue. She soared to the highest point, flapping her wings to gather energy, and then unleashed a tremendous cry towards the group. The power of her voice was terrifying, a fierce wave of sound that threatened to rupture their eardrums. Almost immediately, everyone felt dizzy, clutching their heads, swaying dangerously close to collapse. Fortunately, Li Yanli timely summoned her mental energy to create a barrier, alleviating the immediate threat. The remaining small pterosaurs managed to escape, seeking refuge beneath their mother's wings. The mother pterosaur, now grounded, extended her wings against the earth, her body measuring over 10 meters in length, resembling a formidable wall that thwarted the attacks of Liang and Sister Hua. Even when a few bullets struck, they were effortlessly swatted away by her powerful wings, inflicting no harm upon her young. At this moment, Si Hanjue had already sustained considerable injuries from the mother pterosaur's onslaught. Mu Fan rushed to his side, placing his hands on his back to heal both external and internal wounds. After a few seconds, Si Hanjue stopped him, declaring himself well enough. Time was of the essence. After catching his breath, he unleashed a skill exclusive to those with secondary lightning abilities, Lightning Arrow. Though the arrowheads bore modest power, their expansive area of effect was formidable. They shot towards the mother pterosaur and the exposed younglings at remarkable speed. Unfamiliar with such an attack, the mother pterosaur quickly prepared her defenses, fluttering her wings to deflect the numerous tiny lightning arrowheads. The arrows lacked sufficient energy to penetrate her defenses, resulting in yet another failed assault. Nonetheless, a few stray younglings were struck down, making the effort not entirely in vain. as 5 or 6 small pterosaurs perished. Meanwhile, Lu Yao stealthily approached the mother pterosaur's flank, conjuring small fireballs to hurl at her. Distracted by Si Hanjue's frontal assault and mourning her fallen offspring, the mother pterosaur unwittingly fell into the trap. Her left wing ignited, eliciting a ghastly cry of pain. However, the fireballs lacked the burning intensity to sustain a flame, and with a couple of vigorous wing flaps, the flames were extinguished. Enraged, the mother pterosaur disregarded her younglings, pivoting her hefty body to focus on Lu Yao, unleashing a torrent of fiery mist. Yes, fiery mist. Flames, mingled with thick smoke and intense heat, surged towards them. Nearby trees were instantly charred, illustrating the immense power of the attack. Lu Yao, having little experience with warfare, was momentarily paralyzed with fear. At that critical juncture, she felt herself lifted, carried away to safety by Li Yanli. Take a moment to rest, Li Yanli urged, astonished to discover that the pterosaur possessed fire abilities. Already a formidable creature, this revelation made it all the more challenging to confront. Rapidly, she contemplated new strategies as the mother pterosaur's fire attacks persisted. Initially intent on pursuing Li Yanli and her companion, the mother pterosaur redirected her fury upon noticing that Lei Ying and sister Hua had taken advantage of her distraction to slay several more of her young. With a powerful heave, the mother pterosaur expelled a continuous stream of fiery mist, even more intense than before. Lei Ying and sister Hua, hiding in various locations, were caught off guard and hurled backward by the force. They crashed heavily to the ground, slamming against the walls of the laboratory, barely managing to halt their fall. However, internal injuries were the least of their concerns. They were aflame and needed to extinguish the fire immediately. Mu Fan and Gu Chenyang rushed over to help, but their efforts yielded little success. As Mu Fan surveyed the area, he hesitated upon spotting a water tank containing the water lilies. Uncertain of any viral residue, he dismissed his apprehensions, prioritizing survival. He dashed outside to fetch water. However, Li Yanli intercepted him, offering no explanation as she approached the two rolling on the ground. Ignoring the risk of exposure, she summoned several buckets of water from a small river nearby and drenched them. Sister Hua, feeling the cold splash, perked up, her face lighting with relief at having narrowly escaped disaster. "Where did you find this water? It's freezing," she exclaimed.
Lei Ying, equally curious,
Knew this was not the time for questions. Meanwhile, Si Hanjue had been severely burned, his body charred black. Had it not been for the shielding effect of the lightning fire, he might have perished. "I'll take care of this."
Lei Ying ordinanger.
His gun was rendered useless, so he improvised, tearing off a thick iron rod, and leaped to the side of the mother pterosaur, swinging it with all his might.
Take that,
he shouted, delivering a powerful blow that left the unsuspecting creature dazed. For a fleeting moment, the mother pterosaur felt her strength wane. Yet, her high level and tough skin allowed her to recover swiftly, retreating a short distance. Just as she thought she was safe, 2 more strikes landed, this time from Sister Hua, who, despite her height disadvantage, leaped up and slammed a stone down forcefully. "Take that, you old monster," she yelled. The mother pterosaur, in pain, realized it could no longer linger on the ground and took to the skies. Si Hanjue, filled with urgency, summoned all his strength to launch a lightning blade, nearly bringing the creature down. However, she quickly regained her composure, circling gracefully in the air before unleashing a barrage of fire mist towards Lei Ying, Sister Hua, and Si Hanjue. Li Yanli rushed forward to shield her companions, commanding, "I'll handle it. You all take the opportunity to eliminate the younglings." With focus and determination, she unleashed a mental assault upon the mother pterosaur. The invisible tendrils of mental energy struck its consciousness, causing it to falter momentarily. The unfamiliar attack caught the mother pterosaur off guard, leaving it dizzy and on the verge of plummeting. Shaking its head, the creature quickly regained clarity. But Li Yanli was undeterred. She launched another wave of mental energy, this time interlaced with a spatial energy blade. The mother pterosaur, unprepared for the dual assault, felt the sting of pain as its flesh was lacerated, causing it to cry out in agony. Yet, cunning as it was, the mother pterosaur ascended higher, abandoning thoughts of her youngling's survival as it prepared to flee. As the distance increased, Li Yanli's mental attacks lost their potency. Unwilling to let it escape easily, she commanded Mu Fan to repair the rooftop with vines to block its escape route. As her words fell, all nearby vines seemed to gain sentience, rapidly weaving together to form a barrier nearly 10 meters high, obstructing the mother pterosaur's path. Aware that this would not hold for long, Li Yanli drew her gun and aimed for the creature's head, firing repeatedly. Alas, the mother pterosaur's speed proved too great, even with Li Yanli's skill. She could only graze its shoulder, drawing blood. This injury ignited the mother pterosaur's fury. It was determined to reclaim its territory, diving towards Li Yanli with singular focus. Flames and smoke billowed, threatening to engulf the entire breeding ground. Cough, cough. The group could not suppress their coughing.
Run.
Li Yanli ordered decisively. Concern for her safety lingered in their hearts, but they understood her strategic mind and obeyed her command. Fortunately, the small pterosaurs had been nearly eradicated. They sprinted desperately towards the glass door, escaping the breeding ground while Li Yanli stayed behind to cover their retreat. Only after ensuring everyone had exited did she turn back, closing the glass door behind her. Outside, Si Hanjue, clutching his chest, speculated, she intends to trap the beast. But how could one person confront such a formidable creature? Gu Chenyang, lacking a full understanding of spatial dynamics, felt a surge of worry and rushed to the glass door, eager to take her place. He longed to assert that he was more adept at fleeing. Inside the breeding ground, Li Yanli had initially assumed the monstrous creature would possess intelligence akin to an ordinary pterosaur. However, she was taken aback by its cleverness. Realizing they had left only a single human to contend with it, the mother pterosaur, suspecting a trap, abandoned its attack on Li Yanli and charged towards the door. Heedless of its injuries, slamming against the glass with tremendous force. As the glass door threatened to shatter, Si Hanjue, battered and bruised, resorted to his previous tactic, channeling blue sparks and sending electricity surging into the metal frame of the door. The mother pterosaur, caught off guard, received a jolt that singed her wing, eliciting a wretched cry. Yet, this did little to deter her resolve to break free. With a resounding crash, the battle raged on. Suddenly, the glass door shattered, and the mother wyvern, with its cumbersome body, broke free. However, due to the continuous injuries to its wings, it was temporarily unable to fly and could only run wildly in pursuit of the others. The reckless determination it displayed suggested a grudge, a fierce desire to devour them. Li Yanli employed her lightness skill to traverse the air, repeatedly unleashing energy blades in an attempt to hinder the mother wyvern. Yet, the more she tried, the faster the creature ran. Li Yanli's expression darkened as she deduced from their exchanges that the creature had likely reached level 4 in strength. A level 4 mutated beast displaying such intelligence posed a daunting challenge, especially when encountering even more formidable foes in the future. She questioned whether it was too late to retract her earlier underestimation. In a bid to buy time for her injured teammates, she activated her final contingency plan, urgently calling out, "Gu Chenyang, distract it. Everyone else, find a place to hide." Gu Chenyang, who had been eager to contribute, was thrilled to receive a task and responded promptly, "All right, senior sister." Afterward, he unleashed his reckless energy from earlier, attempting to draw the mother wyvern's attention. Initially, the creature, noticing the tender human before it, was indeed captivated and hastily pursued, intent on consuming flesh to regain strength. However, after a brief chase, it realized this human was far too swift, merely toying with it and wasting its energy. It halted its pursuit, shifting its focus to the others. All of them were injured and could not match the half-running, half-flying speed of the wyvern. For instance, Mu Fan, already frail, had exhausted considerable mental energy controlling the vines and was easily caught. Several times, he narrowly escaped being pecked. At this point, the little chick could no longer play the coward. These individuals had treated it kindly over the past few days, and despite knowing it was a mutated beast, no one had abandoned it. With a child's understanding, the chick resolved to save them. It suddenly hopped down from Gu Chenyang's shoulder, bouncing into the middle of the road. With its head held high, neck elongated, and feathers bristled, it confronted the mother wyvern, emitting a unique call that only its kind could comprehend. The mother wyvern, initially oblivious to the chick's presence in the road, suddenly heard the call and paused, bending down to locate the little creature. Upon finding it, the wyvern emitted a similar call. Soon, an expression of confusion appeared on its face, and it trembled with fear. This strange exchange piqued the curiosity of the onlookers, causing them to halt in their tracks, forgetting to run. Gu Chenyang, noticing the absence of the chick he had been caring for, turned around in alarm, only to see the small figure daringly challenging the wyvern. As expected, the chick's intimidation proved only momentarily effective, quickly being swatted aside by the enraged mother wyvern. Fueled by a desire for vengeance, the wyvern was determined to devour the humans, dismissing the little creature as inconsequential. The chick was knocked over, dazed. But the mother wyvern was relentless, lowering its head to snatch it up. Fortunately, Gu Chenyang acted swiftly, rescuing the chick just in time to spare it from a tragic fate. Now, the mother wyvern's focus was unequivocally set on that chick. Consuming it would not only restore its strength, but might also elevate its own power. Thus, it relentlessly pursued Gu Chenyang and the chick with unmatched speed. Even Li Yanli, utilizing her lightness skill, struggled to keep up. The others stood no chance. Get the vehicle. A new off-road vehicle emerged from the spatial realm, swiftly following. Once aboard, Li Yanli significantly increased her speed, and after a quarter of an hour, she finally caught up with the duo being chased by the wyvern. Shortly thereafter, another vehicle arrived, a 7-seater military off-road vehicle that had been parked at the ravine. The others were aboard. At that moment, they found themselves in a broad meadow, perfectly suited for deploying large-scale weaponry. Li Yanli readied an energy cannon, a weapon she had stockpiled before the apocalypse, intending to reserve it for dire emergencies. However, the mother wyvern proved exceedingly challenging, not adhering to her expectations. Reluctantly, she decided on this drastic measure. Driving at a measured pace, she sought an opportune moment to rescue Gu Chenyang. Yet, upon observing the speed at which he was running, appearing to leave behind an afterimage, she paused her rescue plan and continued to follow leisurely. The occupants of the rear vehicle were bewildered and anxious, especially the righteous Huajie, who muttered to herself, "What's going on? Is this little brother abandoning us? What a pity." Glancing around, she noticed the men were all silent and expressionless, prompting her to wisely choose to remain quiet. The driver, Liang, was equally puzzled but trusted that the captain would not forsake anyone. Finally, having completed his healing, Mu Fan looked up to see Gu Chenyang moving with such speed that he appeared almost airborne. He recalled the base's speculation and exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that she has discovered Gu Chenyang has the potential to awaken flying abilities under extreme pressure?" At that moment, Gu Chenyang was utterly exhausted, panting desperately to stave off collapse. After running a bit longer, he could no longer maintain his strength and cried out, "Senior sister, help. I'm finished." Li Yanli's vehicle swiftly pulled alongside him, urging, "Run faster. It's about to catch you." Hearing this, Gu Chenyang was startled to the core. Then, a miracle occurred. The pursuing mother wyvern ceased its chase.
Why?
Why could this human fly? Wasn't that supposed to be their exclusive skill? Gu Chenyang was not flying high, merely about 2 meters, yet he was indeed airborne. Witnessing the benefits of pushing his limits, Li Yanli abandoned the energy cannon. After pulling Gu Chenyang into the vehicle, she stopped, defiantly waiting at the rear. Mimicking Gu Chenyang's earlier expression, she appeared rather insufferable. At that moment, the mother wyvern harbored intense hatred, particularly towards her, the captain. Forgetting any potential traps, it solely desired to devour the detestable human. It opened its mouth wide, and then, "Senior sister,
Captain."
where are the others?" Astonished gasps escaped their lips, for Li Yanli allowed herself to be consumed by the mother wyvern. Chapter 50. Dual abilities ascend. Once more Li Yanli had been swallowed. The most anxious among them was Huajie, as she was utterly unaware that Li Yanli's spatial ability could accommodate living beings. In fact, among those with awakened spatial abilities, none had the capacity to contain living creatures, except for Li Yanli. Seeing Huajie in a state of agitation, Mu Fan kindly offered a hint, which helped her calm down. Utilizing the concealment of her spatial ability, Li Yanli entered the interior of the mother wyvern, quickly retrieving a flashlight to examine its internal organs. Upon locating the pulsating heart, she drew forth her sword and plunged it in with force. Had this been an ordinary creature, the damage would have surely been fatal. Yet, the mother wyvern merely let out a pained cry, not succumbing immediately. Its abdomen began to contract violently, for it realized that the wretched human had not perished. She had deliberately allowed herself to be swallowed, intending to assault from within. Enraged, it concentrated all its strength in its abdomen, disregarding its own agony, and forcefully squeezed to increase the pressure within. It sought to crush the intruder to death. However, such self-destructive behavior could not harm Li Yanli within the spatial realm. Rather, the increasing pressure only made the space more resilient and robust. Unburdened, Li Yanli moved like a specter through the intricate maze of internal organs, periodically wielding her energy blades, turning the mother wyvern's insides into a sieve, blood gushing forth, while simultaneously harnessing the power of her spatial ability. Meanwhile, the teammates outside were not idle, each displaying their unique skills. Mu Fan selected nearby stout branches, manipulating them to entwine around the neck of the mother wyvern like agile serpents, making it difficult for her to struggle or escape. Si Hanjue unleashed a barrage of small yet widespread lightning arrows, incessantly striking the mother wyvern's head, blurring her vision and clouding her mind, leaving her enraged yet aimless. Lu Yao continued her strategy of ambush, lurking in the shadows while igniting flames to scorch the mother wyvern's already battered wings. The powerhouse, Laying, along with sister Hua, relentlessly pummeled the mother wyvern's back with fierce punches. United in their efforts, they coordinated seamlessly. The mother wyvern, besieged from all sides, let out a pitiful wail, entirely oblivious to Li Yanli, who was nestled within her belly. As the pressure in her abdomen dissipated, Li Yanli decided not to wait any longer. Gripping her unparalleled sword, she swiftly struck, turning the mother wyvern's organs into a bloody pulp. Accompanied by a series of chilling cracking sounds, the mother wyvern's abdomen was ripped apart, scattering red and yellow flesh and fat in every direction. The group instinctively retreated, avoiding being splattered by the viscera. Wounded and exhausted, the mother wyvern finally collapsed, her defiant eyes devoid of life. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone's lips. Since the apocalypse, there had been no reference for danger. Survival relied solely on teamwork and individual exploration. The Dragon Rising team and their allies faced the 4th-level mutated beast for the first time, a truly heart-pounding experience fraught with peril. Each individual recognized the hardships of surviving alone in this world. Every participant grasped the profound importance of collaboration, while their abilities experienced significant enhancement through this practical engagement. Such benefits could never be equated with shortcuts like absorbing crystal cores. Everyone eagerly awaited their leader, fixated on the spot where the mother wyvern had fallen. Without making them wait long, Li Yanli emerged from her spatial realm, showing no intention of concealing her presence. After numerous battles, each member of the team had become trustworthy. With her psychic ability elevated to level 3, her mental acuity sharpened considerably. She could even sense the thoughts of those around her. "You've leveled up again?" Si Hanjue, always the first to notice her changes, expressed his admiration for the strong. Li Yanli nodded, her demeanor exuding newfound confidence and calm, her expression subtly hinting at excitement. For the first time, her tone carried a hint of pride, as her spatial ability had also ascended to level 3. She turned to test whether her ability to bring others in and out had been restored. Before the others could voice their envy, she focused on the task at hand, soaring to the wyvern's head, drawing her sharp sword to prepare to cleave open the skull and extract the precious crystal core. Without incapacitating the head, the mother wyvern could very well revive and cause further trouble. Just as she was about to act, an urgent voice echoed from afar, "Stop. Do not act recklessly." Li Yanli halted her movement, straightened up, and turned to see the blood serpent. The blood serpent appeared rather comical, perched atop a wild boar. Oh no! Upon closer inspection, it was not a wild boar at all, but rather a half-human, half-boar creature. The upper half was human, while the lower half resembled that of a wild boar. Wang Xiaofei. Mu Fan stepped forward, and upon receiving a smile from the half-human boar, he finally confirmed that this was indeed the community director who had been bitten by a mutated wild boar. Mu Fan had always felt guilty about his transformation, and seeing him again was overwhelmingly exciting. Wang Xiaofei was equally elated to see a fellow human, first nodding to his saviors Li Yanli and Si Hanjue before joining Mu Fan to reminisce in a corner. Mu Fan, intrigued by the hybrid state of the beast man, opened up the conversation and did not stop. With Wang Xiaofei being quite articulate, their animated discussion could be heard from quite a distance. Li Yanli remained atop the mother wyvern, glancing at the blood serpent. "Why did you stop me?" The blood serpent did not provide much explanation but demonstrated instead. He leaped onto the mother wyvern's neck, taking the sword from Li Yanli's hand. "You should step back. I will extract the crystal core and explain afterward." Li Yanli jumped down, keeping a safe distance and joining the others. With a resounding crack, the mother wyvern's skull shattered, its brain matter bursting forth, splattering the blood serpent's hand. But with his striking appearance, even in such a disheveled state, he retained an alluring charm. Subsequently, Toxic smoke began to seep from the fissures in the mother wyvern's skull. The poison, a vivid green, spread rapidly, reaching 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Where it passed, vegetation withered under its formidable toxicity. Li Yanli and the others understood. The blood serpent had come to save them. In stark contrast to their caution, the blood serpent showed no fear of the toxin. Suddenly, a vortex enveloped him, swiftly gathering the poisonous gas and drawing it into his body. The blood serpent's expression remained composed and unbothered, devoid of any adverse reaction. He skillfully extracted a translucent green crystal core, then leapt down to Li Yanli's side, presenting the crystal core in his palm. It is safe now. Here, this wyvern, when created by humans, received no guidance. It has consumed all sorts of rubbish toxins, which cannot be absorbed and have accumulated in its brain. If you had recklessly attempted to extract it, you would have been doomed. Li Yanli had spatial toxin resistance, but he was unaware. The blood serpent's gaze was gentle. After I escaped, I hurried back to find you, only to discover the tent was gone. You all had vanished. After some thought, I surmised you might have come looking for me. However, I did not dare to assume too much, so I approached with a tentative attitude. I encountered the mutated wild boar, who knew he was also searching for you, and we came together. To expedite matters, he kindly offered me a ride. Chapter 51. Camp gathering. The blood serpent's arrival instigated a sense of crisis among the men. It was not due to his enchanting appearance, as such charm was not lacking among the male members of the team, but rather because this fellow could effortlessly alter the captain's serious demeanor with just a few words. He was brazen, thick-skinned, and possessed deep cunning, with no sense of moral boundaries. As Lu Yao and Li Yanli became more familiar, her personality gradually loosened. Confronting a man as charming and gentle as the blood serpent was simply irresistible, igniting her desire to squeal with joy and gaze at him with starry eyes. Her fists clenched in excitement. However, a stern glance from Sister Hua quickly brought her back to reality. Lu Yao was still quite young, only 20. A time when one yearns for love. Sister Hua sighed inwardly, realizing that any romantic notions about joining the Dragon Rising team would have to be set aside.
Li Yanli,
oblivious to the subtle dynamics among her companions, understood that the defeat of the boss did not conclude their journey. There were still matters she needed to clarify. Casting a glance at the little chick, she noted that it was already past noon and issued a command for the group to rest in place. As they were both exhausted and hungry, they would set off for the base again the following morning. The expansive grassy field was far safer than the dense forest. No one opposed this suggestion. Their injuries had yet to heal properly, and a night of rest would be most beneficial. However, the downside of the grassland was the abundance of mosquitoes. Even after applying insect repellent, it proved futile. To ensure a comfortable night's sleep, Li Yanli generously produced some quality items. Sister Hua exclaimed, "Girl, you can't be serious. Even Doryman can't carry this much." Just as Gu Chenyang was about to shower her with compliments to assert his presence, someone else rushed ahead. "My blood serpent is impressive, even bringing along a mobile home." The blood serpent circled around Li Yanli, who was busily unpacking the components of the mobile home. Si Hanjua, focused on his task, moved aside. "Make way. You're blocking the path." The domineering demeanor of the captain had long since faded. He moved with purpose, intuitively knowing what needed to be done. After organizing all the components and briefly studying the blueprint, he deftly assembled the pieces. He was the embodiment of a calm and practical man. Liang was also a doer. With someone strategizing, he saw no need to complicate matters. Joining forces with Si Hanjua, they erected a small square house with a door in no time. Its gray-white exterior harmonized beautifully with the grassland, complete with windows that allowed ample light. This structure was far more comfortable than the lowly tents. The blood serpent, undeterred by his earlier injury, continued to shamelessly hover around Li Yanli, eagerly seeking her attention. Gu Chenyang, seeing that a house was complete, immediately arranged the cooking utensils, preparing to start a meal. He is merely cheerful and kind, not foolish. The newcomer subtly seeks to usurp his role, attempting to win over the heart of his senior sister. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he felt dejected. Yet, the other party was completely unafraid of danger. What a vexing situation. Perhaps he should prepare a meal instead, nourishing his senior sister properly. Although many animals have been lost from the reserve, some smaller creatures have not yet been relocated. Under Mu Fan's scrutiny, The few men managed to catch several unmutated rabbits and wild chickens, sufficient for a sumptuous feast. In this apocalyptic world, concerns about protecting animals have become trivial. Hua Jie and Lu Yao were also busy, assisting in cleaning and dividing the catch, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Xue Tang's eyes narrowed at the men, previously unaware of competition as a snake. He had no inkling that his rivals would be so numerous. Hissing in anger, dark energy seeped from his palm when suddenly someone kicked him. Her voice was icy. "Follow me." Li Yanli's command was not to be disobeyed. He obediently trailed her into the thicket. "Are you certain you wish to join us?" Li Yanli's expression was grave. Xue Tang found her seriousness amusing. "Of course. How could I refuse? My intentions are quite clear." He playfully raised his hand, aiming for her face. However, Li Yanli ruthlessly swatted it away. "I am the captain. They are your comrades. Please understand this. If you choose to join, we will fight side by side, sharing life and death. You may have your whims, but do not overstep. Deceit and treachery are unacceptable." In her previous life, she had witnessed many men vying for her attention. Sometimes she truly wished to turn a blind eye. In any group, each individual must have a clear position. Acceptance and survival depend entirely on one's actions and contributions. Xue Tang, who initially seemed aloof, did not retort or storm off in a huff. Instead, he altered his strategy, feigning grievance, almost pointing fingers. Coldly, "But I desire a different place in your heart. I love you, and I hope for response." While there was an element of pretense, emotions surged uncontrollably. Being a snake person, he was inherently influenced by serpentine traits: seductive, greedy, domineering, and possessive. These characteristics occasionally disrupted his emotions. Moreover, he was not one to sacrifice his own interests when he worked as an assassin. The phrase "I love you" was something Li Yanli had never heard before in modern times. "Come to my room tonight," she casually remarked before departing. The blatant hint sent Xue Tang into a frenzy of excitement, eagerly following her. This time, he refrained from causing trouble and actively integrated into the group, assisting with tasks. The uneven ground was smoothed out effortlessly with his earth-based abilities, and he even showcased his skills by removing bricks from dilapidated buildings to create a clean and smooth surface. Although they had suspected his earth manipulation abilities, this display still amazed everyone. Why should he be a single ability user while others wielded dual abilities? To conserve resources. Aside from Captain Li Yanli, who had special accommodations, everyone else shared rooms. Xue Tang was paired with Wang Xiaofei. "Why are you standing so far away?" Li Yanli called to the anxious Wang Xiaofei, who was hiding at the edge. The meal was ready, a large round table set outside with ample chairs and utensils. Just waiting for everyone to gather and eat. Wang Xiaofei chuckled shyly. "I think I should wait until you all finish before I eat." This was everyone's first encounter with a beast man in this form, a transitional stage before becoming human. Li Yanli smiled reassuringly. "There's no need to be afraid. Our base accepts the existence of beast men, and so does our team. Look at how he gently touches the chicks, he and Xue Tang. They both possess kindness and have not succumbed to beastly instincts. They even came to our aid in times of danger. You did too, didn't you, at the wall?" Wang Xiaofei nodded. When beast men transform into juvenile forms, their experiences often fade from memory, and their actions are driven by instinct. Once they become human, they will recall everything that transpired during their transformation. Wang Xiaofei's earlier act of bravery at the wall was purely instinctual, stemming from a sense of familiarity. "Then you are a friend, and we welcome you. As friends, we will not turn you away. Come on, everyone is hungry, just waiting for you to start eating." Wang Xiaofei, a person of sunny disposition and positivity, no longer hesitated and eagerly joined the feast. However, his lower half made it impossible for him to sit, so he stood instead. This did not dampen his celebratory spirit as they feasted on roasted wild chicken and braised rabbit, toasting with strong liquor in joyful revelry. After the meal, they followed the customary practice of consuming crystal cores, specifically the precious level 4 core. Everyone urged Li Yanli to save it for emergencies, but she disregarded their advice, generously sharing it with all. In her words, such a precious item should not go to waste when it could enhance our strength. No one was left out, and even Wang Xiaofei, who joined later, received his share after gaining everyone's consent. The method remained the same. She absorbed the energy first before passing it on. However, they seemed to have forgotten that this was a level 4 crystal core, equivalent to 100 level 3 cores. The energy was far too potent for ordinary individuals to endure for long. Mu Fan was the first to withdraw, exclaiming, "Oh no. I think I'm going to have a nosebleed. I need to leave." Following him was Si Hanjue, who stubbornly held on despite feeling overwhelmed. Eventually, he sought an excuse, claiming he had to relieve himself due to excessive drinking. Then there was Gu Chenyang, who excitedly called out, "Senior sister, look at me. My feet can reach even higher off the ground." He was now towering at a height equivalent to 3 stories. Everyone was taken aback. What on earth? It seemed that the last to awaken their abilities had also been the first to level up. This is so unfair. The envy and jealousy were palpable. Thus, even as the crystal core's energy overwhelmed them, they struggled to endure. This was particularly true for Liang, who had been slow to advance. The effectiveness of the level 4 core was undeniable. Following Gu Chenyang, others in the group began to undergo changes as well. For instance, Mu Fan, Liang, and Hua Jie, all seasoned in combat, saw their abilities rise to level 2. The wood-based abilities remained uncertain, while Liang and Hua Jie spontaneously developed metal abilities. When they focused their thoughts, metallic armor would automatically envelop their hands, significantly enhancing their striking power. Both were so exhilarated they found it hard to sleep, playfully smashing at the ground near the container homes, creating large craters with each punch. Lu Yao showed no signs of advancement yet, but the flames in her palms were visibly more vigorous. With continued engagement in combat, her promotion was only a matter of time. Wang Xiaofei's transformation was even more pronounced. He had fully transitioned into a human. While he resembled his former self, he was also distinct, having inherited fire abilities from his second-level wild boar lineage. The chick had likely undergone some changes too, as it had grown larger. However, Li Yanli sensed that it was consciously controlling its growth, emitting soft sounds as if suppressing itself. Such behavior only deepened her suspicions. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, everyone fell into a deep slumber. However, the room of Li Yanli was filled with tantalizing whispers. The Empress was not one to remain idle. Whenever she had the chance, she would indulge in her handsome companions. Upon their meeting, she could not help but exclaim, "Why do you have 2? Then it struck her, perhaps it was due to the transformation into a snake. Leaving residual effects. A shiver ran down her spine. In previous encounters, Xue Tang had only exuded dark energy, mere illusions. She was unaware of his physical form.
Now,
confronted with the reality, she found herself utterly bewildered. How does one navigate this? Xue Tang, rarely summoned, would not allow her to hesitate. He was quite proactive in his advances, leading her into a whirlwind of passion. Unbeknownst to her, Li Yanli had been meticulously observing the fluctuations in her dantian, striving to retain her energy amidst the unfolding events. Puzzled, she contemplated that if this truly were a dual cultivation scenario, she ought to derive some benefits as well. Raising her hand, she scrutinized her palm under the flickering emergency light, and suddenly, elation surged within her. The tension in her body inadvertently compelled someone to yield. To her astonishment, the individual slumped against her, unwilling to rise, playfully insisting, "I still want more." Despite Li Yanli's relentless push to dislodge him, she excitedly displayed her palm to Xue Tang, exclaiming, "Look, doesn't this resemble your dark energy?" Xue Tang hurriedly knelt beside her, grasping her hand for a closer inspection, and was immediately filled with joy, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are remarkable." With a firm grip, he pulled Li Yanli into his embrace, feeling a sense of pride. His cool fox had awakened dark powers. He cherished her, overwhelmed by pure affection. A seasoned assassin, he had unwittingly succumbed to a rival of greater prowess, yearning for a life of transparency and sincerity. His heart raced. This sensation was indescribably delightful. She consistently brought him unexpected joy. Whether it was the thrill of the kiss or the joy of unlocking newfound abilities, Li Yanli was eager to express her excitement. Seizing the moment, she pushed him down, declaring, "Now it's my turn." The outcome of her actions resulted in her stealthily siphoning a considerable amount of energy from Xue Tang. As her desires were satiated, her dantian flourished abundantly. After an indeterminate number of exchanges, Xue Tang, depleted, succumbed to slumber, with someone keeping watch outside. Li Yanli felt secure and gently tucked him under a blanket before quietly slipping away in her night attire. The little chick had transformed into a rooster. Its steps quickened, and its wings propelled it upward, significantly enhancing its speed. Li Yanli followed at a leisurely pace. Observing that it headed towards the laboratory, she patiently trailed behind. Upon arrival, The rooster displayed no interest in its surroundings, making a beeline for the innermost room. It flapped its wings to reach the iris recognition scanner, effortlessly activating the door. With a flutter, it entered the room, its movements and intellect far surpassing that of a mere chick before dinner. Cautiously, it leaped onto the greenery rack. Then, with a powerful push, ascended to the top of the file cabinet. In that cramped space, it rummaged for quite some time. Eventually, it found what it sought, excitedly clutching it in its beak. Just as it prepared to descend, the room suddenly illuminated. Startled yet not surprised, it jumped down and approached Li Yanli, eager to present the object in its mouth. Li Yanli accepted it, retrieving her laptop to connect, and they both settled into chairs to examine the findings seriously. Despite her suspicions, the revelations still astounded Li Yanli. This room appeared to be a storage area for supplies. But who could have anticipated it was a clandestine meeting place for several factions? The video revealed only processed sounds against a white background wall, with no one making an appearance. The visitors were exceedingly discreet, adept at evading detection. Ultimately, it was concluded that 3 groups were involved. One was likely the spokesperson for the research institute, presumably Professor Su Kaishi. The other 2 were a political figure from Country Z and a businessman from Country M. These 3 factions maintained a cooperative relationship. Essentially, Su Kaishi's laboratory was tasked with researching the resurrection of dinosaurs. The businessman from Country M provided funding and stood to profit from the project, while the political figure from Country Z offered facilitation, ensuring the project's protection. The benefits of resurrecting dinosaurs for the political figure from Country Z remained unclear. Perhaps he aimed to ascend in power, intending to cultivate a dinosaur army to usurp the current leadership. From the moment she arrived at the laboratory, Li Yanli had harbored doubts. In an environment where Country Z advocated for peace, how could such an illicit project be permitted, especially within a premier national nature reserve? Yet, she remained unaware of the individual's true identity. Attempting to communicate with the rooster, she was met with its headshake, indicating ignorance. Given the enormity of the situation, it was understandable for a researcher to be uninformed. However, she lifted the rooster, her tone frosty. "You dare to lie to me? Do you believe I wouldn't consider roasting you alive right now?" Upon upgrading her mental powers, Li Yanli found communication with avian and beast alike effortless. She no longer needed to mimic their sounds. Instead, she transmitted brainwaves through her mental energy, instantly understood by the animals. The rooster, having been with her for several days, decided to ally with her for protection after weighing the pros and cons, no longer repressing its transformation process, while advising Li Yanli to prepare herself mentally. Then, it demonstrated a dramatic transformation, morphing from a small chicken into a 2-meter-long dinosaur. Technically, it could no longer be considered a hatchling. It was already twice the size of a typical newborn dinosaur. Yet, in comparison to fully grown specimens, which could reach lengths of over 10 meters, it still appeared rather adorable. Li Yanli suspected its true form was that of a dinosaur but never imagined it would be the formidable Tyrannosaurus rex. She had always thought it might be a species of the skies. Nevertheless, with prior warnings, her expression remained steady. She even found the little T-Rex somewhat silly. This was likely because it had shown no inclination to harm them since its appearance. She spun in her chair, lost in thought, and finally inquired, "What is your name?" Having called it a little chick, then a big rooster, and now a dinosaur, she could not possibly continue addressing it as a Tyrannosaurus rex without drawing attention. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, few could readily accept the revival of ancient dinosaurs. The return of the once dominant rulers of the Earth would undoubtedly bring unforeseen challenges to humanity, already teetering on the brink of calamity. When the Tyrannosaurus rex hesitated, upon meeting Li Yanli's cold gaze, it retorted, "Can I trust you? Will you not hand me over to your base as a monster?" If survival were possible, no one desired death. It was already aware that the base accepted beastmen. But what of a dinosaur beastman? Would it be eradicated due to the inherent risks? Li Yanli shrugged. "Let's see how you perform." Her tone was light, suggesting a discussion was possible. Those who had once held power always weighed the benefits and drawbacks. Among the leaders of Country Z, some harbored malicious intentions, wishing to exploit the chaos of dinosaur warfare. From the moment she learned of this information, she had never intended to surrender the Tyrannosaurus rex. Upon her arrival, she was astonished by modern civilization and admired how adeptly the leaders governed the nation. After a lifetime of toil, she had grown weary. If she could, she would prefer to live a peaceful life in a corner during these tumultuous times. Thus, before the apocalypse, she had nearly accepted a life of idleness, merely wishing for herself to be well fed without concern for others, never entertaining any ulterior motives. However, if someone sought to create chaos through devious means in this chaotic world, she could not remain indifferent. At the very least, she could not allow it to jeopardize her environment. Therefore, from every conceivable angle, she would never surrender the dinosaur or the various devices, bottles, and documents she had stealthily transferred to her space. Control over threats was paramount for her peace of mind. The Tyrannosaurus Rex interrupted her thoughts, introducing itself. "I have deceived you." "How so?" Lowering its head, the T-Rex dared not meet her gaze. "I am not an ordinary researcher. I am the leader of Professor Su Kaishi's research team, the mastermind behind it all."
What?
This revelation genuinely astonished Li Yanli. Regardless of the circumstances, the deceased elderly expert had always seemed more akin to a technological giant, an authority in his field, than the young dinosaur before her. Her curiosity about the T-Rex's human form surged.
How old are you?
It might have started with a chick. She intuitively sensed that Su Kaishi would be quite youthful. "I am 25 years old this year. With my identity laid bare, there is naturally nothing to conceal regarding my age." Su Kaishi revealed all his secrets in a melancholic tone, similar to Lei Ying, possessing mixed blood genes. His grandfather was from Z country. Later, the family relocated to M country for development, engaging in scientific research. There, he met his grandmother, a native Caucasian woman, who was also an associate professor in the laboratory. The couple shared a deep bond, achieving numerous accolades in the field of biology. Eventually, his mother was born, exceptionally intelligent. Upon growing up, she pursued the same profession as her grandparents and married a man from the world's most renowned intelligent race, subsequently giving birth to him. His father was an archaeologist, utterly fascinated by dinosaurs. The union of his parents was indeed like adding wings to a tiger, left to fend for himself. He had to accompany them on their research endeavors from a young age. Influenced by this environment, he excelled early on, gaining admission to the best paleontology program in M country and publishing countless papers, particularly in the realm of resurrecting dinosaurs using domestic chickens. After graduation, driven by his passion, he worked at a paleontological research institute in M country. Later, misled by a close friend and his father, he found himself in Z country for research. 3 years swiftly passed, and it was at this juncture that he realized the monumental difficulty of resurrecting dinosaurs. Despite their strenuous efforts to obtain soft tissues and extract complete DNA, they were met with failure. The degradation and contamination of dinosaur DNA were exceedingly severe. Even when they attempted to use chickens with partial dinosaur genes to resurrect them, they faced insurmountable challenges and ultimately failed due to the inability to successfully manipulate existing genes. The last 2 embryos were of the pterosaur and the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just days before the apocalypse commenced, dark clouds suddenly loomed overhead in the sanctuary, accompanied by thunder and lightning. It remains unclear whether the air, infused with special substances, acted as a catalyst, but it led to the successful hatching of the 2 remaining embryos. The pterosaur was initially quite adorable, cared for meticulously by the staff in the breeding facility. In contrast, the little Tyrannosaurus was far more ferocious, even biting Su Kaishi's wrist. However, his adoration for dinosaurs left him unperturbed. Little did he know that he would undergo a transformation. Even when the little Tyrannosaurus, which succumbed to genetic defects, passed away, he held a funeral for it. Until the apocalypse arrived, the adolescent female pterosaur became increasingly agitated, first killing the caretaker, then cleverly escaping through an open door. Researchers scattered in panic. Amidst the chaos, he and his capable assistant, an old professor enamored with dinosaurs, burst through the fray. Unfortunately, when they reached the entrance, they inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the man-eating blood willow and were captured. The subsequent events were known only to Li Yanli. They appeared and rescued it. However, the young chick remembered nothing at that time.
It was only tonight,
Having matured under the stimulation of the crystal core, that it recalled its past. One could surmise that the laboratory had eradicated evidence to avoid suspicion. Yet, you are truly remarkable. I have failed. It is indeed a Tyrannosaurus Rex, always seeking to flatter, truly extraordinary. However, it was evident that Li Yanli remained unconvinced. Rising, she drew her handgun, aiming it at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes. This was the final opportunity. If it did not divulge everything, she would send it to the dinosaur paradise. Chapter 54. Return to the base. The threat in Li Yamli's eyes was no jest. She had resolutely decided that if it did not fully cooperate, she would indeed kill it. Dinosaurs are perilous creatures. She sheltered it, protected it, and had her own ulterior motives. She felt that it could be beneficial in the future. However, if it continued to resist, she would no longer concern herself with it. The handgun inched closer, nearly brushing against the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eye. Su Kaishi finally felt fear. His tone grew urgent, asking if she could accompany him to find the adult Tyrannosaurus Rex. Li Yanli smirked knowingly. What about the other genetic samples? She cared more for that. Only with a truly effective genome could they hope to recreate dinosaurs again. The numerous vials in the adjacent room were merely foundational. Su Kaishi was utterly astonished. Why did he feel that there were no secrets left before her? Hurry, something unpredictable might happen if we remain here too long. Su Kaishi dared not linger, sniffing the air to track down the adult Tyrannosaurus Rex. Along the way, he inquired how she knew the hatched Tyrannosaurus Rex was still alive. Li Yamli did not conceal the truth. On their way to the sanctuary and subsequently to the research base, they encountered rifts caused by gravity. I suspect it must be suffering greatly and on the brink of death, leading it to wreak havoc. It was true that genetically defective creatures had short lifespans, yet it might still be alive, merely struggling in its final throes. To expedite matters, Li Yanli leaped onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, transforming into a striking figure. Together, they raced against the wind. She thought little of it, but the awakened instincts of the Tyrannosaurus Rex were far more contemplative. Its ancestral memories informed it that being chosen as a mount by the opposite sex was tantamount to an invitation for courtship. Sniffing the air, it found the faint scent of roses oddly familiar. Its memories as a creature began to awaken, and its eyes lit up. It was her. It was indeed her. Its emotions were complex, a mixture of feelings that were difficult to articulate. It could only hope that its choice was the right one. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, with its keen sense of smell, quickly led Su Kaishi to the elder Tyrannosaurus Rex, but Li Yanli was even more perceptive. She raised her palm, observing the encroaching black mist. She detected the scent of decay and the essence of life fading away. Behind a towering thicket, Li Yanli leaped down, approaching slowly alongside the dinosaur. She retrieved her flashlight, illuminating the scene.
Ugh.
She had prepared herself for this, yet witnessing the massive creature, over 10 meters long, infested with maggots and writhing in agony still made her feel nauseous. Su Kaishi felt a pang of regret. The experiment had ultimately failed. Creating life only for it to be short-lived was indeed a failure. All those involved in the project were culpable. Can I help give it a proper burial?
You?
Li Yanli replied with a sardonic smile. How do you intend to bury it in your current state? Su Kaishi lowered his head, pleading, I beg you to help me. Li Yanli, first surrender the final item.
Wait.
Su Kaishi then vanished, racing towards the entrance. It was indeed carrying the most crucial item in its escape. Truly, there were few genuine words exchanged. However, she did not intend to let him go, planning to imprison him first. Shortly after, Su Kaishi returned, clutching a specially designed box, which appeared to have been buried underground. He opened a small gap for her to see. It was a refrigeration unit that could not be left open for long. You must inspect it quickly. Inspect?
What am I supposed to inspect?
I'm utterly clueless about this field. Taking the box, she carelessly tossed it into her space. Trusting him for the moment, this realization dawned upon Su Kaishi. She possessed a space that could accommodate others. It was over. Having just escaped the wolf's den, he had now entered the tiger's lair. Slowly, he recoiled, instinctively producing a warning growl from his throat. Li Yanli smirked. What are you afraid of? I am quite benevolent. As long as you do not betray me, I will not harm you. You would do better to admire the remains of that creature. I am about to give it a cremation. Oh, what? Su Kaishi was taken aback. Ultimately, he had not fully transformed into a human, and his comprehension was limited. Looking at the corpse of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he exclaimed in astonishment, Why is it so clean? Are you curious about where all the disgusting things went? Who knows? Li Yanli felt immensely satisfied with her haul tonight, her spirits high. She silently gathered the black mist in her palm, realizing that dark energy manipulation was indeed a beneficial ability. It could summon microorganisms to decompose those revolting entities. Holding her breath, she approached, her gloved hand making contact with the corpse of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The corpse blinked as it entered the space. Subsequently, she and Sakaizi returned to the vicinity of the laboratory. She unceremoniously tossed the body into the feeding grounds, retrieving an energy bomb from her hand, seemingly attempting to console herself with the thought that burying it in its birthplace was a commendable choice. The energy bomb was then hurled, producing a deafening explosion that obliterated the research base in an instant. Once the smoke cleared, she casually snapped a few photographs, intending to conclude this mission. Days later, upon returning to the city base, the group could hardly contain their elation, a feeling of having survived a calamity. Simultaneously, they swiftly leveraged their interpersonal connections to glean information regarding the changes at the base. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the environment was ever-evolving, and the first task for their team upon returning was to gather useful intel to avoid falling behind. Professor Zhou, grinning broadly, remarked, "Mu Fan, you truly are remarkable. The vaccine proposal you developed has received approval from the higher-ups. We will soon enter mass production, aiming to use it on the early-stage beastmen. Perhaps it will spare them from the agony of transformation." Both of them understood the gravity of the situation. The focus was not on the suffering endured, but rather on the burgeoning evidence that some individuals bitten by mutated beasts retain their humanity, refraining from attacking their kind. Yet others, lacking sufficient mental fortitude, leaned towards beastliness, exhibiting wild tendencies and a propensity for violence. Even after reverting to human form, they remained unchanged. Such individuals were currently their adversaries, and they were reluctant to slay their own kind. It would be ideal for the vaccine to intervene at the earliest stages. Mu Fan was then whisked away by Professor Zhou to discuss experiences in the protected area, including encounters with man-eating blood willows and spider spirits. During this time, the base had received images and videos, but they were eager to hear Mu Fan recount the tales in person. "Captain, I'll be right back," she exclaimed before departing amidst a throng, akin to a star being adored by fans. As the captain, Li Yanli was equally busy, needing to report to Deputy Commander Zhou and collect the rewards for this mission. Meanwhile, the other teammates proceeded to the Special Operations Team's office to test their abilities and levels. As it turned out, this assessment propelled the Longting team to fame. To everyone's astonishment, including the captain, out of the 6 members, 3 possessed dual abilities and each had at least one ability upgraded to level 2. This was quite extraordinary. At that moment, the members of Longting team learned that the proportion of ability users at the base who had progressed to level 2 was relatively low, around 20%, underscoring the difficulty. The researcher responsible for the testing was the same loquacious young lady as before, who was utterly astonished. "Tell me, what have you all been eating to grow so formidable? Your captain, this cool girl, truly elevates our standards. Where did you find such geniuses?" The last time, Li Yanli's spatial ability had been divulged by her, showcasing her penchant for gossip. After a lengthy monologue, she noticed Si Hanjue growing impatient, and the charming Gu Chenyang quickly employed his flattery skills, soon leaving the researcher in a daze. With her focus diverted, the group collected their respective rewards and returned to the apartment to rest. Chapter 55. Promotion. Deputy Commander Zhou had been in direct contact with Li Yanli and was already aware that the root cause of the animal escapes from the mountain forest protected area in H City was due to clandestine research that had resulted in the creation of dinosaurs. Li Yanli had brought back various photographs and tangible evidence, including a meticulously organized report by Mu Fan that described everything clearly. Being an upright individual, Deputy Commander Zhou chose to trust Li Yanli and the Longting team. He earnestly grasped her hand, expressing genuine admiration and gratitude. "Ah, Captain Li, this time it was truly thanks to your Longting team that we could nip the danger in the bud. I have already applied to the higher-ups for an additional commendation. Such a significant achievement surpasses our initial expectations before departure. You must be rewarded generously. Aside from the 50,000 points and the priority use of our new products, I will also fight for a position for you. Just wait for my good news." Deputy Commander Zhou, at the age of 45, had a warm and amiable demeanor, which endeared him to the sensitive Li Yanli. She smiled humbly. "You flatter me. This is merely our duty." However, she was pleased at the prospect of rewards. A position of some authority would not be unwelcome. For the time being, she was quite comfortable in her allegiance to the city base and had no thoughts of departure. Deputy Commander Zhou was quite attentive, and that very evening, he had a response ready. He excitedly called Li Yanli. "Little Li, Chief Zhao has granted special approval for your Longting team to officially join our city base as members of the charge team. Furthermore, You have been promoted to captain of the Longting team, with authority over 50 team members. In the wake of the apocalypse, the global situation had transformed dramatically. The leadership in various countries had been thoroughly disrupted. Although Country Z was striving to maintain the old system, it was continually adapting due to insufficient personnel and resources. Many new positions had emerged. The current structure included the highest leader, referred to as the base chief, responsible for leading and managing the entire base, making decisions, and directing various operations. Beneath this, there were 9 functional departments, each led by an officer responsible for military command, security, intelligence, research and development, medical affairs, resource management, construction, external relations, and internal governance. At times, overlaps in functions necessitated discussions among the base leaders and heads of various departments to reach decisions. Before Longting team officially joined, they had been liaising with the external relations officer. However, due to their initial acquaintance with Deputy Commander Zhou, who was in charge of city defense, they began coordinating directly with him, as Zhou was not only responsible for city defense, but also for external rescue and intelligence gathering. He commanded a special operations team known as the Charge Team, which was frequently dispatched across various locations. Currently, Li Yanli was one of the team leaders. With her promotion came the inevitable social obligations. That evening, Deputy Commander Zhou hosted a dinner for the chief and the 10 team leaders beneath him, including Li Yanli. Through this occasion, Li Yanli learned that the situation remained dire. Aside from City S, City B had nearly been cleansed, yet there remained 10 cities that required assistance. Essentially, one team was designated to support one city, and personnel were exceedingly strained. The chief, who shared the surname Li with Li Yanli, reminded everyone. The mutation of zombies is accelerating. I've heard that level 3 zombies have already emerged in City J. However, most of our ability users are still at level 1. And even the few level 2 users have to be dispatched to various rescue efforts. The situation is quite severe. Everyone spoke candidly, sharing their challenges while also seeking assistance. Deputy Commander Zhou nodded, surveying the room. Is there anyone willing to take on the food harvesting task in City J? As his words hung in the air, the jovial atmosphere suddenly fell silent. It was not a matter of courage. The limited manpower made it unwise to recklessly risk their lives. Rather than venturing into an unknown peril, it would be more prudent to rescue more survivors from relatively safer cities. Both tasks held value. One could not deem one higher or lower than the other. In other words, one perspective focuses on the short term, while the other emphasizes the long term. In the immediate context, rescuing as many survivors as possible is undoubtedly of paramount importance. However, allowing the enemy to grow unchecked may pose unpredictable risks in the future. It is a dilemma indeed. The allure of abundant resources is tantalizing.
Li Yanli pundará.
Perhaps even Deputy Commander Zhou is aware that the success of the mission depends entirely on the leader of the expedition, and he will not delve too deeply into the details. Who would be willing to risk their life without a little incentive? She felt tempted, yet chose to remain silent. As a newcomer, she must not stand out. Perhaps it is best to wait and see. She had been weary lately and needed a respite. After the banquet, Deputy Commander Zhou specifically retained her presence, stating that the commander had heard of her valiant deeds and wished to meet her. He also intended to share the achievements of the Longting team on the internal network to inspire the fighting spirit of all. Li Yanli harbored no desire for conspiratorial thoughts. But was it truly appropriate to summon her in such a manner? The commander, surnamed Meng, appeared to be in his 50s, with an imposing demeanor and a stern expression. His character was straightforward. After offering a few compliments, he bluntly inquired whether she had indeed only witnessed 2 dinosaurs. Without awaiting her response, he pressed on with another question. Where did your energy bullets come from? Chapter 56. The humble demeanor Li Yanli did not yield to his aggressive stance. Indeed, she had only seen 2 dinosaurs. As for the energy bullets, if memory serves, our base has long had a regulation stating that as long as there are no allegations of murder prior to the apocalypse, past transgressions are not pursued. Moreover, there exists a right to confidentiality that forbids any inquiries from base personnel. Therefore, may I choose not to answer your question? Her expression remained serious, showing no hint of intimidation. Those who have encountered the dinosaurs become subjects of suspicion. If not her, then it would be someone else. However, the interest shown by those in power implied that what she possessed could serve as her shield. As long as there remained suspicion, she would not be easily dealt with. Thus, if you treat me with courtesy, I shall extend the same respect to you. If not, we may as well be straightforward with one another. Commander Meng did not anticipate that a mere recruit would dare to confront him in such a manner. His expression froze, his lips moved, but he ultimately refrained from anger. It would be unworthy of him to lose face. Did you personally witness Professor Sakaizi perishing alongside the Tyrannosaurus in the flames? Indeed, Li Yanli affirmed with certainty. After all, it was merely fabricating a tale. The surveillance had been destroyed, and there were no witnesses present. The only person privy to the details, Professor Sakaizi, was currently confined within her space, allowing her to narrate the events as she pleased. When we discovered the Tyrannosaurus in the enclosure, it was already on the verge of rage, launching an immediate attack on us. Fearing it might escape and harm others, I, with Professor Sakaizi's consent, deployed an energy bullet to neutralize the threat. Little did I expect that Professor Sakaizi, so deeply attached to the Tyrannosaurus, would choose to accompany it in death. She did not conceal the earlier events of gathering the chicks, only the final segment was altered. The energy bullet wielded tremendous power, reducing everything to ashes. By the time scientific means could determine whether any remnants of Sakaizi were present, who could say how long that would take? Furthermore, she had thrown a considerable amount of Sakaizi's shed skin into the mix. She believed this would suffice to deceive for a time. Meanwhile, within the confines of the spatial prison, a golden-haired, handsome man gradually regained consciousness. The first thing he did was to cross his arms, as the chill in the air sent shivers coursing through his body. The memories of the previous night rushed back to him. That woman was insufferable. She had promised not to harm him as long as he recounted their encounter, yet here he was, cast into this wretched place. Rising to his feet, he realized he was entirely naked, his modesty diminished by the cold. Oh, how wretchedly cold, he lamented. Not even a single garment was provided. It was truly outrageous. He crouched at the prison door, vigorously shaking the bars, only to be astonished to discover that they were not made of ordinary steel. What material was this? Glancing around, he noted a small vent above, barely large enough for a head. The notion of escape seemed utterly fanciful. Moreover, he had come to understand that this was Li Yanli's domain. Without her assistance, his escape was utterly impossible. Sighing, he struck the prison bars with force, producing a clanging sound. Was he destined to be ensnared within this fate? It was a bitter irony that a renowned paleobiologist, celebrated both domestically and abroad, had spent the last 3 years under military surveillance. The only occasion he had to leave the base was at the invitation of the esteemed Principal Qing, where he was asked to deliver a lecture to students on dinosaur research. The memory was distant yet vivid, a lecture hall overflowing with over 300 eager students. Yet, one face stood out distinctly in his recollection. Hers. Though surrounded by admirers, her countenance remained cool and aloof, strikingly out of place. Much like a rebellious creature in need of taming, Li Yanli, preparing for slumber, also revisited this chapter of history. Who could have imagined that Sakaizi was, in fact, the infamous Professor Casey Smith, a paragon of scholarly virtue by day, yet a debaucher by night, seeking the company of female students to discuss the intricacies of human reproduction? He was rather handsome, though her memories were somewhat hazy. She could not quite reconcile the image of a foolish yet endearing Tyrannosaurus with the man she had known. All she recalled were his golden locks and azure eyes, impeccably dressed in tailored suits, always presenting himself with meticulous care. Much like Mu Fan, he too wore glasses. However, post-apocalypse, Mu Fan's vision had been restored through wood-based abilities, and he no longer required spectacles, now exuding the aura of an ancient scholar. She rose, donned her jacket, and slipped into the space. Strolling to the prison, she observed the rapid transformation he had undergone into a more human-like form. It was precisely to avoid confronting the half-human, half-beast state that she had cast him in here. She had not anticipated such swift change. "You've arrived," he said, adopting the persona of a melancholic youth. Crouched in the corner, allowing the meager moonlight filtering through the vent to warm his body. Noticing her lack of response, he suppressed his irritation and spoke with a beseeching tone. "I am on the brink of freezing to death. Could you perhaps provide me with some clothing?" He turned to face the figure outside the cell. Dressed in a black suit over a white silk nightgown, she averted her gaze. "Thank you," he replied politely, which dissuaded Li Yanli from continuing to press him. She tossed a complete set of men's clothing into the cell, all procured from the supermarket. As he caught sight of the various styles and seasonal garments cascading down, Sakaizi showed no sign of joy. It appeared she was indeed intent on keeping him in prison for the long haul. He quickly donned a nearby hoodie and trousers, standing tall, striding to the cell door. Concealing his discontent, he endeavored to soften his gaze. "Captain, I possess some utility. Might you consider releasing me once the storm passes? I assure you, I will fully cooperate with Dr. Mu and assist in our research endeavors, contributing to greater achievements in vaccine and zombie virus studies." Their eyes met. Li Yanli was struck by the realization that his eyes were indeed a deep and captivating blue. However, rather than rendering his demeanor transparent, the elongated shape of his eyes lent him an air of cunning, reminiscent of an antagonist from an animated series. Unfathomable, inscrutable. He appeared cultured, courteous, and self-restrained. Yet she instinctively sensed that dealing with him might be far more challenging than with the bloodthirsty creatures. "Here is your food. Make it last. I will only deliver once a day. Furthermore, do not damage the restroom facilities. If they break, you will fix them yourself. I will not bring in outsiders." The term outsiders referred to the maintenance personnel. Yet, this notion stirred Sakaizi's interest. Did she regard him as an insider? The love shared between parents could indeed be heartwarming, to the extent that one might follow their partner into death. He had grown up surrounded by such ideals, longing to find a suitable companion to share his life with, but had yet to find one. As he gazed at Li Yanli's departing figure, he mused that his ideal partner should indeed be a fellow scholar. Chapter 57. The grandeur of the Overlord. A new mode of trade has recently emerged within the base, one that is conducted anonymously. The parties need not meet in person, and can evade all surveillance cameras and messaging networks to exchange items directly. This can occur between individuals or between an individual and the authorities. This arrangement dissuaded Li Yanli, who initially intended to donate some medical equipment, from the idea of giving away items for free. Instead, she only allowed Mu Fan to present a small quantity of rare equipment as a personal favor to Professor Zhou. Subsequently, she provided 10 sets of surgical medical equipment and anonymously exchanged a considerable amount of her currently limited supplies with the authorities, including medical supplies such as medications, bandages, disinfectants, hemostatic agents, and antibiotics, particularly medications. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had stockpiled several batches of supplies, but had not discovered a significant quantity of pharmaceuticals. During their visit to the central hospital, the pharmacy had already been emptied. Weapons and protective gear such as knives, clubs, firearms, bulletproof vests, and helmets are in high demand, especially when confronting the relatively slow-moving zombies. Long-range shooting is often the safest and most efficient means of extermination. The base is currently well-stocked with these supplies, as it is backed by a large domestic military-industrial enterprise, ensuring a sufficient reserve of raw materials. Warm clothing items, such as garments and sleeping bags, particularly military overcoats, are also crucial. Her stockpile includes down jackets, but due to the transition from winter to spring, many thick garments were withdrawn from supermarkets, leading to a significant accumulation of spring clothing while the supply of heavy winter attire remains limited. After completing these transactions, Mu Fan returned with news that Professor Zhou's laboratory had developed the first batch of crystalline reagents, which carry a 5% probability of adverse reactions, including nausea, vomiting, and even regression in abilities. He inquired whether their group would like to test them.
Li Yanli firmly declined,
stating that most of them had only just advanced in their abilities and that there was no need to take unnecessary risks. However, since they had the privilege of trial usage, it would be wise to claim their share for future tasks. Mu Fan nodded in agreement, adding that the zombie retardant was also in the testing phase, and if successful, it might slow down the mutation rate of zombies. At that moment, all group members were gathered for a meeting. Laying, with his booming voice, remarked that zombies appear in hordes, and once detected, they swarm. He questioned the application of the retardant, humorously suggesting it should not involve administering injections one by one. Mu Fan laughed, clarifying that it was akin to a disinfectant spray like 84, requiring dilution before use and proper protective measures. He then revealed that Professor Zhou had also provided them with a backpack sprayer, similar to those used for farming, which would remain effective for 5 days once zombies were sprayed. Li Yanli examined the retardant and found it to be quite promising. She had heard that zombies were evolving rapidly, and if they could postpone their strength for several days, it might grant them a much-needed respite.
Swetan,
with a bold demeanor, boasted that he feared nothing, even the third-level zombies, asserting that he could effortlessly dispatch them. He relished the thought of being in a zombie-infested area, relishing the thrill. Li Yanli cautioned him to remain low-key. As the base was currently unable to detect their dark abilities, it was prudent to maintain a semblance of secrecy. It is wise to have a few hidden cards up one's sleeve. With a smile, she added, however, your earth abilities are still at level 1. You ought to be more proactive. After enjoying a good meal, let us contribute to the base's development. Gaining practical experience is beneficial for advancement. At that moment, the CEO returned from a visit to his family. Noticing his arms laden with packages, Lang rushed forward, exclaiming, "Good heavens! Did you go to honor your parents or commit a robbery? You've returned with enough to rival a daughter returning from her maternal home." He was a robust man. Yet few knew that he possessed a childlike heart, relishing the unwrapping of gifts. This penchant likely stemmed from his childhood experiences following his parents' divorce, where he often felt unloved and neglected in his father's presence. Opening several luxurious red boxes in succession, he marveled, wow, 4,000 per pound for bird's nest, 100,000 for cordyceps, and 1,000,000 for fish glue. Each must weigh at least 5 pounds. Did your family previously live on money? Next came some frozen goods. Before he could unwrap them, Si Hanjua explained to Li Yanli, the stocks of bird's nest and fish glue are limited, so I brought these for you to enjoy. The other frozen goods can be cooked to improve the meals for the brothers. Upon hearing there was something for them as well, Gu Chenyang, the chef, immediately rushed in to prepare dishes such as French foie gras, Angus beef, river fish, and wild yellow croaker. Merely mentioning these delicacies made everyone salivate. In this apocalypse, who wouldn't strive to fill their stomachs rather than concern themselves with the quality of food? Gu Chenyang rolled up his sleeves, declaring, "Leave it to me. I assure you, a lavish feast." This was the first time the CEO had taken the initiative to assist in cooking. Feeling the gaze of everyone upon him, he glanced past them to the slender figure at the back. For the first time in front of the men, he voiced his affectionate sentiments. "I want to cook for the one I love." Having served in the military, he was accustomed to survival in the wilderness, so preparing a meal or cooking porridge was not difficult. Previously, during missions, the conditions were harsh, leaving little room for him to cook. Now, enjoying a few peaceful days, he yearned for a touch of romance. This straightforward declaration was neither a provocation nor a proclamation of possession. He was merely informing her that he had accepted his fate. When she had assured him, "Rest easy, no matter what you become, I will never abandon you," he understood her heart was not devoid of affection, merely tempered with restraint. Her promise was an indirect acknowledgement of his feelings. With an uncertain future ahead, why complicate matters? They would navigate this unclear path together, alongside the brothers with whom they had shared life and death bonds. Their gazes lingered in the air for a while until the CEO, feeling embarrassed under her scrutiny, was the first to look away, thereby concluding the moment. Li Yanli's expression remained composed, a facade befitting an empress. The grand feast was not scheduled for noon but rather for the evening at the newly rented villa of Li Yanli. Having accumulated 50,000 points, she was quite comfortable. And with more men around, she opted for a 3-story villa for enhanced privacy and comfort. In addition to the dishes prepared, the men set up a barbecue grill, utilizing ingredients brought by Si Hanjua, including beef, rabbits, and wild chickens from the protected area, as well as mushrooms and vegetables exchanged at the base. Thankfully, living alone, the enticing aromas would not attract undue attention. As dinner was prepared, everyone gathered in the main hall to indulge in the feast, relishing the exquisite flavors. As the alcohol flowed, Lang, in high spirits, even showcased his impressive singing voice. Mu Fan, equally exuberant, urged Si Hanjua, "Come on. Show everyone the dance you performed during the New Year celebration at the peacekeeping base." The CEO hesitated, but Gu Chenyang had other ideas and launched into an impromptu street dance. There was no music, yet his body moved with the grace of a lively note, rhythmically leaping and spinning. Each jump and turn exuded power, as if he had escaped the shackles of gravity, revealing a youthful exuberance and defiance.
Li Yanli,
having also partaken in the drinks, felt her gaze become hazy. This young man had yet to graduate, had it not been for the apocalypse. A career in the film industry would not have been out of reach for him. The older members, influenced by Gu Chenyang's vitality and fueled by alcohol, soon cast aside their reservations and joined the fray, dancing wildly in the middle of the room. The revelry continued until the early hours of the morning, only coming to an end under Li Yanli's firm insistence. At that moment, she had finished her shower and casually dried her hair as she emerged from the bathroom. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, she recognized the figure outside and opened the door, feigning ignorance. "What brings you here?" The person outside, tall and elegant, leaned against the doorframe with a languid demeanor reminiscent of a cat, his damp hair cascading down as he provocatively inquired, "Beautiful lady, do you require my services?" With a swift tug, Li Yanli grasped the half-open collar of her superior, Si Hanjue, pulling him into the room. The space was modest, and as they turned a few circles, they found themselves at the bedside. Subsequently, Si Hanjue was unceremoniously pushed onto the bed by Li Yanli, who then leaned over him. The night was cool and tranquil. It was indeed a rare occurrence for two individuals with somewhat similar temperaments to unite, one being emotionally detached and the other possessing a fervent spirit. Much like the gradually warming weather that compels one to shed layers of clothing. Breakfast was as sumptuous as ever: steak, salad, crab roe buns, vegetable buns, steamed dumplings, simple fried dough sticks, milk, and freshly prepared soy milk, alongside a bowl of milk-stewed fish maw, specially reserved for Li Yanli. She absent-mindedly stirred her spoon, refusing to bring the food to her lips. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Mu Fan, assuming she was simply fatigued from the previous night, shot a reproachful glare at the instigator. His amiable nature allowed him to accept their shared circumstances without fuss. He was fully aware of who had entered Li Yanli's room the night before. Suddenly, he reached out, intending to place a comforting hand on her waist. However, upon meeting Li Yanli's puzzled gaze, he recalled her earlier warning and awkwardly withdrew his hand, stammering that he merely wished to alleviate her fatigue. His cautious, yet caring demeanor pleased her. She playfully teased him, assuring that he need not seek her permission for such gestures in the future. Not only did she speak, but her feet beneath the table also began to misbehave, playfully entangling with Mu Fan's, stirring a restlessness within him. The adage that hunger breeds desire held true. In the temporarily secure environment of the base, his primal urges had intensified. After all, who could withstand such consistent, yet earnest flirtation? As his palm emanated a green glow, he gently pressed it against her waist. Li Yanli shifted slightly, appreciating the touch of a wood-type healer. Although she did not feel exhausted, the soothing warmth enveloping her made it hard to refuse. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, she voiced her concerns, stating that she had absorbed nearly 80% of a level 4 crystal core but saw no inclination to advance, which left her perplexed. Deputy Commander Zhou had approached her privately, expressing that the base was currently facing a food shortage and requesting their team to undertake the grain harvesting task in City J. He also relayed the latest news from the helicopter rescue team, indicating that the area had nearly fallen to the undead, with less than 10% of the population surviving. The implication was clear: the place was overrun with zombies. Under such favorable circumstances, the number of level 3 zombies produced would be significant, with the possibility of even higher levels. As the captain, she naturally hoped for a breakthrough before their departure, especially since her team had been accommodating her desire to absorb crystal cores, perhaps even harboring high expectations for her. She wished to live up to their trust. Mu Fan offered comfort, recalling Professor Zhou's words that those with multiple awakened abilities tend to progress more slowly, suggesting she need not rush her advancement.
Xianjue,
A straightforward man, was less adept at comforting. He often leaned towards rationality, expressing his concerns. Yet, he conceded that, based on energy assessments, her progression had indeed been slow. "I think you should consult the laboratory. We must ensure that there are no underlying health issues we are unaware of." The domineering leader's thoughts wandered, even contemplating the implications of their unprotected encounters. He pondered whether it would complicate matters if she were to conceive, a thought that stirred mixed emotions within him. If the child were to be his and hers, he would certainly cherish it. However, at this juncture, becoming parents would require them to prepare extensively to ensure the new life thrived in a safe environment. Li Yanli, however, was entirely unpreoccupied with such matters. Without her consent, pregnancy was a non-issue. She was more concerned about the possibility of her own health issues. After breakfast, she visited the base hospital to undergo a comprehensive examination by Dr. Liu, an expert in ability diagnostics. Dr. Liu, a meticulous woman in her 50s, was puzzled upon seeing the energy test results from Li Yanli's Dantian. Logically, her energy levels should be sufficient to reach level 3, if not the ceiling of level 4. Contemplating this, she retrieved several test strips for other abilities, asking if Li Yanli might have awakened additional powers unbeknownst to her. With advancements in technology, the base had adopted saliva test strips for ability assessment, making it simpler than ever before. Li Yanli felt a flicker of anxiety as she gripped the assorted test strips, her dark-type ability capable of consuming all things shadowy. She even speculated that she might one day summon souls to serve her purposes, an idea that could be deemed questionable by moral standards. Should this information come to light, it would undoubtedly necessitate a thorough explanation. To her astonishment, after the swabs were completed, Dr. Liu's findings were far from what she had anticipated. Repeatedly scrutinizing the ability test strips, she looked at Li Yanli with a mix of envy and jest, exclaiming, "You truly are unaware that you possess lightning, wood, and earth-type abilities as well?" The excitement was palpable. She was eager to report this extraordinary news to Professor Zhou. Such a prodigy, possessing 5 types of abilities, was nothing short of miraculous. Bursting out of the examination room, she lowered her voice as she dialed a number. "Hello, Professor Zhou? Yes, it's me. Rest assured. I confirm it. Currently, among the ability users I have encountered, the most anyone has had is dual abilities. Yes, truly remarkable. Such talent. We must retain them at the hospital." Wood-type healers were in high demand, and without needing any additional means, their healing capabilities surpassed those of ordinary doctors. Who wouldn't he covet such talent? Awakened with 5 types of abilities, this was unprecedented. In an instant, Li Yanli secured her position in the upper echelons, becoming a key figure for cultivation and retention. Chief Zhao of the base granted special approval for the logistics department to provide her with 3 level 3 crystal cores at no charge. Though only 3, these were among the base's scarce reserves, totaling no more than 20. As for level 4 crystal cores, none had yet been encountered by other special forces teams.
Li Yanli
Unreservedly, utilized all 3 cores, gathering her team members to hide in a villa where they spent the afternoon consuming crystal cores. Initially, all 5 men declined, but upon learning that she possessed 3 types of abilities, they were pleased yet hoped she could progress quickly to ensure a balanced development of their powers. However, Li Yanli would not allow their refusals. She argued that a single thread does not make a line, and a lone tree does not form a forest. Only when every team member is strong can the collective strength of the team truly increase. Though 3 level 3 crystal cores could not compare to a single level 4 core, they still had their effects. Blood Serpent's Earth-type ability had advanced to level 2. Perhaps due to his previous accumulation of energy or his contributions to the base. Regardless, he had leveled up and unlocked several new skills: Earth Spikes, Traps, Stone Throwing, and Armor Defense. In contrast to his excitement, Li Yanli appeared somewhat dejected. She had yet to advance. Weakly staring at the flickering weak lightning and green light emanating from her palm, along with the dust storms that required considerable mental effort to summon, she lamented the heavy toll of nurturing abilities on crystal cores. Chapter 59. Encounter with plant monsters. The group set off the following day, eager and unrelenting. This time, the off-road vehicle had been upgraded, fitted with a machine gun atop. Typically concealed, it could be activated at will, allowing the gun barrel to extend and enabling the crew to control it from within the vehicle for continuous firing tasks. The vehicle's material had also been enhanced. It was now not only bulletproof but also waterproof, resistant to toxins, and impervious to acidic substances. In emergencies, it could even transform into a submarine, capable of navigating underwater. Especially since City J was rich in water resources. After the apocalypse, various rivers, lakes, and seas had interconnected, rendering ordinary vehicles nearly incapable of traversing these terrains, which contributed to delays in rescue operations. As they drove, stopping intermittently, they crushed the lower-tier zombies along the way, collecting crystal cores in abundance and feeling elated. The task at hand seemed manageable, with Thunder Eagle at the wheel. He unleashed a torrent of gunfire from his machine gun, aiming at the zombies that rushed towards the front of the vehicle, laughter erupting from him. "Ha ha ha, Captain, with foes of this caliber, there's no need for you all to intervene. I can handle them myself." Liang was not exaggerating. His strength was complemented by dual mastery of metal abilities, both reaching level 2. His attack and defense were formidable, dispatching level 1 zombies with ease, 1 punch each. He had encountered level 2 zombies as well, requiring merely a couple of punches to defeat them. The others understood he was merely jesting to ease the tension, as they were soon to enter the densely populated zombie area of J City. Suddenly, a call from Chief Li Qingzhou interrupted their banter.
Yanli,
"We have an urgent rescue mission. All members of the newly established Black Bear squad have gone missing. The last distress signal indicated they were closest to your current location. Please prioritize their rescue. I implore you." Yan Li recalled the Black Bear squad. They were the team led by Hu Zhuang and Lu Susu. She had heard about their recent promotion to regular military status due to their commendable performance during a rescue operation in B-City.
Now,
They were under the command of another squad leader. Regardless of past affiliations, as fellow members of the base's special forces, mutual assistance was imperative. Yen Li had no reason to refuse. Before they could ponder further, the vehicle suddenly began to shake. Laying, having experienced earthquakes before, quickly warned, "This is bad. We're in an earthquake." No sooner had he spoken than the ground before them fractured, revealing numerous plant tendrils emerging from the cracks. This was no earthquake. They were once again confronted by mutated flora. "We must attempt to drive through."
Yan Li Kumanda.
Understood. Laying replied, accelerating to navigate past the danger. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ground ahead collapsed, and the off-road vehicle plunged into the earth, buried by the soil. In a moment of urgency, Shui Tan utilized his earth abilities to create a cavity just large enough for the vehicle's occupants. Yen Li cast him an appreciative glance. Although she could now take people into her space after her upgrade, she could only accommodate one at a time. With so many individuals, they needed to seek alternative means of escape. Laying activated the vehicle's headlights, illuminating their surroundings. Without granting them a moment to breathe, white tendrils resembling plant roots surged toward them from all directions.
Get out.
Yen Li ordered decisively. The air inside the vehicle was stifling, and remaining there would lead to their demise at the hands of the plant monstrosities. Everyone acted swiftly, exiting the vehicle and engaging in a fierce battle against the tendrils. Gunfire rang out, knives slashed, and electrical shocks crackled. Mu Fan attempted to manipulate the tendrils with his wood abilities, but suffered a backlash, letting out a pained cry before losing consciousness. Yen Li quickly caught him and, using her somewhat unrefined wood abilities, managed to stabilize him for the moment. She entrusted him to Gu Qinyang for care. The group regarded Mu Fan's pale face with dismay. Goodness. Even a level 2 wood ability couldn't handle this. These plants must be at least level 3. The last time they encountered the carnivorous blood willow, it was only level 3. However, before losing consciousness, Mu Fan had managed to sever a significant number of the roots. Alarmingly, the severed roots sprouted anew almost instantaneously, ensnaring them all with astonishing speed.
Xian Hui,
Quick-witted and swift, shot a lightning arrow that struck the roots, producing a sizzling sound. This time, the electrical shock was effective, preventing any new growth. Just as they thought they could relax, Shui Tan warned, "This is bad. I sense countless tendrils rushing towards us from all directions."
Yan Li Fukusha Intanli.
Sensing the surrounding soil, remarkably, it seemed as though the creature could perceive her. Whenever she released her mental energy, it ceased its advance.
Yan Li Brashar Self, speculating.
I suspect this creature is not only a mutated plant, but has also awakened earth abilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so sensitive underground. Upon hearing this, Shui Tan attempted to retaliate like Mu Fan but was halted by Yen Li. "Don't follow in Mu Fan's footsteps. It's at least level 3. Moreover, this plant is evidently more intelligent than the blood willow. Did you not notice that since it realized we were aware of its presence, it has refrained from making any reckless moves?" Gu Qinyang, senior sister. Could it be that the missing members of the Black Bear squad were captured by this plant creature? The ground beneath them was barren, with only a few scattered trees remaining. The missing individuals might indeed be connected to these trees. Yen Li nodded in agreement and then called for Shui Tan to join her as they used their earth abilities to forge a path, digging a tunnel. Gu Qinyang was tasked with driving slowly, while carrying the unconscious Mu Fan. Si Hanju and Lei Ying would provide cover from behind. As the group navigated through, they utilized their earth abilities to locate the main root system. Perhaps they were drawing nearer, as the creature finally ceased its weight and unleashed a multitude of slender roots, each as agile as dragon whiskers submerged in water. In an instant, the 4 outside the vehicle were ensnared like dumplings. And the off-road vehicle and its occupants were not spared either, quickly sealed within a cocoon of roots. Chapter 60. Side effects of the crystal core reagent. Panic escalated among them. Confronted with such a suffocating sensation, they were experiencing the taste of impending death for the first time. Si Hanju's lightning abilities provided some clarity amidst the chaos, cutting through the roots momentarily. However, their surroundings were still horrifically constricted. The tunnel they had excavated was compressed to the point where merely opening their eyes would result in their eyelashes brushing against the dirt. Not to mention, they faced countless white tendrils, amplifying their sense of oppression. Si Hanju's claustrophobia began to rear its head. If they did not devise a plan, they would be reduced to mere compressed biscuits. This realization agitated Liang, who strained against his restraints, finally breaking free from the tendrils. He ripped the roots from his face, gasping for air.
I'm suffocating.
He vented his frustration by striking the surrounding roots. Though he succeeded in severing a few, it was futile. New ones would simply regrow. What the hell is this thing, with such tenacity? Yanli was even more anxious. The other still had some fighting spirit left, but what about Mufan? She quickly carved out a small space to protect him, then unleashed a surge of subtle lightning to part the roots for a moment, finally allowing them to breathe. She turned to Xue Tan. Let us use microorganisms to decompose them. After harvesting numerous crystal cores from the zombies, her recently awakened abilities had finally reached level 1. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to exert any influence. Coincidentally, Xue Tan was about to suggest the same. He swiftly disassembled the roots on his face, responding eagerly, "All right." The soil was teeming with microorganisms, and with their assistance, the tendril monsters no longer dared to be arrogant. The bindings on each of them dissolved at a visible rate, ultimately vanishing completely. This method fundamentally eradicated the tendrils, preventing any new ones from emerging. Moreover, as decomposition progressed, both Yanli and Xue Tan found their energy levels rising instead of waning. Once the immediate crisis was averted, Xue Tan, more familiar with dark abilities, leaned closer to Yanli. "What do you think, Cold Fox? My dark abilities are quite impressive, aren't they?" They both knew the origin of her dark abilities. Every time this topic arose, Xue Tan's mind drifted to enticing thoughts. In a moment of distraction, Yanli elbowed him. "Do you have no sense of timing for your lecherous thoughts?" Meanwhile, the others, having freed themselves, began to showcase their own abilities to combat the troublesome roots. Enraged, the roots began to exude a sticky liquid that, while not lethal, could induce temporary dizziness. As their movements slowed, they inevitably suffered a few lashes from the roots, leaving them numb with pain. A quarter of an hour later, the white roots were completely eradicated. Yet, the whereabouts of the main root system remained a mystery. Thus, the crisis lingered, and vigilance was paramount. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yanli began to assess her teammates' injuries. Each had sustained minor wounds, but fortunately, none were grievously harmed. Her greatest concern at that moment was for Mufan, who showed no signs of awakening. Gently caressing his forehead, she pondered in confusion how this could be. She had meticulously examined him with her wood-based abilities, nurturing his head and vital organs. Could this possibly be a consequence of ability injury? Among the men, the one closest to Mufan was undoubtedly her rival and comrade, Si Hanjue. Ability injury? Li Yanli recalled that Mufan had mentioned that a sufficiently advanced wood-based ability could not only heal external and internal injuries, but also mend the damage to one's abilities, facilitating a quicker recovery. However, as far as she knew, even Mufan, with his second-level wood abilities, lacked such prowess. She certainly did not possess it herself. Extracting a vial of crystalline reagent that she had acquired from Professor Zhou before setting out, she noted that the green liquid was specially formulated for her due to her unique abilities that required greater energy. Professor Zhou had generously provided her with an extra vial of purified crystalline reagent. However, this substance carried a 5% risk of adverse effects, which is why Li Yanli and her companions had refrained from using it until now. Upon realizing her intent, Si Hanjue immediately grasped her wrist, halting her. "What are you doing?" he asked, his expression grave, as if confronted with life and death. Opportunities and challenges coexist. Li Yanli's gaze was resolute. Moreover, Mufan is our teammate. I must save him. If his abilities are not restored in time, he may slip into a vegetative state. That would haunt me for a lifetime. With that, she uncapped the vial and downed its contents in one swift motion. "Captain Liang, Senior Sister Gu Chenyang, Xue Tung. I never imagined that besides being scheming and alluring, you could be like this." As the reagent coursed through her, an immediate reaction ensued. Li Yanli felt as if her insides were ablaze. She even contemplated plunging herself into cold water. The sensation was reminiscent of the time she had been ensnared by an opponent's aphrodisiac. Indeed, testing experimental substances should not be taken lightly. Not wanting to expose her distress to her companions, she instructed them to rest in place and swiftly retreated into her spatial realm. This sudden withdrawal left her concerned comrades at a loss as to how to assist her. Once inside her space, she hurried to her exclusive room in the inn. With a forceful kick, she flung open the door, only to be met with an unexpected lack of resistance. However, Her hazy vision and disoriented state were quickly overshadowed by an instinctive alertness to the unfamiliar masculine presence in the room. She longed for that comforting aura. Shaking her head vigorously, her clarity returned momentarily. The sight of a man bathing in her tub ignited her fury. "This is my designated space. You are utterly deserving of punishment." Before losing consciousness, she had realized that this individual was a Tyrannosaurus Rex in his true form. Even a prison forged from a millennium of black iron could not confine him. "But who permitted you to invade my room?" How infuriating! Su Kaishi had not bathed for several days and was thoroughly enjoying his soak when the owner of the residence unexpectedly returned, leading to an awkward encounter. He intended to offer an explanation or an apology, but was taken aback to find the typically assertive and unyielding Li Yanli had fainted. He disregarded the need for clothing and, with a swift motion, lifted her from the tub and turned to lay her upon the bed. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, rendering him immobile. The person in his arms stirred, and to his bewilderment, began to explore his body with an intimacy that sent shockwaves through him, awakening a primal instinct within him. Wait, what? A snake?
Indeed. It was a black beauty snake.
While her face remained captivating, her body felt icy, and she flicked her tongue as if tasting the air. Fortunately, as a creature evolved from a T-Rex, he was not easily frightened. Had she been bitten by a snake? Had she transformed into a beast man?
Hey, Tsukaixi.
Are you malfunctioning? Despite experiencing a reaction to her, he certainly did not wish to lose his virginity in such a manner. Calm down. Chapter 61. Unlocking water abilities. Time passed, and Li Yanli gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the dismal sight of Su Kaishi's back as he sat on the floor. Memories flooded back, and she averted her gaze. A twinge of guilt washing over her. Su Kaishi's back bore the marks of her bite, a series of puncture wounds. Alas, this world was too fantastical. She had actually transformed into a snake. She could hardly fathom whether she was human or beast now. Rising to a sitting position, she noticed a treatment room nearby. You should go there for an anti-venom serum and a tetanus shot, she suggested. Su Kaishi, in a huff, did not look back, muttering, I already got it. Li Yanli sighed. Oh, still a bit proud, are we? You really think you're something special? Just as she was about to continue her teasing, she noticed Su Kaishi was hand-washing her clothes, which had become filthy from their earlier escapades.
Thank you.
Su Kaishi remained indifferent, still refusing to turn around. Then, something miraculous occurred. He wrung out the clothes and, with a subtle manipulation, caused the dirty water to flow away on its own. Moments later, clean water filled the basin. He tossed the clothes back in to continue rinsing. Having encountered numerous men who exhibited such reactions, she recognized the futility of the situation and resolved to find another way to make amends. Checking her watch, she realized an hour had slipped away. Concerned for her teammate's safety, she changed into fresh clothing and prepared to depart. Before leaving, she noted the abundance of medical equipment in her space. If you wish, you could set up a laboratory here. At last, Su Kaishi reacted, standing up to watch her slender form depart, his blue eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Li Yanli sensed this and turned slightly, finally understanding why he was upset. Not only was his back marked, but beneath his shorts, there were also telltale signs of her fervor. Every inch of him bore the evidence of their encounter. How shameful. Yet, she stubbornly refused to apologize. Lowering her gaze, she quipped, After all, you do seem to enjoy that kind of thing. With that, she swiftly exited, leaving Su Kaishi to seethe at the basin, kicking it in frustration. Realizing the water splashed everywhere, his rationality returned. Fine, he would have to clean up the mess. He was a neat freak and could not tolerate disorder. With a flick of his hand, the spilled water obediently returned to the basin. It is worth noting that Li Yanli had known Su Kaishi longer than any of the other men. Back when she was still a student, her fascination with dinosaurs led her to attend one of his lectures. That night, they unexpectedly crossed paths at a nightclub. Both were aware of each other's identities, but pretended not to know one another as they rented a room. Who would have guessed that after an honest encounter, the somewhat deranged Su Kaishi would resort to violence against her? She had managed to wrest various tools from him and retaliated fiercely, leaving him battered and bruised. Thus, it was clear that Su Kaishi was no saint. Yet, many uninformed female students were irresistibly drawn to his handsome and scholarly facade, showering him with praise. That night, nothing transpired between them, and they parted ways on an uncomfortable note. As Su Kaishi hung up the clothes, he turned around out of boredom, startled to see Li Yanli leaning against the door with a smile. Why are you back again? Indeed, she had returned. After emerging from her spatial realm, she found her teammates still resting without any signs of distress. Curiosity drew her back to check on what this peculiar Su Kaishi was doing. Would he transform into a T-Rex, wreaking havoc in her space like a mischievous husky left unattended? Li Yanli, why are you still a virgin after 2 years? Her space could detect such things. Upon seeing a handsome man, checking his purity became her instinct. She was not a benevolent soul. Her condition for accepting any man was that she must presume she might utilize him in the future. All were mere grass beside her nest, ripe for the taking. This is precisely why, before the sanctuary separated from Sister Hua, she proposed returning to the T-City base without any reluctance. The sisters appreciated and understood each other. Fully aware of their boundaries, they refrained from crossing lines, respecting and comprehending one another. If Su Kaishi were unclean, she would never permit him to enter her space. After the question, she felt foolish, a smile gracing her lips as she recalled, "Oh right, it has been 3 years since you last experienced freedom." Her tone was cheerful, dripping with schadenfreude as she kindly watered the grass by the roadside. She finally confirmed that a man with extraordinary abilities could unlock new powers. The first to notice her well-being was Liang, who excitedly exclaimed, "Captain, are you all right?" Gu Chenyang whimpered, "Senior sister, it is truly wonderful that you have returned." This past hour was unbearable. He felt that without her presence, life had lost its purpose. "Yes, I am well, and I have even unlocked water-based abilities," she replied, her gaze lingering on their faces as if she had spotted something delectable. Unfortunately, the two were distracted and entirely oblivious. The other men had grown numb to her constant acquisition of new powers, uttering not a single question. They all assumed it was merely the effect of the crystal core serum. Si Hanjue also aspired to grow stronger. If it proved effective, he would drink it now.
So,
Have I leveled up? Li Yanli nodded and released Mu Fan. A deep green mist swirled from her palm over his forehead. After a few rounds, Mu Fan's eyelids fluttered. It really works. Si Hanjue could not contain his joy. Despite their usual bickering, he genuinely wished for Mu Fan's safety. It itches terribly. Mu Fan's eyes remained closed, but his languid voice drifted through. Upon opening his eyes, he met Si Hanjue's concerned gaze, understanding the other's worry. However, he feigned annoyance, stating, "Step aside. Do you wish for me to suffocate in this confined space? Do you desire my demise to make room for you?" Li Yanli surveyed the surroundings, explaining that the crystal core serum was indeed effective. My wood-based abilities have directly elevated to level 3. Yet, she paused, feeling compelled to caution them, however. I suspect this serum is derived from the crystal cores of female animals, which may incite a heightened desire for males upon consumption. Before she could finish, the eager Liang had already opened his bottle and drank. Who cares about gender? If it enhances my abilities, that's what matters, he thought, believing that if their slender captain could endure the pain, he, a robust man, could certainly handle it. What are you hesitating for? Brother, I am so hot. Please hug me. Brother, you smell so good. Laughter erupted as Liang, under the influence of the serum, sought affection from the male team members, wanting to embrace and lift them high. Particularly with the relatively fragile Mu Fan, the others were too frightened to take the serum themselves. Forget it. I believe it is better to gradually enhance our abilities. This ridiculous display made Xue Tang involuntarily recoil. Fortunately, the embarrassment lasted only about an hour. The benefit was that Liang had leveled up again, and remarkably, both of his abilities had progressed simultaneously, achieving a balanced power level of 3 in both strength and metal manipulation. Liang, elated, disregarded the embarrassment and asked, "Captain, shall we continue our pursuit?" "I can lead the way." Li Yanli replied, "Yes, the Black Bear team is likely captured by those tree monsters." Because there were a few banyan trees on the ground, they initially assumed these were the culprits. Now upgraded, Liang's claws resembled those of an excavator, making Li Yanli and Xue Tang's earth-based abilities seem unnecessary. Xue Tang sincerely admired, "Brother Lei, you are remarkable." With the zombies' crystal cores still available, Liang was full of energy. Under Li Yanli's command, they continued digging with a resounding crunch, causing the white tendrils to retract in fear. They moved at an astonishing pace, covering hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. "Wait," Li Yanli halted Liang's actions. Why do I feel our direction is not towards the surface, but rather towards the Earth's core? What kind of plant would be buried deep underground? She turned to Shui Tang. Your Earth-based abilities are of a higher level. What do you think? When faced with serious matters, Shui Tang ceased his playful demeanor. After listening carefully, he wore a worried expression. You are correct. These creatures are all retreating towards the Earth's core. Upon hearing this, Liang utilized his metal manipulation abilities to sniff around. After a while, he responded, this direction excites me. I have a premonition we will encounter a wealth of metallic elements. The Earth's inner layers are divided into 3 basic concentric zones: the crust, the mantle, and the core. The core is the innermost part of the Earth, primarily composed of iron and nickel. This further corroborated Li Yanli's suspicions. So, Captain, are we going? Liang was thrilled, as during the digging process, he could solidify his dual abilities. Given that the Earth's radius is 371 kilometers. Even if they could drive or utilize Gu Chenyang's acceleration abilities, it would still take an eternity to reach the center. Li Yanli contemplated whether she was willing to risk her teammates from other squads to such an extent. We are not going. Let us head the opposite direction and continue to the surface. All right. They envisioned a beautiful scenario. But the tentacle monster was unwilling to let go of such a delectable feast. With rustling sounds, it swiftly emerged, ensnaring them and their vehicle from all sides. At first, Li Yanli and the others employed their usual tactics, managing to defeat quite a few. They believed they could escape once more. However, they inadvertently provoked the main root system, which was displeased and decided to play with them slowly. The team saw the tiny root systems tremble as if someone was laughing, then felt their waists tighten. Their vision darkened. Their bodies grew cold, consciousness fading as they fell into a chaotic cycle. Before they could even sense the danger, Li Yanli was the first to awaken. Roused by the glaring sunlight, she sprang up, discovering she was lying in a vast grassland. Quickly scanning her surroundings, she found her teammates scattered around, greatly relieved. She approached each one, using a bit of wood-based ability to awaken them in turn. Gu Chenyang was the first, upon opening his eyes. He was stunned by the beautiful scenery. Senior sister, where is this paradise? The lush green grass resembled waves of emerald. In the distance, towering trees formed a protective forest. Additionally, since the apocalypse, encountering bright weather had been a rarity, let alone seeing the sun. However, his vision blurred, and his head spun. Why are there 3 suns? With a clatter, he collapsed again, evidently mistaking it for a nightmare and opting to continue sleeping. Next was Mu Fan, who had a greater sensitivity to plants. Upon seeing the trees, he realized they were surrounded by fertile fields, grain. In the apocalypse, such resources would send anyone's dopamine level soaring. Si Hanjue surveyed the area, feeling a strong familiarity with the natural environment, especially the various black and white specks on the grassland. It looks like a flock of sheep, he mused. Laying what? Are you joking? Even in the apocalypse, you still care about raising sheep? But I can certainly help with barbecue skewers. Si Hanjue thought. What does it matter? Having seen 3 suns, what other bizarre occurrences could I possibly reject? He glanced at Li Yanli. Surely, no one has kindly delivered us to a farm in J-City? As everyone chattered, Gu Chenyang could no longer pretend it was a dream and lay dead on the ground. He sprang up, brushing off his pants. Senior sister, I will go scout ahead to see if I can find any landmarks. He then leaped as if propelled, soaring to 3 stories high. The others watched in amazement as he effortlessly crossed the grassland and trees, feeling envious. Liang remarked, impressive, this kid. Usually quiet, but quite useful in critical moments. Sensing Li Yanli's gaze upon him, he thought she disapproved of him praising his junior, and he grinned. I merely stated the truth. He is useful every day by cooking us delicious meals. Unbeknownst to them, it was Li Yanli who endorsed his viewpoint. Indeed, the Mimi was useful. Unlike her lightness skill, which could not carry her far and required occasional external assistance for cushioning. At that moment, Mu Fan's words captured everyone's attention. What are you doing? Blood serpent? Why are you still hiding under your clothes? With such splendid sunlight, why not bask in it? Li Yanli squinted at the sun, comprehending the situation. Approaching Blood Serpent, she squatted down to tug at his clothing, akin to coaxing a child. What's wrong? Is it that your dark abilities dislike the glaring light? This line of concern was a slippery slope. Once opened, Blood Serpent would become even more audacious. He transformed into a serpent and slithered into Li Yanli's embrace. Feeling her intention to extricate him, he burrowed deeper, his tone pitiable. Cold Fox, you guessed correctly. I truly detest this place. Shall we leave swiftly? I feel as though I might be roasted alive. Roasted alive? Lang took him seriously and glanced at the suns. Where is that? It's merely a bit glaring. The temperature is quite pleasant, certainly not exceeding 26 degrees. Moreover, the humidity is just right. See, Hanjua frowned, no longer daring to hope this was the J City farm. The perfection of this place felt eerily uncanny. The more vibrant the flowers, the more perilous they were. Everyone remained vigilant. Blood Serpent, fearing being cast out again, intentionally diverted Li Yanli's attention. Hey, Cold Fox, why don't you find it unbearable? This remark puzzled Li Yanli. Darkness, shadowy realms. One could understand a fear of sunlight.
Yet.
She herself harbored no such fear. She found it rather enjoyable, the warmth enveloping her. Thus far, she had sensed no danger nearby. Sister, sister. Gu Chenyang moved swiftly, returning with excitement. Sister, sister, it's truly marvelous, do you know? He pointed behind him. There's a survivor base right next to us.
What is so strange about that? Lang interjected.
Perhaps we could pay a visit and snag ourselves a meal. Upon hearing the mention of this organization, everyone felt an inexplicable fondness. Their eyes turned towards Li Yanli, hoping for her approval. With ample provisions and numerous sheep, the base's construction must be impressive. Li Yanli disregarded the gluttonous remarks and signaled for Gu Chenyang to continue. Taking a breath, Gu Chenyang shared, the base is called the City of Dawn. However, it's in Y language. Most of the residents there have foreign features and speak Y language. They seem to be from AGT Nation. This remark triggered a memory in Si Hanjua. He recalled having conducted business in that region. With abundant sunlight, vast grasslands, and livestock aplenty. It was a land rich in resources, renowned for its agricultural prowess, dubbed the Heaven-Sent Granary. However, he wondered if it was too good to be true. He glanced at Li Yanli, questioning its plausibility. Could they have traversed the entire globe, crossing its diameter? What force had swept them into this realm? Li Yanli evidently shared his thoughts. Nothing is impossible. Let us not forget, it is only under extraordinary speed that we perceive the chill and a pause in consciousness. Come, let us not speculate further. We shall discover the truth. After all, none among them were unfamiliar with Y language. Everyone rose, cautiously following Gu Chenyang. After a few steps, Li Yanli suggested, never mind, let us take a vehicle. This lad is far too quick. Once in the car, she settled into the driver's seat, leisurely trailing behind the radiant boy. Her anticipation grew. It took an hour to reach the so-called City of Dawn base, highlighting its distance. The combination of flying abilities and speed was indeed extraordinary. Li Yanli instructed everyone to rest in the dense forest outside the base, while she ventured alone into the heart of it, utilizing her spatial invisibility. As she walked, she marveled at the beauty of the place. Were it not for the occasional discussions about global zombies and disasters, she might have mistaken it for a retirement home. With a row of charming low-rise residential buildings and townhouses, the streets were meticulously clean and well-planned, with excellent greenery surrounding them. Various businesses thrived at a level reminiscent of pre-apocalypse times. There were traditional supermarkets and specialized stores catering to Z ethnic needs, offering an array of daily necessities and food. Restaurants included barbecue joints, steakhouses, Italian pasta eateries, and Z cuisine establishments. Additionally, many cafes provided spaces for leisure and tasting. Wasn't it astonishing? In a world where survival hung by a thread, people could still sit in rocking chairs, chatting and watching the sunset. Was this truly the same Earth? As she ventured deeper, she encountered clothing stores filled with fashionable garments, shoes, and accessories. Bookstores offered a variety of books, magazines, and stationery. There were electronic shops, home goods stores, beauty shops, pharmacies, pet stores, flower shops, and hardware stores. Had she not seen a crystallized core trading financial institution at the corner, Li Yanli would have thought she was dreaming. Before she could contemplate further, a sudden commotion arose among the leisurely crowd. A portly man shouted excitedly, "The God of Dawn has arrived."
What? Where?
Responded a plump woman. "Is it true? Will we be fortunate enough to see him today?" exclaimed a young girl. People rushed towards the direction of the God of Dawn, as if he were a savior. Had Li Yanli not been concealed in space, she would have been crushed in the throng. Intrigued, she followed suit. To her astonishment, she discovered the vastness of the place, far larger than the city base. Comparable to a province in Z Nation. Travel between sections required transportation, and she conveniently hitched a ride with a friendly passerby, safely arriving at the center of the base. Here, her awe deepened. Had she not listened closely, she would never have guessed this was a post-apocalyptic world. The commercial vibrancy was astonishing. Entertainment venues abounded: nightclubs, bars, billiard halls, television lounges, and cinemas. There were even new attractions, arenas for abilities and beast boxing, as well as crystallized core gambling houses. The voice of the car's owner broke through her thoughts. Wow, look there. In the center of the square, could that be him? Throughout the journey, this family of four discussed the various legends surrounding the god of dawn. For instance, he was said to possess a Z-ethnic appearance, standing 2 meters tall with a slender physique. It was said that he was an orphan, adopted by AGT nation's foster parents. When the apocalypse struck, he inherited divine powers and awakened his light abilities, not only possessing formidable strength, but also the ability to nourish all things. At a critical moment when zombies besieged, he disregarded danger, organized a rescue team, and saved countless souls, establishing the City of Dawn base, thus creating a peaceful existence for survivors, almost indistinguishable from life before the apocalypse. Even more astonishingly, the 3 suns in the sky were mere illusions created by the god of dawn's abilities. Yet they were just as effective as sunlight. Moreover, due to his capacity to balance temperature and humidity, crops now flourished even more robustly than before. One could say this place was a secluded paradise. Why was it considered secluded? Because when Li Yanli, in disbelief, ventured outside the city, she discovered a stark contrast. Outside, zombies roamed freely, natural disasters were rampant, and the air was thick with decay, chaos, and moral degradation. Upon bringing this news back, everyone was stunned and held great admiration for the god of dawn. Si Hanjue probed. Did you see him in person? Li Yanli shook her head. The road was too congested. When this family arrived, I heard the god of dawn had just departed on an urgent mission. Only his underlings remained to promote him. Clearly, this was a person of ambition, not a true saint. Otherwise, how could he master the art of persuasion so adeptly? Constantly crafting his own image to enhance his prestige among the people, such familiar tactics. For now, Li Yanli set aside her inquiries about this individual and considered following his path to see if she could locate a helicopter. Their mission to harvest food must continue. Chapter 64. Stealing a helicopter. A private helipad awaited. Confronted by 9 brand new helicopters, Lang was filled with excitement and quietly inquired, "Captain, have we secured them all?" This mission did not find Li Yanli alone. She was accompanied by Lang. Unfortunately, despite her eagerness to learn after her arrival in this world, she had been unable to find helicopter resources to practice on, let alone a suitable instructor to guide her. Reflecting on the abandoned Si Hanjue, a smile curled at the corners of her mouth. This fellow was overly cautious, constantly fretting about this and that, attempting to control her. In contrast, Lang, bold and brash, readily agreed to her desire to learn without any hesitation. Li Yanli glanced at the cameras positioned at various points and said, "I will deal with the cameras. You attract their attention, all right? Rest assured, Captain. When it comes to guerrilla tactics and providing cover, no one surpasses me," she stated confidently. "All right, let's move." The two rose from the underbrush, working cooperatively under the moonlight. Li Yanli, possessing both agility and space manipulation, completed her task with remarkable ease. Soon, all the cameras in the repurposed helipad were dismantled.
Bang! Bang!
Simultaneously, Lang fired 2 shots, drawing the attention of several guards, who rushed out, guns drawn. The leader shouted, "Whoever is lurking about, show yourself now, or we will not hesitate to eliminate you." Li Yanli found amusement in the situation. These individuals possessed decent character. She mused. Abandoning the idea of commandeering the helicopters entirely, she gracefully approached, touching 2 that caught her eye, and transported them into her space. The heavy thud as they landed nearly deafened someone constructing a laboratory. Understanding the situation, he cautiously waited, and upon realizing Li Yanli had not yet appeared, he yelled into the air, "Hey, do you have any respect for scientific workers? Just throwing things around." Oblivious to Su Kaishi's complaints, Li Yanli, having secured her treasures, emitted a unique bird call and tossed a smoke grenade towards Lei Ying's surrounded position. Subsequently, she pulled him up and they sprinted away. "Quick, pursue them." The commanding officer finally decided to take action. Just then, a soldier reported, "Major Charlie, we have lost 2 helicopters." "What?" They rushed to the helipad, furious. Heaven knows how much effort they expended to acquire those flying behemoths after the apocalypse, only for someone to target them. Hurry, pursue. Also, pull up the surveillance footage to determine the force behind this. He refused to believe it was an individual's doing. Yes. The soldiers split into two groups. One was led by Charlie, who took off in an off-road vehicle and soon caught up with the pair ahead. However, they were puzzled by how the helicopters had managed to get so far, given the short distance from their base. Inside the helicopter, the two settled into their seats. Under Lei Ying's adept control, the massive rotor blades began to turn slowly, producing a rhythmic hum. Initially sluggish, the blades stirred the air, creating faint whirlwinds below. As the engine power increased, the rotor speed accelerated, and the sound of rushing wind grew louder. A powerful gust spread outward, causing the surrounding foliage to sway. The helicopter's body trembled slightly, eager to ascend into the sky. Realizing they were being pursued, Lei Ying hastened his movements. Under his guidance, the helicopter gradually lifted off the ground. It wobbled initially, but soon stabilized, ascending higher and higher as the ground below shrank and the air became smoother. The helicopter soared into the distance, leaving behind a boastful plume of white exhaust, infuriating Charlie and his team, who had just arrived. Quick, inform the general. What the people below shouted was lost on the two wearing headsets. Lei Ying focused intently on the instruments and controls, ensuring everything was functioning correctly. Li Yanli sat back, feeling the increasing sensation of acceleration. It would be a lie to say she wasn't thrilled. It was her first time on a helicopter. Lei Ying noticed her excitement and expressed disbelief. You've never been on one before? He found it hard to believe, as she always seemed so capable and eager to try new things. Li Yanli retorted, I had to work to support my education. Did you think I was an invisible millionaire? Perhaps it was the intimacy of their partnership that emphasized the differences in their genders. Her seemingly playful tone and exquisite features stirred something within the usually stoic Lei Ying. Just then, Li Yanli's cheerful voice broke through. Quick, how did you operate that? Teach me. Lei Ying, no longer distracted by other thoughts, concentrated on the controls. Despite his rough demeanor, he was meticulous, explaining each step in detail, perhaps a bit too elaborately. Li Yanli interrupted, I have a brain. Just tell me the next step. After the apocalypse, all flight routes had ceased, and the sky was largely free of obstacles, allowing the two to meander leisurely. They remained in the vicinity of a cornfield, taking their time to learn. Suddenly, 3 dots appeared on the positioning system. Lei Ying, what the hell? They are coming after us. It was then he realized, Captain, you didn't steal all 9 helicopters? I thought they had decent quality, so I didn't go too hard on them. After a pause, he added, you took 2? And now they are coming after us desperately to intercept. If you had taken more, escaping this airspace would be quite a challenge. Taking a few hairs from a tiger is one thing, but if you strip it bare, it's a miracle if it doesn't eat you. Lei Ying understood this principle and nodded. He quickened his pace, easily leaving behind the pursuing professional aircraft. Indeed, he had prepared for incoming gunfire, never expecting these individuals to behave so civilly. After unlocking the golden protective shield, he realized that ordinary bullets would only cause superficial injuries, allowing him to act without fear. You respect me a foot, and I'll respect you a mile. Captain, we should return the favor when we get the chance. Li Yanli shot him a sidelong glance. Is that really necessary? This was the essence of their situation. The helicopter could maintain a cruising speed, and with the extra time, Lei Ying misinterpreted the expressions of the pursuers as flirtatious. You've become bold, Captain. What is your relationship with Si Hanjua? Even if you are together, so what? Unless it's an acknowledged romantic relationship, I might just take action. The brutish Lei Ying was completely unaware that he had long since become a meal on someone's plate. Before Li Yanli could respond, the pursuing aircraft began transmitting messages. The gist was, we're about to catch up to you. If you know what's good for you, return what you've taken, or our artillery will not hesitate. Since they were all their own aircraft, Li Yanli was not surprised by the transmission. In a playful mood, she decided to tease them, altering her voice slightly to sound more coarse. Sorry, brothers, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. I will definitely return it when the opportunity arises. Then, she compelled Lei Ying to switch positions. Come on, let me try for the remaining time. Chapter 65. Tumbling in the cornfield, Lei Ying obediently complied. He found a place to descend slowly, leaving the 3 pursuing helicopters utterly bewildered. A soldier asked the pilot, Major Charlie, it seems they don't take us seriously. Should we show them some authority? Charlie heard Li Yanli's polite remarks, but interpreted them as a provocation. Even the most patient individual could reach a breaking point. Reflecting on the situation, he acknowledged that Pilot truly possesses talent. With binoculars, distinguishing their respective genders was quite simple. Just then, Li Yanli's voice echoed again. "Let us cool your tempers." Charlie and his soldiers were left scratching their heads as water suddenly fell onto their windshield, halting their intended actions. Charlie was in a fit of anger, contemplating the use of the aircraft's launch system, when suddenly a crackling sound pierced the air. "Major, this is not good. The aircraft's systems are failing," someone exclaimed. With one plane malfunctioning, the other two had lost interest in their situation. Li Yanli retracted her water mine abilities, seated herself in the cockpit, and fastened her seatbelt. In that moment, a wave of tension surged within her, though she concealed it adeptly, leaving Lei Ying unaware. He guided her to swiftly adjust the seat and control stick. Following his earlier instructions, Li Yanli activated the engine. The propeller began to spin, emitting a deep, resonant roar. The plane gradually ascended from the ground into the sky. Initially, her maneuvers were steady, but as altitude increased, so did her anxiety. Suddenly, the aircraft behind them opened fire. She hastily maneuvered the plane to evade the attack. Although she successfully dodged the shell, the aircraft swayed violently, reminiscent of a wild stallion breaking free. She struggled to maintain control. As a novice, her hands fumbled, and the controls seemed unresponsive. Lei Ying gripped the armrest tightly, his face pale with fear. Yet his voice remained calm and encouraging. "Steady now. You can do this." His composure amidst the life-and-death situation was remarkable. A steady instructor instilled confidence in a nervous student. Li Yanli regained her courage, dismissing thoughts of abandoning the aircraft. She clenched her teeth, striving to concentrate. After successfully adjusting the control stick to stabilize the plane, Lei Ying exhaled, sweat beading on his brow, his tension evident. This revelation made Li Yanli realize that his earlier calmness had been a facade. She was not content with merely flying straight and began executing a series of maneuvers: turns, spirals, dives, climbs, and even rolls and inverted flights. Frequently consulting Lei Ying beside her, it dawned on Lei Ying that he had been caught in a perilous situation. No wonder he had noticed Mu Fan's gleeful expression before leaving, along with the cross he made over his chest. "Captain, this is enough." "What? Rolls and inverted flights? I can't do that. Captain, please spare me."
Ah!
"Help!" Accompanied by a scream, the aircraft plummeted, appearing to outsiders as if it were crashing. Charlie intervened, halting the soldiers who were about to fire more shells. "Forget it. It's likely a total loss. There's no need to waste resources. Let us return and find a plausible explanation for the general." Lei Ying could not believe Li Yanli would be so reckless. Surely, she had her reasons.
Yet,
feeling the descent, he couldn't resist the urge to reach for the parachute. Glancing sideways, he saw Li Yanli's face, unperturbed and remarkably steady. He weakly attempted to joke. "Captain, are you preparing to die with me?" To his surprise, she replied, with those brown anti-glare glasses, "You seem cool, but how could I die without love?" Sensing a shift in her mood, she added, "Just wait. Love will come soon." "What?" The roar of the aircraft distorted his perception, leading him to wonder if the captain was flirting with him. Once the plane landed safely, he realized his concerns were unfounded. This person wielded various abilities at will. How could she possibly crash? Who had heard of an aircraft landing in a cornfield without flattening the crops? He had never heard of such a thing. Before he could finish his thoughts, the aircraft vanished from sight. They landed in a cornfield. Before Lei Ying could steady himself, Li Yanli fixed him with a piercing gaze and delivered a solid punch. "What?" Lei Ying felt as if he had lost his mind. He sensed something was off, having recently been too familiar with the captain and needed to reflect on his behavior. "Wait, Captain," but she had already tugged at his tank top, and he no longer doubted that Li Yanli was making a suggestive advance. His tall frame instinctively recoiled a half-step, overwhelmed by the rapid turn of events. He stumbled, not wanting to crash into the cornstalks, while countless pollen settled on his toned shoulders. His rugged appearance contrasted sharply with his hesitant demeanor, which radiated vulnerability. Suddenly, water enveloped him, swiftly washing over his body. He finally snapped back to reality, wiping his face and staring incredulously at Li Yanli, equally drenched. "Captain, can I really?" "Enough chatter. Don't waste time. Hurry." The moon shone brightly, the breeze was gentle, and the cornfield offered a veil of light. The crickets chirped melodiously. The two lost in passion entwined like rattlesnakes, oblivious to the encroaching danger, especially Lei Ying during this critical moment. Sensing the impending threat, Li Yanli instinctively led him through several evasive rolls. They quickly rose, adjusting their clothing. Lei Ying felt bewildered and aggrieved, yet still yearning for more. Upon noticing the creeping white tendrils advancing toward them, his anger flared. He stomped down, crushing the monstrous appendages into oblivion. The tendrils retracted, vanishing in an instant. Then, a voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoed, "Ha ha, what a pair of reckless wild lovebirds, daring to tread upon this prince's domain." Chapter 66. Mario Eduardo. Meanwhile, in midair, General Mario Eduardo received a message from his subordinate Charlie, reporting that someone had infiltrated the base to steal their aircraft, led by a woman. After much deliberation, Mario decided to notify the brother base that he would delay his support. He turned the aircraft around to investigate. As he passed over the largest corn-producing area under his command, he noticed something amiss. One of his guards remarked, "General, do you feel the cornfield is moving?" Taking the binoculars, Mario scrutinized the scene and realized with alarm that something below was damaging the crops.
Stop.
We must intervene. Despite his capabilities, he could only promote the growth of crops. With harvest just 2 months away, he would not allow any disturbances. The pilot, a skilled aviator, soon landed the plane steadily in an open area. The three, clad in combat suits, helmets, ballistic glasses, and armed to the teeth, rushed toward the cornfield. However, before they could step in, the ground erupted with numerous tiny fissures. They nimbly dodged, narrowly avoiding a fall. Yet, the continuous collapses slowed their advance. In the heart of the cornfield, Li Yanli, attuned to her psychic abilities and the sensitivity of her 4th-level wood powers, finally located the lair of the plant monster. Who would have thought the creature resided within an ancient well? The well was draped with red cloth, exuding an eerie aura, even in broad daylight. As Lei Ying fought off the encroaching tendrils, he recalled a tale of such wells being used to imprison souls. There are likely dead souls trapped within. Before Li Yanli could respond, the indistinguishable voice returned, mocking, "Ha, you're quite knowledgeable.
Come.
Sister is right here. Come in and keep her company. She feels cold and lonely." The seductive taunts made Li Yanli frown. Lei Ying, initially indifferent, began to listen intently, only to find himself ensnared by the voice. His mind faltered, succumbing to hallucinations reminiscent of their earlier entanglements in the wild. He stumbled forward, lost in a trance.
Stop.
Li Yanli finally sensed his abnormality and seized him. First, she attempted to heal him with her wood abilities, but it seemed ineffective. This wasn't an internal or external injury, nor a result of powers. It felt more like a summoning. She closed her eyes to concentrate. At last, she pinpointed the source of the dark energy emanating from the well. Channeling her psychic energy, she retaliated with her dark abilities.
Ah!
The adversary let out a wail of agony. Neither male nor female, indistinct in presence. Li Yanli sensed that there was someone to find below. Fearing the presence of the Black Bear team lurking beneath, she hesitated to act rashly. Let us return to seek reinforcements. Shortly after their departure, Mario and his men arrived. The cornfield has suffered greatly. A fierce battle has just unfolded here. Indeed, Mario noted with his keen black eyes, clearly discerning the aftermath.
Ah!
Blood. There is blood. One of the guards, bewildered, stumbled upon the well's edge and couldn't suppress a scream upon seeing the blood oozing from it. Mario swiftly pushed through the corn stalks. Racing forward, he was puzzled as to why the spirit-gathering array, usually flourishing, had suddenly become so devoid of energy. Unbeknownst to others, he harbored a secret. He was a formation master, recognizing the need for bountiful crops to meet the demands of the people. He had long discovered this dry well and employed the principles of yin and yang, utilizing the well's mouth as a focal point. The three suns' angular formation gathered more sunlight and moisture, maintaining a suitable climate all year round. Red cloth? Where did this come from? As a general and leader of a base, he had no time to observe the fields daily. This was the first time he had seen the red cloth sealing the well. Although formations and soul techniques were not entirely identical, they shared a connection. The individual responsible for this act did not appear to possess pure intentions. Suppressing his anger, he raised his hand and tore down the red cloth. With a sudden pft, the action caused the creature below to spout blood, its vitality visibly diminished. Its 4 large eyes darted about, tinged with blood-red veins, presenting a terrifying sight. Particularly, its disheveled appearance and bared fangs instilled fear in the goo people, who were ensnared and gasping for breath. The creature, enraged, bared its fangs once more, exclaiming, "How dare you disrupt my vengeful spirit? You shall all perish. Brother, slay them for me." The voice of an old woman echoed. The one referred to as brother was, in fact, her conjoined counterpart. Once the red cloth was removed, his face lost its luster, revealing only sunken eyes and dead skin, his mouth opening and closing without sound. Yet, centuries of tacit understanding allowed the old woman to comprehend his silent acknowledgement. Following this, countless fine roots re-emerged in the cornfield. Mario and his companions were caught off guard, instantly ensnared and bound like rice dumplings. An elderly voice ominously threatened, "Kik, return the red cloth, and I shall spare your lives." Upon hearing these words, those below, who had lost hope for survival, suddenly felt invigorated. Was there someone above? After 7 days, had help finally arrived? Lu Susu hung in suspense, tears streaming silently. If only time could rewind, she would cherish every day, no longer infatuated, and would accept the captain's love to live happily with him. Perhaps overwhelmed by sorrow, the goo formation inside began to waver. The old woman, enraged, lashed out with a vine, striking Lu Susu's face, crying, "All you do is cry. In your Z country's terms, you are a harbinger of doom." Above, realizing their formation had been tampered with, Mario was not one to tolerate such interference. Just as he prepared to launch an explosive to destroy it, he heard the sound of digging nearby. "General, the ground is shaking. It seems someone is excavating." No sooner had he spoken than a helicopter approached overhead. Hovering above the well, Si Hanjue informed the pilot, Yen, there are 3 individuals below, dressed in uniforms from the Dawn City base. Their intentions are unknown. Let me down to investigate. With the rope ladder lowered, Si Hanjue descended with Gu Chenyang. Meanwhile, Lei Ying, Blood Toad, and Mu Fan were dispatched to dig. Upon returning, Li Yanli explained the current situation to her teammates. They brainstormed and ultimately reached a consensus. For the safety of the hostages, they would temporarily adopt a conservative strategy. Utilizing the abilities of Lei Ying, Blood Toad, and Mu Fan, they would excavate a tunnel from the side, delving underground to explore the well's interior. Li Yanli was uncertain whether the 3 individuals below were the ones who had pursued them in the plane earlier. Instead of descending immediately, she chose to fly away, retracting the aircraft into her space before returning. Faced with the tall and imposing Mario, Si Hanjue felt an unprecedented sense of male pressure, or perhaps a visceral panic that he had not experienced with earlier men. It was not due to differences in appearance or background, but something he could not articulate. Regardless, his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the departing plane, connected to her. Chapter 67. The general in a daze. It was not surprising to see faces from Z country here. The guard's attention was entirely fixated on the sky. One whispered, "General, that plane." Mario raised his hand to silence the guard, stepping forward politely to engage Si Hanjue in conversation. "Friend, where do you hail from? And what brings you here?" With only 3 of them and the opposing force being more numerous, Mario was cautious and refrained from revealing his identity.
Si Hanjue replied,
"My teammates have been captured by the monsters in the well. We are here to rescue them."
"Oh?"
Si Hanjue's expression remained inscrutable, too upright. That was the demeanor of a soldier, which both reassured and intrigued Mario. "We are from a nearby base, and have just discovered anomalies beneath the dry well. It appears our goals align. We both seek to destroy this unknown monster." Trust between 2 unfamiliar groups could not be established immediately. Si Hanjue nodded and made his way towards Lei Ying and the others. Another guard returned after a brief investigation. He whispered, "They are digging tunnels around, having destroyed a significant portion of our corn." Mario responded, "No worries, you should assist them." The calamity was of his own making, and he did not wish to see anyone suffer without reason. Even the guards around him showcased impressive Earth-based abilities, underscoring Mario's extraordinary prowess. "Thank you." Si Hanjue understood the value of assistance. The more help, the better. Time was of the essence for rescuing lives. Deliberations could wait. Li Yanli returned discreetly, not making a grand entrance. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the leading man among the 3 possessed an imposing stature and remarkable demeanor. His towering height of 2 meters perfectly matched the image of the Dawn God she had heard about. Stealing a glance, she mused, Very well. He is still pure of heart. She found herself intrigued by his farming abilities. Observing Blood Toad diligently digging, she noted that from the moment they had stolen the plane, an entire night had passed. With dawn finally breaking, Blood Toad's heightened response suggested the possibility that the individual before her was indeed the Dawn God. All right, the plane belongs to them, she resolved, abandoning any thoughts of revealing herself. Their plan was well conceived, incrementally digging tunnels straight to the headquarters. However, the phantom monster would not remain passive. It unleashed numerous roots once more, persistently disrupting their movements. Li Yanli scrutinized the man referred to as the general. His strength was undeniable. The golden light swirling in his palm resembled electricity rather than fire, effortlessly severing the roots. Seizing the moment when both sides were entangled, diverting the monster's attention, Li Yanli decided it was time to act. Utilizing her spatial advantage, she leaped into the well to investigate. Inside the space, observing Li Yanli stealthily gazing outside, Su Kaishi inquired, perplexed, "What are you doing?" He longed to assist her in exchange for his freedom. Being alone in this vast, boundless place was akin to becoming a modern-day Robinson Crusoe. Even his research could not hold his focus. Li Yanli, seemingly without anyone else to converse with, casually remarked, "Has AGT been there? Any tales of princes and princesses? Perhaps a tragic romance? An unfulfilled wish that spans several lifetimes?" To her surprise, Su Kaishi took her words seriously. His blue eyes darted thoughtfully. "What specific place are you referring to? You've truly been there?" Li Yanli finally turned to face him, meeting his gaze. Sukai nodded, saying, "Did I not mention? Wherever my parents find wonder, I must follow. My life has always been one of upheaval." "Oh, really? I thought your interests only lay with dinosaurs." Sukai ignored the mockery on her face, her memories tracing back 18 years. "I recall that my parents temporarily resided in a quaint town called Sun God for their research. The exact location is now a blur in my mind. Each day, as we passed the cafe on our way home, we would overhear the elderly discussing matters of the royal family. There was a particularly fascinating episode, but alas, it was later suppressed by the AGT government, and no one dared to mention it thereafter. All books and related reports were obliterated." "Oh, then tell me about it." At that moment, Li Yanli had already descended into the well. Upon arrival, she felt an urge to curse. 10 meters deep, and she had seen nothing. It truly resembled a useless pit. For a moment, she hesitated, contemplating whether to continue. Sukai, oblivious, continued her tale, recounting a forbidden romance between a pair of royal siblings. "You understand, right? A love that endured trials but was deemed disgraceful by the royal family, who wished to see them executed. Before the sentence could be carried out, the couple chose to end their lives, tragically jumping into a well." What? If it weren't for her experience of traversing realms and encountering myriad strange occurrences post-apocalypse, Li Yanli would never have believed in such ghostly tales. Sukai had successfully piqued her interest, believing she was gaining ground, and as she continued, she mentioned local folklore. The divine spirits, it was said, felt their deaths were unjust and transformed them into a grand banyan tree, destined to grow together for eternity. A banyan tree? A cold glint flashed in Li Yanli's eyes. Were it not for her ability to detect Sukai's deception, she would have been tempted to take drastic measures. Was this a game? Did she think they had merely left a few banyan trees behind? The situation was becoming increasingly enigmatic. It seemed collaboration with local powers was imperative. Not wanting her team to waste further effort, she leapt out of the well. "Stop, do not dig any further." Several men promptly gathered around upon receiving her command. Laying, in the midst of his excavation, had yet to retract his hands, still caught up in the task. "What's the matter, Captain? I have assessed it. It is empty. It truly is a dry well." A loyal guard, hearing from a distance, quietly spoke up in defense of Mario. "General, I had mentioned this was not your concern. We had clearly gone down to investigate and found nothing. How could there be any vengeful spirits?" They had just begun to dig in unison when Laying, with his big mouth, insisted there were surely ghostly remnants within. This led to Mario's suspicion regarding the guards. Now that the truth was revealed, they felt aggrieved. "General, what's wrong?" One of the guards exchanged glances with another. What was this? Their eyes were fixated on the woman speaking within the crowd. The lively guard bounced a few times before finally catching sight of Li Yanli's face. "Wow. The captain is a stunning woman." Just then, Another guard received a message from Charlie, who had uncovered the true identity of the aircraft thieves through various technological means. Sending over a photo of the woman. General, look, is this her? Chapter 68. Who placed the red cloth? Mario finally withdrew his gaze. Examining the photo sent by his subordinate, Charlie had not only sent a photograph but also a note stating, "This woman is the leader, likely possessing water and lightning abilities. She may also have spatial or other forms of illusion. She can make aircraft vanish into thin air." Spatial abilities? A bitter expression flickered in Mario's eyes. Lowering his gaze slightly, no one noticed. After caressing the screen a couple of times, he quelled the tremor in his fingers and pressed the delete key. Not her. Striding forward in his black military boots, he commanded, "Let us go and make her acquaintance." The guard's lips twitched as he sensed someone was speaking nonsense. Not daring to ask further, he closely followed. Upon nearing, the men stepped aside, allowing Li Yanli to fully reveal herself. Before Mario could speak, Li Yanli greeted him with a radiant smile. "Mr. Mario Eduardo, the Dawn Horse, how do you do? I am Li Yanli, a Special Forces member from Base C. I would like to discuss a potential collaboration with you if you would be so kind." Li Yanli had already been employing her cunning since the aircraft theft. She intended to reveal her abilities to augment her leverage. She sought to capture his attention, motivated by a pure desire to acquire his powers. Now that she stood before him, she felt her actions were justified. Moreover, saving lives required their cooperation, as she suspected the area had been ensnared in a formation, necessitating the assistance of a genuine formation master. It was once again at that landing pad. Given that it was a repurposed, dilapidated warehouse, essential living quarters were to be expected. In the general's lounge, a sleek black table separated the two. 2 cups of coffee radiated warmth. The exquisite geisha coffee from the Emerald Estate of Panama was now scarce in the apocalypse, especially since it was brewed by the master himself. This minor gesture expressed the repressed emotions of one person. He dared not show excessive enthusiasm. She was far too perceptive. He did not wish to face death a second time. "Captain Lee," he said. Outside, although the soldiers were patrolling, their eyes were nearly popping out in curiosity. Just then, the straightforward Charlie returned, dragging along an unconscious individual. His raucous demeanor resembled that of Lei Ying's brother. "General, is he back? I have urgent news to report." "Andrew, quickly inform me." Andrew, one of the loyal guards, rushed to meet him. "Show, the general is currently hosting a distinguished guest. Please keep your voice down." While the guard's rank did not match a major's, he was a close aide to the general, so they shared a good rapport and often joked with one another.
What?
"Who is here? What era is it? And we still have guests." Just then, someone emerged from the reception room, whistling nonchalantly. Who else but the diplomatic Lei Ying? Charlie, having restored the image of the aircraft thief, recognized Lei Ying instantly, excitement surging through him. "It's you." He dropped the person he was carrying and stood upright, questioning. "What are you doing here?" Realizing he had been replaced by his captain, who was now entertaining a new companion, Lei Ying felt quite displeased. He was frustrated but could not direct his anger at his own brother sitting in the reception area, so he opted to provoke the opposing side instead. With amber eyes mirroring one another, it suggested they might be distantly related. Lei Ying crossed his arms, tapping his foot, tilting his head with a thick-skinned demeanor. "Why do you think I'm here? We are the honored guests of your general. See? We are being treated to snacks and beer. How's that for hospitality?" He gestured toward the table in the reception area. Charlie was taken aback. "You are treating thieves as esteemed guests?" I instinctively thought the general had been kidnapped by this group. He was about to rush in, shouting, "General, General, are you being held for ransom? I am here to rescue you. Do not be afraid." He reached for his gun. Andrew restrained him. "Major Charlie, please calm down. Let me introduce them. They are from the Z country base. We are part of the same type of organization. Our understanding aligns closely. We share the same Earth and the same dream. The Survivor Base is a just organization that exists parallel to the present. It is widely believed that national boundaries are becoming increasingly blurred, and sooner or later, all bases will form alliances. As for what lies ahead, no one can say for certain. The ideal estimate is that once the zombie virus is fully controlled, having even 1/5 of the current human population would be remarkable. By then, all will be treasures of the earth. What is there to dispute? Inside the room, Mario, somewhat surprised by the sudden question, replied, "Before the apocalypse, I worked for the local military and had some knowledge of royal secrets." He nodded, acknowledging the existence of such legends. Pausing for a moment, he added, Are you suggesting that the well contains the bodies of those siblings? Yes. The red cloth has resurrected their vengeful spirits. To uncover the identity of the individual responsible for placing the red cloth, one might consider investigating their acquaintances. At that moment, Mario was alerted by a commotion outside. Charlie, although somewhat impulsive by nature, had been trained for many years and would not act recklessly. With an apologetic demeanor, Mario rose, stating his intent to investigate. Li Yanli followed suit. Upon exiting, they discovered that Charlie had apprehended a suspicious individual while reviewing the surveillance footage. Someone who had been lurking near the base recently. Charlie lifted the bruised and battered man, forcing his face upwards. Mario's eyes narrowed as he recognized the face before him. Unbeknownst to Charlie, he continued his inquiries, unaware of the connection. How audacious! Mario exclaimed instinctively, unwilling to tolerate any disrespect towards her, not even from trusted subordinates. He took the man, who resembled a beaten dog, and commanded, "Bring water."
It need not be so complicated.
If we seek cooperation, one must demonstrate sincerity, he added. Li Yanli summoned a stream of icy water, dousing the man's face, rousing him from his stupor. As she recognized him, a flicker of realization crossed her mind. It was no wonder Charlie had misjudged him. He bore the features of a person from Y continent. Mario's voice rose in anger. "Louis, how is it that you still live? Why have you not returned to seek out our parents?" In response to the bewildered gazes of those present, he turned to Li Yanli, explaining, "He is the adopted son of my foster parents, a year my junior, my nominal brother. Unfortunately, he was led astray by unsavory elements in his youth, engaging in all manner of petty crimes. In recent years, he has squandered my parents' savings and resorted to violence against them to compel them to sell their home before disappearing without a trace. It has been 3 long years, and we had presumed him perished in the apocalypse." The leader of a faction, possessing a cunning and strategic mind, had brazenly exposed the shame of his origins before a crowd, signifying not only a trust in his comrades but also a deep-seated disdain for this brother. The animosity between them was undoubtedly profound. As Louis regained consciousness, he wore a flippant expression, retorting, "As if you are some paragon of virtue. You prance about, proclaiming yourself a deity. What do you think you are, a saint? This is all due to your so-called formations, lurking in the shadows as if no one is aware. In truth, you possess no real ability." Mario disregarded his nonsensical babble, demanding, "Did you place the red cloth?" Chapter 69. The virus-infused robot Louis, of course, was not forthcoming. However, Li Yanli was eager for results and stepped forward, stating, "General, I have awakened a psychic ability that allows me to probe the minds of the untruthful. May I attempt it?" Her words not only made Louis anxious, but also astonished everyone present.
What?
A psychic ability? Such powers were exceedingly rare. And to think someone had reached the level of mind probing was astounding. Was it 3rd tier, 4th tier, or even higher? Charlie and the soldiers were coiled in trepidation, fearing the consequences of such revelations. Li Yanli, as if peering into their souls, continued her intimidation. "I apologize, dear Louis, but I cannot guarantee that my first use after leveling up will not harm your brain." Si Hanjue and a few other men exchanged puzzled glances. They were aware that Li Yanli's psychic abilities had just ascended to 3rd tier before their mission to steal the aircraft. Yet they had not heard of her capability to probe minds. How could she have advanced so quickly overnight? Deception followed by more deception. If anyone understood her deeply, Mario would confidently assert it was himself. However, he complied, thinking, what if this leads to her becoming a fool? How heartbroken would my parents be? Indeed, brother, you speak wisely. Do not let this enchantress use her powers on me. I beg you, intercede. Having spent time in the outside world and surviving the undead, Louis had some experience but was genuinely afraid. His eyes darted around, revealing his unease. Li Yanli remained unfazed, extending her hand to rest upon his head. As if casting a spell, Louis complied, letting out a genuine cry of distress. Although her 3rd tier psychic ability had not yet reached the level of mind probing, it could control the will of the weak-minded, turning them into puppets. Initially, Louis screamed, but soon his pupils dilated, and he began to lose his sense of self. He broke free from Mario's grasp, standing rigidly before Li Yanli, as if awaiting orders. "Lead us to the instigator," her voice echoed ethereally, possessing a bewitching quality. Without uttering a word, Louis obediently turned to lead the way. Li Yanli and the others followed suit. Mario watched in astonishment, captivated by her presence, his heart trembling. Who could comprehend the anguish of love deeply rooted, yet forever unfulfilled? Fate seemed to torment him, compelling him to endure this cycle anew. Charlie, leave some men to guard this place. The rest shall accompany me. Lewis guided Li Yanli and the others out of the city, skillfully evading numerous zombie attacks, ultimately arriving at a derelict residence. Upon pushing the door open, they found a drunken man seated within, his back turned to them. Sensing Lewis' presence by the sound of footsteps, he exclaimed, "You rascal! What treasure have you brought me today?" When he received no response, he became alert, drawing a weapon and turning around. The face that met them was strikingly similar to Lewis's, albeit slightly aged. There was no doubt they shared blood ties. "Mario, are you the one who abandoned Lewis and his mother?" In his youth, Mario had overheard his foster parents discussing Lewis's origins, revealing that he was the offspring of a local prostitute and a gambler from our country. With his scoundrel father having fled and his drug-addicted mother deceased, Lewis had become an orphan. Mario's foster parents had adopted him to provide companionship to someone who resembled him. Li Yanli surveyed the surroundings, noting various symbols and talismans adorning the walls, all related to formations. Though inscribed in our country's language, many were derivative of Z country's culture, poorly mimicked and lacking authenticity. Most importantly, they were misapplied. Seize him. Si Hanjue and Liang, the elite enforcers, swiftly moved in to bind the man. The middle-aged drunkard was powerless to resist, merely muttering curses until a slap silenced him. The psychic probing unfolded once more, and this drunken individual appeared far more fearful than his own son. The guilt he bore made him tremble. "It's not my fault. It has nothing to do with me," he stammered. With increased pressure from Li Yanli, he finally conceded. "I will tell you everything." Just as the crowd awaited eagerly, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Liang released his grip, exclaiming, "I didn't he apply much force?" Si Hanjue shot him a disdainful glance, remarking, "Your arm sounded like it was out of oil. And you still dare to claim innocence. This fellow has become a menace after reaching the third tier." He had long harbored disdain for Lewis. Facing Li Yanli's darkening expression, Liang felt a chill of fear. He rushed to revive the drunken man, only to hear a series of cracks and pops as the man's body began to disintegrate. Limbs fell away, fractures appeared in his legs, and soon his neck crumpled inward, followed by his head rolling away. As his chest garment tore open, his ribcage was laid bare. "Be careful." Mu Fan, being a healer, instinctively recognized the toxicity in such a disintegrating human form and rushed to pull Li Yanli away. The second to react was Si Hanjue, with his affinity for electricity. He leapt forward, pushing Li Yanli far back, sensing an electrical surge. "Be cautious. It's a timed bomb." His words instilled caution among all the soldiers who had accompanied Mario, forming a protective circle around him. However, Mario stepped forward, positioning himself beside Li Yanli. Li Yanli suddenly felt a warm sensation enveloping her, and she looked at him in surprise. Though transparent, she had the distinct impression of being surrounded by a protective shield. The blood-tailed creature, fearless, approached and gave a gentle kick to the head. Licking its lips, it suggested, "Cold fox, there are delightful treasures within. Shall we indulge together?" At this moment, Mario finally noticed the strange entity beneath Li Yanli's command. Cloaked entirely in black, its true form remained obscured, lacking any semblance of sincerity. It was evident that it was no benign presence. The notion of indulging sent shivers down Mario's spine, a term he had heard since childhood, and it resonated with an ominous undertone. He instinctively recoiled from this being, a sentiment of profound dislike washing over him. Li Yanli, however, paid no heed to his apprehensions and stepped forward with a smile. Standing alongside the blood-tailed creature, she closed her eyes and said, "Go ahead, open it. If it's maggots, spare me the details. After all, dark powers also adhere to certain principles." Mario's expression twisted in disbelief. "What on earth has happened to you, Jianing?" The blood-tailed creature's hand, resembling a hook, released a dark mist that began to disintegrate the skull. "Everyone retreat."
Li Yanli Barnat.
Following her command, the others witnessed a dense green mist oozing from the skull. This was no gentle aura associated with wood abilities, but rather a toxic zombie virus, prompting everyone to leap back even further. Yet, Li Yanli and the blood-tailed creature reveled in the moment, raising their hands to gather the dissipating green mist and inhaling it eagerly. As the green mist dissipated, a chip rolled out from within the skull. Accompanied by an alarmed voice, a red LED light on the chip began to flash incessantly. The sound echoed once more, longer than before. Gu Chenyang stepped forward. Addressing his senior, it seems like someone is trying to send a signal. Prior to the apocalypse, one of the laboratory's research topics had been decoding signals from extraterrestrial beings. And this pattern seemed reminiscent of that. Chapter 70. The Big Dipper Formation. The exuberant Gu Chenyang mused. Could it be aliens? A soldier gasped in disbelief. Could there really be extraterrestrials? A palpable silence fell over the group. Laying, anxious, inquired Captain, do you suspect this apparatus is an alien's flesh and blood transmitter? Li Yanli's mind raced with confusion. One particular matter perplexed her. How could they traverse the Earth's diameter of 742 kilometers in the blink of an eye? If this were merely an ability, it lacked persuasiveness given the current awakening levels of powers. Suddenly, she turned to her companion and asked, what level is your light ability? Realizing her inquiry might be intrusive, she felt a twinge of regret, but it was too late. Mario replied, level 4. He knew her too well, seeing through her thoughts with ease. He then confirmed, currently the highest level within the base is 4, which is me. The others mostly remain at level 1 or 2. Is that so? Li Yanli retracted her gaze, her heart sinking. If not an ability, could it truly be extraterrestrial? What was the purpose of manipulating human puppets carrying the zombie virus? Delving deeper into her thoughts, she wondered if the catastrophe of this apocalypse had been premeditated. Glancing at Gu Chenyang, she asked, do you remember how to encode interstellar language from our lab research? Gu Chenyang, a diligent student, nodded affirmatively. She retrieved a computer and data cable from her space, saying, here, write this now and burn it onto the chip to send it out. Just state that the mission is accomplished and request further instructions.
Great.
Gu Chenyang was elated, thrilled that his senior believed in his words. Finally, he could showcase his skills. He found a chair, set up the computer, and, without needing a password, deftly entered the system with a flurry of keystrokes, astonishing the group of men present. Lang leaned closer, observing him as he opened various software on the computer, inputting commands that left Lang utterly bewildered. The screen flickered between black and garbled text, presenting an impressive display of skills. So, you're a hacker?
Lang inquired.
Gu Chenyang, in all honesty, admitted, I did some part-time work.
Li Yanli.
You stay back to assist and protect Gu Chenyang. The rest of you, search the area, she commanded. Her fingers pressed against Lewis's temple, rendering him unconscious. And she bound him, placing him on a nearby sofa. The group began to scour the small residence, discovering the bedroom in a disarray akin to a pigsty. The air was thick with the odors of smoke, alcohol, and decaying food, raising concerns about hygiene. After searching the interior, they passed through the back door of the house, only to be met with a foul stench. Si Hanjue interjected, I'll go. You shouldn't follow. This gesture of care appeared quite intimate, leading Mario, who had intended to intercept Li Yanli due to her temperament, to realize the unusual dynamics within her team. Observing the other two men, he noted their unwavering concern for Li Yanli, each adopting a protective stance. Jealousy surged within him, his fists clenching tightly, bones creaking in the tension. You have ultimately betrayed me. Li Yanli halted, her ears picking up on something unusual. Mario was acting strangely. Initially, she considered the possibility of overthinking it, but as interactions continued, she became increasingly convinced that he harbored something peculiar. What was strange was that she sensed no hostility. In fact, there was an abundance of warmth. Pushing past Si Hanjue, she declared, this drunkard undoubtedly has secrets yet to be uncovered. I wish to see for myself. The most improbable places often concealed the greatest mysteries. Si Hanjue, unable to dissuade her, stepped ahead and pulled aside the curtain from the makeshift restroom. The design was reminiscent of a traditional bathhouse, with long curtains that obscured visibility. Upon entering, Mu Fan exclaimed in surprise, this isn't a restroom at all. After a moment of sniffing, he quickly realized the truth. Moving to the corner, he picked up a dry floral arrangement from the ashtray, deducing that it was composed of a powder made from a flower that emitted a stench akin to excrement. There's something amiss here, he said, turning to Li Yanli. It's deliberately designed to resemble a restroom, easily deterring anyone from entering. This area warrants a thorough investigation. Li Yanli nodded in agreement, her instincts proving correct. However, the interior was quite transparent, resembling more of a bathing area. 2 hanging showers and a pit were separated by a small partition. Opposite them stood an immense mirror, polished to a shine, allowing her to see everyone following her in the reflection. Suddenly, she shook her head, feeling a momentary dizziness. What was that? Glancing back, she noticed the faces of those behind her growing increasingly blurred and distorted, eventually fading into nothingness. This is bad. It's an illusion. Closing her eyes, she summoned all her mental strength to stabilize her consciousness, while quietly invoking her dark energy to sense her surroundings. The illusion faltered. Yen Yen, what's wrong? I'm right here, came the concerned voices. Li Yanli slowly opened her eyes, meeting the worried gazes of her companions. Mu Fan was unharmed. There's something wrong with the mirror, she exclaimed. Let me handle this. Mario rushed to the forefront, repeatedly pressing against the glass surface, observing a pattern in the positions of his fingers as they moved across 7 shifting points. Feeling the intense gaze behind him, he explained, I sense a hidden chamber behind the mirror. I once learned a bit about mechanisms and formations from a wandering sorcerer. Li Yanli remained silent, patiently awaiting his actions. Many nations employed formations. Although the Big Dipper formation originated in Z country, it didn't imply that other nations lacked their own studies. Her gaze lingered on Mario's agile hands for a moment before shifting away. Suddenly, the mechanism activated with a thunderous rumble. The mirror split in two, revealing an entrance to the hidden chamber. After ensuring it was safe, Mario led the group inside. The space was cramped, resembling a secretive task acceptance area. A blueprint on the wall captivated both Li Yanli and Mario. This appears to be a bird's-eye view of Earth, they exclaimed in unison. It displayed various mountains, rivers, buildings, and roads, indistinguishable from an ordinary map at first glance. Strangely, despite the fact that various nations exist on a spherical planet, they are all displayed on the same plane at this moment. Look at these red dots. As Li Yanli traced a circle with her hand, it was unmistakably the arrangement of the Big Dipper constellation. Taking out a magnifying glass for a closer inspection, Si Hanjue, who possessed a deeper understanding of Z country's geography, swiftly identified the locations of some of the red dots. You see, the one at the top must be the current position of the city base. The one next to it likely corresponds to the current location of T City base. And then here, doesn't it resemble the location of the banyan tree we passed by? Chapter 71. Finding the conjoined monster, everyone followed the direction pointed out by Si Hanjue and, to their horror, indeed discovered that 7 large red dots formed the pattern of the Big Dipper. Along the central line, there were countless minuscule dots, barely discernible unless closely examined. Some place names were entirely unfamiliar. Yet it was undeniable that a single map spanned most of the countries on Earth. At this moment, their belief in the alien control narrative strengthened, particularly when Mario, who was more familiar with the local geography, concluded, this is precisely the location of the well. Li Yanli, speaking in an urgent tone, implored, General Mario, please quickly identify what location corresponds to the last Yaoguang within AGT territory. The monster has suddenly vanished from the well. It might have escaped underground to there. 3 of the 7 red dots were located in Z country, while the other 3 lay within the opposing country, AGT. The dot in the center was positioned directly above the Earth's core, rich in rare elements and mysterious energy. The situation was intricate and difficult to unravel immediately. Saving lives was paramount. Mario nodded in agreement, his obsidian-like eyes flickering rapidly, and ultimately, he was the first to turn and leave. It's my adoptive parents' house. We're too close. Flying won't be convenient for takeoff or landing. Li Yanli left the Thunder Eagle behind, while Gu Qingyang remained to attempt sending signals. Then, she retrieved an off-road vehicle to catch up with the already hastily departing Mario. Get in. The other men, well trained, swiftly boarded the vehicle. Mario's face was filled with urgency, a rare display of chaos and loss of control since their encounter. He restrained his emotions and instructed the soldiers, you all stay behind to support them. With a roar, Li Yanli pressed the accelerator to the floor. Her driving skills were wild, as if confronting any obstacle with fierce abandon. If everything were premeditated, if the apocalypse was merely an alien scheme against humanity, they would face even greater challenges for survival. Under the cover of several men, they encountered no threats from the zombies or mutated beasts along the way, as they were all swept away with ease. Mario gradually regained his composure and took charge of navigating the route. The group coordinated seamlessly. An hour later, they finally arrived at the private villa of Mario's adoptive parents in the city of Dawn Base. By this time, it was nearly noon. The weather, which should have been sunny, instead appeared overcast. Something felt amiss. very amiss. Everyone be cautious. Mario, fully armed, was the first to disembark. Li Yanli parked the vehicle and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. It was needless to mention that the dark aura enveloping the roof was unusual. One could even sense a faint current swirling above it. Before they could act, a chilling voice emanated from within. Haha, you all are quite clever, arriving here so quickly. Then, a monster emerged from the villa. It resembled a sticky octopus, standing 3 meters tall, flesh pink, with numerous feet anxiously scurrying about. Atop its body, it bore the head of a human. 4 round eyes, swirling in 2 separate heads, seemed more like signal receivers than actual eyes, crackling with electricity. Even though their bodies were conjoined, it was evident that they were 2 individuals, 1 male and 1 female. Their desiccated skin made them appear like ancient corpses, indistinguishable if not for their ability to speak. The elderly woman had disheveled hair, with silver strands covering half of her face. She moved her sunken eyes, now mere white orbs, and licked her lips, gazing hungrily at the men behind Li Yanli. In a coarse voice, she whined, "Brother, I want their life energy." The old man seized the opportunity to turn, facing them with the same vacant eyes and a raspy voice. "Good." Then, the familiar routine began as countless white tentacles extended, encircling Li Yanli and the others in the blink of an eye. This little trick posed no threat to them. Amidst the chaos, Li Yanli slipped past and entered the house, only to gasp in shock. The spacious living room was swathed in cobwebs. On the walls, she could vaguely see numerous trapped individuals, men and women alike, eyes closed, expressions devoid of pain. Their bodies were connected by transparent tubes, with fresh blood being siphoned into the center of the room. Outside, Mario finally escaped the tentacles and was the second to rush in. He immediately recognized the gathering of souls at the center. "Don't move," he explained. "This is a soul gathering array. If you step closer, you will become the new focal point and be suppressed below. Tell me how to rescue those individuals on the wall." She had already counted 12 in total, equally split between genders. One frail figure bore a striking resemblance to Lu Susu. Mario's eyes reddened as he surveyed the scene, quickly realizing that 11 and 12 were indeed his adoptive parents, who were far too old to withstand such a loss of blood. Their fates remained uncertain.
I am sorry.
"Son, I arrived too late." Steeling himself, he indicated positions 1 and 7. "We will act separately. The time difference must not exceed 3 seconds. Otherwise, all these victims will perish." "Understood, begin." The two shared a profound understanding, merely exchanging a glance to convey their intentions regarding which positions to target. As Li Yanli rescued the individual at position 1, Mario promptly assisted the one at position 7. The webbing was peeled away, revealing the faces of a man and a woman, neither of whom they recognized. Checking for breath, Li Yanli lamented, "No breath." "This one too." Mario's expression grew grim. Next, they focused on positions 2 and 8. Position 2 was indeed Lu Susu. She appeared pale and cold, and Li Yanli initially feared she was lifeless. However, just as they laid her on the ground, Lu Susu's frail hand suddenly grasped her wrist, her eyes laboriously opening, her lips moving, yet no sound emerged. It was as though she were on the brink of death, attempting to convey her final wishes. Perhaps she was unaware that her savior was once her rival in love. Instinctively seeking help, Lu Susu's barely moving lips formed the words, "Number 3, save Huzhuanga." Her head tilted, and she breathed her last. The subsequent rescues proceeded smoothly, as they freed 4 pairs of individuals consecutively. Regrettably, aside from Mario's adoptive parents, who were the most recently added victims and still clung to life, everyone else had taken their last breaths the moment they were saved. The elderly couple, both over 70, had lost so much blood that they would undoubtedly require extensive recovery. Li Yanli held Hu Zhuang, the team leader, in her arms, feeling a pang of sympathy as she pondered what calamity they had encountered. She cradled him as though he were a bundle of firewood, his body emaciated. Had it not been for Lu Susu's reminder, she might not have recognized him. Checking for breath again, he was still lifeless. She placed him beside Lu Susu. Suddenly, a cry of pain echoed from outside. Li Yanli was all too familiar with it. It was Mu Fan. The enemy was too formidable. He had likely sustained severe injuries. She rushed outside to offer support. Chapter 72. Temporal abilities. Upon exiting, she discovered that Mu Fan had not faltered this time. He had merely been splashed with the monster's goo. She immediately summoned clean water to surround him and assist in cleaning him off. Go inside and check on the injured, she instructed, joining the fray. Understanding that the tentacles were endless, she knew that prolonged entanglement would only exhaust their energy and lead to their demise. Li Yanli summoned her mental energy, utilizing her wood-based powers to manipulate everything around her to combat the encroaching tendrils. This allowed her companions to gain freedom and focus their efforts on attacking the true form of the instigator, the fused creature. At the same time, she remained vigilant, ready to coordinate with her allies. Once freed from dealing with the roots, Si Hanjue unleashed a devastating lightning blade attack from a distance, drawing the monster's attention away. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yanli approached stealthily and unleashed a powerful Vajra fist, targeting the creature's head. This marked the first time she employed her unlocked power alongside her metal-based abilities. The exhilaration of delivering blows was indescribable. The grotesque heads of the monster were battered by her dazzling fists, rendering them dazed and disoriented, their incoherent curses filling the air. In the shadows, Xue Tan lurked like a predator, waiting for the monster to spew venom or resort to nefarious tactics before springing into action to assist his comrades. Occasionally, he would create spikes from the ground, causing the creature to roar in rage. Their teamwork was remarkably harmonious, and the creature sustained numerous injuries, growing increasingly weakened. However, this situation did not bring joy to Li Yanli. Instead, her expression grew tenser. The ability to snatch them across the globe indicated that they were no ordinary foes. Her gaze remained fixed on the two elderly heads, wary of any hidden ploys. Eventually, she detected something unusual. Despite the monster's appearance being bloodied and on the brink of death, it quickly regained its vigor, and its wounds began to heal at an imperceptible rate. It possessed the ability to self-recover. Indeed, those white tendrils could be severed only to return. Yet they were mere mortals. Continued combat would eventually deplete their stamina, especially hers. Juggling multiple tasks was taking a toll, and her head throbbed as she reluctantly withdrew some of her wood-based abilities. However, the tendrils, akin to relentless parasites, sensed her momentary lapse and surged forth from all directions, ensnaring Si Hanjue and Xue Tan once more. Li Yanli could no longer afford to be careless. Quickly absorbing a significant number of crystal cores, she reinvigorated her mental energy to combat the tendrils again. Her unusual capabilities caught the attention of the old crone, who gleefully screeched, "Brother, capture that little girl. She's peculiar. She can multitask. Her mental energy must be extraordinarily powerful. I must consume her. Eating her is more beneficial than devouring thousands of people." The old man indulgently replied, "He. Indeed. I shall do as you wish." With this proclamation, an even greater number of white tendrils emerged, thicker than before. Li Yanli could no longer afford to be distracted. Abandoning her plan to pummel their heads, she turned her full attention to countering the tendrils. The surrounding vines, flowers, trees, and even furniture became her allies. In an instant, wooden objects filled the air, engaging in a chaotic melee with the white tendrils. This time, she managed to handle the situation with remarkable ease. Positioned at a distance, Li Yanli focused her energy to scrutinize the peculiarities of the monster's true form. Unable to perceive anything with the naked eye, she closed her eyes to sense with her mental energy. There's something unfavorable in the air. She opened her eyes for a closer inspection.
But what could it be?
Her gaze shifted to the monster's four large eyes. Could it be that they were absorbing certain elements from the air, thus maintaining their stamina and resilience? Summoning a stream of blue lightning from her palm, she discreetly released it. Soon, a faint crackling sound reached her ears.
Indeed,
something was amiss. There was a subtle electric current in the air, a plethora of it, forming a net-like web. The creature could harness these currents to bolster its strength. Acting swiftly, she shouted, "Si Hanjue, release lightning to disrupt the microcurrents in the air." Xue Tan, continue to deal with it. Understood. They responded. The two men shifted positions. Xue Tan wasted no time, unleashing a ground trap that caused the monster to momentarily stumble in confusion. Si Hanjue moved closer to Li Yanli, their backs against each other, sending lightning blades into the air from two directions. The effect was akin to suddenly severing a power line, disrupting the currents. The creature's energy supply faltered, and its face immediately reflected weariness. Xue Tan exclaimed with excitement, "It works. Keep going." Without needing his reminder, Li Yanli could feel the difference. The number of white tendrils around them had noticeably diminished, and their attack speed had slowed. This alleviated some of the mental pressure on Li Yanli. Realizing their strategy was effective bolstered her confidence. Uncertain of the creature's mental fortitude, she decided to take a chance. Perhaps she could suppress it and ascend to a new level. She subtly infused her mental energy with dark-type abilities, slipping into the creature's consciousness while it was distracted. At first, everything went smoothly. The old crone's expression grew vacant, her movements sluggish. However, the old man sensed something amiss and quickly leaned in, kissing her. "What's wrong, my dear?" This kiss revitalized the crone as if she had received a surge of energy.
Ah?
She bellowed in fury, her cumbersome body leaping from the pit. Her grayish-white eyes swiftly fixed on Li Yanli. "You little brat. You nearly ensnared me." Her expression turned menacing, and even her erratic limbs began to move restlessly. "I'll show you the consequences of underestimating me." She swiftly spat a cubic mass of unknown liquid at Shui Tan, who was unable to evade and became ensnared. Simultaneously, the old man extended 2 white tendrils, each as thick as a tree trunk, ensnaring Si Hanjue with increasing force. His face flushed red, struggling to breathe, and the situation grew dire. Li Yanli, utilizing her spatial abilities, instantaneously transported herself before him. Before she could act, the old crone cackled, "Haha, I never expected you to possess spatial abilities. How splendid. I can control time, but not space. If I had both, I could traverse time on this earth." Li Yanli recalled the peculiar method of rapid transmission across the diameter of the earth, a lightbulb moment striking her. Could this be a new ability? Chapter 73. Mechanical puppets. Before Li Yanli could ponder further, the old crone launched an assault against her, not physical, but a mental attack. She was all too familiar with this sensation. The opponent was attempting to manipulate her consciousness. Li Yanli concentrated her energy to resist it. The pain was excruciating, as if her head were being torn apart, with no respite in sight. The opponent's mental prowess was terrifying, far surpassing her own. Yet she did not falter. She pressed on, determined to confront the challenge head-on. She firmly believed that facing a high-level opponent could strengthen her mental energy, possibly allowing her to advance further. While her intentions were noble, the adversary proved overwhelmingly powerful. She could no longer maintain her composure, her stance faltering as she nearly collapsed. "Yen Yen!" Si Hanjue called out in concern, momentarily snapping her back to reality. However, it was only a fleeting clarity. Her vision had grown hazy, her head clouded, feeling utterly detached from herself. She even began to perceive the old crone's triumphant demeanor as she laughed. Blood suddenly trickled from the corner of Li Yanli's mouth, further inflaming the crone's madness. Her white eyes glimmered with blue light, as if something were being projected directly into Li Yanli's own eyes.
Ugh.
Li Yanli could not suppress her cry of pain, too terrified to open her eyes. She feared she had lost her sight. Reality urged her to retreat into her spatial sanctuary for safety, yet she hesitated to relinquish this chance for advancement. In fact, she even entertained the thought of appropriating the opponent's time abilities for herself, if they indeed existed. At that moment, blood began to seep from her 7 orifices, and her entire body became immobile. Si Hanjue, in a panic, called out, "Yen Yen, don't hold on.
Run."
In a moment of desperation, human limits were pushed, and in a furious outburst, he broke free from the tendrils that bound him. The white tentacle was forcibly snapped and shattered into countless fragments. The old man suffered a backlash, letting out a cry before losing consciousness, his head tilted at an alarming angle, suggesting a dire condition. "Brother." Their bond was indeed profound, deeper than the sea and more steadfast than gold. Upon witnessing this, the old woman relaxed her mental state slightly, allowing Li Yanli to catch her breath. Li Yanli believed in seizing the moment when one is vulnerable. "Aren't you a deity? Aren't you formidable? I shall confine you to a lesser realm and deal with you at my leisure." All the crystal cores within the space were extracted and absorbed in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, a white space was differentiated to imprison the monster. This was not an ordinary confinement. It was enhanced with dark powers. Should the creature attempt to escape, the foul blood and flesh upon it would be decomposed by the black mist, akin to digestive fluid. Unless it remained still, it would face dire consequences. But this was not the end. Through the small space, Li Yanli continuously projected lightning inside. This was what one would call divine retribution, manifesting in that confined area. Moreover, The space completely isolated the external supply of electricity. Deprived of sustenance, the monster gradually weakened, becoming increasingly feeble. Attempting to retaliate against Li Yanli was becoming a challenging endeavor. Yet, she understood this was merely a temporary reprieve. The creature undoubtedly had a backup plan. Seizing the opportunity, she hurriedly rescued Blood Serpent and, together with Si Hanjue, the three sought refuge in the villa to strategize. Are you alright? Mario approached with an apologetic demeanor, his eyes a deep crimson. Li Yanli's heart sank. What had transpired? Mario placed a large hand on her shoulder, secretly administering healing. Then, with a lowered head, he confessed, "My parents have turned into monsters."
What? Li Yanli exclaimed in surprise.
She stepped closer, peering past him. Si Hanjue had entered before her, saying, "Look, this is the situation." Every person's body was intact, otherwise. Screws and nuts would have fallen out. Mu Fan followed suit, helplessly shrugging. This exceeded his medical understanding, leaving him at a loss. In the corner, alongside Mario's adoptive parents, sat 10 individuals who should have perished. Yes, they were seated, eyes wide open, gazing at them in terror. Were it not for the screws and nuts dropping from their damaged skin, they would appear just like ordinary humans. Their eyes could move, and their limbs could function. Their awareness and reactions were also akin to human beings. For instance, Lu Susu recognized them, and upon seeing Si Hanjue, her eyes sparkled with surprise, but lacked infatuation.
Hanjue,
I beg you, if you must kill, then take me instead. Please spare brother, who? He has already died, once to save me. Tears streamed down her face, flowing from her large eyes, which seemed disproportionately large for her slender face. Beside her was Hu Zhuang, resembling a mere stick. It was truly bizarre. Half an hour earlier, Li Yanli had confirmed the absence of life in him. Si Hanjue certainly would not make decisions unilaterally, and turned to Li Yanli. Seal them up for now. We will take them back to the base later. Such an extraordinary specimen must be thoroughly studied. She suspected that the zombie virus was engineered by extraterrestrials, and the mechanical puppets might be part of their next plan. Of course, this was merely her speculation. Regardless, this would be a challenge that humanity must confront collectively. Not one she could tackle alone. They had to unite and strategize. Mario sighed in relief upon hearing her words. He genuinely feared she would recklessly eliminate everyone. She was inherently ruthless, believing in eradicating threats at the root. Yet, who could remain impartial when faced with loved ones transformed into monsters, likely becoming humanity's enemy? Fortunately, her stance aligned with his. Shortly after, a considerable military presence appeared outside the villa, taking all the mutated individuals, including Mario's adoptive parents, away. Mario. The base has a laboratory dedicated to researching the evolution of zombies and other aberrant creatures. I'll take them there. Rest assured. I will ensure your companions are well cared for. This chapter has come to an end for now. Next, Li Yanli and her group returned to the drunkard's residence to reunite with Gu Chenyang and assess their progress. What's the update? Any responses? Upon seeing her, Gu Chenyang appeared disheartened. Senior sister, I've sent numerous messages but received no replies. Then, as if presenting a treasure, he added, though not entirely fruitless. I managed to decode some information from the chip. Would you like to take a look? Swiftly, he showed Li Yanli the information extracted from the drunkard's brain chip. This drunkard was likely a mechanized individual. Look, aside from his name, gender, date of birth, nationality, and other basic information, there is also a designation, Mechanical Puppet 105. At that moment, everyone felt a sense of numbness. Since the apocalypse began, they had been tirelessly struggling for survival, afraid to contemplate the future. Each day was merely about getting through. But now, they were informed that all conspiracies were orchestrated by extraterrestrials, and they were mere puppets manipulated by unseen hands. An even greater challenge awaited them in the future. Exhaustion weighed heavily on them, both mentally and physically. Li Yanli, as the team leader, though she shared their sentiments,
could not show it.
She adopted a light tone, suggesting they should embrace the unfamiliar. Is it not advantageous to interact with strange things? If aliens can invade us, can we not retaliate in kind? Little did she expect her words would resonate so profoundly. One day, humanity might indeed be compelled to leave Earth. Chapter 74. The skill of duplication. At that moment, a soldier's stomach growled unexpectedly. Coincidentally, Mario's voice echoed from outside. Captain Li and brothers must be hungry. I've had some food prepared. Let us eat first. Regardless, nourishment was essential. Everyone pitched in, bringing tables, chairs, or whatever they could find to sit upon, eagerly awaiting their meal. Upon seeing the lavish spread, the soldiers chose to discreetly withdraw. Wow, did the general bring all the good stuff from home? Venturing outside, they discovered there were lamb chops and beefsteaks, too. The general is magnificent. Inside, Lang was ecstatic. Wow, beef steak, lamb chops, red shrimp, squid, silver cod, king crab and red wine. This is splendid. He glanced at Mario with newfound admiration, giving a thumbs up. The general is truly generous. I could get along with him. Li Yanli cast a complex glance at the bustling Mario. Suddenly, Mario felt a sharp pain in his head. Yet, he did not look up, allowing the intrusion to occur. Initially, he thought the pain would intensify, but surprisingly, the attacks dissipated after only a fleeting moment. He pretended as if nothing had happened and proceeded to arrange the delectable food from the containers. No one knew that Li Yanli, having overextended her mental faculties during the skirmish, had truly leveled up. She had now reached the 4th tier, a legendary status said to allow one to commune with the divine. Why was it called a legend? It was based on the evolutionary speed of existing mental type abilities as deduced by various bases. Not only mental abilities, but they also theorized about the different manifestations of each ability at various stages, having conducted small-scale validations, some of which proved accurate. Whether she could commune with the divine remained uncertain. She planned to seek out an enemy to test this later. With Mario, she had only probed a fraction of a possibility and had refrained from continuing. She feared that those who communed with the divine might end up becoming fools. However, the ability to duplicate herself was indeed real. Earlier, while manipulating wood-based abilities and simultaneously employing strength abilities to combat monsters, she had engaged in a mental form of duplication. Now, she could distinctly feel that, should she wish, she could entirely manifest another version of herself. With this thought, she nudged Gu Chenyang. All right, let us go eat. We must fill our stomachs to work better. From morning until now, nearly evening, they were already famished and required energy replenishment. With such a grand feast, she thought it prudent to take care of her younger brother. Gu Chenyang, an enthusiast of coding, was completely absorbed in his task. Only when she nudged him did he look up, saying, senior sister, you go ahead. I'm not hungry. I must receive a signal before I can rest. Communicating with extraterrestrial beings is exhilarating to contemplate. I have already begun my meal. If you delay any longer, there may be no king crab left for you.
Li Yanli,
with remarkable strength, effortlessly lifted the young man who was considerably taller than her. She then took a seat, commandeering the computer he had been using. Her long, graceful fingers danced skillfully across the keys, producing sounds from the keyboard that seemed almost magical. The black screen displayed a complex code composed of thousands of lines of binary. Gu Chenyang had yet to grasp the meaning of her remark about having already started eating, as he was utterly astonished by Li Yanli's prowess. Sister, do you also speak interstellar language? He inquired. This topic was originally a project initiated by their mentor before the apocalypse, and how could she, having graduated long ago, possibly be knowledgeable about it? Before Li Yanli could respond, the group of young men, who were struggling to stuff food into their mouths, were already wide-eyed with disbelief. Even Si Hanjue and Mario, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, were taken aback. Lang was so shocked that he stood up, still holding a greasy lamb chop. Looking at the elegant Li Yanli, who was dining at the center of the table, and then at another Li Yanli, who was engrossed in writing code at the computer desk, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Captain, how can there be two captains? Everyone mirrored his astonishment, directing their gaze to the one at the center. Li Yanli waved her hand dismissively. My psychic ability has upgraded. I have acquired a new doppelganger skill. Si Hanjue asked. Does it affect your body? Mu Fan, always proactive, had already gone to check. Li Yanli shook her head. I don't feel any difference for now. I just wonder if my doppelganger's strength will be diminished. Gu Chenyang, feeling disgruntled, looked at her with teary eyes after the initial shock. Sister, so you mean this one is your doppelganger? It seems far more intelligent than him, rendering his efforts this afternoon utterly insignificant. The one referred to as the doppelganger continued her work without pause. Who are you looking down upon? I wrote this interstellar language, you know. When I presented it to the mentor, they dismissed it as fanciful and showed little interest. Who wouldn't he want to pursue a project with tangible outcomes at the academy? Researching aliens could potentially attract sponsorship. Unless one is genuinely passionate, Only someone like Li Yanli, an outsider, would find it intriguing. As she continued typing, a slight frown creased her brow. That's enough. No more for me.
Thank you. What?
Gu Chenyang, who had been diligently observing her code, was bewildered. What do you mean, enough? At the dining table, Mario retracted his hand with a pout. You're too thin. You should eat more.
Li Yanli.
Fixated on the shrimp meat he had peeled for her, felt a fleeting moisture in her eyes. Bowing her head, she ultimately finished every morsel. The two shared an unspoken understanding of the changes in their circumstances. Both were astute individuals who could deduce, confirm, yet chose silence. Speaking would complicate matters. Let them indulge in self-deception for a moment. Li Yanli swallowed her food and explained to everyone, so you see, the doppelganger is me. There is no hierarchy between us. Our sensory perceptions and consciousness are aligned. I simply have more hands and feet, allowing me to work more efficiently. As she pressed the enter key, she turned to Gu Chenyang with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, it was my oversight. You're still using the first version I wrote. Later, I adapted it based on existing Klingon language. No wonder they Haven T responded to you. Now, eat quickly, and we'll see if we get a reply later. In her haste to rescue the hostages, she had neglected to mention this modification. An hour later, having devised a new strategy for combating the monsters, Li Yanli prepared to unleash the restless creatures when the chip emitted a series of short beeps. Without needing to consult external resources, she could translate it on the spot. With a serious expression, she enunciated, Initiate self-destruct sequence.
What?
Chapter 75. Su Kaishi enters the space dam. Those vile aliens. Gu Chenyang's complaint barely left his lips when the LED lights began to flicker at an alarming speed.
Get back.
There was no time for further communication. Everyone sprinted into the courtyard as fast as they could. Moments later, the chip detonated with a resounding bang, obliterating the entire house and reducing it to rubble amid the smoke. Li Yanli glanced at Mario and asked, How long will it take for the network in your country to be restored? I need to report the situation here to the base as soon as possible. Please assist by sharing this information with other bases as widely as possible. Mario wiped the dust from her face with one hand, his expression grave. It will take at least half an hour. Our team has been trying to establish contact with your country, but the weather has hindered our efforts. Fortunately, the weather has improved recently and we've made some progress. He had initially hoped to gather more information about the aliens before sending out the message. However, it was evident that the aliens were far more cunning than they had anticipated. As soon as they sensed trouble with the puppets, they would activate the self-destruct sequence. It was likely that there were more of these puppet machines hidden across the globe, posing an unpredictable danger. Plans must be adjusted. We want to eliminate the old monsters just yet. I will imprison them for an extended period to extract more information. Si Hanjue interjected, but if they are so treacherous, how could we possibly persuade them? Li Yanli's gaze fell upon the Lewis that Mario was holding. The key lies with him. As long as he is present, we need not worry about the two old ones' non-compliance. Clearly, the two ancient beings were of a significantly higher caliber than these puppets. She had initially thought that if the puppets could be of any use, she would capture the old monsters in one fell swoop to eliminate future threats.
Now,
it seemed that if she wished to delve deeper into extraterrestrial research, she would have to investigate the conjoined monsters first. Earlier that morning in the small cabin, Mario had shared the history of these old monsters with Li Yanli, and they had speculated about Lewis's connection to them. They were once Prince Anthony Howard and Princess Stella Howard, who had engaged in a forbidden romance, as the rumors suggested. They had a child together, a son. But the royal family had used the child as leverage to force them into death. The siblings had no choice but to jump into a well, ending their lives. Yet, their resentment lingered, preventing them from reincarnating. Eventually, their powers grew stronger, and they began to commit heinous acts. The deities, seeking peace for the human realm, had to personally arrange for their reincarnation. However, their sins were so profound that they were unworthy of rebirth, condemned to exist as a great banyan tree, eternally entwined. This was merely a legend. Later generations like Mario did not take it seriously. When encountering the well that had once irrigated fields, they would not think twice about it. Generations of farmers had tilled the land. Who could imagine that royal members would come to such a remote place to commit suicide? Moreover, the tale of the banyan tree seemed utterly absurd to them. However, there were many tales circulating about that child, claiming that after many generations, the child's descendants had fallen into disgrace and met with tragic ends. Until today, as they deciphered the Beidou Seven Stars formation. They discovered the drunken father and the half-breed son, Louis, linking them to further revelations. Why were people like Lu Susu relegated to the role of sorcerers, while Louis and the drunken man could execute higher-level tasks? Why would the aliens seek them out? Or rather, why would the old monsters pursue them? Perhaps Louis was their descendant. Li Yanli declared, "All of the above is mere speculation. You all wait for my command outside. I will personally inquire." Mario hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. When he felt her piercing gaze upon him, he lowered his head. "Are you planning to enter the space?" The other men looked on in astonishment at the two of them, sensing that their relationship had developed rapidly in a short span of time. Even Mario, an outsider, seemed to know the secret of the space. Si Hanjua's sense of urgency intensified. "Yanli, do you intend to face them alone? That's too dangerous. Perhaps I should accompany you." "No. Mario will come with me." Li Yanli continued to jab at his heart. Hearing this, Mario felt an overwhelming joy. "Let us move." With that, she grasped Mario's wrist, and together they vanished from the sight of the others. Meanwhile, a disoriented individual bustling about in the space was unceremoniously kicked out, nearly losing their balance. Internally lamenting, "Li Yanli, you impolite enchantress." Upon lifting their gaze, they met the astonished eyes of all the men present.
Who are you?
Inquired Gu Chenyang, the most vivacious among them, his eyes wide with innocent curiosity. Su Kaishi, having received his care during his time as a poultry worker, held a special fondness for him. Approaching him with warmth, their heights almost comparable, along with the age difference, made Su Kaishi feel quite taken aback standing before this youthful, charming figure. Instantly, a sense of camaraderie blossomed. With a smile illuminating his face, he extended a polite hand to Gu Chenyang. "Greetings, dear Gu Chenyang. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am that little chick you have so generously looked after these past few days, yet I remain your elder brother, Su Kaishi." Dressed in a white shirt paired with light beige trousers, his azure eyes appeared deep and vortex-like, complemented by slightly tousled, naturally wavy short hair and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly charm that evoked an inexplicable fondness in others. Gu Chenyang withdrew his hand, scratching his head in realization. "Oh, so it's you. I never expected you to be so handsome." The allure he possessed was intertwined with the extraordinary abilities he harbored, for he was capable of resurrecting dinosaurs. When it came to mere looks, the dragon team had no shortage of charm. After successfully winning over a devoted admirer, Su Kaishi continued to garner trust and affection from the other gentlemen with his humble and courteous demeanor. Before long, he seamlessly integrated into their circle. Turning to Mu Fan, he gripped his hand a tad more firmly. "Dr. Mu, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. I am genuinely delighted to collaborate with you henceforth." While he possessed the skill to create, healing was not within his repertoire, making their partnership complementary. Mu Fan, fascinated by dinosaurs, quickly found common ground with Su Kaishi, and their conversation flowed effortlessly. Moments later, Gu Chenyang interjected, "What? Writing programs? Count me in. I am eager to assist." The three settled upon some ruins, initiating an informal symposium. As for Lei Ying, his carefree nature prevailed. After all, their captain was not one to impose restrictions. What difference did it make if he knew? He found a stone to sit upon, diligently polishing the dagger gifted to him by Li Yanli after an incident, its surface entirely black, adorned with intricate dragon engravings. Said to be a royal artifact, Lei Ying cherished it immensely, taking every opportunity to polish it. This oblivious display only fueled the frustration of Si Hanjua, who sought out Shui Tang, pondering how this individual could remain so emotionless. To his dismay, upon glancing over, his irritation only intensified as he spotted a sleek black mamba snake slithering back from the adjacent yard, its tongue flicking out to taste the air, hissing faintly. For there was little sustenance to be found. Chapter 76, Reunion and Reminiscence. Within the space, as they finally settled, Mario could no longer contain his emotions. Re-encountering his past life, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Grasping Li Yanli's hand, he exclaimed, "Jianing." This title of princess instantly revealed the truth, confirming everything. He was indeed he, and the doubts could be laid to rest. Li Yanli slowly turned her head, her eyes slightly reddened. "How have you changed so much?" She had surmised the reason behind his altered appearance, yet she could not help but inquire. Mario, or rather, The former Jun Qianyuan, upon seeing her steady demeanor, refrained from shouting or causing a commotion, only growing more animated. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he drew her into a tight embrace. Resting his chin upon her delicate shoulder, Jianing, he uttered with even greater affection than before. This statement, spanning a decade of separation, bore the weight of his 10 years of grievances. A once-spirited prince, unable to suppress the longing and resentment upon reuniting with his first love, gently caressed Li Yanli's back. Jianing, how could you be so cruel? You actually took my life. You truly killed me. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, a testament to his sorrow. Surely, it was heaven that witnessed his suffering, allowing him to inhabit this body and granting them this chance to meet once more. Emotions require stimulation. Though her identity as the Empress had accustomed Li Yanli to don a facade of cold detachment, it did not imply that she remained unperturbed upon encountering the man she had felt guilt for over a decade. After all, he was her first love. From the tender age of 15 to 25, those were cherished and vibrant moments in her life. Their paths intertwined in love and conflict, and tears silently traced her cheeks. Li Yanli raised her hand, encircling his waist. Though his physical form was no longer present, his essence remained. Everything felt achingly familiar. She bit her lip tightly, striving to suppress any sound of sorrow. She couldn't allow it. She didn't wish to. Between them lay a legacy of enmity, a bond that they were at a loss to navigate. Two hearts once deeply intertwined, now silent in their embrace, unbothered by the world around them. In that moment, she longed for it to remain thus, free from scrutiny, free from the weight of reality. Yet, someone's rationality proved excessive. Just as Jun Qianyuan leaned in to capture her familiar cherry-red lips, Li Yanli timely released her hold, gently pushing him away. Wait, I must prepare. I am about to let them out. Before she could finish her sentence, he had captured her lips within his own. He had missed her dearly. As he lingered against her mouth, their connection deepened, his tone laced with melancholy. Jianing, you owe me an apology. I have been haunted by this for 10 years. They sat together on the verdant grass, reminiscing. His intention had merely been to remove a bug from her back, yet she had misinterpreted his gesture as an attack, mercilessly plunging a knife into him. No woman could be more ruthless than she. The haunting specter of a decade lingered, bringing shame to Li Yanli. It was rare for her to show vulnerability, her demeanor softening as she averted her gaze. It has already happened. What more do you wish for? Her unrepentant demeanor brought a smile to Jun Qianyuan's face, causing him to let go of his lingering resentment. Laughter erupted from him, starting softly and growing in volume. He was so tall, even taller than in their previous life. Li Yanli had to tilt her head back to fully see his expression. He laughed with such joy, like a fool intoxicated by happiness. She did not wish to go along with it, urging, do you still want to continue? Otherwise, I might choose someone else. You dare. Jun Qianyuan's demeanor turned icy, his voice dripping with threat. She had specifically summoned him here. Did that not indicate her desire for a private meeting? This realization filled him with a sense of satisfaction, quelling any thoughts of retribution. Even though the memory of that icy dagger piercing his lungs remained vivid, he found himself unable to dwell on it. Life was fleeting. He raised his hand to caress Li Yanli's face, compelling her to look up at him. Jianing, I suspect you have also traversed time, correct? Seeing no objection from her, he continued, somewhat wistfully, if that is the case, both of us have exchanged identities. Why should we cling to the grudges of our past lives? Those grievances have long since faded, sealed with our demise. In this life, shall we start anew? She was admirable in many ways, yet her excessive wariness and burdensome thoughts shackled her within a cocoon of hatred, making it difficult for her to embrace her true self. Li Yanli freed herself from his grasp, her tone lacking conviction. There is no going back. My heart has shattered into countless pieces. His heart dropped at her words. What has happened to you? Her statement echoed with a sense of enlightenment, as if she had come to terms with something. Yet he did not wish for that. His feelings remained fervent. He desired to continue. After all this time, I have guarded my virtue for you. This confession elicited a laugh from Li Yanli, her hand covering her mouth, as she giggled like a young girl. This side of her had never been seen by the other men. Yet Jun Qianyuan found it entirely unremarkable. He gently grasped her hand, holding it tightly as he toyed with it. What is so amusing? It is truly for you. Li Yanli smirked mischievously. Do not play the fool with me. Can't you see? They are all the ones I cherish. I do not accept those I do not love. only those whom I desire. Though Jun Qianyuan had anticipated this revelation, her unapologetic demeanor still left him taken aback. Grinding his teeth, he inquired, "Have you gone further?" "Ha ha ha." Li Yanli's laughter rang out, a sound of pure innocence.
How naive.
Then, turning her back to him, she began to recount the events that transpired in the decade following her death. "I relentlessly eliminated those who obstructed and threatened me, including my imperial brothers, ultimately ascending to that coveted position." Jun Qianyuan found this unsurprising. Disguised as a man, she infiltrated the military camps, dedicating herself to her country, shedding blood on the battlefield and narrowly escaping death. Such sacrifices should not be overlooked by the royal family due to her gender. Li Yanli raised an eyebrow, seemingly perceiving his thoughts. "Afterward, I personally led the charge, and in 5 years, I subdued your nation. They bowed to me, acknowledging me as their sovereign, revering me as their emperor." Jun Qianyuan, had she previously dismissed the struggle for succession as a mere family affair, could remain indifferent, even praising her formidable woman for carving a unique path among many brothers. But now, with the fate of his own country at stake, he could no longer maintain his composure. He urgently inquired, "What did you say? We have been vanquished?" Li Yanli and Jun Qianyuan were the finest princess and prince of 2 rival nations. They met on the battlefield, fighting valiantly for their respective countries, and later found themselves breaking principles to grant each other reprieves. Jun Qianyuan recalled the moment of their shared passion in the secluded mountains where she had made promises. She vowed to persuade her father to cease hostilities upon returning. He had been deceived, both in body and spirit. Jun Qianyuan clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously, as if the very heavens were shattering. Li Yanli provocatively smirked. "What now? Do you intend to kill me?" Closing her eyes, she exposed her neck. After all, she had loved him for 10 years and had entangled herself with him for another decade. In his presence, she unconsciously revealed the nature of a delicate woman. The cracking sound of Jun Qianyuan's knuckles echoed, his eyes aflame with suppressed fury. He was foolish to have come to warn her, risking everything to prevent her army's defeat. He considered himself a traitor. How naive he was to think that their combined efforts could lead to peace between their families.
Li Yanli.
"You have gone too far." The man's direct accusation only made Li Yanli laugh more heartily. She even playfully stood on tiptoe to drape her arms around his neck, taunting, "What's wrong? Are you still bewildered by your feelings?" This remark transformed the man's previous tenderness into a mere jest. His chest heaved violently, his eyes reddened as if he were ready to devour her. With a furious roar, he acted upon his thoughts.
"Ah!"
she cried. "That hurts. You brought this upon yourself." In Chapter 77, a daughter emerges. Li Yanli, in a rare moment of vulnerability, pouted in pain, revealing her bleeding tongue. "Look, I'm bleeding. Let me suck it out for you." With that, she playfully bit him again. Her enthusiasm was genuine, a love that ran deep. Li Yanli's provocation had failed. This time, she settled into the man's embrace, appearing delicate beside him. A striking contrast with their heights, one towering at 2 meters and the other at 170. She complained, "Why are you so tall?" Suddenly, her body felt light. He lifted her effortlessly, and now their faces were level, their eyes locking. Jun Qianyuan smiled gently. "Is this better? Now we're the same height." He spoke as if soothing a child. Li Yanli brushed her fingers across his brow, teasing, "Why do you still seem so immature after 2 lifetimes? You possess intelligence, yet your emotions are as blank as parchment. You simply accept everything I say without question?" Jun Qianyuan, freeing one hand, grasped hers and kissed it, replying, "What is there to question? Given the current circumstances, I already know who you are." His heart was ruthless, yet she was even more so. Yet fate had intertwined their paths, and he found himself hopelessly enamored. Moreover, he continued, "I have already mentioned that we have both died once. Those were our past selves, and they bear no relevance to the present." Li Yanli feigned disinterest, attempting to withdraw. "Oh, so you are so magnanimous? In that case, I had intended to share some news with you, but now it seems it may not matter to you." "What news?"
Jun Qianyuan pressed,
eager to hear anything related to her. Li Yanli, harboring a secret, understood that despite their affection, it was time to halt their reminiscing. With a decisive tone, she revealed, "After your death, I gave birth to a daughter." "What did you say?"
Jun Qianyuan's émotion sortit.
Then, silence ensued, an overwhelming stillness, followed by a sense of grievance. Tears welled in Li Yanli's eyes. Although she knew her suspicions had led to his wrongful demise, she couldn't help but feel a tumult of emotions as she recalled sacrificing her life against her father and the royal family's opposition to protect his bloodline. Tears streamed down her face, a scene of such fragility for an empress, a privilege only the person before her could witness. It is often said that love can lead to madness. She too had never escaped its grasp. The conclusion of their previous life had not only burdened her with guilt and longing but also subjected her to the trials of single motherhood. Her father disapproved, her achievements unrecognized, reduced to a commoner, while the threat of assassination loomed from her brothers. Who could she confide in about such anguish? All this turmoil stemmed from love. Jun Qianyuan needed no further inquiry to ascertain that the child was his. He could well imagine the struggles she endured as a woman in the ancient royal court, giving birth to the child of her enemy. Li Yanli's voice wavered slightly. They say a mother becomes strong for her child. Thanks to our daughter's birth, I have grown more resolute. It has fueled my ambition to occupy that position. After that, I fought gods and demons alike. Jun Qianyuan embraced her once more, murmuring, I owe you this. His only pain came with death. Reborn into a family of intellectuals, they had cared for him well. I took your nation only out of necessity. I did not wish for our daughter, not yet 10 years old, to face the ravages of war. Before I die, I want to provide her with peace. Although her demise was due to overexertion, the physician had already declared her health waning. Her overwhelming drive stemmed from her urgency to set everything in order. Jun Qianyuan rested his chin atop her head. I understand.
I truly do.
This is for the best. In our generation, we have finally achieved our wish for peace. They held each other for a while longer when Li Yanli suggested they confront the monsters. Yet, Jun Qianyuan transformed into a chatterbox, incessantly inquiring about their daughter. Overflowing with paternal affection, she was at a loss for words. With no more ideas left, she wrapped her arms around his neck, hinting, Shall we indulge in something we both desire?
Wow. Jun Qianyuan's heart raced.
He was electrified with excitement. He had longed to broach the subject but hesitated, fearing her rejection and the inevitable scolding he'd receive for being frivolous. To his surprise, she initiated the conversation. Without a word, Jun Qianyuan acted, sweeping her into a princess carry and hastily making his way to their former love nest within the courtyard. As they walked, his rationality returned, and he pondered the purpose of the nearby inn and palace. He had indeed visited in his past life, but they had merely discussed constructing the courtyard. Those ornate buildings had never existed. Sure, don't ruin the moment, she countered, refusing to believe he was clever enough to deduce everything. Why must they discuss such matters at such a crucial moment? Once Jun Qianyuan grasped the entirety of the situation, he felt a surge of fury. Li Yanli. Feeling her softening form nestled against his chest, he nearly choked on his own blood. Jealousy consumed him, his teeth grinding. Li Yanli. Don't blame me for being ruthless later. 15 minutes later, she successfully acquired her abilities, leaving without granting him the chance to display his prowess. They were creatures of darkness, fearing the light. You will use your light abilities to blind them, then bind them with chains of light. Afterward, I will attempt to extract their spirits. If that yields no results, you will utilize your purification powers to eliminate their malevolent thoughts. Do you understand? Leaning against the bed, the man, bare-chested and exhibiting impressive abs, was left unfulfilled. After a prolonged period of suppression, his desire flared again. Frustrated, he donned his clothing, lamenting his predicament of falling in love. The distinction between work and romance is stark, with no room for compromise. The conjoined beings find themselves imprisoned in a desolate, confined space, teetering on the brink of madness. The old man's feet begin to dissolve, intensifying their agitation, to the point where they contemplate signaling headquarters for rescue. The elder advises against rash actions, reminding them that Louis remains in their grasp. Moreover, communication signals cannot be dispatched. As soon as he finishes speaking, the conjoined beings realize their surroundings have shifted. They are no longer in a mere space, but rather in a prison. Enraged, they rush to the door, vigorously shaking the bars, creating a cacophony. Old hag, demoness, come forth. Before they can fully express their fury, a searing pain radiates from their hollow eye sockets. The old man experiences the same torment, and both retreat, clutching their heads and stumbling about, their surplus limbs causing a shiver to run down the spine. Suddenly, incandescent ropes emerge, binding them tighter and tighter. The old hag curses, "You wretched demoness. What do you intend to do?" The elder implores, "Release her, or I will fight you to the death." Li Yanli deliberately provokes, "Ah, the tumultuous romance is indeed profound. What are you saying? What do you know?" The old hag, now anxious, cannot see, but turns her eyes toward Li Yanli, her white pupils darting erratically. "Your history is not my concern. I only wish to convey that Lewis is in my possession. You would do well to divulge everything related to the alien invasion plan, or else." She leaves the threat hanging, but the two elders fully grasp its implications. They suddenly cease their tumult, falling into silence. Li Yanli does not believe they will cooperate immediately. She aims for tangible gains. Seizing the moment while the two struggle against the luminous chains, she summons her formidable spiritual awareness. Rather than confront the elder, she focuses on the old hag, recognizing her as the primary authority, likely privy to greater knowledge. Thus, she conserves her energy for the main target. The old hag is indeed ensnared, exclaiming, "What have you done to me?" "No, don't!" She cries out in agony, regardless of the elder's attempts to soothe her. It proves futile. Li Yanli knows she cannot maintain control for long. Upon successfully infiltrating, she quickly extracts valuable information. Within a mere minute, beads of sweat begin to form on her profile, indicating the exertion required. Jun Xianyuan notices her distress and hurriedly produces 2 third-tier crystal cores, placing them in her hands. "Hurry, absorb these." Li Yanli graciously accepts, swiftly consuming them, feeling an improvement. Fresh information floods her mind in fleeting glimpses, enough to astonish and bewilder. Just as she is about to uncover further advanced plans, an alarm suddenly blares from the old hag, signaling a potential information breach. Warning: suspected information leak. If not repaired within 30 seconds, self-destruct mechanism will activate. The elder, terrified upon hearing this, pleads with Li Yanli, "Captain, I beseech you, do not press further, or she will truly perish. If you wish to ask, then inquire of me, the old man. I will be forthright." His earnestness fails to sway Li Yanli. Even as blood trickles from her lips, she remains resolute, determined to extract the final morsels of information. Seeing her resolve, the elder resorts to a desperate gambit. "If you cease your actions, I shall reveal the secrets of the Earth's core." Just then, Li Yanli falters, her strength waning, inadvertently allowing the old hag to escape. The old hag is genuinely terrified, pleading, "No more reading. I beg you." Her eyes darting, reflecting her emotional turmoil. Jun Xianyuan approaches with concern. "Are you all right?" His large hand rests on the back of Li Yanli's head, and she suddenly feels relief from her pain. She offers a faint smile. "Much better. What shall we do next?" Jun Xianyuan fixates on the old creature before them. Li Yanli whispers, "Let them be. They possess crucial information that I cannot access." However, her mental faculties are severely taxed. For now, this must suffice. Should they eliminate the old ones, the investigation into the aliens would likely falter. Turning her gaze to the elder, she demands, "What were you about to say?" "If it bears no significance, I will end Lewis." Lewis, without doubt, is their descendant. Yet, despite the passage of generations, their feelings remain profound. Had it not been for societal constraints, their love could indeed be heralded as timeless and unwavering. The elder tilts his head, his expression one of defeat. "You must already know. We have indeed reincarnated as a conjoined banyan tree, existing together through the ages. Right within your nation's borders. After centuries of enduring the elements, we gradually attained consciousness and discovered methods for self-cultivation. Initially, we had no intention of harming others. We merely ensnared passing creatures to absorb their energy for our own evolution. Until one fateful day." The tale reaches back 3 years, to a tempestuous night. The conjoined banyan tree, as usual, swayed in its lush splendor, awaiting animals seeking refuge from the rain, hoping for a feast. To their surprise, a spotted leopard appeared. Just as they were engrossed in their consumption, a tremendous thunderclap erupted from the sky, accompanied by a crackling sound. At that moment, they genuinely believed their ostentatious display had attracted divine wrath. Yet, after waiting in vain for new wounds to appear, they instead found their energy amplified tenfold. Thus, they discovered a new avenue for enhancing their power, awaiting storms when subtle currents would manifest. A year swiftly passed and they evolved, even able to manifest their current forms and roam freely. They returned to their homeland, revisiting familiar places and attempting to retrieve their past bodies from wells, hoping to restore their human forms. However, Centuries had passed, and the flesh had long since decayed, leaving only scattered bones. They were unwilling to accept this fate. Li Yanli interjects, "Have you never considered leveraging others?" The elder's gaze flickers, evasive. "How hypocritical. You are still harming others." The elder, unable to conceal the truth, admits to numerous trials that all ended in failure due to the soul's incompatibility. Thus, they place their hopes solely on their own bones, interring them carefully in the well, setting up formations to nurture them with the essence of the earth over time. They thought their days would pass peacefully, continuing as a great tree to absorb nature's energy while watching over their descendant, Lewis. Little did they know that one day, what he has shared echoes closely with the information Li Yanli gleaned from the old hag's mind. The previous lightning strike was no coincidence. It was an energy supply from extraterrestrial beings. These beings sought to benefit the banyan tree and subsequently implanted chips to control them, forcing them to act on their behalf. The witches were also part of the alien invasion plan that unfolded over the past 3 years. The conjoined banyan tree was their upper echelon, responsible for receiving messages from headquarters and disseminating them far and wide. Naturally, they were also tasked with expanding their network and recruiting lower-tier members. Individuals like the drunkard and Lewis were considered higher-level puppets capable of executing missions. Those of lower status, such as Lu Susu, lacked even the qualification to undertake tasks, merely serving as vessels for nourishment. Li Yanli recalls that the drunkard's designation is 105, indicating that there are at least 104 others of his tier. They must obtain the roster to extract these infiltrators. This is the critical information she seeks to pursue further. Unfortunately, a more sophisticated password has been established, and she cannot unlock it at present. Speak of what you know regarding the secrets of the Earth's core. The elder, compelled to reveal, confesses. As the foremost task executors on Earth, we have had the opportunity to participate in several remote meetings with extraterrestrials. From what we gathered, their interest in Earth is primarily due to the energy contained within the core. It seems to suggest that their planet is encountering a crisis and requires the core energy of our Earth to overcome the difficulties. Chapter 79. Coveting the Thunder Current. Is there more?
Li Yanli prasa.
The old man pondered for a moment before shaking his head.
Li Yanli prumta.
What about the Big Dipper formation? The old man's eyes darted nervously, unable to meet Li Yanli's gaze. My patience is finite. Jun Xianyuan, bring Lewis in. No. The old woman was the first to lose her composure, her gaze earnest. You only need to know that this formation can harness the power of the universe to create a formidable energy field. Beyond that, even if you force us, it would be futile. Then what about the personnel list? The old woman shook her head, her eyes filled with dread. Clearly, this was the crux. Revealing it would mean immediate death. The stars of the Big Dipper, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, correspond to 7 specific locations. Are there certain special substances within that maintain the formation? Upon hearing this, the old woman trembled uncontrollably, indicating that Li Yanli had struck a nerve. Suddenly, her expression sharpened, her voice rising. What do the aliens intend to do by gathering energy on Earth? Do they aim to annihilate humanity and seize our planet? You once were human. How can you stand by and watch as your home is taken by others? This statement caused the old man to abruptly look up at her before burying his head once more. His obsequious demeanor was transparent to Li Yanli. Deciding against further interrogation, she commanded, Jun Xianyuan, use your magic to purify. I hope that under the gradual permeation of light abilities, these 2 monsters can awaken. As soon as she emerged, all the men immediately surrounded her, expressions of concern on their faces. See Hanjiwe, are you alright? Prepare yourselves. We will depart soon. Once I finish communicating with the base, we will set sail. Shortly after, Jun Xianyuan completed the purification and emerged from the space. He remained the same person, yet his aura had shifted. No longer exuding the aura of justice and amiability, each of them now radiated hostility. With a knowing smile, he greeted, Hello, brothers. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Jun Xianyuan, but you may call me Brother Jun. The others, particularly Si Hanjiwe, disregarded this almost sovereign declaration, instead watching Li Yanli, fearing being relegated to a lesser status in her eyes. Li Yanli organized all the information using pen and paper, preparing for her report, and felt the collective silence of everyone upon her. She furrowed her brows. While Xiong did not object, she was inevitably distracted by the need to address matters at hand. Suddenly inspired, she thought, I will divide myself into 7. Let us converse separately. This unexpected turn left the 7 men bewildered. Ignoring their confusion, Li Yanli found a secluded room and, taking advantage of the established international network, quickly contacted the city base. She faced Deputy Commander Zhou and Commander Li. Swiftly relaying her suspicions, the emergence of the zombie virus was no coincidence, but rather a deliberate act by aliens aimed at seizing Earth and exploiting the energy within its core. In a bid to hasten humanity's demise, they had initiated a second phase of their plan, deploying a machine virus to mechanize humans, turning them into their puppets. She sought guidance and support. 1. Should the 7 nodes of the Big Dipper formation be destroyed? She feared that destroying one might disrupt the Earth's magnetic field, potentially unleashing catastrophic natural disasters. 2. She suspected that special elements were present within the nodes and requested a professional exploration team to continue their research. 3. Beyond the banyan tree monster. She suspected that there were alien-controlled mid-level leaders within each base and hoped for the establishment of special task forces to investigate and root out these traitors and their puppets. She attached numerous photos and video materials for their review. Deputy Commander Zhou and Commander Li were left speechless, clearly shocked by her revelations. Understanding her cautious nature, they recognized that she would not propose such theories unless she had gathered substantial evidence. After she concluded, Deputy Commander Zhou decisively stated, "I will report this to the higher-ups immediately and do my utmost to disseminate this information to other bases." After the meeting, Li Yanli sent a private message to Deputy Commander Zhou, "Beware of your superiors, the individuals under suspicion for the Dinosaur Project, who knew if they too were slaves of the aliens." The timing of the incidents 3 years ago seemed far too coincidental. At this critical juncture, Deputy Commander Zhou understood immediately, replying, "Understood. Thank you for the warning." The gravity of the situation prompted each base receiving the news to treat it with utmost seriousness. Yet they refrained from publicizing it widely for fear of inciting panic among the populace. When people lose hope for the future, they can resort to extreme measures, making management exceedingly difficult. Thus, the information remained confined to a small circle of high-ranking officials, classified as highly confidential. The base further instructed Li Yanli to refrain from taking any rash actions regarding the nodes and requested allied bases to safeguard the 3 nodes while awaiting further instructions. Additionally, they required the return of the infected individuals for treatment, which implicitly suggested research and observation, possibly leading to confinement and surveillance. Any emergence of a new virus necessitated humanity's utmost vigilance, a sentiment that was beyond reproach. Lu Susu appeared lost in thought, no longer the loud and boisterous person she once was. Before boarding the plane, she quietly thanked Li Yanli, her frail form and pale lips contrasting with her sincere smile. Such an immature girl. Li Yanli was disinclined to dwell on past grievances. However, the prospect of friendship was out of the question. Her obsessive cleanliness would not allow her to accept any woman who coveted her man. Lu Susu, unfazed by her attitude, took Hu Zhuang's arm, and the two boarded the plane, exuding a sense of strength and courage in the face of an uncertain future.
Li Yanli siga daepli.
For some reason, thoughts of her biological daughter suddenly flooded her mind. She had been away for 5 years. Prior to her departure, the girl was not yet 10 years old. Soon, she would be of age. Would she become entangled in matters of the heart or fall victim to some deceitful boy? She missed her dearly. Entering the space, she sought out the tightly confined old monsters, addressing the old woman. "You possess time abilities, do you not? If you do not disclose this, I shall have you eliminated immediately." After all, during her report, the two had already been marked as deceased. She was still uncertain about the identity of the traitor within the base. This creature was pivotal, and she certainly could not turn it over. Seeing the old woman hesitate, she cut to the chase. "Otherwise, how could we traverse from one end of the earth to the other?" The old woman nodded. "Indeed, but please believe me, I can only use it once at this moment."
Ha!
Li Yanli scoffed. "Truly, you must trust me. This ability consumes a great deal of energy. To be honest, I initially used it on you because of your group's potential. I thought that after consuming you, I would replenish the energy I expended. But it turned out to be a futile endeavor." Li Yanli interjected. "How did you acquire it? Did the aliens grant it to you?" "No, absolutely not. They only provide energy through thunder currents. The time abilities, along with the earth abilities, are awakened by us ourselves." The old man, wishing to spare her from further probing into her loved ones, hinted, "Perhaps those currents played a role." His words struck Li Yanli as discovering a new continent, revealing her role as a relentless exploiter of their plight. Chapter 80. Zombies have become sentient after personally experiencing the benefits of her duplicates. Li Yanli no longer faced the dilemma of balancing work and love. Observing Jun Qinyuan's pitiful demeanor as he insisted on returning to Z country with her, she felt a sense of resignation. I will create one to keep you company. Due to the larger number of individuals returning, 2 planes were necessary. To monitor these puppets, Li Yanli created another duplicate to accompany Lei Ying and Si Hanjua. She herself piloted a separate plane, taking Mu Fan, Gu Chenyang, Su Kaishi, and Xue Tang with her. Lei Ying quietly remarked to the pilot Si Hanjua, "What kind of audacity do those newcomers possess? They're novice pilots, and they don't even have a co-pilot, yet they dare to board?" The altitude was daunting, and even under ideal conditions, the journey would take several hours. However, with his reflective sunglasses, Si Hanjua exuded an air of aloof elegance. When occupied with tasks, he withdrew into silence, refusing to engage in conversation. Only the enticing curve of his well-defined lips, illuminated by the fading light of the artificial sun, hinted at his buoyant mood. How could he not feel elated? Just before departure, he had indulged in a quick meal, reassured by a certain woman that his status remained unchanged. Even if it were a mere fabrication, he embraced it wholeheartedly. Suddenly, Li Yanli, seated behind him, leaned in, casting a sidelong glance at Lei Ying. "You think I can't hear you?" He raised his fist. Before he could finish his threat, a sharp intake of breath interrupted him. "Wait, why isn't this cruise control working?" The moment those words left his mouth, the 4 men in the adjacent plane were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Mu Fan was terrified, yet he did not wish to add pressure to the pilot. Cautiously, he suggested, "Could it be that the manual mode is still activated?" "It seems so," came the reply. The 4 men, gripping their parachutes tightly, were poised to don them at a moment's notice. Gu Chenyang, slightly bolder, offered, "Sister, are you tired? Would you like me to take over for a bit?" Before the driver could respond, he found himself ensnared by the blood python, its coils tightening around his face, neck, arms, and legs, leaving no part of him unbound. The serpent hissed, "If you can make me nauseous while driving, how do you expect to pilot a plane?" Opportunities for Gu Chenyang to take the wheel were rare. They had only experienced it once underground. The erratic motions and abrupt braking had left the men unwilling to endure a second round. Su Kaishi, a new member who had recently regained his humanity, found himself bewildered by his role. However, within just a few hours, he had discerned the truth. None of them were virtuous, all entangled with the enigmatic woman ahead. They had all bent the knee for a few grains of rice. Gazing out the window, he pondered the potential calamity that could befall the aircraft. Why on earth wasn't I bitten by a pterosaur back then? As the men continued their idle chatter, the woman suddenly adopted a serious tone. "Are you saying this machine virus is temporarily non-contagious? Are you certain?" The response seemed reassuring, yet the context of the conversation suggested otherwise. In the airplane, such communication was improbable, especially without a signal. It was evident that another version of her was conversing elsewhere. Li Yanli observed their naive expressions, revealing a smug smile. The ability to split her consciousness was intriguing. Not only could she synchronize her actions seamlessly, but she also maintained control over her words. If she wished to speak, she could. If not, they remained oblivious. This skill profoundly tested her mental fortitude, akin to a multitasking mistress, perpetually on the run.
"Ouch!"
she exclaimed, accidentally brushing against the door frame. Stealing a glance in the rearview mirror, she saw the men eyeing her with suspicion. The blood python finally relinquished its hold on Gu Chenyang, shifting its attention to Li Yanli. "Since we've activated autopilot, why not rest? I'll keep watch for any approaching birds." The following evening, the aircraft transporting the puppeteers arrived safely at the city base. Li Yanli did not make an appearance, delegating the handover of the puppeteer duties to the 2 men. She sought to conceal her splitting ability while also guarding against potential disturbances caused by the puppeteers, who remained unconscious throughout the journey. After disembarking, they were revived with antidotes in a military vehicle. Once the puppeteers were handed over, one of the planes was retracted, and everyone regrouped to head to the grain base in City J. Upon the sudden arrival of the aircraft, a militia composed of several dozen individuals promptly surrounded them, weapons drawn and eyes wary. "Put your hands up." Due to communication failures, Deputy Commander Zhou and his team could not provide advance notice, leading to a misunderstanding. Once Li Yanli emerged to explain, the militia members parted. The leader, Chi Tian, overwhelmed with emotion upon realizing they were reinforcements, wept openly. A grown man, reduced to tears for so long, was a sight to behold. The men and women behind him mirrored his sentiments. Their tattered clothes and bruised faces a testament to their struggles. This scene served as a stark reminder to Li Yanli and her companions. Their own relative comfort did not signify the end of the apocalypse. On the contrary, the condition of these survivors indicated that the situation had likely worsened in recent days. Everyone, please stop crying. Let's find a place to discuss the specifics, Li Yanli urged. Okay, Chi Tian replied, wiping his eyes and regaining composure. Aware of her spatial abilities, which she did not keep secret, Li Yanli produced energy bars, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and bottled water, instructing several men to distribute them. The scene was pitiful. Some militia members tore into the instant noodles, eating them dry, revealing their dire hunger. How long has it been since you last ate?
Li Yanli inquiret tantatibeli.
Chi Tian pondered for a moment. At least 10 days since we've had a proper meal. 10 days ago, we lost many trying to send out a distress signal. After that, the city was completely overrun by zombies, forcing us to flee into the fields to survive. But look, the corn has just begun to form. It's hardly enough to stave off hunger. After about 10 minutes, they were brought to a farmhouse. The newly constructed courtyard was neat and tidy, adorned with auspicious symbols, indicating a recent wedding. Among the group, one named He Tianyu, a local villager, lamented, "The men have all turned into zombies." He choked on his words. The women were taken by them. What do you mean? A frightened 17 or 18-year-old girl interjected, "Sister, you might not know, but the zombies have evolved. The ones above level 4 are now seeking out women."
With that,
she broke into tears. Upon inquiry, they learned that the bride was from a neighboring village and was actually her cousin. Chapter 81. Building the base. The sight of their suffering stirred sympathy in Li Yanli. To ensure they could eat well, she produced rice, flour, some frozen meat, and vegetables. Many of the male and female team members were skilled cooks and eagerly accepted her offerings, rushing into the kitchen to prepare dinner. After a round of conversation, Li Yanli learned that the corn had just been pollinated and would take at least 2 months to harvest. It seemed they would be staying for an extended period. Just as they contemplated establishing a temporary base in the village, a sentry rushed back with alarming news. "It's bad. Captain Li, it's terrible. The horde of zombies is coming." The sentry, Chi Tian's younger brother, was 18 and a high school senior. He was thin but full of vitality.
"Brother, those scoundrels are back."
Spotting snacks on the bed,
he flashed a smile at Li Yanli.
Seeing no objection, he cautiously approached and grabbed a pack of snacks to eat. Chi Tian explained, "You see, these rascals occasionally invade our territory. We live in constant vigilance, sleeping with one eye open." Just then, another team member burst in. "Captain, hurry. Lu Peng and the others can't hold on any longer." "Is that so? They are quite formidable, aren't they?" Liang could no longer contain his anger. He had heard Chi Tian describe how common level 2 zombies had become, with many at level 3, and even some at level 4. Their agility enabled them to evade attacks, a stark contrast to the level 2 zombies he had encountered at Qing University. He could hardly wait. "Captain, give the order. Let's take them down." "Agreed," Li Yanli nodded. "But be cautious. Do not underestimate them." After Liang dashed out, Li Yanli and the others quickly followed. By the time they arrived, Liang and the militia were already embroiled in combat with over 100 zombies. Although he had anticipated this scenario, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. This was the agility of level 3 zombies, capable of evading Liang's strikes. Far more responsive than the level 2 zombies he had previously encountered. Upon closer inspection, one can discern subtle expressions on the face, reminiscent of a gorilla, capable of conveying joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. The signs of decay on the body are nearly imperceptible, with flesh and bone intact. Most notably, the hands exhibit what you referred to as the evolved bone fork. Indeed, it is. That implement is as hard as iron, allowing us brothers to maintain an advantage with cold weapons against second-tier zombies. However, against these third-tier ones, we are completely at a disadvantage. Li Yanli narrowed her eyes, surveying all the zombies. Not only were there bone forks, but some had even evolved wings. I estimated at least 10 third-tier zombies. It's too difficult for Liang to handle them alone. Si Hanjue, go assist him. Yes. Si Hanjue's lightning abilities are still at the second tier, but due to frequent usage recently, he is trending towards advancement. He could have taken the crystal core reagent, but being a pragmatic individual, he prefers to take steady steps,
which is why he is held back.
Tonight's arrival of these zombies may indeed be an opportunity. Senior sister, I want to go too. Gu Chenyang's speed ability awakened first. Yet he remains at the first tier level, unable to match the flying abilities. It is indeed time for him to gain some experience. Go ahead. Gu Chenyang is a bit of a troublemaker. Once he joins, leading these troublesome zombies is akin to walking a dog, and soon they are scattered. The zombies resembling leaders inside are left gnashing their teeth in frustration, sending out brain waves to regroup, but alas, the first-tier zombies are too dull to react swiftly. Only a few second-tier zombies can respond in time, abandoning the pursuit of Gu Chenyang to continue entangling with the two in the battle circle. Si Hanjue's lightning blade finds no advantage against the zombies' bone spikes and other derivatives, narrowly avoiding being pierced several times. Yet he perseveres, employing various lightning skills, causing the zombies' heads to buzz. For the time being, he is not in immediate danger. Lower-tier zombies fall one after another, some struck down by gunfire, others beaten senseless by Lei Ying's powers, and some are led by Gu Chenyang into ditches from which they cannot rise. In any case, out of over 100, only about 20 remain soon after. In the chaos, the leader zombie inadvertently has its head pierced by Lei Ying's mighty hand, collapsing instantly, dead beyond revival. With the leader's demise, the others hastily flee. The slower first-tier zombies are all harvested by Lei Ying. The retreating ones are merely a few third-tier and second-tier zombies. He wishes to pursue, but Li Yanli calls him back, cautioning against rash actions. Her expression is serious. Has she forgotten what Qi Tian said about the entire city being overrun? If online information is accurate, before the apocalypse, J City had a population of over 80,000. What does that imply? This statement instantly doused everyone with cold water. Yes, even if they possess formidable individual combat abilities, they cannot withstand a war of attrition against zombies. In such a scenario, their small group stands no chance. Li Yanli decisively declares, "We must build a city, an overnight effort, right here at the old site of Qi Family Village." Deputy Commander Zhou attempts to deceive her, claiming that this is still within a controllable range, merely needing to gather supplies. It is evident that they want her to confront the zombie tide. Just then, a call comes through, precisely from Deputy Commander Zhou. "Yanli, I apologize on behalf of the entire assault team. I am left with no choice. We cannot spare personnel. The other 9 cities we oversee are in somewhat better condition, but the situation remains grave. In essence, the message is clear. Those capable must bear more responsibility. You are able, hence you are dispatched to tackle the most arduous tasks. After the mission, there will be rewards and promises." Li Yanli hangs up the phone, her thoughts drifting. As the saying goes, danger coexists with opportunity. Perhaps it is time to consider independent actions. All Earth-type ability users, please step forward. I would appreciate your assistance tonight. Lei Ying, having just achieved victory, is eager to join. I can lift stones and cement. Li Yanli shoots him a glance. I did not say I do not need you. I merely require a division of labor, so why the rush? Later, several individuals gather around a dining table, eating and discussing. The first step is to build walls. Earth-type ability users will lay the foundation, while the strength users will handle transportation and mixing of the mud. Other craftsmen, as long as they are skilled and meticulous,
Can join in.
Gu Chenyang, you are in charge of patrolling and recording contributions, which can later be exchanged for base points. As soon as these words are spoken, all the men immediately understand. Is this an indication of independent actions? However, none are foolish enough to voice this in front of outsiders. Qi Tian's ability to form a self-defense team proves he is not lacking in intellect. They quickly grasp the underlying implications and pledge their loyalty. Captain Li, we are merely a self-defense team. Within, there are various personnel, and with such diverse abilities, it is challenging to ensure self-defense. May we follow you in the future, and request your support for our members? Seeing Li Yanli fix her gaze upon him, he confidently assures, rest assured. Anyone who has made it this far with me is undoubtedly reliable. Chapter 82. Formation of 6 squads. Upon uttering these words, an unexpected pain strikes his head, nearly causing him to falter. Yet Qi Tian does not associate it with any spiritual awakening, as there is no one around exhibiting psychic abilities, nor anyone reaching the 4th tier. He merely attributes it to his recent lack of sleep. Apologizing with a smile, he states, I am just fatigued, but rest assured, I can still work tonight. Li Yanli finally smiles. Your suggestion is commendable. Coincidentally, the base allows me to form a team of 50, and I have yet to finalize my plans. Since we have met, why not incorporate you all? Chi Tian's group consists of over 50 members, which would exceed the limit. Yet it matters little. With no oversight from above, such minor discrepancies will go unnoticed. Although she has decided to establish a base, she will not immediately declare her separation from the city base. The resources there exceed her expectations, and furthermore, humanity's enemies are evidently shifting from zombies and mutant beasts towards extraterrestrial threats. Unity should be the prevailing theme. Internal strife would be self-destructive, unless absolutely necessary. She will not commit such folly. After Chi Tian joins, to demonstrate sincerity, he directly informs his subordinates that he has become one of them. Everyone must heed the command of the base commander, Li Yanli. Li Yanli is not one to be overly polite. Dividing them into 5 small groups according to gender ratio and ability composition, each comprising around 10 individuals. Additionally, she designates a leader for each group, all of whom are her own personnel. The teams are named after ancient texts. The Red Phoenix team, led by Si Hanjue, responsible for ranged attacks. The Yuanzhu team, led by Liang, responsible for close combat. The Qinghuan team, led by Xue Tan, responsible for ambushes. The Yuzhu team, led by Gu Chenyang, responsible for reconnaissance and aerial strikes, and the Honghu team, led by Mu Fan, responsible for research and medical care. Under the night sky, Li Yanli stands upon the platform at the village committee's entrance, gazing at the newly formed teams, feeling a sense of something missing.
Yes.
The thoughtful individual to manage finances and supplies has yet to arrive. Just then, a report comes from outside. Commander, there is a person claiming to be Sister Hua, who says she knows you and wishes to meet. Li Yanli's heart leaps with joy. Please, show her in. Though she says this, she has already jumped down from the platform to personally greet her. When it comes to attentiveness, no one surpasses a woman. Sister Hua. The days apart feel like an eternity. The two embrace warmly, and Sister Hua's face beams with joy as she sizes her up, expressing relief that they are all alive and unharmed. Li Yanli nods in agreement, then glances at the 7 or 8 individuals following her. The first 2 are old acquaintances, Lu Yao and Wang Xiaofei. Come, let us go inside to talk. After their conversation, it becomes clear that there are internal issues within the T-City base, with factions forming severely. Unable to tolerate it, Sister Hua brought a few trusted individuals to leave the base and seek independent actions, fortuitously passing by Qi family village. Upon inquiring, I discovered that Li Yanli had already arrived. Since you are establishing a base, what need do I have to toil alone? If you do not mind, allow me to assist you. Approaching 40, although I have awakened my powers, my physical condition renders me unsuitable for frontline combat. Sister Hua, it is time to secure a good path for yourself. Li Yanli smiled, for she welcomed such assistance. She appreciated those who possessed capability, experience, and discernment. Thus, a logistics team was formed within the ranks which, in the future, would evolve into her logistics department. Li Yanli glanced at Wang Xiaofei waiting outside. They exchanged hushed words. So, have you managed to win him over? Sister Hua is indeed formidable. On the night prior to their parting at the protection zone, due to excessive celebration, she had drunkenly entangled herself with the well-meaning, single man, Wang Xiaofei. Although Wang Xiaofei wielded fire abilities and could have resisted, under the influence of alcohol, Sister Hua had surprisingly prevailed. Li Yanli later pondered that while Sister Hua had a penchant for flirtation, it was unlikely she would be so indiscriminate in her affections. Perhaps she had considered Li Yanli's interests, wishing to avoid outsiders within her team. Not only did Sister Hua refrain from expressing a desire to join, but she also led Wang Xiaofei away. Such consideration only deepened Li Yanli's hope for Sister Hua's romantic journey to be smoother. Life is more than half over. Encountering a good man to share it with would be a blessing. Sister Hua shot her a glance, exclaiming, "Isn't that obvious? With my charm, who could I not captivate? Were it not for the apocalypse, I would hardly glance at a 30-something old virgin." Though she did not voice it directly, Li Yanli understood her completely and could not help but laugh heartily. That was splendid. Sister Hua then introduced her to other members of the team, all of whom shared a bond of life and death with her. They possessed various common abilities, creating a balanced dynamic. Strength in numbers. 3 days later, the base was fully established. During this time, small groups of zombies approached, but without exception, they came merely to offer crystal cores. Li Yanli had many tasks ahead of her, necessitating frequent comings and goings. Being hands-on was rather inconvenient. Thus, she eagerly hoped to elevate her spatial abilities to the next level. This enhancement would allow her to bring more individuals into her space. Upon learning this, a few men willingly offered her their crystal cores and even their share of core reagents. After an intensive session of study, her spatial abilities finally ascended to level 3. Testing it, she found she could now bring up to 10 people into her space. Mu Fan suggested that core equipment and technology could be stored within her space. Generally, it was advisable to establish an external laboratory to avoid attracting attention. Li Yanli nodded in agreement and produced 2 sets of surgical equipment, one set dedicated to research on dinosaurs and aliens, which she placed in the repurposed laboratory,
entrusting it to them.
If they needed anything further, they were to ask her. We must expedite our research into the whereabouts of the aliens. If we can pinpoint their location, we might seize the initiative to construct a spacecraft and preemptively eliminate them. Those who are not of our kind must be eradicated, regardless of distance. Gu Chenyang quickly approached. Senior sister, I wish to join as well. I can write programs. And what of your own team?
Li Yanli asked, surprised.
Despite his youth, Gu Chenyang's character suggested he might be lacking in leadership skills. However, Qi Tian's reliability was reassuring, albeit they were not yet familiar. For the time being, she could only rely on familial ties. Gu Chenyang replied nonchalantly, Qi Ge is also a flight ability user. He can handle it, so don't worry. Then why should I appoint you as captain? Li Yanli mused, shifting her gaze to the energetic Qi brothers outside. The strongest bonds of connection are forged through shared experiences. Chapter 83. Why must we endure threats? What is the status? The walls of the base, forged from a millennium of black iron, make it exceedingly difficult for zombies to breach. Consequently, Li Yanli has devoted her energies to research lately, spending half her days in the laboratory. Mu Fan, please update me on Professor Zhou's research concerning the puppets, she requested. They discovered that this machine virus is only effective on mammals, he explained, and Li Yanli breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I was genuinely concerned that it could affect all living beings. Professor Zhou further noted that, thus far, the puppet's behavior remained relatively normal. Indeed, this aligns with the feedback provided by Jun Qianyuan's adoptive parents. Their emotions and behaviors, joy, anger, sorrow, and delight, along with their habits of eating and dressing, mimic those of ordinary individuals. Gu Chenyang peeked out from behind the machine casing, adding, either their level is too low, rendering them merely a tool for human manipulation, or the aliens are on guard and have yet to make their next move.
Li Yanli sighed in exasperation.
Didn't T.I. instruct you to locate a woman named Sun Xiaomei at the zombie base? What progress have you made? Gu Chenyang immediately stood, his expression serious. I apologize. Senior sister, there are simply too many zombies, and I have yet to find her.
Be swift about it.
This woman seems to have never been bitten by a zombie. Rescuing her could potentially aid our research into the behaviors and ideologies of level 4 zombies. Understood, he responded, before promptly returning to his task of connecting wires.
Li Yanli sighed in disbelief. Who did you send?
That would be Qi Ge. Qi Tian was indeed capable, having quickly made Gu Chenyang reliant upon him in mere days. Never mind, everyone has their own preferences, I want to force it. Li Yanli finally resolved to focus her attention on the Qi brothers. Greetings, Captain. Qi Di was a bright, sunny youth of 18, resembling a flower bud, blissfully unaware of the hardships that lay ahead. I heard you were set to take your college entrance exams in just a few months. Do you have a school in mind? Li Yanli feigned casual conversation, expertly charming the youth. Qi Di, innocent and unassuming, could not fathom the depths of her intentions. In his eyes, she was the leader of their Longting base, a legendary genius who had awakened 5 elemental powers, and a strikingly beautiful woman whose commanding presence left him in awe. Most importantly, she was their savior, relieving them of concerns regarding food and shelter. The naive boy had no inkling of any ulterior motives. Standing at an imposing height of 1.89 meters, he flashed a dazzling smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His cousin, with an outgoing personality, chimed in, You wouldn't believe it, Captain. He is the brightest student in our village, consistently ranking first in the key class at City No. 1 High School. What a pity that the apocalypse has delayed his future. With a spear in hand, She gazed forlornly into the distance, lamenting when they might return to peace so that this boy could take his exams. Exams, you say? Attending college isn't the only way to realize one's ambitions. How about this? Starting tomorrow, Chidi, you can join the laboratory as a technician. Oh, by the way, which research direction do you prefer? Upon hearing he could learn a skill, Chidi beamed with delight. Really? I've been thinking about how the captain writes programs, which seems really impressive. I'd like to learn electronic development and program design. Is that okay? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, embodying the innocence of youth. Li Yanli felt an urge to spare him the burdens of the world. With a gentle smile, she observed, though we are both 18. Modern boys are noticeably less mature than those from ancient times. Chidi shared a similar disposition with Gu Chenyang, both exuding a pure, sunny demeanor, viewing everyone through a lens of inherent goodness. Now, having mingled together, Chidi had fully absorbed Gu Chenyang's foolishness. Time would prove that exceptional children shine brightly wherever they go. This boy not only worked diligently, but also possessed intelligence. In just a few days, he grasped the basics. Together with Gu Chenyang, they spent their days coding and experimenting with chips, delving into radio communication, their shared workspace in disarray with wires and electronic components strewn about. Before long, their untidiness encroached upon the territory of the fastidious scientist, Su Kaishi. He frowned internally, yet maintained a gentle and courteous demeanor. Gu Chenyang, might I kindly ask you to respect the boundaries of our shared workspace? He inquired, gesturing toward the white line that marked their separation. The conditions were indeed challenging, as the two shared a single laboratory, with only a desk serving as a divider. While they had agreed to share, Gu Chenyang and his companions seemed to have taken liberties, extending their mess beyond acceptable limits. Chidi discerned the unspoken meaning behind the words and promptly rushed over, displaying remarkable agility as he tidied up, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry. Allow me to take care of this. At last, his half of the area was revealed. Su Kaishi summoned clean water, rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, and diligently began to wipe. He arranged the thermos box meticulously, carefully placing several reagent bottles inside. Chidi leaned closer. Brother Kaishi, what is this?
Sure.
Su Kaishi shot him a wary glance. Don't touch anything. Be careful not to damage my precious dragon gene samples. Gu Chenyang also grew curious, sliding his chair over. Is there a new variety?
So soon.
Su Kaishi shot him a disapproving look. How could I possibly be quick about it? His gaze drifted towards the dormitory building, recalling the woman's words. She demanded the most ferocious one. If I can't produce it within 6 months, I want food to eat. Chidi, eager to speak the truth, chimed in. Brother Kaishi, with your skills, wouldn't you have no trouble finding sustenance at other bases? The remark left Su Kaishi momentarily stunned. Indeed. Why should I be threatened by her? I am free now. Am I not? However, Gu Chenyang saw through it all, patting Chidi's head. You silly child, don't inquire about everything. Hurry up. Senior sister wants a lightning current receiver. Oh, coming right up. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, damn it, why are these pests so sensitive? Retreat. In J City, at the zombie base, Chi Tian led several subordinates on a mission to locate someone. After just a few steps, they were detected by the zombie guards. As they ran, Wu Shuang shouted, Brother Chi, why not come at night? Wandering around the warehouse in broad daylight, it's no wonder we're spotted. Chi Tian berated him. Are you foolish? They are far more alert at night. They rely on smell and hearing, not sight. Soon, the number of first and second-tier zombies trailing behind them increased alarmingly. In a state of panic, they became lost within the vast warehouse. It was understandable, as the thousands of square meters were filled with towering shelves, all remarkably similar in appearance. More and more zombies converged from every direction. In a moment of desperation, Chi Tian grabbed Wu Shuang and another subordinate, hoisting them to the highest point. When he attempted to rescue another companion, he discovered they were gone, replaced by a sea of ravenous zombies below, their mouths agape and dripping. Chi Tian felt a surge of guilt, believing his comrade had been devoured. But this was not the time for recklessness. He had no doubt that jumping down would lead to being torn apart by the zombies. Wu Shuang, fiery in temperament, conjured flames in her palms, declaring, I'd rather burn myself than be caught by them. The girl was indeed the cousin, Sun Xiaomei, who had been taken. They had come together to search for her. Just then, a sharp pain pierced the back of her neck, and she fainted. Chapter 84. Discovery of zombie virus antibodies. Li Yanli knocked out several individuals and tossed them into her spatial realm, then utilized the space to evade the encroaching zombies below. She found a row of shelves to take cover behind and simultaneously dispatched dozens of clones to search for survivors. The efficiency was remarkable. Before long, Li Yanli located the dwelling of the zombie lord, situated within an office inside the warehouse. The sounds emanating from within were unmistakably lewd, indicative of debauchery in broad daylight. Li Yanli recalled all her clones and concealed them in her space. Peering through the crack of the door, she noted that the office furniture had been repurposed into makeshift beds. A pale-skinned zombie, completely naked and facing away from her, was engaged in rhythmic movements. What the hell?
Li Yanli exclaimed in disbelief.
The sight was truly shocking. In her fury, she seized her sword and thrust it forward. To her astonishment, despite her swift actions, the lord evaded her strike, leaving only a shallow cut on its skull. Viscous, greenish liquid oozed forth, grotesque in appearance. The woman beneath the zombie reacted with shock, quickly rolling away and scrambling to her feet to dress in haste. The situation was pitiful. Her attire was tattered, remnants of what she wore before being captured. Yet, she exhibited no signs of despair or madness, earning Li Yanli's admiration. For the first time, she resolved to risk exposure to save someone. The zombie lord possessed keen hearing. Currently scouring the entrance, Li Yanli had no time to subdue the woman before pulling her into the spatial realm. Once inside, she gestured towards the river. Go wash up. After scanning her mind, Li Yanli realized this was indeed the newlywed Sun Xiaomei, Wu Shuang's cousin. Sun Xiaomei regarded her curiously. Is this your space? Upon receiving a nod from Li Yanli, she produced a raw sweet potato from her own space and began munching on it. Oh, you must be starving. Allow me to fetch you something to eat. It became clear that she was an ability user of spatial manipulation, which explained her survival amidst the zombies. The undead only consumed flesh and blood, showing no interest in food. Without any cognitive awareness, they could not provide sustenance for Sun Xiaomei. By the time Li Yanli returned with cooked food, Sun Xiaomei had finished her sweet potato and was now crouching by the river, drinking water. With her face now clean, her true beauty emerged. She appeared quite charming, approximately 23 or 24 years of age. She accepted the warm bowl of congee, a corn on the cob, and a bottle of mineral water from Li Yanli, finally able to relax after 2 weeks of tension. Overcome with emotion, she burst into tears, startling the birds in the nearby trees into flight. Li Yanli, eager to escape the warehouse, had no time for lengthy conversations. An hour later, they finally arrived safely at the base. At that moment, Sun Xiaomei had already bathed and remained in the water, waiting for Li Yanli to attend to her before speaking. Hello, could you lend me a set of clothing? I apologize, my spatial abilities just awakened, and the space is quite small. Before being captured, I had only stored food. Nothing else. During their conversation, Li Yanli learned of Sun Xiaomei's noble character. After their village fell, she had hidden alongside the villagers, and when resources ran thin, she shared her meager food supply with everyone, leaving her with only a few sweet potatoes before her capture. Li Yanli quickly found a complete set of clean clothes for her. Upon discovering that the outfit was a base uniform, Sun Xiaomei finally smiled. I can't believe I made it out alive. Cousin, Wu Shuang exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, her breath hitching from sobs. Sun Xiaomei, more composed, patted her back. Stop crying. We don't want to give the captain a reason to laugh at us. She had already grasped the situation at the base after her brief time outside the spatial realm. Wu Shuang, having spent more time with Li Yanli, was aware of her temperament. As long as they did not hinder her, she would not be overly strict with her subordinates. They then recounted the losses of their relatives, embracing each other in sorrow. Finally, Wu Shuang inquired, Cousin, were you rescued by the captain as well? Sun Xiaomei nodded, omitting any mention of Li Yanli's spatial abilities. She refrained from revealing that they had all been knocked out and carried back by the captain. Understanding the captain's cautious nature, she felt immense gratitude for the risk taken to save her in a moment of crisis. After reminiscing, she turned to Li Yanli, Captain. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. In a laboratory examination room, the two awaited results with bated breath. At last, Mu Fan exclaimed with joy. Yen, this is wonderful. There is hope. Humanity can be saved. He spun around excitedly, clutching the report.
Li Yanli.
Do you mean to say that Cold May's blood contains antibodies against the zombie virus? Cold May was indeed Sun Xiaomei. This girl possessed a truly independent spirit and had endured a harrowing half-month, a memory she would prefer to forget. Life must begin anew. Even the name has been changed to Lingmei. Indeed. Mu Fan danced with joy, playfully touching her face. Do you know? With this vial of blood as a reference, we can replicate more serum samples. Perhaps in the near future, the zombie serum antibodies will become widespread. Passive immunity to the zombie virus is one of the most pressing topics of concern for major bases since the apocalypse. However, previous extractions have all had side effects after application, and the results were not significant. Yet, Sun Xiaomei's case is different. She confided to Li Yanli that the level 4 zombie lord has developed nearly human-like thought processes and primal sexual urges. But it is evidently still lacking in intelligence and emotional capacity. Each time it attempted to force itself upon her, she would suffer beatings if she resisted. Eventually, Sun Xiaomei learned to feign compliance, which reduced the frequency of her torment. This allowed her the opportunity to secretly find food and water, enabling her to survive. Sun Xiaomei also mentioned that the skin of the level 4 zombies no longer rots. Aside from an unmistakable, unhealthy grayish hue, they are indistinguishable from humans. However, their eyes remain bloodless, resembling two soulless orbs. The rapid movement of their eyes signifies the awakening of their intelligence. The faster they spin, the higher their IQ and level. Furthermore, their derivatives, such as bone spurs and bone knives, are sharper and more lethal than those of level 3 zombies. Finally, Lingmei cautiously reminded Li Yanli, expressing relief that she had not attempted to confront the level 4 zombie head-on, as it had awakened new skills, including the ability to spit acid and spray flames, with a range of up to 5 meters. While the flames were manageable, the acid would create a significant wound if it came into contact without special protection. As for how Lingmei realized she possessed antibodies, it was because other zombies, during a moment of vulnerability, attempted to bite her, yet she found herself unharmed. This led Li Yanli to suspect that Lingmei might actually possess the same replication ability as her. Indeed, she named it the replication ability. Thus far, no base has mentioned such a power. In simple terms, when a man and woman engage intimately, the woman can replicate the man's abilities. Therefore, when facing zombies, it likely means that antibodies are produced directly from the blood. In a gesture of reciprocity, Li Yanli shared this discovery with Lingmei, leaving her to decide how to proceed as long as it posed no threat to the base or to herself. Chapter 85. Zombie Mother Lingmei possesses spatial abilities and is currently best suited for the logistics team under Sister Hua. Her courageous and resolute character resonates well with Sister Hua, who takes great care of her. Whenever a male in the team makes light of her abduction, he faces Sister Hua's wrath. As a result, the team has developed a newfound respect for their captain. After half a month of trials, a serum capable of countering the zombie virus has been successfully replicated. Li Yanli places great importance on this development. Accompanied by Mu Fan and a newly trained nurse from their team, they venture into the zombie-infested areas to find those who have recently been bitten. The first batch of serum consists of only 50 doses, and they manage to locate nearly all the subjects by midday. Just as they are about to instruct the team to bring them back, a soldier suddenly exclaims, "Captain, there's a zombie here." Li Yanli is puzzled. Since level 4 zombies have developed a lordly consciousness, the surrounding zombies have mostly been gathered under its command. There should be no stragglers left. This must be a newly bitten human, or one who has been bitten for no more than a few hours. The location where the zombie was found is a dense reed marsh. The soldier, gun in hand, hesitates to fire, his eyes turning red. "Captain, you should take a look." Li Yanli leads the team through the reeds and approaches cautiously. This scene is sure to evoke shock and emotion in anyone. The zombie is clearly a young mother. Her face is already starting to decay, and she has lost her human awareness, emitting only the hoarse sounds of a cornered beast. Just as the soldier prepares to shoot her as she lunges towards her 2 children, Li Yanli intervenes.
Wait.
Upon closer inspection, Mu Fan realizes that the infection must be at least 3 days old. He notices the empty area around them and the fish bones left scattered on the grass. Astonished that she has been eating fish instead of humans, his gaze shifts to the 2 children, approximately 5 years old, a boy and a girl. The children stare at them with fearful eyes, their expressions reflecting a mix of confusion and sorrow, devoid of joy at the prospect of being saved. Before the zombie mother can advance, they have already nestled closer to her. The girl, having developed her verbal skills earlier, pleads, "Please don't hurt my mommy. I beg you. We can't be without her." The utterance of mother causes the zombie mother, driven by an insatiable hunger for flesh, to suddenly freeze. Her hollow eyes fixate on Li Yanli and her group, drooling in anticipation of their scent. The soldier raises his weapon protectively in front of Li Yanli, questioning, "What should we do, Captain?" Since the apocalypse, humanity's conscience and nature have been tested countless times. Betrayals by friends and family have become all too common. Yet, they have never encountered a situation like this. Mu Fan is also deeply moved, considering it might represent a form of evolution among zombies. Could there not also be a positive development stemming from emotional ties? This is undoubtedly worthy of study. Li Yanli appears to share this sentiment, but she wishes to conduct one final test. She steps forward. Don't grab me, Mommy." The little girl misunderstands, crying out in alarm and clinging tighter to her mother. Even with the stench of decay, she shows no signs of revulsion. The boy mirrors her actions, and the three huddle together. The allure of fresh flesh tests the zombie mother's restraint. Her eyes redden, and her breathing quickens. Just as Li Yanli prepares to strike with her dagger, the zombie mother suddenly remains motionless, struggling against her primal instincts. Saliva pooling in her mouth as she endures immense pain. With swift reflexes, Li Yanli yanks the two children into her embrace and retreats a few steps. The children kick and scream, but she pays no heed, fixated on the zombie mother. Ultimately, maternal love triumphs over all. Her instincts surface, suppressing her cannibalistic desires as she stumbles forward, attempting to reclaim her children. This scene stirs deep emotions among everyone present. The younger women cannot help but shed tears. They miss their mothers. Mu Fan, give her the last syringe. The newly developed zombie virus serum is costly, and given the scarcity of medicine in this post-apocalyptic world, each dose is precious. Their original plan was to only treat those bitten for less than 5 hours. However, the greatness of maternal love commands their respect, warranting an exception. With the help of the soldiers, Mu Fan successfully administers the serum into the zombie mother's arm. The little girl finally realizes that the individuals in white coats are possibly there to save her mother. "Brother, they're saving Mommy." Upon hearing this, the boy ceases his struggles. Li Yanli offers them bread and candies, bringing both the children and their mother back to the base. Another half-month passes. The feedback reports from the first batch of experimental subjects receiving the anti-zombie virus serum are released to various bases. In total, 50 samples have been collected. The results from the other 49 samples indicate the serum antibodies effectively inhibit the rate of zombification. At least half a month has passed, and most individuals still possess relatively intact skin, with no apparent foul odor. However, one individual stands out. This mother has not only halted her deterioration but has also noticeably regained some consciousness and body temperature. She no longer attacks the medical staff who enter, and she gazes longingly at her children, unable to tear her eyes away. Chapter 86. Harvesting the Milk. Brother Professor Zhou excitedly called, filled with envy. Mu Fan, "You little rascal, you truly are a talent. What did I previously say?" The best approach to studying the new virus is to delve deep into the heart of the matter, seeking more samples. Look at us confined to the base. We can only conduct small sample experiments, which is far too slow. Mu Fan refrained from basking in glory. He would not proclaim the noble sacrifice of a woman named Lung Mei, who contributed to humanity at great personal cost. Feeling a nudge in his back, he quickly inquired, "Professor Zhou, how is your research on the zombie delay agent coming along? Could you share the formula with us? As you mentioned, studying amidst the zombies would greatly facilitate research applications." After a lengthy discussion, Professor Zhou, unable to resist Mu Fan's persuasion, finally shared the formula for the zombie delay agent. Mu Fan serum is primarily aimed at rescuing individuals who have been bitten by zombies but have not yet fully transformed. In contrast, Professor Zhou's delay agent is not intended to save the zombies, but to prevent them from becoming stronger, thus making them easier to eliminate by humans. The stages and objectives differ significantly. With hundreds of thousands of zombies present, acquiring this formula for mass production will have a monumental impact. Both the mass production of the serum and the delay agent require the establishment of production lines and a substantial workforce. The limited personnel at the Longting base is clearly insufficient. Consequently, Li Yanli dispatched 2 aircraft to rescue scattered survivors on the periphery. After training, they could quickly assume their roles. Thus, a month later, 2 production lines were established at the Longting base, and the number of members grew from dozens to hundreds. Each team was allocated over 100 individuals. For better management, team leaders were appointed who then continued to develop new leaders. Li Yanli became the base leader, earning the respect of others as Leader Li. To the outside world, she referred to their base as a branch of the city base, stating that she was merely the temporary leader. Despite this, the higher-ups of the city base began to harbor suspicions regarding her intentions. Within, two factions emerged, one led by Leader Zhao of the city base, who believed that Li Yanli, a polymath with abilities in 5 elements, would inevitably operate independently. They reasoned that her past challenges and successes within the base rendered her a valuable asset, and her discovery of the extraterrestrial origins of the zombie virus contributed immensely to humanity. The opposing faction, led by Commander Meng, held a more traditional view, asserting that without rules, chaos would ensue. If every Talon acted with such arrogance, it could lead to disorder. Deputy Commander Zhou appeared troubled. Caught between a prominent leader and his immediate superior, he found it challenging to side with either. Thus, he opted for a neutral stance, refraining from voicing support for Li Yanli. On a torrential rainy night, in a shadowy corner, someone was sending and receiving messages. Yes, received. Understood. I have been diligently searching. Rest assured. Alright, I will find a way to eliminate her. Senior sister. Senior sister. Gu Chenyang rushed back, soaked and exhilarated, directly heading to Li Yanli's quarters. He could hardly contain his excitement. Senior sister, look. My lightning current receiver is operational. Li Yanli, clad in loungewear, immediately approached, her eyes fixed on the electronic circuit board he held, protected by a plastic bag from the rain. Is that so? What have you discovered? This group seemed rather rudimentary. The so-called instruments lacked even a proper casing, and there was no time to construct one. No drilling or milling machines, no 3D printers, utterly destitute. Gu Chenyang wiped his face, insisting, don't underestimate this little device. It can distinguish between naturally occurring lightning currents and those that are artificially generated. I just detected some suspicious fluctuations in the southeast, albeit extremely faint. I plan to collaborate with Chi Di to enhance its precision. They say men are most handsome when engrossed in work, and at that moment, Gu Chenyang certainly fit the bill. Li Yanli felt a flutter in her heart, unable to resist stepping forward with a towel to gently dry his damp hair. Removing his raincoat's hood, her movements were tender, her gaze filled with affection, causing Gu Chenyang, who had been rational just moments before, to lose his composure. Senior sister. Let me do it, he stammered, grabbing her hand through the towel. Li Yanli, unaccustomed to serving others, relinquished it willingly. Next time you conduct experiments during a thunderstorm, leave it to me. Do not take such risks. Holding this in the air invites lightning strikes. The more she pondered, the more apprehensive she became. I can overlook your sneaking out this time, but it must not happen again. Such overt concern rendered Gu Chenyang momentarily speechless. But, senior sister, the experiments yield better results in the air. We need to travel far and wide, as we are low on fuel. Both aircraft have limited flight capabilities. He was aware of the situation. They could only rely on flying ability users to carry the equipment for experiments. This notion amused Li Yanli. Then why not transfer your ability to me? I've been too busy lately to consider recruiting anyone. As their conversation progressed, her thoughts wandered, and she decided to seize the moment. Gu Chenyang, lacking experience, was momentarily confused.
Huh? What?
Go take a shower. As the base leader, her quarters were a suite with a separate shower and restroom. This revelation finally flustered Gu Chenyang, who abruptly stood and turned. Senior sister. His puppy-like eyes sparkled with uncertainty, not knowing if he was more frightened or excited. He himself could not discern what he felt. The person before him was like a goddess, a pure moonlight in his heart. He dared only to steal glances and harbor secret thoughts, yet he never imagined crossing the line. Yet he felt emboldened. After all, they had already crossed paths that night. Li Yanli saw through his thoughts and playfully threatened, "Aren't you going yet? If not, I will sleep." With that, Gu Chenyang's hesitations vanished. Such an obvious hint left no room for misunderstanding. His feet moved faster than his heart, and he was already floating toward the bathroom. Indeed, he felt as if he were floating. He didn't know how others felt during moments of excitement, but he felt as if he were walking on clouds. With the base as cover, it felt as though peace had returned to this place. Someone was harvesting the youth, filled with longing and tender intentions. Chapter 87. Shortage of Medicinal Materials. Gu Chenyang. Put your current work aside, and take a look at this blueprint. We need 10 sets copied immediately. Senior sister. What is this? Chidi exclaimed, immediately pulling his chair closer. He was now immersed in work, living a fulfilling life. Upon hearing of something new, his spirit soared. Due to his rapid progress, Li Yanli favored him greatly, allowing him to call her senior sister, like Gu Chenyang. Li Yanli unfolded the blueprint. Listen up. This is a detection device developed by the research team at Junqian Yuan for machine puppets, currently referred to as the puppet detector. In addition to utilizing magnetic principles, it also contains reagents for detecting machine viruses. By merely directing the probe at the forehead of the puppet, one can instantly identify it and trigger an alarm.
Li Yanli,
Operating with remarkable efficiency, is already rummaging through the electronic consumables cabinet for matching chips and other components. Meanwhile, Li Yanli 3 is decompressing the program sent remotely by Jun Qianyuan, intending to run it in this environment first to ensure there are no bugs, thus preparing for the subsequent burning process. Gu Chenyang and Qi Di, the duo, with Gu Chenyang now being the favored one, have become more casual in their speech. So, senior sister, do you still need us? Qi Di remains silent, but his sentiment mirrors that of Gu Chenyang. With so many avatars, each juggling multiple roles, they feel somewhat superfluous, lacking a place to contribute. Li Yanli 4 has already taken the machine virus testing reagent formula to find Mu Fan next door. Before leaving, she cast a glance at the two of them, urging them to be useful. Do you not realize the toll that separating my consciousness takes on my mental energy? While the avatars are beneficial, the more one creates, the quicker the mental energy depletes.
Xianjue, Leiying,
And Xue Tang have forsaken their posts at the base to satisfy her daily crystal core needs, provocatively engaging with the zombies, inciting the zombie leader to fury. Upon hearing this, Gu Chenyang and Qi Di dare not slack off any longer.
Yes.
We will find something to do immediately. Next door, Mu Fan and several nurses are overwhelmed with tasks. Problems arise on the production line intermittently, machines malfunction, serums become contaminated, and supplies run low, an endless array of issues. Suddenly, a new task is injected into their workload. Aware of its significance, Mu Fan knows he cannot refuse, yet he finds no one available to share the burden. Just as he begins to voice his difficulties, he notices a dozen Li Yanli avatars, all clad in white lab coats, diligently at work. Mu Fan approaches Yanli. Can you really sustain this pace without rest? With so many Li Yanli avatars, he is unsure whom to address. It is all rather peculiar.
Li Yanli, her completion pal.
Retorts, enough chatter. Let us get on with it. In the realm of medicine, she can at best serve as free labor. Unlike her counterparts next door, who can get hands-on. Fully immersed in her work, Su Kaishi only now realizes the staffing shortage next door and rushes over to offer assistance. But Li Yanli insists, continue with your own tasks. We do not require your help here. Having not intercepted any alien signals lately, she feels a gnawing anxiety. She fears they might unleash a plethora of machine viruses all at once. If that happens, humanity could be entirely mechanized, rendering them vulnerable. Perhaps in that eventuality, non-mammalian species would become the main force in the counterattack. Though it seems far-fetched and even implausible, she must prepare for all contingencies, keeping her focus unwavering. Understanding the weight of her responsibilities, Su Kaishi abandons the idea of helping and returns to her own tasks. Each person diligently fulfills their role, so busy that they scarcely find time to eat. The soldier delivering meals reluctantly withdraws, deciding to distribute the food to others rather than let it go to waste. In the cafeteria, Sister Hua is conducting her rounds. Upon seeing the items the soldier has returned, her expression darkens with concern. Haven't they eaten? Is this machine-like behavior? 3 consecutive meals without food? While unconcerned for others, she cannot ignore her sister's plight.
Give me that.
She snatches Li Yanli's portion. Due to her higher rank, she swipes her card to enter the laboratory. Upon arrival, the scene before her stirs her deeply, leaving no room for words of caution. The incessant beeping of machines fills the air, and everyone works in silence, forming an impromptu production line. One finishes fabricating and testing the chips, passing them to the next for integrating other necessary components, then moving to the adjacent laboratory to add reagents, ultimately culminating in packaging and testing. She finds no place to interject and silently retreats. The echoes of Mu Fan's earlier voice ring in her ears. Yanli, we are running low on medicinal materials. We can probably only complete 2 machines. The production line is also in crisis. She discreetly dials her smartwatch, reaching out to the T-City base. 3 days later, The T-City base supplies a batch of medicinal materials. Although they are not the most critical resources, they are essential for 2 production lines and the preparation of the machine virus testing reagents. Li Yanli's eyes are bloodshot, her voice weak yet filled with excitement. Sister Hua, you are incredible. You have connections. Medicinal materials are such precious resources. Which base would willingly part with them? Sister Hua chuckles. I have redeemed my life-saving grace. Mu Fan, upon hearing this, is also elated. He suddenly feels dizzy but manages to suppress it. Sister Hua, that's fantastic. Turning to Li Yanli, he adds, however, Yanli, we are about to run out of the crucial by Duxuan wood, purely fictional. If we cannot procure it from other bases, we may need to consider cultivating it ourselves. Can we source the seeds? Sister Hua, Dr. Mu, I have inquired about that as well. The logistics department at the T-City base reported that they have tried to contact allied bases, but to no avail. They claim that before the apocalypse, it was regarded as wild weeds and has long been eradicated by pesticides. Now, suddenly seeking seeds is exceedingly difficult. Li Yanli, unfamiliar with this matter, decisively instructs, you should search in my space. With that, she sends Mu Fan in right before Sister Hua's eyes. Trust between individuals is built gradually, and Sister Hua has become someone Li Yanli deeply trusts and relies upon. At the entrance of the city base, policies have shifted. A convoy of newly rescued survivors is held up, unable to check in for half a day. The crowd is in an uproar. After managing to endure for 2 months, they had thought they had finally arrived home, only to be informed that due to food shortages, the policies have changed. Only those with abilities or specialized skills are permitted entry. This requirement, while reasonable, has caught the beleaguered survivors off guard, inciting resentment after days of tension. Sometimes, human nature reveals its darker sides. They feel that having rescued them, they must bear the responsibility. If they neglect them, it becomes their fault. Indeed, human emotions are complex. The gratefulness felt when they were saved from the jaws of zombies has vanished entirely. Deputy Commander Zhou personally emerges to explain, here is the plan. We will send buses to transport you all to other bases for consideration. I hear that a new base has been established in J City, and the leader there is quite amiable. Chapter 88. Troublesome Lightning Current Receiver. The base is in dire need of manpower, and the sudden influx of survivors brings joy to everyone. A soldier excitedly reports, waiting for Li Yanli's direction. Take it to Sister Hua. Let her handle the reception and distribution. Afterward, Li Yanli asks the soldier, did these individuals say they came with Deputy Commander Zhou? Yes, several confirmed it. They said they were sent by Deputy Commander Zhou. They mentioned the city base is experiencing a food shortage and is currently not accepting new people unless under certain conditions. Did he mention other bases? The soldier shakes his head. These 300 individuals arrived stating they were sent by Deputy Commander Zhou and made no mention of other bases. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yanli instructs him to convey to Sister Hua to be mindful of appropriate measures to manage the flow and prevent a surge of newcomers. Having lived her previous life entangled in power struggles, Li Yanli is acutely aware of the situation. After all, food is a finite resource. One cannot afford to focus solely on the present without considering the future. Understood. After the soldier departs, Li Yanli promptly finds Gu Chenyang to undertake the task of testing the lightning current receiver. Observing the sky, she notes that rain is imminent tonight. It also serves as an opportunity to test her flight and speed abilities. After using the receiver, she feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. It is truly effective. Even at her current level, she can easily commute between the 2 bases in a single day. As she flies, pausing intermittently, she observes the unstable black signal fluctuating on the screen. Doubts arise in her mind, leading her to linger over the city base for a while longer. To her disappointment, she finds no anomalies. Could it be that after enduring a night of rain, she would return empty-handed? Reluctant to accept such a fate, she cranks the receiver's power to the maximum. The red light blinks rapidly, and the device begins to heat up. Just as she laments her lack of luck compared to Gu Chenyang, a greater misfortune awaits her. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descends from the sky, its brilliance blinding, while the thunderous roar reverberates deafeningly as it strikes out of nowhere. The device in her hand suddenly erupted into a cloud of black smoke, leaving Li Yanli akin to a wounded bird, gently drifting downwards. Fortunately, she was an electrical ability user. In the fleeting moment of being struck by lightning, she decisively activated her protective electric field and swiftly converted the natural lightning into usable energy within her body. If harnessed properly, It was conceivable that her electrical abilities could ascend to a higher level. However, the pain was excruciating, a visceral agony that left her feeling numb all over, as if her limbs were no longer her own. Had it not been for the cushioning effect of her flight ability, she would have undoubtedly met a gruesome fate upon hitting the ground. Alas, even falling into the grass was no small discomfort. The device was utterly destroyed. Resigned, she pondered whether that fellow would lament her misfortune. It seemed inevitable that she would have to work overtime to create a new one for him. With her duplication skill and speed abilities, Li Yanli's efficiency soared. After a few hours, she fabricated a new lightning receiver. She ventured into her space to test its efficacy in the prison area. Upon hearing her footsteps, the two creatures within grew anxious. Old witch, what are you up to now? These two souls were not human and required no sustenance, yet the prison was warded, preventing their escape. They were periodically subjected to her black energy or the so-called purification of light abilities, a process that contradicted their very essence and inflicted a torturous distortion upon their souls. They were genuinely terrified. In stark contrast, Li Yanli sat comfortably in a chair at the prison's entrance. Well, what do you have to say? The old man hesitated, unable to bear the thought of the old woman enduring soul torture once again. As he felt her warning tug at him, the words he nearly spoke were stifled. Li Yanli was not in a rush to pressure them. Her intentions for entering this evening were not solely to interrogate. You mentioned that every rainy night, lightning is dispatched to you, correct? Indeed. However, since you can find us here, we have been completely cut off from any signals. It has been some time since we received any supply. Li Yanli adjusted the device, a smile gracing her lips. My apologies for neglecting this matter. I shall now open the space to establish contact. Upon hearing this, the old woman felt a surge of hope. Without the supply of lightning, their existence resembled that of a vampire deprived of blood, leading to their inevitable decline and eventual demise. Yet, she was not a naive girl to believe in Li Yanli's goodwill. Approaching the prison, she attempted to provoke Li Yanli with words, "Do not tempt us any further. This is a sealed space, completely blocking external signals. How do you propose to let us connect unless you release us?" What a delightful fantasy. Li Yanli interrupted the old woman. Confined within her space, she was the sovereign. Every living being inside, should she wish, could be obliterated with a mere thought. Release them? She would be foolish to do so. Her commanding tone extinguished the old woman's desire for escape, leaving her silent, merely gazing vacantly as she absorbed the happenings outside the prison. Suddenly, a familiar crackling sound stirred excitement in the two blind old creatures. Supporting each other, they believed salvation had finally arrived. Their four large eyes began to dart about, greedily absorbing the faint lightning. How could it not be faint? Li Yanli had torn a corner of space to let the alien lightning flow in, diverting a significant portion through her lightning receiver. Simultaneously, she recorded the movements of their four eyes with a camera, intent on studying how these ancient beings harnessed such unnatural powers. She had previously attempted direct absorption and refinement, but found that this lightning differed from that which descended from the heavens. Not only could she not absorb it, but mismatched voltage and frequency had nearly harmed her meridians. At last, the flow of lightning began to dwindle. She retracted the lightning receiver and returned to her laboratory to seek Gu Chenying, hoping he could assist in adapting the stored lightning energy into a form she could absorb. However, she discovered he was absent. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she sighed, realizing it was already 3 in the morning. No wonder, after many sleepless days, he must have been compelled to rest by Sister Hua's people. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the familiar hissing sound. The other party had evidently just noticed her, excitement palpable as they transformed into human form. "Li Yanli, where have you been? You were looking for me?"
Li Yanli,
Having not seen Shui Tang and the others for several days, thought it was a good opportunity to converse. But she felt utterly exhausted and sank into a chair. Upon seeing this, Shui Tang abandoned his flirtation and hurried behind her to massage her shoulders. "You really don't need to push yourself so hard." He had always been a solitary warrior, never harboring notions of noble sacrifice. Li Yanli closed her eyes. "You know my greatest concern is the aliens. If they launch a full-scale assault, perhaps none of us will remain." Shui Tang understood this truth and suppressed his urge to report. He thought it best not to burden her with the front line's discoveries. Every day they could delay was a small victory. Yet, Shui Tang was not one to conceal his feelings well. His emotions often surfaced like a child's. So, what changes have occurred at the zombie base? Chapter 89, New Applications of Dark Abilities. Shui Tang revealed without reservation that they had discovered 5th-level zombies. So soon? Li Yanli was astonished. What enabled their rapid advancement? Cannibalism. Of course, what else? Li Yanli clenched her fist, realizing the grim reality. Although these creatures had developed a hierarchy, they would still consume their kind when it came to leveling up. This was, thus far, the most effective means of evolution for zombies. How many are there? Shui Tang chuckled. How many? Just one zombie lord is already enough for us to handle. Have you engaged in combat? How formidable is their strength? Upon hearing this, it was clear he had encountered them, and the disparity in power was vast. Shui Tang avoided answering directly, and instead remarked, looking at its skin. Aside from being a bit pale, it is indistinguishable from a human. Oh, right. Here's a sketch of the lord. He spread out the paper in his arms. Li Yanli glanced at it, feeling an eerie familiarity. After a moment's reflection, she realized it was him, Dao Lin, the wealthy heir. They had clashed over crystal cores in the dormitory at Qing University, during which she had slain one of his underlings. Shui Tang whispered additional information in her ear. Isn't it remarkable? Also, he has become a muscular titan, impervious to knives and bullets. Furthermore, he has evolved bone spikes and bone wings, allowing him to fly 2 to 3 meters high. Not to mention, he can spit acid and has increased his fire-spitting speed and range. Brother Lei nearly got burned. Shui Tang's rapid-fire revelations showcased the shock the enemy's strength had imparted on him. Li Yanli interrupted. What did he say? Given that the primary adversary now was the aliens. Facing hordes of zombies, Li Yanli found herself contemplating a temporary truce. She was particularly curious about how the Lord would regard his human counterparts now that he possessed human cognition. Shui Tang perceived her underlying concern, shaking his head as he took a seat. The outlook is not optimistic.
Why?
After gaining awareness, he immediately recognized Si Hanjue and Lei Ying, gnashing his teeth in hatred, vowing vengeance for the death of his brother. Very well. Li Yanli mused that perhaps she was overthinking it. Indeed, if he had the power to seek revenge, he would undoubtedly do so. What should we do? If we confront this level of foe, even all 3 of us together may not stand a chance. I wonder if the Lord knows our base is his nemesis, and whether he will lead his zombies to assault us tomorrow. Do not panic. One strong adversary does not guarantee victory. If all else fails, we still have firearms. My greater concern lies with the hundreds of thousands of low-level zombies behind him. Our base is filled with ordinary people, and we stand little chance against even the lower-tier zombies. Moreover, the adversary possesses an overwhelming numerical advantage. It appears that the initial batch of zombie inhibitors cannot wait to be deployed before undergoing complete testing. Speaking to oneself, it is crucial not only to hinder the opposing force's capabilities, but also to enhance the strength of our team members. If only there were a means to awaken extraordinary abilities in ordinary individuals. Shui Tang, facing her concerns, could only silently accompany her. Over time, after several days of exhaustion, he became weary, unable to suppress his yawns. Let it be for now. Any arrangements can wait until tomorrow morning. You should return and rest as well. As Shui Tang felt fatigued and his mental energy waned, he suppressed the urge to transform into his serpentine form, reluctant to forfeit the opportunity to spend more time with the fair maiden. Thus, he proposed to escort her. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, after bidding farewell, Shui Tang could no longer hold back and revealed his true form. He needed to burrow into the greenery to nourish himself with some microorganisms. Half an hour later, satisfied, he was about to head back to his dormitory when suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed. It was a nurse from Mu Fan's team, a clinic nurse before the apocalypse. Due to her skills, she was highly valued by Mu Fan, tasked specifically with caring for those who had received the serum. On night duty this evening, she had ventured into the storeroom for some medicinal materials. Unbeknownst to her, in her drowsiness, she suddenly spotted a mass of dark energy in the corner. Humans are inherently curious. The stranger the sight, the more compelled they are to investigate. With the outer perimeter manned by sentinels, she assumed there would be no significant issue. Little did she know, when she shone her phone's flashlight, a massive black serpent materialized. Snakes were the very creatures she had feared most throughout her life. Instantly terrified, she let out a scream, inhaling a considerable amount of the dark energy. The fact that some among the higher ranks could transform into serpents was still a closely guarded secret. Upon witnessing her panic, the dark energy surged forth, and the nurse promptly fainted. The little snake, having erred, could find no one else to turn to but Li Yanli for assistance. In Li Yanli's room, she utilized her wood-based abilities to tend to the unconscious nurse for quite some time. Upon awakening, the nurse, still under the impression that she was in danger, instinctively flailed her arms, nearly splashing Li Yanli with water. Li Yanli was taken aback. She recognized this nurse. She visited the observer's ward daily to assess the situation, well aware of whether the nurse possessed any abilities. Seeing this, she chose not to hold a grudge over the nurse's lack of decorum. Grabbing the nurse's hand, she reassured her, "It's me, Xiaozhang. Do not be afraid. All is well." Soon enough, Li Yanli and her companions understood that Xue Tang's dark abilities had awakened the nurse's latent potential, granting her water powers. Li Yanli was overjoyed. Collaborating with Xue Tang, they conducted experiments on 50 samples and finally grasped that dark abilities combined with microorganisms could awaken latent powers in certain individuals. As for the specific type of ability that remained beyond their control, dependent solely on individual talent, this discovery was remarkably timely. To obtain further validation, they spent an additional fortnight stimulating the remaining 600 individuals without powers at the base. The results were encouraging. 300 individuals awakened various abilities. This was implemented for the first time during the impending wave of zombies. The news was exhilarating. Li Yanli, without reservation, shared both her findings and the existence of dark abilities with the other bases, aiming to elevate humanity's collective strength. This act dissuaded Leader Zhao from pursuing accountability. Seizing the opportunity during a high-level meeting to admonish, "Look, we must broaden our perspectives. Our common enemy is the extraterrestrials, yet you choose to focus on one another. Shouldn't you reflect on that?" The higher-ups, chastened, lowered their heads in guilt. At this moment, Professor Zhou interjected, "Leader Zhao, I have heard that there are now level 5 zombies. Should we not send some crystal core reagents to Captain Li's base?" With two opposing voices emerging from the management, the sensitive individual was less inclined to contact Mu Fan. As a mere researcher lacking the strength for self-defense, he dared not offend anyone lightly. Thus, aligning with a faction was crucial. Observing the leader's clear stance, he finally felt free to follow his own inclinations. Another individual shared his sentiments. A middle-aged woman's voice rang out. It was Director Liu, who had previously identified Li Yanli's 5 elemental abilities. "Leader Zhao, may I share my discovery that mental ability users can compress and purify crystal core energy with Captain Li?" Chapter 90. The attack of the level 5 zombies on a towering mountain within the spatial realm. Mu Fan, having labored for several days, finally located the seeds of the 100 poison fern. As he gazed at the small handful of white seeds in his palm, a joyful smile graced his face, dispelling the weariness of his mountain climbing journey. "Thank goodness I possess wood abilities. Otherwise, finding you would have been akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." With some leisure time at last, he took the opportunity to observe the environment within the space carefully. He spent the entire morning doing so. Afterward, standing atop another mountain, he gazed down at a row of palaces shimmering in red and gold, dazzling under the sunlight, and could not help but murmur, "Yen Yen, who exactly are you?" This palace resembles that of an emperor. Looking further afield, he noticed the glimmering mountains of gold and silver, feeling as though he were living in a dream. Not to mention the abundant harvests he encountered along the way, fields brimming with crops and vegetables, and meadows teeming with cattle and horses. With such resources, she must be more fortunate than a deity. Yet she continues to toil relentlessly. His affection for her swiftly transformed from a mere fondness into profound love. She was not only the object of his affection but also the leader he was willing to follow. "Sister, I feel someone is plotting against us," Hua Jie reported when she found the time. "Oh, you feel the same?" Li Yanli raised an eyebrow. The number of survivors seeking refuge has been increasing lately. Many have even traveled across several provinces to take the risk to come here. Isn't that rather peculiar? Hua Jie appeared troubled. "Indeed, we must consider our options."
Li Yanli understood her implication.
The newly established base did not wish to give others the impression of exclusion. Furthermore, the foundation of the base was to rescue and shelter those in distress. If they were indeed ordinary citizens, they would certainly not turn a blind eye. The concern was the possibility of some ill-intentioned individuals infiltrating their ranks, intent on undermining the base. Hua Jie added, "I observed that several men who entered yesterday had voracious appetites. Each consumed 3 large bowls of rice. Their eyes were shifty. Do they work? It's hard to tell if they are slacking off just yet. However, they are all ordinary people without abilities." No rush. Let me investigate tonight. Such an inquiry was crucial, and upon searching, Li Yanli's previous suspicions were further confirmed. There were indeed infiltrators at the city base, sending individuals to masquerade as survivors, specifically to undermine her. Huajie, please keep a close eye and identify anyone else who may be useful to me. Understood.
Well,
We shall not let free labor slip through our fingers. Days later, 5 robust men vanished from the base. Within the spatial realm, Mu Fan personally instructed them on how to cultivate the 100 poison fern. Upon learning that this was someone's space, the 5 men fell into utter despair, feeling as though their pleas went unheard. Mu Fan greeted them with a warm smile. Brothers, do not be so pessimistic. As long as you care for these seedlings diligently, you will become the great benefactors of humanity. I will advocate for your early release to the leader. This sentiment sparked hope within the men, who replied eagerly, yes. Captain Mu, rest assured. Their enthusiasm for work markedly increased. After their departure, however, they began to entertain mischievous thoughts, contemplating that with such fertile land, abundant with livestock, they could roam freely and discreetly capture something to eat without anyone noticing. Little did they know, the moment this thought crossed their minds, a woman's voice resonated from above. If you wish to die, I can send you on your way right now. With that, the men abandoned any notions of mischief and became compliant, grumbling about their superior's deception, regretting that they had been so easily fooled. The 3rd-level zombies have evolved to a point where they can emit sounds like ABA ABA, a slight enhancement from their previous guttural growls. This is a manifestation of their heightened anxiety. How could they not be anxious? Suddenly, 10 psychics descended from above, each wielding a spray canister, indiscriminately releasing a mysterious substance into their vicinity. Upon contact, the zombies experienced numbness in their limbs, rendering them immobile. The lesser zombies collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise, their eyes darting and drooling, leading them to question if they had perished. Yet,
it was not solely this that posed a problem.
after being sprayed, the zombies' brainwaves appeared to slow, rendering them unresponsive to their commands. This was untenable. What good were these countless forces if they could not act? The 3rd-level zombies, with their simplistic thought processes, could only flee in terror. They sent a signal to their leader for assistance. Upon receiving the distress message, Dallin appeared without delay. After advancing to level 5, he had developed an awareness of aesthetics. Not only did he don attire, but he also adored himself with a striking red cloak that evoked both envy and admiration from the lower-level zombies. As he landed, a throng of zombies rushed toward him. Those who could not rise struggled desperately to reach their leader, hoping to absorb some of his formidable essence. Dallin's white eyes darted about, swiftly comprehending the situation above. It was a death wish. He took flight, soaring to a height of 3 meters, directly pursuing the 10 airborne psychics. His speed was extraordinary, prompting Gu Chenyang to realize the impending danger and issue an immediate retreat order. Qi Tian and the others scattered, causing Dallin to miss his target. Suspended in the air, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the direction of Longting base. He commanded his forces to assemble. Though his subordinates could not comprehend his terse commands, communication was reliant on brainwaves. The 2 bases were only an hour apart. Almost as soon as Gu Chenyang returned, catching his breath after reporting, they were pursued by Dallin himself, leading a horde of nearly 20,000 zombies. This marked the first confrontation since Dallin attained consciousness, and Li Yanli took it seriously, personally supervising from the city wall. The Qifeng team and the Yeshuan team launched their assault. The Qifeng team, led by Si Hanjue, specialized in long-range attacks, primarily consisting of lightning elementals, followed by fire and ice elementals. The rippling waves of the lightning blade decimated lesser zombies before they even approached the walls, their skulls splitting in 2. Fireballs incinerated any zombies that crawled halfway up the walls. The ice elemental, a rare 2nd-level practitioner, cast 1,000-mile ice seal, rendering the ground and walls perilously slick and frigid, significantly impeding the zombies' movement. The Yeshuan team, led by Gu Chenyang, was tasked with reconnaissance and aerial assaults. Gu Chenyang, with a mischievous grin, seized the opportunity as the zombies approached, instructing his comrades to unleash their attacks. He even made a face at the distant Dallin, aiming to provoke him further. Dallin, unyielding, swiftly closed the distance. With his mouth agape, flames erupted, reaching Gu Chenyang even from 20 meters away. Had it not been for his speed ability, Gu Chenyang would have surely been singed. On the city wall, Li Yanli summoned water to extinguish the fire, providing some relief. Gu Chenyang and his team scattered to avoid becoming targets, leaving Daolin empty-handed. Daolin abandoned the pursuit of these nuisances and focused his attention on the slender figure atop the city tower. The desire for vengeance against his brother was not what fueled his rage. Rather, it was the humiliation of being ordered to leave that gnawed at him. He then unleashed a stream of acidic mist, ascending directly above the city wall. He anticipated hearing the cries and screams of the humans, yet to his surprise, a protective barrier appeared beneath him, shielding the defenders. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a thin sheet forged from steel, impervious to his corrosive spray. His eyes scanned the surroundings until they landed on Li Yanli in midair. It was her. What material could withstand his acid? 4 individuals stood at the corners of the airspace, collectively forming this gossamer barrier effective against his corrosive liquid. Aside from Li Yanli, who revealed her true form, the other 3 wore conical hats, obscuring their identities. The internal personnel recognized this as a diversion, but none would kindly inform the enemy. All eyes were on Daolin, who found himself perplexed. He had always been cautious as a human. The unknown terrified him. Having barely attained his current status, he was unwilling to face death again. Thus, he fled, leaving his subordinates behind. However, Li Yanli was determined to gauge his strength and pursued him relentlessly through the air. The two moved rapidly, covering several dozen miles in a short span. Daolin finally ceased his flight, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "So you have come," he thought, unafraid of a one-on-one confrontation. He turned to face her and unleashed a torrent of flames, the speed so rapid that Li Yanli had no time to react, forcing her to retreat into her spatial abilities. Upon reappearing behind him, she summoned dark energy. This attack was unfamiliar to Daolin. He felt his soul twist as if countless ants were gnawing at his reformed flesh. While not fatal, it was unbearably itchy. He thrashed about vigorously, even extending his bony wings in a frantic flutter. As the dark energy dissipated, he finally had the chance to lock onto Li Yanli again, unleashing a spray of green acid. Li Yanli did not evade. Instead, she unfurled a specially crafted umbrella which shielded her from the corrosive liquid. The acid splattered onto the ground, instantly withering grass and exposing roots, showcasing its potency. Having leveled up to the second rank in her lightning abilities, Li Yanli unleashed a barrage of tiny lightning arrows. Yet Daolin exhibited no fear, embodying the claims of being impervious to harm. The lightning arrows struck him, but merely bent and fell harmlessly to the earth below. Li Yanli's eyes brightened with inspiration. With a plethora of abilities at her disposal, she thought quickly. Suddenly, a mound of earth erupted beneath Daolin's feet, sharp and menacing. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have been impaled. Enraged, he charged toward Li Yanli, intending to exploit his advantage in close combat. His iron-like fingers elongated and expanded, resembling a sieve as they aimed for Li Yanli's delicate face. His speed was unrelenting, leaving Li Yanli with no opportunity to evade. Resorting to her spatial abilities, she dodged at the last moment, reappearing behind him. She landed a kick aimed at Daolin, but her first-level strength ability only caused him to stagger slightly without inflicting any real damage. He retaliated with a spray of acid mixed with thick smoke. This time, Li Yanli was prepared and managed to evade, but soon found herself engulfed in a haze, obscuring her vision of his location. Seizing the moment, Daolin transformed his hands into hammers and struck forcefully at her abdomen. Just as he relished the sound of what he presumed were fractured ribs, the mist cleared, revealing that he had struck a large tree instead. "You possess wood abilities as well? How could one individual wield so many powers? Water, speed, flight, earth, strength, and perhaps even invisibility?" Daolin mused, growing increasingly cautious and serious in his approach to Li Yanli. However, how should one articulate this? Li Yanli possesses an abundance of stationery, enigmatic and elusive, leaving him momentarily unable to grasp her essence. Yet, her abilities are comparatively inferior to Daolin's. To eliminate her swiftly is unrealistic. Her mastery of wood and mental powers has reached the 4th level, but she has found that her mental abilities seem ineffectual against mindless creatures like zombies. As for her wood powers, they are merely supplementary, lacking in lethality. Additionally, her spatial abilities have reached the 3rd level. But neither her teleportation nor her energy bindings can rival her opponent's 5th-level capabilities. Both find themselves at an impasse, engaging in a battle of endurance, testing whose stamina prevails. Li Yanli continuously draws upon crystal cores, rejuvenating her mental energy significantly. These cores, extracted from her companions, infuriate Dao Lin. Just when Li Yanli anticipates his loss of composure and a potential opening to strike, Dao Lin unexpectedly flees, leaving her bewildered. Before she can decide whether to pursue, Dao Lin returns, each hand gripping a zombie. Judging by their minimally decayed faces, these two zombies must be at least level 2. My heavens! Observing her replenish her energy with the crystal cores, he emulates her, seizing his fallen comrades to restore his own vitality. Watching him feast so delightfully, she can't help but inquire how he retains his consciousness while preying on his companions. Dao Lin regards her as if she were a fool, stating, "If I do not enhance myself, I shall perish." Quite so. There may well be new level 4 zombies in his team, should he fail to improve. He risks being overtaken and ultimately devoured. This encapsulates the general sentiment. In essence, zombies are predominantly indifferent and devoid of compassion. They seize the opportunity to end lives when one is vulnerable, a truth Li Yanli has come to understand. Suddenly, a grenade is hurled. Dao Lin, while consuming a zombie, remains vigilant, sensing the incoming projectile and swiftly dodging to the ground. Unbeknownst to him, spikes suddenly emerge from the earth, causing him to leap about in distress. The grenade detonates, though not lethally. However, half of his face is obliterated, splattering his head with a grotesque mixture of red and green fluids. Just as Li Yanli draws her weapon to deliver a finishing shot, Dao Lin, bloodied yet brazen, erupts into laughter, exclaiming, "What a delusion!" In a matter of moments, his disfigured visage visibly reconstructs itself. Is it truly impossible to kill him? Chapter 92. Jun Qianyuan arrives. The leaders of several teams frequently venture out to combat zombies, leaving the city's defenses vulnerable. The loyal soldiers express their concerns, reporting, "Chief, the brothers on the wall have stated that during various incidents, they are often at a loss as to whom to consult." Li Yanli finds this amusing. Indeed, the remaining two leaders are mere figureheads. Mu Fan's team specializes in research and medicine, lacking any combat prowess, while Gu Qinyang is preoccupied with solving issues related to energy conversion in the laboratory. Even when present, they wield little influence. After contemplating, she quickly identifies a suitable candidate, assuring them that soon, the city's defense and base security will have someone in charge. Before long, the entire base is aware of who that person is. Sister Hua, now not only responsible for logistical tasks but also overseeing city defense and base security. This implies that all personnel movements, inspections, and defense arrangements fall under her purview. The men can focus solely on combat without expending energy on internal matters. Sister Hua expresses her high trust in Li Yanli, relishing her new authority. With her fresh responsibilities, she personally supervises her subordinates armed with puppet detectors, instructing each member of the base to line up for inspections, insisting that no one can refuse the routine checks for any reason. When someone complains about the inconvenience, she glares, "You find it troublesome? What makes you so busy? Our chief has not objected. You should comply with the checks." Clenching her fist as a threat, her martial arts background lends her formidable strength. Her power and metal abilities have both advanced to the 3rd level, making her a force to be reckoned with, rivaling even the Thunder Eagle. Under this stringent scrutiny, a few anomalies are finally detected. However, Li Yanli had previously instructed that this information should remain confidential. Thus, Sister Hua finds a pretext to apprehend these individuals and detain them in secret. Out of 600 or 700, only a few puppets were identified, suggesting that the probability is not particularly high. Nevertheless, to prevent any potential issues, these individuals must not mingle with ordinary citizens. However, keeping them confined without purpose is not a viable solution. Consequently, Li Yanli's desire to elevate her spatial abilities to accommodate more individuals grows increasingly intense. In the Dawn City base, Li Yanli instructs Jun Qianyuan, "This cannot continue. Using my doppelgangers is impeding my advancement. I must return. Prepare a plane for me, fully fueled." This is what one calls taking what one needs, and she expresses her demands for resources unabashedly. After enjoying over a month of unrestrained companionship, Jun Qianyuan is reluctant to part ways, wishing to linger a while longer. "No, I cannot. At present, I am incapable of defeating even a level 5 zombie. I must enhance my strength post-haste."
Jun Qianyuan understands her resolute nature.
If the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. After all, his singular wish in this second life is to remain by her side. Then wait a few days until the corn and wheat are harvested. And we shall take some with us. What does this imply? Li Yanli's eyes sparkle with joy. Jun Xianyuan, gazing at her with affection, replies, "Did you not mention that the Longting base has limited supplies and that new crops have yet to arrive, causing you concern about the transitional period?" Upon receiving confirmation, she beams, her eyes glimmering with excitement. "You mean you will accompany me back to the Longting base?" This response makes Jun Xianyuan feel that it is all worth it. "Yes, give me a few days. I will ensure everything here is settled. And then we shall set forth." Li Yanli is overjoyed, unable to suppress her smile. However, she has yet to reveal a troubling issue. Dao Lin, having gained consciousness, has been sending his minions to wreak havoc in the cornfields to avenge the injury to his face, damaging many crops. With only 20 days until the harvest, Li Yanli is determined to protect the cornfields from destruction. Thus, she seeks to emulate Jun Xianyuan's ability to stimulate growth using light powers. However, her light abilities have only reached the first level, yielding minimal results. If Jun Xianyuan, the god of dawn, could assist her, it would be nothing short of ideal. Therefore, both personally and professionally, she welcomes his presence with open arms. The lower echelons of the base are unaware of Jun Xianyuan's true identity. They only know him as the leader of a friendly base, come to assist them in harvesting. Each person beams with joy, extending their warm welcome to him. The three men who hurried back to attend the welcoming ceremony find themselves in the military supply warehouse. Sahanju, who should have been organizing weapons, is instead distracted. Holding wildflowers he intends to gift. Laying empathizes with his melancholy. Sitting nearby, he muses, "What exactly has allowed that fellow to surpass you? In what way are you inferior?" Sahanju, a prominent figure before the apocalypse, was well known in both the underworld and the elite circles. "Honestly, I never envied anyone. But after meeting you, I couldn't help but marvel at how the Creator decided to bestow all the good fortune upon you. An illustrious lineage, exceptional looks, and your own capabilities that enabled you to dominate the industry shortly after taking over the family business." Noticing that Sahanju remains unresponsive, Laying playfully pats him on the back. "Do you think it could be due to the 10-centimeter height difference? Standing next to the captain makes you look like father and daughter. Doesn't that height disparity look ridiculous?" Subsequently, he rubs his nose, smirking personally. "I believe my height is just right, perfectly positioned between you two." Suddenly, an electrifying sensation courses through his arm, causing him to yelp in pain. He dodges while chuckling mischievously. What kind of person cannot take a joke? This measurement is quite perplexing. No wonder the captain did not seek your company. As he finished speaking, darkness enveloped him. He looked up and, upon recognizing the visitor, instantly adopted a sycophantic grin. "Captain, what brings you here?" Li Yanli was entirely unaware that the ongoing competition had been intense. It had been a long time since she had seen such a complete gathering of comrades. She smiled brightly. "Everyone is back. That's wonderful." She then seated herself beside Si Hanjue, handing him the rifle in her possession. "The ammunition is jammed. I have no time to fix it. Could you take a look?" She had also come to check on the few men. This time, Si Hanjue was in a good mood, happily accepting the gun and deftly beginning to fiddle with it. "Isn't Laying the captain? Must you seek him out? I am quite familiar with him as well." Upon hearing this, Li Yanli's spirits lifted further. That's even better." At the entrance, there was a box filled with items discarded by frontline soldiers. Sister Hua felt it was a pity to scrap them outright. "Let's do this. I'll leave everything to you. Just hand it over to Sister Hua." Laying click click. The cheerful sound of Si Hanjue manipulating the ammunition reached her ears, and he then handed it to Li Yanli. "Alright, give it a try." Laying wore a disdainful expression. At that moment, Li Yanli finally sensed a peculiar atmosphere. Aware of Si Hanjue's jealous nature, she speculated that his mood was related to the arrival of Jun Xianyuan. She handled the gun with a hint of mischief, even teasingly scratching her palm 3 times. Feeling the intensity of his deep gaze upon her, she pretended to be nonchalant. What about Blood Serpent? Chapter 93. The prosperous base. Another rainy night arrived. The eerie crackling of electricity echoed. A signal was established. "Mysterious one, what did you say?" Those puppets vanished without a trace? The voice on the other end, altered to resemble that of a machine, replied, "Yes, they are completely undetectable. You must act swiftly." "Understood. However, if she truly dies, wouldn't that mean the one we seek is lost?"
You need not worry about that.
"Just know, if there is no further progress, You will be the one to perish. After the signal was cut, the mysterious figure found an excuse to depart. Shortly thereafter, he appeared at the zombie base. Dao Lin was filled with dread at the sudden invasion of his territory.
Who are you?
You need not concern yourself with that. I am here to assist you. He held out a chip, drawing closer.
Ah.
It hurts. It hurts.
Ah.
Recently, the atmosphere at Longting Base has been one of peace and joy. Every member was in high spirits, for it was their harvest season. Even if they could not find a combined harvester and had to rely on manual labor, everyone was still delighted. Almost everyone who could move was out working together. Look at this corn. Isn't it solid? Mine is even bigger than yours. Two young soldiers boasted to each other. The leader of this base is truly remarkable. I heard he set up a formation that shortened the corn's maturation period by half a month. Is that true? That's truly impressive. Such talent should be retained long-term. A female logistics officer remarked, not only is she skilled, but she is also quite attractive and tall. All right, that comment killed the conversation. The few single young men, all under 1.8 meters tall, lost interest in continuing. In a base where men outnumbered women, if every girl had such standards, they would remain single indefinitely. However, there were clever ones. A quiet male team member approached from behind. Xiaohao, you seem tired. Take a break. I'll handle the rest of the work. Son Xiaohao. A girl glanced at this male team member. He was average-looking but honest and perceptive. She returned to reality, smiled, and said, "Thank you, Xiangge." A month later, the grain harvest was complete. Li Yanli had a favorable impression of Leader Zhao, so she did not sever ties entirely. She allocated half of the grain, with the corn being shelled and ground into cornmeal, packed, and then transported by helicopter to the city base in batches. Just in time, the residents there, tired of nutrition solutions and black bread, were overjoyed to hear that fresh corn porridge was available. In return, Leader Zhao sent a considerable quantity of edible mutated vegetables cultivated at the base to Longting Base. Eggplants, potatoes, cabbages, tomatoes, and peppers, all remarkably large. Sister Hua monitored the kitchen. Chef, Captain, can this be eaten? It looks terrifying. She picked up a tomato the size of a plate, washed it, and took a bite. What is there not to eat? If they can eat it, so can we. Do you still think this is the pre-apocalyptic world? She managed supplies and knew full well that all the autumn crops around the base had been plundered. If we don't eat this, what else can we have? She then candidly admitted, it actually tastes quite good. The head chef relaxed, responding with a smile. I don't know how it tastes, but it's certainly large. One can yield several plates of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The children of the base, carefree, rushed into the kitchen upon hearing about the new food. Uncle Sue, I'm hungry. Give us something to eat. It wasn't hunger, but rather craving. The head chef, seeing that Sister Hua had nothing to say, grabbed some freshly fried potato chunks and distributed them to dozens of children. Go on, eat up, you little gluttons. With oil reserves dwindling and the newly planted rapeseed taking months to yield, oil became scarce. Thus, fried potatoes, akin to chips, became the children's snack. The group of children, delighted with their food, ran outside, just as Li Yanli arrived to check on the batch of mutated vegetables. They all quickly concealed their smiles, sweetly calling out to her with utmost respect. Li Yanli chuckled, nodded, and allowed them to pass but soon furrowed her brow. She had been so busy with research that she had neglected this matter. The next day, after expressing her concerns, the base swiftly established a comprehensive school that accepted children of all ages, assigning 2 teachers to take turns conducting classes. The teachers were not formally trained but were individuals who had transitioned from other professions. They were simultaneously engaged in online learning to address their inadequacies while also diligently gathering materials to create teaching resources, making for a whirlwind of activity. Yet no one complained. Children are the hope for the future, even in the face of an uncertain apocalypse. They still have the right to understand all facets of human civilization prior to the end times. Alongside the educational issues, matters of marriage and the birth of new life also surfaced. Previously, young men and women, despite mutual affection, remained cautious and circumspect. The common consensus was that this was the apocalypse, where survival was uncertain. They lived on the precipice of life and death, witnessing the demise of friends and family. Who had the leisure to indulge in romance? After managing to endure 2 months of comfortable life at Longting Base, couples still tread lightly. They were uncertain of the leader's stance or the prevailing winds. If their romance came to light, would it provoke disapproval from the management, who might deem them unproductive? Such thoughts had not previously drawn the attention of Li Yanli, the master of the domain. The reason was simple: she was far too busy. Moreover, her status and position dictated it. Although she occasionally mingled with the masses, showcasing a personable side, more often than not, she inspired fear. After all, there were those who had witnessed her effortlessly snapping the necks of traitors and insubordinates with merely a flick of her finger, without any forewarning. Consequently, people regarded her with a mixture of respect and trepidation. Even when they encountered her, they would promptly bow and disperse. For instance, the warehouse administrator, Sun Xiaohao, trembled as she greeted her, "Leader, hello." After finishing, she attempted to make a hasty exit. But who was Li Yanli? With just a glance, she could glean unusual information through her psychic awareness. Sun Xiaohao, increasingly terrified under her gaze, felt an overwhelming urge to retch. Poor girl, struggling to suppress her nausea while trying to flee. "Stop!" Li Yanli called out. This was Hua Jia's subordinate. She immediately summoned Sister Hua to inquire about the situation. "If you're unwell, go get checked." As it turned out, a check revealed that she was pregnant. Inside the examination room, all medical staff held their breath, intently observing Li Yanli to gauge her reaction. Chapter 94. The marriage system of the base. Li Yanli had discerned the underlying expectation of everyone around her. With a sudden smile, she grasped Sun Xiaohua's hand and remarked, "Which scoundrel is not stepping up to take responsibility?" Upon witnessing her stance, Sister Hua promptly summoned the pleading Feng Xiang from outside. "Leader, it is this young man," she announced, revealing that he had long sought to confront the situation together. "Under my instructions, he was apprehended." Li Yanli displayed a satisfied expression, for since mutual affection was evident, what was there to fear? Our base welcomed new life. But prospective parents must be adequately prepared to ensure a stable and nurturing environment for their future offspring. "Do you understand?" Feng Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances with Sun Xiaohua, who shyly averted her eyes, feeling considerably lighter. Instinctively, she placed her hand on her lower abdomen. Shortly after this development, a maternity ward was established in Mufan's makeshift clinic, with a female doctor specially recruited. Corresponding policies were soon drafted, signed by Li Yanli. The base marriage law was not merely a reflection of pre-apocalyptic regulations, it was a significant departure. The announcement of the legal provisions sparked a considerable uproar, even shocking several of Li Yanli's male companions. The new marriage law permitted polyandry in light of the severe gender imbalance since the apocalypse. The responsibilities among multiple husbands were equal, and the wife was tasked with maintaining harmony and stability within the marriage, ensuring the healthy growth and continuation of future generations. The men were left astounded, with the majority expressing discontent. Only a minority remained silent, not out of agreement, but due to their uncertainty about their own prospects in life. Given their circumstances, they felt it unnecessary to voice complaints, living each day as it came. Conversely, the women overwhelmingly supported the policy, whether out of curiosity or the practicality of shared support. Dissenters were few, with only a timid fraction expressing their reservations, believing the leader was merely putting on a show. However, just days later, Li Yanli's actions unequivocally demonstrated her determination. She chose an auspicious day to marry 7 husbands, treating them all equally. For 7 days a week, each would take turns sharing her bed, ensuring no favoritism. To emphasize the occasion, she even brought forth livestock from her space, hosting a grand celebration for the entire base. Simultaneously, this announcement was officially made in the base groups under the name of the Dragon Rising Base Leader, showcasing her resolute commitment. The news reverberated across all bases on Earth, leaving men accustomed to patriarchal norms in disbelief. In stark contrast, the women of the base praised and supported her initiative, emboldened to express their affections or propose to their partners. The sense of responsibility among them grew, and those with abilities clamored to attack zombie bases for core crystals to enhance their strength, while others sought ways to stimulate their latent powers. Even those who ultimately proved to lack such talents remained undeterred, diligently learning new skills such as cooking, medicine, teaching, and nursing, all in pursuit of establishing their worth in the base. A wave of empowerment swept through the base, invigorating the women. On the 7th day, Su Kaishi, informed that it was his turn, felt a swirl of emotions. He could not fathom why he had not resisted when he had been forcibly taken by Sister Hua's people a week prior to be made one of the husbands. Hearing footsteps, he ceased his wandering thoughts and instinctively stood, clenching his fists to mask his tension. Li Yanli saw through his subtle anxiety and chuckled lightly as she settled into a chair by the computer desk. Each man received equal treatment, each assigned an apartment. She casually tapped her fingers, her gaze fixed on the somewhat flustered Su Kaishi. What's wrong? Do you feel wronged? The other 6 men gazed at her like famished wolves, resembling captives taken by bandits. Unbeknownst to them, Su Kaishi's reaction was partly due to Li Yanli's influence. Anyone would likely carry shadows of their first experience, especially if it had been fraught with trauma. Li Yanli recalled feedback indicating that Su Kaishi seemed dissatisfied with the forced marriage. Idly flipping through the books on the table, she mused, should I let you go? In her heart, she thought not a chance. The men she desired, whether for their looks, abilities, or charm, would not be permitted to leave her alive. They would either submit or perish. Perhaps realizing he was overly tense, Su Kaishi loosened the collar of his white shirt and retrieved a bottle of red wine he had exchanged for points. Raising his glass, he asked, would you like to drink? Seeing Li Yanli make no objection, he poured a glass for her and swiftly filled another for himself, downing it in one gulp. He coughed, spilling some and staining his shirt, his demeanor betraying feelings of melancholy, resentment, and silent protest. Li Yanli paid little mind, lifting her glass to take a sip of the red wine, the familiar sight reminiscent of their initial meeting in the bar. This sense of control gave Su Kaishi the impression that she was the one seeking pleasure, while he was merely a commodity. Just as Li Yanli anticipated that he would continue pouring and drinking to drown his emotions, he suddenly set the wine bottle down. His eyes fixed on his glass as he asked, do you love me? He had expected the proud Li Yanli to either remain silent or mock him. Much to his surprise, her response was unequivocal.
Love.
Such inquiries had been posed by countless men in her past. It would be absurd to accept affection without a genuine connection. Perhaps when she first took them in, she had her own agenda, but as they spent time together, deeper feelings inevitably emerged. While it might not rival the intensity of first love, she was certain it was far from dislike. Noticing Su Kaishi's intense gaze upon her, she smiled. What? You don't believe me? Su Kaishi had to concede that her smile, illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp, was enchantingly alluring, momentarily eclipsing her formidable presence. It gave him the illusion that he had finally found a partner with whom he could settle down. With an eager hand, he began to unbutton his shirt, unwilling to accept that his first experience had been so unsatisfactory. He yearned for another chance. Though the night was cool, it could not quell the heated atmosphere surrounding them. After reaching an exquisite peak, he suddenly smiled, caressing her face. You'd do best to remain obedient. The perfect harmony between them ignited his anticipation for a life of love that blossomed after marriage. Hours passed, and as the person beside him finally drifted to sleep, Su Kaishi found himself wide awake, resting his head on his arm while gazing at the dark ceiling. The sight of over 300 students had left him feeling engulfed in darkness. Yet he could only see her. In the bar, amidst the crowd, tall, alluring, and captivating, he had hesitated to act until she appeared. He had often thought his mindset was somewhat twisted, believing he had only pursued her because she was his student. As drowsiness enveloped him, he thought to himself, forget it. What does it matter? He has become so accustomed to her presence that if she were to leave,
He would find it quite unsettling.